He's not human.
Announcer!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Ichigo Went to Yokai Academy and Fought Vampires movie. Before we start, please go support MigueHiHat for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Ichigo is a male. After regaining his Shinigami powers, which he lost after defeating the traitorous former Captain Sosuke Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki embarks on an undercover mission, posing as a student at the Yokai Academy. During his stay, he meets new allies and a mysterious silver-haired young woman whose sealed power hides a dangerous secret. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter marks the beginning of a profound connection that will challenge his own beliefs and feelings, changing his life forever. Together, they will face threats that transcend the barriers of their worlds. Chapter 1. The Arrival. It's midday on the outskirts of Karakura town, the autumn sun shining on the trees just beginning to show their first dried leaves. The atmosphere seems calm and peaceful, the scars left by the war against Aizen and his Urahara army disappearing from the town's landscape and from the hearts of those who suffered its consequences. Suddenly, the calm was interrupted by a tremor that grew stronger and stronger until, in a clearing in the middle of the forest, a huge stone arch began to rise from the ground, reaching a height of about 6 meters. It was grey with a somewhat rustic finish. Runes were carved in bas-relief on its surface, and its base was completed by a semicircular marble floor. When the tremor ended, the runes lit up with a blue light. Once they were all lit, the center of the arch glowed brightly, and from the light emerged two figures that became clearer as they emerged from the portal. Both were dressed in black hooded robes. One of them carried a scepter adorned with 3 blue gems and a wooden figure of a raven. "Your calculations were correct, old man," said one of the hooded figures. "We arrived at Karakura town," in his young voice, a hint of nostalgia could be heard. "Well, young warrior," said the oldest of them, "it seems that our enemy has not yet arrived around these parts." As soon as the youngest heard this, he extended his senses, as if searching for something in the area, and sighed, "Hopefully it's true. I can't feel any of them." However, nostalgia invaded him again when he felt something familiar. He shook his head, trying to concentrate on what was important. "Let's not waste time, old man," he said while taking out of his robes an artifact with a clock which he stuck on one of the walls of the arch and programmed a countdown with 40 seconds. "Do your thing and let's get out of here." "I'll keep up with you," said the young man while activating the artifact. "It's time to visit Kisuke Urahara," the oldest of the hooded figures finished, saying that, and a violet light surrounded him along with smoke, and his shape changed into that of a crow. "Let's go," he said and flew away. The youngest was lost in thought for a moment, then looked up and disappeared into a blur. The bomb's counter reached 0, and it exploded in a massive explosion, causing the portal to disappear, leaving the large stone archway reduced to a pile of rubble. Urahara's shop. Little Urahara was sweeping the entrance while Tessai brought some packages into the store with Jinta's help. Urahara supervised the arrival of the packages, looking for something special until he found what he wanted. An envelope with the Yokai Academy seal. Like a child opening a birthday present, he tore the seal off the envelope and began reading the reports in broad daylight. "Perfect, it worked, and better than I expected. The modified Gigai adapted to the blood and is responding wonderfully." He continued reading, forgetting how annoyed he'd been a few minutes ago by the fact that the academy's director was still using something as rudimentary as mail. It was more efficient and faster to send an email. Urahara turned around to enter the store while continuing to read and didn't notice a crow land a few meters away. Urahara noticed the animal. "Hello, Mr. Crow," said the innocent girl. Urahara turned around, and when he laid eyes on the bird, it began to change in the midst of a violet light and smoke, taking the form of a man with a black robe and a scepter. "Oh my. Looks like this report won't be the only surprising thing today," said the Hatter. "Kisuke Urahara, listen carefully. An ancient darkness is approaching your world, a shadow that threatens to devour everything in its path. The Lich King has awakened and seeks to expand his reign of death across the universes. His power is immense, and his thirst for destruction unquenchable. You must prepare, gather your forces and allies, for the coming battle will be the most difficult you have ever faced. Seek out the Soul Reaper, the one who wields the sword that can split heaven and earth, for he will be key to this fight. At his side walks a young, silver-haired warrior, whose blood carries an ancient dormant power. Both will be shield and spear on the battlefield. Do not underestimate the Lich King. Time is running out, and the darkness advances. Prepare, Urahara, prepare for war." "Oh yeah, and you are," said Urahara. "My name is Med of the Last Guardian, and I come from another universe," said the old man. "I see you've gone to the trouble of coming here with your warning. What now, Medivh? Do you expect us to just believe you? We're busy dealing with our own problems here, we don't have time for otherworldly fantasies. But thanks for the warning. We'll keep it in mind, just in case," Urahara said, trying to analyze why he didn't feel any kind of reiatsu from the man. I thought you would listen to me, but my companion knew you would distrust my words, said Medivh. You can show yourself, boy, he said, so that in a blurred image a hooded stranger appears. Was that Shumpo? Urahara thought, surprised by that appearance. You better believe the old Mad Hatter. This Lich King could leave all of this in ruins in no time, said the hooded man with a familiar voice that Urahara recognized with surprise. Don't be surprised by what you see. I bear the marks of the war that bastard Lich King left in my universe, he said, while removing the hood that hid his face, which had a scar that ran from his forehead, passing over his whitish right eye and ending in his jaw. Urahara dropped a broom and brought both hands to her mouth, shocked by the boy's appearance. Jinta scratched his head, not understanding what was happening. Tessai only grunted, understanding what was really going on. And what happened to you? Urahara said, somewhat surprised. So you're from another universe, he stated, understanding the situation and thinking of Medivh's warning. Well, aren't you going to invite us in? Said the young man, interrupting the Hatter's thoughts, who made an inviting gesture to the two newcomers. They all entered the shop to have a long conversation. A week ago. The sun shone brightly in the Karakura town morning. Autumn was barely noticeable in the cool morning breeze. Ichigo Kurosaki stood at the bus stop, looking at the Yokai Academy uniform with some distaste. Perhaps because he was used to the grey tones of his hometown school, or because the green jacket seemed so striking to him. The arrival of the school bus brought him out of his thoughts. The doors opened, and the driver's appearance caught the boy's attention. He was a tall, languid man with sinister, glowing eyes, a macabre smile spread across his mustachioed face as he smoked a large cigar. Ichigo got on thinking, so this is how my mission begins, and took a seat in the middle of the empty bus, which also caught the young man's attention, as he was the only passenger. Well. We have a rookie here. Welcome aboard, young man. Thank you, the boy replied with a smile. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, I'm a new student at the Yokai Academy. Can you take me there? Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki. The driver nodded enthusiastically and started the bus. Make yourself comfortable. This is a scary journey you're about to embark on. So prepare for the unexpected. Thanks. I'm ready for anything, the young man replied, sounding confident. He then stared out the window as the landscape changed throughout the journey, his mind wandering in a sea of thoughts. He thought about how Urahara, along with Rukia and other Shinigami, helped restore his powers, thus placing him in debt to the Mad Hatter. This last bit upset him a little, but he was grateful to retain his powers so he could protect his own. He also thought about the new mission he was in charge of. Some hollows had entered the grounds of the Yokai Academy. He had to find out how they did it and eliminate them. Having to change schools to pretend to be a student made him hesitate to accept, but lately he had been feeling bored. The number of hollow appearances in Karakura had decreased drastically since Aizen was defeated, causing the number of battles he was involved in to also decrease. Most of the time a hollow appeared, Ichigo arrived after someone had already taken care of it. Sometimes it was one of his friends, other times it was a Shinigami who was in the area. Ichigo enjoyed the tranquility it brought him for a while, but boredom slowly took hold. He feared that the lack of fighting would eventually deteriorate his condition, and this solo mission would do him good. At times, he felt like a caged beast pacing, eager to be freed. He had even considered going to Soul Society to give Kenpachi the rematch he so craved, but he eventually discarded that idea. The crazy captain of the 11th squad always took things to the extreme. At that moment, Ichigo was brought out of his thoughts as the bus entered a strange dark tunnel with strange lights running along the walls, giving it a psychedelic appearance. He remembered the long tunnel they had to go through to reach Soul Society, and his memory of the cleaner, shaped like a ghostly train that ran through it from side to side. This didn't alarm him since he was on the bus, and the speed he was traveling was enough to outrun the cleaner. This is a dimensional tunnel, right? Said Ichigo, already coming out of his surprise. That's right, this tunnel takes us to a parallel dimension where Yokai Academy is located. It's part of the many wonders of our world, the driver replied. The light appeared at the end of the tunnel until they emerged, revealing the strange landscape surrounding the academy, leaving Ichigo surprised. Getting off the bus, he was able to better contemplate the details, its mysterious atmosphere, the sea with its blood-red waters, the dark forest that seemed straight out of a horror movie, and in the distance, a Gothic-style building. The substitute Shinigami assumed that the building must be the school. The bus made a U-turn and returned through the tunnel, leaving Ichigo behind. Waiting for him there was a girl of average height with long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her pink eyes displayed a lively look, and her smile was warm, revealing a kind and welcoming nature. She elegantly dressed in a black corset over a pink shirt, combined with a long black skirt and fishnet gloves, giving her a gothic style. Welcome to Yokai Kurosaki-kun Academy. I'm Toho Ruby, Principal Mikagami's assistant, she introduced herself cordially. Thanks Ruby, Ichigo said, surprised by the warm welcome. I know you're on a special mission, he said as he handed her a folder. Here's some information about the academy and also details of the incidents with the hollows. Good, said Ichigo, taking the folder, impressed by the organization and seriousness with which the academy was run. I'm here to eliminate those holes that got into these grounds. Is there somewhere I can leave my things? Of course, the academy has rooms designated for students. Follow me and I'll show you where it is, the young woman said kindly, showing him the way. The two walked, discussing the details of the mission, explaining how they should keep the students from knowing about the hollows and their presence so as not to cause panic. Ruby also mentioned that, so far, the hollows hadn't appeared near the academy building where the students were, with most of the sightings occurring in the more distant grounds. This last point relieved Ichigo, but he knew they would soon find a way to get to the school. Ruby led Ichigo to his room to get settled. After school, go to the principal's office. He wants to talk to you, she said. Ichigo nodded. See you later, Kurosaki-kun, said the young woman. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ichigo said as he entered. The room was simple but functional. Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was the twin bed, located next to a window that let in the sunlight. The neutral-colored walls were bare, giving him a feeling of coldness, although it didn't bother him. A wooden desk, worn from use, was located in one corner, with a chair that creaked slightly when moved. On one side of the room was a small closet, just enough to hang his uniform and casual clothes. In one corner, a small kitchenette with a 2-burner stove and a mini-fridge gave him a touch of independence, allowing him to whip up something quick without having to go out. Everything was very basic, but Ichigo appreciated the privacy and the fact that it was a space just for him, ideal for organizing his thoughts and preparing for what was to come. He arranged his luggage and pulled Kon out of his backpack. I can finally breathe. I was suffocating in there, the stuffed lion complained. You can't drown, you don't have lungs, Ichigo replied. It doesn't matter, it's horrible in there. By the way, where are we supposed to be? It's a school, right? Are there girls in this school? Said Kon. Shut up and listen. I'm on a special mission at this school. I'm going to pose as a student here to eliminate some hollows. I brought you with me because I'll need to leave you in charge of my body in case I have to leave during school hours, so you better behave or you'll pay for it. I'll finish off the hollows and we'll go back to Karakura. Did you hear me? Ichigo yelled at him. Yes, that's okay. No need to get so worked up about it, he said with a giggle. You do your thing and I'll take care of it. I hope so, Ichigo said with a questioning look. He then took out his battle pass, placed it on the plush toy, and took out the pill he kept in his pocket. He left the room to head to class. Yokai Academy entrance. The students were entering to go to class. One of them, Aono Tsukyun, was walking thoughtfully until he heard a familiar voiced Tsukyun. Shouted Akashi Yamoka happily as she ran to meet him. Good morning, Tsukyun, the young vampire greeted him while taking his arm. Good morning, Moka-san, the boy answered. Tsukyun Moka looked at the young man with a slight blush. Moka-san, he also answered with a slight blush as a scented pink atmosphere surrounded them. Tsukyun. Moka-san. Tsukyun. Moka-san. Tsukyun. Moka-san. Tsukyun. Kurumu's scream was heard as she threw herself at the boy, putting her breasts in his face, cutting off the moment. How nice to see you, Tsukyun. Kurumu-chan, stop. You're going to drown him. The vampirist demanded as Tsukyun raised his hand asking for some air. An ice kunai pierced the succubus's forehead, knocking her down. Take your hands off me, beloved Tsukyun, busty, Miser said coldly. Kurumu quickly stood up and the three students started arguing, a distraction that Yukari took advantage of and threw herself at Tsukyun. Tsukyun-san, good morning. Said the young witch. Yukari-chan, good morning, the boy replied with a sigh, as these kinds of scenes were a common occurrence every day. The group of friends headed to class, unaware that someone was watching them from the shadows. Once in the classroom, Professor Shizuka Nekonom entered with her characteristic joy and enthusiasm. Good morning, dear students. Please take a seat. We have a new classmate today, so please be nice to him. You can come in, said the teacher, and the new student entered the room. You can introduce yourself, don't be shy. The boy looked at everyone in the room and then said, good morning, my name is Ichigo Kurosaki, it's a pleasure to meet you. Everyone stared at the tall, orange-haired, intimidating-looking boy with that frown. Did you see the new guy? That guy looks pretty serious. Where did he come from? I've never seen him around here before. Why does his hair look like that? He must dye it to attract attention. This guy doesn't seem to be here to make friends. He has an intense look. Maybe he's an exchange student. Do you think he's some kind of athlete? He has a strong build. I don't know, I'm afraid to get close to him. He seems like he could hit someone without thinking twice. True. He looks like a thug. Those were the comments you could hear. But Ichigo was already used to it due to his past. His natural hair color alone caused him so much trouble. However, in the back seats, without Ichigo noticing, the members of the journalism club were also giving their opinions about him. Wow, that boy has an incredible presence. I wonder if he's as strong as he looks, said Kurumu, who seemed to show some interest in the new boy. Interesting, his orange hair stands out from the crowd. He seems like a very confident student, Mizer said. Could he be the new student they were talking about? He has a unique energy around him, Yukari commented. He seems like a serious guy, but he doesn't seem bad. Maybe it's a good idea to approach him, Sukyun said to Mocha. That's a good idea, Mocha replied. Okay, Kurosaki-san, you can take a seat, the teacher told him. Ichigo went and sat in an empty spot next to Kurumu. Hey, handsome, the succuba said, smiling flirtatiously. Are you new here? I'm Kurono Kurumu. Nice to meet you. Hello, Kurumu. Yes, I'm new, nice to meet you too, Ichigo replied, feeling a little uncomfortable but remaining polite. Kurumu, on the other hand, was delighted that he called her by her name without formalities, unlike how her friends usually called her. Their conversation was interrupted when the teacher started the class. Then it was time for lunch, and all the students went to the enormous cafeteria. After waiting in line, Ichigo was grateful to see the more normal food. For a moment, he thought about Urahara and how she would have chosen the strangest options in his place. That thought brought a smile to his face as he walked with his tray, looking for a seat. Hey Ichigo. Come here and sit with us. Kurumu invited the Shinigami. Ichigo, surprised by the invitation, accepted to be friendly and sat with the group who greeted him warmly. Tell us about yourself, Kurosaki-kun. What school did you go to before? Mocha asked, curious about the new boy. I attended a school in the human world, in Karakura town, which is where I was born. Ichigo thought that he should be cautious in his answers, since he had to maintain his facade, but he saw no problem in adding some truths that would help him make a more solid lie. Really? I also went to school in the human world, and the truth is my experience wasn't very good, said Mocha, remembering her past. And how was your experience in the human world? She asked, forcing a smile, trying to hide her sadness. It was difficult at first, Ichigo replied, as everyone watched intently. I had problems because of my hair color, and that's how I learned to defend myself. It also helped that I met Tatsuki, my childhood best friend. I went to karate classes with her. Karate classes? Now I understand why you have such a good physique, Kurumu said, giving him a mischievous smile. Well, I try to keep in shape, said Ichigo, smiling slightly. Karate helped me a little, but it's also important to take care of your diet and exercise regularly. And have you made more friends in the human world, Kurosaki-kun? Yukari asked. Yes, I have very good friends in the human world. They're great people, although I haven't communicated with them since I arrived here. I wouldn't want to lose touch, said the orange-haired boy. Well, at school there are some phones that communicate with the outside world, said Sukyun. You can call them at the end of class. Thanks, Sukyun. Ichigo replied. Tell me about yourselves. How did you meet? We met here at the academy, Sukyun began. Mocha and I were the first to meet, then we became friends with Kurumu, Mizer, and Yukari. Together we've been through many adventures and faced different challenges. They look like a very close-knit group, Ichigo commented. We're like a family, Mocha said, smiling. I'll be the one to start a family with Sukyun, Mizer interrupted. How many children do you want? She said as she held tightly to his arm. Mizer-chan, said Sukyun, who was starting to blush. Wait a minute, stalker. Sukyun is my destined, protested the succubus. No way. Sukyun is Mocha's and he's Minadesu, Yukari claimed. Ichigo started to twitch his eye, trying to understand the scene. I'm sorry, Kurosaki-kun, said Mocha, who noticed Ichigo's expression. These things happen every day. Ichigo realized that Sukyun was popular with the girls, reminding him of his friend Mizuro. He would have been annoyed with Sukyun, but he realized that the boy wasn't taking advantage of the situation. On the contrary, he was struggling to calm his friends. I guess it's something I'll have to get used to, the Shinigami said, grimacing. As lunch and conversation continued, Ichigo tried to sense the energy of each of his new friends, trying to guess what kind of monster each one was. First came Kurumu. She emanated a warm and seductive energy, with flashes of malice and power within her. Next came Mizer. Her energy was cold and penetrating like a blast of icy air. Yukari, on the other hand, had a mysterious and sparkly energy. However, Sukyun and Mocha caught his attention. They both looked alike, with a vibrant and threatening energy, yet hidden and latent, as if they hid a great power within. Sukyun's energy was more familiar to him, as if he were a human, but with that dark energy well hidden. Lunchtime came to an end and classes resumed. Once classes were over, Ichigo headed to the principal's office. Ruby was waiting for him at the large double-leaf wooden door. Kurosaki-kun, I was expecting you, the young witch greeted him politely. How was your first day of school? Hey Ruby. Well, it was interesting. The academy is different from what I'm used to, but I'm adjusting, Ichigo replied. I'm happy for you, Ruby smiled. Then she knocked 3 times on the office door. Come in. said a voice with a ghostly echo. They entered the office, and the young Shinigami was surprised by its appearance. It was an imposing and luxurious space, with walls adorned with dark-colored tapestries that matched the shiny marble floor. In the center of the room was a massive wooden desk with a large, high-backed chair behind it. On the sides, shelves filled with antique books and decorative objects gave an air of erudition and prestige. The lighting was dim and gloomy, giving it a sinister atmosphere. Standing next to one of the shelves, browsing through a book was Headmaster Tenmei Mikigami. He wore a robe that gave him a monk-like appearance, with a hood that shaded his bright eyes. "Come in, Kurosaki Ichigo, and welcome to the Yokai Academy," said the headmaster, walking with a book in his hand to the desk and taking a seat. "Thank you, Mikigami," Ichigo replied, surprising Ruby with the lack of formality with which Ichigo handled himself, even more so with the director of the academy. "I'll get straight to the point," Mikigami said. 2 days ago, these creatures known as hollows appeared. They were detected by my assistant Ruby. Some were destroyed, but I estimate the rest are hidden within the academy grounds. As you may have noticed, this academy has a barrier that keeps it hidden from the human world, as if it were a pocket dimension. "Yes, I read it in the report Ruby gave me," interrupted Ichigo, who was thankful that he was able to read the report while he was in class. "I also read that there was an incident that caused the barrier to weaken. Although the barrier was re-established, there may have been cracks where the gaps got in," said Ichigo, showing the seriousness he gave to his mission. "It's likely so. I'll be in charge of reinforcing the barrier. The priority is to eliminate the hollows before they reach the academy building and harm any of the students," the headmaster said seriously. "One more thing, no one must find out about your mission and that you are a Shinigami. The energies of this place and the qualities of the yokai will make you visible in your spirit form," the headmaster added. "Tonight I will start patrolling. I will take my precautions to not be seen," Ichigo replied. "Very well. If you have any news you want to report or if you need anything, you can tell my assistant Ruby. You may leave," said the exorcist. Ichigo left the room, leaving the exorcist alone with Ruby. "He seems to be someone direct and decisive," said the witch, who was still surprised by Ichigo's lack of formalities. "He is a young man committed to his task and with a good understanding of the situation," said the director, while resting his elbows on the desk and interlacing his fingers in front of his face. "We must trust that he will protect the students and keep the academy safe." Night finally fell upon the academy and the moon shone brightly. On the roof, Ichigo stood gazing at the night sky, feeling the breeze on his face. The atmosphere still felt strange with so many energy signatures he could sense from all the yokai. What caught his attention was that the hollows hadn't come closer due to the energy in one place, which led him to think that perhaps, being a different energy than spirits, the hollows weren't interested in consuming the yokai momentarily. However, he knew that the hollows' hunger would sooner or later push them to explore the area near the academy. Ichigo held a black scarf in his hand, which he placed over his head and face like a balaclava to hide his identity, knowing that the yokai could see him even in his spirit form. He extended his senses, searching for a hollow in the distance until he found one. "It's about time," Ichigo said, smiling. He was eager and thirsty for battle. The best part of his mission was about to begin. Chapter 2. Suffering in Secret. Ichigo's room. Light streamed through the bedroom window, slipping between the curtains while Ichigo was still fast asleep. The night of patrol left him so exhausted that he snored loudly until his alarm clock went off. Whimpering and groaning, he began to pat the side of his bed until he found the alarm clock, turning it off. He raised his head with squinted eyes, saw the time, and sat up to stretch while yawning. Then he remembered his night patrol, his first in years, and smiled with satisfaction. He felt revitalized, and with good reason. After so many months of inactivity after regaining his powers, eliminating 3 hollows was a success. He was also relieved not to have to endure his father waking him up with one of his surprise attacks. He got up, grabbed a towel, and went out into the hallway toward the bathrooms to wash his face and brush his teeth. Once in the hallway he was surprised to see some students with a monstrous appearance. "Hey, idiot. You transformed while you were sleeping," one boy said to another, who had a boar's head, while giving him a slap on the head. "Ouch," the boar complained. "Hey, you've transformed too, silly," he replied to the other boy who had half his face covered in feathers. This was a scene Ichigo had to get used to, he realized. He shrugged and continued on his way. Later, he was leaving his room when someone greeted him. "Good morning, Ichigo." It was Tsukyun who greeted him. "How was your first night?" "Hey Tsukyun, good morning." "Pretty good, the rooms are comfortable," Ichigo replied. "I'm glad to hear that," Tsukyun said, and they both continued walking down the hallway. Tunnel entrance to the human world. The sun shone on the cliff, reflecting off the blood-red sea in a calm that wouldn't last long. Near the bus stop, a distorted, shuddering howl shook the air. 5 hollows emerged from the tunnel one at a time. The first was a medium-sized creature with a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. It had tentacles emerging from its back, which it used to catch its prey. The second had an ethereal appearance, as if composed of shadows and dark mist. Its body constantly changed shape, making it difficult to distinguish its exact features. The third was of considerable size, with sharp spines covering its body. Its limbs ended in curved pointed claws, capable of tearing flesh with ease. The fourth, at first glance, appeared to be a slimy, gelatinous creature, similar to a giant larva. But its mouth held saw-like teeth. The fifth was enormous and corpulent, the largest of all, with a body covered in thick tough scales. It had a massive jaw with large, sharp teeth, capable of crushing even solid objects with ease. The rumors about the tunnel were true, said the hollow with tentacles on its back. The energy here is different, said the one who looked like a shadow sensing the energy of the barrier, and that of the yokai it seems like a good place to feed. We shouldn't get too confident, said the one with the spikes. Most of the hollows that came here didn't survive to tell the tale. We should stick together. Ah, it must have been because they were such weaklings. The oldest of them all said confidently. If you want to stay together, go ahead, I'll go on my own, he exclaimed as he headed toward the forest. I'll go on my own too. I'm not sharing my food, said the shadow-like one, also confident in his abilities. The rest said nothing and headed into the forest to explore this new terrain. Yokai Academy entrance. Mocha walked toward the academy entrance, deep in thought. She felt the rosary was a bit strange. As if Yura-chan, as she affectionately called her other half, was awake most of the time. She felt it vibrating inside the rosary. She knew it was a bit restless, as if itching to get out. It crossed her mind to let it go for a day, talk to Tsukune about removing the seal, and let her enjoy a day at the academy. Good morning Mocha sent Tsukune greeted her, taking her out of her thoughts. Oh, good morning Tsukune Mocha replied seeing that Ichigo was with the boy. Good morning Kurosaki-kun. Hey Mocha, how are you? Ichigo continued to surprise everyone with his lack of formality. The three continued walking while a smiling Mocha started walking next to Tsukune and surreptitiously moved closer until the boy noticed that their hands were almost touching. Mocha-san said the boy. Tsukune, said the vampiress as they were both surrounded by a scented pink atmosphere. Mocha-san. Tsukune. Mocha-san. Tsukune. Mocha-san. Both of them brought their blushing faces closer, continuing to look at each other. Ichigo noticed that there was quite a bit of chemistry between the two. Are they about to kiss? The orange-haired boy thought. I can't help it, said Mocha, who took out her fangs and bit Tsukune's neck, who moaned in pain. Ichigo was left without knowing what to do. Hey. What are you doing, he said, but saw that Tsukune didn't resist. Mocha-san, you sucked my blood again, said Tsukune, who was running from one side to the other holding his neck, while Mocha smiled, blushing. Your blood is so tasty, it's top-notch, she said. Ichigo, who was watching, began to suspect that Mocha was actually a vampire and that this kind of scene was an everyday occurrence between them. Another thing he also realized was common was when the other girls came to fight over Tsukune's attention. Hey Mocha, you've been draining Tsukune again. Said Kurumu while putting Tsukune's face between her breasts. For me Tsukune, I'll take care of you. I'll be the one who takes care of Tsukune. Mizur emerged from nowhere scaring everyone as she took one of the boy's arms and began to pull. Leave Tsukune alone, he's mine and Makadesu's. Said Yukari as she hung onto the young man's neck from behind. Hey girls, calm down, Ichigo said. If you continue like this, you're going to kill him. Besides, we're running late, the young Shinigami complained. Everyone reacted in alarm and hurried to get to class, while in the distance a girl wearing a student police uniform watched them. It will soon be time for our revenge, journalism club, said Kido. Classes proceeded normally during the morning. Compared to his other school, Ichigo felt familiar, except for the rules that were made for yokai to adapt and coexist in the human world, which seemed to make some sense. Minutes before lunch, the substitute Shinigami began to experience a faint feeling that alerted him, a distant but threatening presence. The bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and everyone headed toward the cafeteria. Hey handsome, is everything okay? Asked Kurumu, who noticed Ichigo frowning more than usual. Yeah, nothing to worry about, Ichigo said, feeling something rattle in his jacket pocket. It was his combat badge that had detected the presence of a hollow. Damn, he thought as he headed outside. Where are you going, Ichigo? Kurumu asked. Sorry, I remembered I have something important to do. I'll catch up later, he said as he headed outside. Once outside, in a corner on the outskirts of the building and after checking for any witnesses, Ichigo took the soul candy from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Then his soul separated from his body, giving control of it to the mod soul named Kon. Hey Kon, I need you to take care of my body for a moment. I have to take care of a hole that appeared, said Ichigo with a serious tone. Yeah, if that's okay, go play somewhere and I'll cover for you, said the mod soul sarcastically. Listen carefully. Ichigo shouted with some anger. This academy is not normal, it is a school for monsters, so you must be careful and not get into trouble. A school for monsters? Ichikan shouted alarmed. And why didn't you tell me before? Okay, sorry. I should have explained it to you sooner, Ichigo said apologetically. You see, everyone here has human form, but they're actually monsters. You just have to act like you're me for a moment, he told the mod soul as he searched through the pockets of his green jacket. He pulled out a black scarf and a piece of paper, which he gave to Ichigo. Here, this will help you, he said as he covered his head with the scarf. So are you going to play ninja? Said Ichikan looking at him with his eyebrow raised. I must keep it a secret that I'm a Shinigami, said Ichigo, who was finishing putting on his improvised balaclava. It's time for lunch. Go to the dining room and don't screw up or I'll send you to Yuzu, he said as a last warning before disappearing in a shunpo. Ichikan was speechless, then he opened the folded paper Ichigo gave him and saw a hand-drawn map where 3 locations were marked, the cafeteria, the classroom and the room. And below in a box a note that said Kurumu. Blue hair, Mizer. Purple hair, Mocha. Pink hair, Yukari. The little one, Tsukyun. The boy, Ruby. The principal's assistant. Great, Ichigo met some girls, the mod soul said aloud, wondering if they were pretty. Then he remembered Ichigo's warning and shook his head. He had to stay focused or Ichigo would send him home to be tortured by Yuzu, who would dress him in those ridiculous outfits. Well, I'd better get going, he said with determination as he headed towards the cafeteria following the map. Outside the academy. Standing outside the pool where the swim club held its activities was Tamao Ichinas, the club captain. She had finished her activities and was heading toward the cafeteria when she stopped, feeling an energy that shook her body. It was something she had never felt before, as if there were an icy ocean pressing down on her, an evil that invaded every inch of her being, devouring her will. Who's there? She said after gathering her courage. She looked in every direction and found no one, but that horrible feeling still haunted her. She felt like she was being stalked. It was then that she heard a sound like no other. It was like a howl mixed with multiple overlapping screams. The girl shuddered at the sound and panicked when she saw a creature the size of a 3-story building emerge from the trees. Never in her life had she seen a being of such size, not even a yokai. Its white mask, its enormous mouth with sharp teeth, and its body covered in thick scales, gave it a terrifying appearance. She instinctively threw herself, rolling to the side to avoid the fist of the hollow that descended like a hammer, making a huge hole in the ground. Tamao cursed her luck at being far from the pool. Perhaps in the water she would have a chance. Being a mermaid, being in her element would give her a certain advantage. What is that? Shouted one of the girls who was a member of the swimming club who arrived at the place along with other girls. Get away from here, it's dangerous. Said the captain. Tamao-senpai, watch out. Another girl shouted, trying to warn her captain of the hollow's attack. The hollow connected with Tamao with a backhand, knocking her against a tree. She was expecting the impact, but she felt someone grab her tightly, holding her back. It was a tall man dressed in black with a makeshift ski mask. Everyone was surprised by the unexpected appearance. Are you okay? Ichigo asked. Yes, Tamao replied as she rested her face on her savior's chest. Thank you for saving me, she said while blushing. The Shinigami said the hollow looks like I'll have some fun with you before devouring these girls. Upon hearing this the girls of the swimming club gritted their teeth without knowing what the mysterious man who saved their captain could do. Let me take care of him, Ichigo said, releasing the girl and then drawing his sword and heading towards the hole. Don't get too confident. I'll crush you. The hollow shouted, bringing his 2 fists down together like a hammer. Ichigo jumped to the side and as he fell, he brought his sword down, severing the creature's arm. It roared in pain. You bastard. How could you cut through my protective scales? The hollow cried, surprised by the Shinigami's power. Ichigo responded by jumping and with a horizontal sweep of his sword, slicing the hollow's mask in half, which disappeared, dissolving into a black cloud of ash. Well done. The girl celebrated, surprised by the mysterious hooded figure's power as they approached him. Ichigo was preparing to leave when he felt someone hug him from behind. It was Tamao, who was drawn to her mysterious savior and felt the need to thank him in her own way. It wasn't obvious, but beneath the scarf wrapped around his head, Ichigo was blushing as he felt the girl's breasts pressing against his back. Tamao could feel the boy's strong build, something she liked a lot, in addition to the veil of mystery that surrounded his appearance. Tell me something. What's your name? You must have a name, I suppose. Gulping, Ichigo turned around. My name is Zangetsu, he said the first thing that came to mind. Zangetsu, maybe if I see your face I could know who I should thank for saving my life, said Tamao as she tried to reach Ichigo's scarf with her hands to remove it and see who was underneath. Ichigo reacted and held her hands. No need to thank me. Now with your permission, I must go, he said, disappearing in a shumpo. Wait. The girl was left with the words in her mouth half finished. Hamao-senpai, are you okay? Asked a student. Who was he? I don't know, she said, bewildered at not knowing anything more about that mysterious man. I just hope to see him again. In the distance Ichigo was cursing at the fact that the hollows were already attacking the students and also why they saw it. So Zangetsu, huh? Said a voice in his head. Couldn't you think of anything else, idiot? It was the voice of White, his inner hollow. Hey, I had to improvise. Shut up or I'll stab you with a Q-tip, Ichigo said, protesting. I'll have to step up my patrols if I want to keep all the students safe. So you better cooperate. Whatever you say Ray, just make sure they don't kill you, said White as he vanished into Ichigo's head, who continued moving trying to detect if there was any other hole. Academy cafeteria. Ichigo was able to easily get to the cafeteria thanks to the map Ichigo had left him. On the way to the cafeteria, he saw that the academy was full of pretty girls. He was partly grateful to be able to see all that beauty, but he also partly cursed himself for not being able to have the fun he would have liked, remembering Ichigo's threat to send him back to Karakura town with a dressed demon. Sighing, he grabbed a tray, poured himself some food, and walked around the place looking for a table to sit down when a girl's singing voice called out to him. Ichigo, this way, Kurumu called. Khan was dazzled by the young succubus's beauty and approached the table with 2 stars in his eyes. Then he noticed 2 more beauties at the table, also a girl and a boy. Hey, how could it be that you forgot to sit with me? Said Kurumu pouting. Ichi-Khan came out of his lethargy, observed the features of each one, and remembered the note that Ichigo left him, so these are the girls that bastard Ichigo must have known. Damn, he's really lucky, they're all beauties Mocha, Kurumu, Miser. Who was who? He thought about the note to remember. Are you feeling okay Kurosaki-kun? Mocha asked. Why yes, I'm fine Mocha she said as she sat next to Kurumu who smiled at her. So, is everything okay? The blue-haired girl asked him as she got very close to him. Yes Kurumu, nothing to worry about. Khan tried to control himself in the face of Kurumu's attitude so as not to ruin Ichigo's facade. The girl smiled back. Girls, do you already know what article to put in the next edition? Said Tsukyun. It's that Jin-senpai wants us to have them as soon as possible and we're missing the main article. We could write about the academy's unique climate because it never seems to get cold or snow, Miser said. Let's talk about magic and the history of witches Desu suggested Yukari. I propose an article about interpersonal relationships in the academy where we could highlight the importance of friendship and love, said Kurumu, who, to everyone's surprise, said this without flirting with any of the boys present. Apparently, the young succubus was serious. Maybe we could do some research on the strange creatures that have been appearing in the academy forest, said Mocha. That's a good idea, Mocha-san, Tsukyun said. There are several rumors about those creatures. Some say they could be demons. Yeah. I also heard they're creepy with a white mask and they give off a scary Hildesu, said Yukari. Khan paid special attention to the latter and thought, could they be talking about the hollows Ichigo has to eliminate? Are you making a magazine or something? Khan asked. Sure, we are members of the academy's journalism club, we make the school newspaper, said Miser, giving the mod soul an inquisitive look. By the way, Ichigo, what club are you planning to join? Kurumu asked him. Club? He asked confused. Yes, all students must enroll in an extracurricular activities club that will help them integrate into the human world Desu, said Yukari. He hesitated on what he should answer. Why don't you join the journalism club? Asked Kurumu while holding Ichi-Kan's arm tightly between her breasts, making him shudder. If you join we can spend more time together, don't you think? She smiled at him seductively. Oh, but how soft they are, it's like paradise, Khan thought to himself. Yes, okay, I'll join the club. Where do I sign? What time is it? What do I have to do? How many times a week? He said, completely stunned. Kurumu-chan, don't use your charm power on Kurosaki-kun. That's cheating Desu, exclaimed Yukari. I'm not doing anything, Ichigo really wants to join our Yahoo club. Celebrated the young succubus. Well then you will come with us after class to the club room, there we will give you the registration form and you will be part of the club, said Tsukyun smiling. Lunch continued with the boys chatting about the club until Khan was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by a small light that fell in his eyes for a few seconds. It was Ichigo, who, with a piece of mirror he must have found somewhere, was signaling to him from a window reflecting the sunlight. Khan watched as Ichigo gestured for him to leave with his thumb. Sorry girls, Tsukyun, I remembered I have to make a call, said Ichi-Khan, who got up from the table in a hurry to meet the owner of the body he was in. See you in class, Ichigo, Kurumu said, greeting him. The rest also greeted him as he left. Ichigo looked different today, don't you think? Said Miser, who noticed something different not only in the young man's behavior, but also in his energy. You're right, Ichigo seemed a little different today, said Tsukyun. Really? I didn't notice, said Mocha. I noticed something too, said Kurumu. Ichigo always seems so energetic, but today he was a little more reserved. He must have felt inhibited because you're constantly seducing him, Desu, said Yukari, sticking her tongue out at Kurumu. Hahaha. Kurumu laughed, downplaying the little witch's comment. Oh, come on Yukari. Seduce Ichigo. That would be a little cheeky, don't you think? I was just being friendly. I wouldn't mind if the busty girl stayed with Ichigo, she would have one less rival to compete for Tsukyun's heart, said Mizuru, provoking her rival in love. Hey, I'll never stop fighting for Tsukyun's heart. Did you hear, stalker? Said Kurumu, quite angry. Girls, please don't fight, Tsukyun asked nervously, trying to calm his friends down. Then the boy noticed something. Mocha, who would normally be involved in the argument, either fighting with the girls or trying to calm them down, was thoughtfully positioned with both hands on the cross of her rosary. Is something wrong, Mocha-san? Tsukyun asked. Nothing, it's just that. Mocha hesitated to tell the boy what was happening with the rosary. Tsukyun took her hand and said, if something bad happens you can trust me. It's not serious, Tsukyun, said Mocha with a slight blush. It's just that, when I mentioned that Kurosaki-kun looked different, I remembered that earlier today, my rosary also felt different, as if Yura-chan was awake, somewhat restless. Maybe you should talk to her, the boy said. Okay, I'll talk to her later, Mocha said. Meanwhile outside, Ichigo and Kon found themselves in the same place where the Shinigami left his body in charge. Hey Ichigo, how did it go? Asked the mod soul. Not very well, a hollow attacked a student and I had to intervene. I couldn't avoid being seen, Ichigo said, somewhat annoyed. Any news? Yeah, Kon scratched the back of his neck. Let's just say you're now part of the journalism club, along with Kurumu and the girls. What? Ichigo shouted angrily, and what the hell am I supposed to do in a club like that? He was already thinking about locking him in a box and sending him back home, or maybe throwing him into a well and pouring dirt on him. Hey, wait a minute, Kon waved his hands desperately. This might be useful. The guys from the school newspaper have heard rumors about the hollows, and they plan to investigate. Damn, what was missing? Ichigo sighed. I'll have no choice but to keep a close eye on them so they don't get into trouble, and I could also divert attention, he said, while putting a hand on his forehead. See? It's not so bad after all, Kon said, relieved. Well, good job I guess, he said as he took out his combat pass. What do you mean, I guess? That's all you're going to say? He couldn't finish his sentence as Ichigo held his badge up to force the mod to expel the pill, allowing him to regain his body. Once in his body, he placed the soul pill in his jacket pocket and headed toward the classroom. Mocha's room. After classes had run smoothly, the members of the journalism club agreed to meet at the clubhouse, which was a separate room. However, Mocha had something to do, something to talk to her other self. So, she thought her own room was a quiet place. Once she entered and locked it, Mocha moved her hands to the rosary on her chest. Yura-chan, Yura-chan, are you there? What do you want? Came the cry from the rosary, which shone with a red light. I just wanted to know what's going on. It's like I can feel you awake inside the rosary. What's going on? Mocha asked. The barrier between us is weakening. I can feel and hear everything you do, said the voice of the rosary that belonged to her other self. Ahmed, I want you to come closer to the mirror. There's something I want to try. Mocha, though she found the request odd, approached a large mirror on the wall of her room and was startled by what she saw. Instead of seeing herself, the image in the mirror was her inner self, the silver-haired, red-eyed, and intimidating vampire. Why is it that I can see you so clearly in the mirror? She asked, intrigued. Apparently the seal is weakening. Is it getting weaker? How is that possible? Asked Outer Mocha with a worried tone in her voice. What does that mean for us, Yura-chan? Is it dangerous? The image of the silver-haired Mocha remained serious and thoughtful, analyzing the situation. It means the barriers separating us are starting to give way. I don't know exactly why, but it could have something to do with the strange creatures that appeared at the academy. I understand, Yura-chan. I promise I'll find a way to fix this. I won't let anything bad happen to you or us. Ahmed, the other Mocha interrupted. There's something else I have to tell you. What is it about, Yura-chan? Mocha asked curiously. The silver-haired vampire paused, then sighed. What would you say if we could live separately and each have our own bodies to inhabit? We'd have the chance to live independently and each live our own lives. What do you think? Outer Mocha blinked in surprise. Separated? I don't know, Yura-chan. We've always been together, sharing this body and this life. The idea of being apart. It's terrifying and exciting at the same time. Why would you want to separate from me? Inner Mocha looked down, her voice trembling slightly as she said, that time when the barrier dividing this world from the human world broke and you replaced the seal on the barrier with our rosary, you disappeared, leaving me free. Once I was free, I tried to get closer to Tsukyun. I wanted to win his heart and have that connection, that bond you two have. I wanted him to see me like he does with you. But all he could do was think about you and miss you, he really missed you. Mocha's inner eyes began to fill with tears. Her pride didn't allow her to show herself fragile, but she could no longer hide her pain. I felt frustrated, rejected. He just wanted to see you again, and that's why he went to Dad's castle to get another rosary and get you back, risking his life. He chose to go find you instead of staying with me. That's why I feel like I've lost out on you and that he only wants me to protect himself, to fight his battles. I felt used. That's why I want you to live your life with Tsukune. I want to move on, but I can't if I'm stuck with you. The pink-haired vampire felt a deep pain upon hearing her other self's words. Mocha's inner sadness and suffering were reflected in her own eyes. Yuri-chan, she said in a trembling voice. I didn't know you felt this way. I never meant for you to feel rejected or used. Inner Mocha tried to maintain her composure, but her emotions were running high. I know you didn't mean to, Ahmed. But I can't help feeling this way. I want the chance to find my own path, to be loved for who I am, and not just for what I can do. Outer Mocha nodded slowly, her eyes also filling with tears. I understand, Yuri-chan. I don't want you to suffer anymore. If there's a way we can live our lives apart, I'll find a way to make it happen. Thank you, Ahmed, she smiled weakly, wiping away her tears. Knowing that you understand and support my wish gives me hope. Together, we will find a solution. The two looked at each other through the mirror, feeling a deeper connection than ever. Although their paths might diverge, they both knew they would always be connected in some way. The decision to pursue a separate life was painful, but also filled with hope for a future where they could both be truly happy. And with that resolve, Outer Mocha headed to her bedroom door, feeling a determination in her heart to grow stronger. She knew the road ahead would be difficult, but she was willing to face it for the sake of both of them. She looked in the mirror one last time and her other half was no longer there. Yuri-chan, she sighed and left the room to head to her club room for the meeting. Little by little, afternoon was falling, and in Mocha's heart there was a sense of duty and hope that drove her to face any challenge that came her way in order to help Yuri-chan. Chapter 3. A Guardian Among the Shadows. The evening is falling at Yokai Academy, and Kurumu is leading Ichigo through the halls, following her with some reluctance. If he'd had the chance to choose a club, he would have leaned towards something physical, like karate or kendo. He might even have considered soccer, but because of Khan, he was being dragged into a club whose activities were outside his comfort zone. Only a sense of duty and the mission to protect the school and his new friends kept him firmly focused. Is something wrong, Ichigo? Asked Kurumu, who turned to look at him and noticed him thoughtful. No, he said, coming out of his thoughts. Everything is in order. You seemed more excited today at noon when I told you to join the club. She gave him a worried look. Are you regretting it? No, it's not that I'm regretting it, Ichigo, not wanting to hurt his friend's feelings, it's just that thinking about it carefully, I don't know if I'm going to fit in or be able to meet the requirements of a club like yours, he said sincerely. You don't have to worry about that, he smiled at her as he turned his back to a door. When you see the magic that happens here, you'll change your mind, he said, winking at her and opening the sliding door. Ichigo and Kurumu entered the journalism club room. The walls were covered with bulletin boards filled with articles, photos, and sticky notes. A large meeting table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by chairs. Several computers, some more modern than others, were scattered in different corners, along with disorganized stacks of papers and magazines. The place had an air of controlled chaos, but also of energy and creativity. Ichigo observed everything with curiosity and skepticism. Wow, this is quite different from what I imagined. It looks more like a detective study than a school club. He thought to himself. Kurumu, noticing his expression, smiled. I know it looks a bit messy, but this is where all the action happens. We research, write, and publish all the important news from the academy. Yes, it definitely has its charm, said Ichigo, smiling slightly. It's like every corner of this place has a story to tell. Exactly, she nodded excitedly. And you'll be a part of this now. Come, I'll show you the rest, she said as she took Ichigo's hand. Ichigo tensed slightly as he felt Kurumu's hand. He wasn't used to this kind of sudden physical contact, and while he didn't dislike it, it took him by surprise. What is she doing? Kurumu is always so direct, he thought. Come on, don't be shy, Kurumu smiled at him as she led Ichigo around the room. Mizer, who was watching from a corner, noticed the interaction and approached them. I see you're interested in the new guy, Kurumu, he said with a neutral expression, but with a slightly spicy tone. Kurumu quickly let go of Ichigo's hand and turned to Mizer, a light blush on her cheeks. What? It's not that. I was just showing you the living room, he said in his defense. Behind Mizer, Tsukune and Yukari had entered and could see their two friends fighting as always. The difference was that this time Ichigo was the one trying to calm them down. What's going on here? Tsukune asked, raising an eyebrow. I think the two of them are fighting over the new Gadesu, said Yukari with a giggle. Yukari? Kurumu exclaimed, crossing her arms and frowning, her blush deepening. We're not fighting over him. Mizu kept her expression calm, but her eyes narrowed slightly. I just wanted to make sure Kurumu didn't overstep her bounds, she said, still staring at Kurumu. I wasn't overstepping my bounds. He retorted, looking at Mizu with a mixture of frustration and embarrassment. Ichigo raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. Calm down, girls. I was just following Kurumu's tour, he said, trying to calm the situation and divert attention. It seems like there's always something going on here, Tsukune said, trying to ease the tension. Yeah, we don't want Ichigo to think we're a bunch of lunatics desu, Yukari added with a giggle, casting a curious glance towards Ichigo. Just make sure you behave, Kurumu, Mizu said, relaxing her posture. Kurumu sighed and turned to Ichigo. Come on, let's fill out the registration form, she said, trying to divert the topic and regain her composure. After searching through a drawer for the registration form and handing it to Ichigo, he began filling out his information. Kurumu watched him, thinking, what's happening to me? Tsukune is my destined child, and he will be mine, but why do I feel this way when I'm with Ichigo? Kurumu continued to watch Ichigo fill out the form, feeling a mixture of confusion and conflicting emotions. Her mind was flooded with thoughts as she tried to understand what was happening to her. What's wrong with me? Why can't I stop looking at him? Tsukune is my destined child, I've always known it, but when I'm around Ichigo, I feel different. It's like a part of me wants to know him better, to be closer to him. But that doesn't make sense, right? Tsukune is the one I love, the one I've always wanted. So why does my heart beat faster when Ichigo is around? Kurumu tried to push those thoughts away, but she couldn't help but continue to reflect. Maybe it's because Ichigo seems so strong and determined. He has that same nobility and determination that I admire in Tsukune. But no, I can't be falling in love with two people at the same time. That's not right, or is it? Is it possible to love more than one person at the same time? What if there really is something special about Ichigo that draws me to him in a way I don't understand? As Ichigo continued to fill out the form, Kurumu felt a pang of guilt. No, I must focus on Tsukune. He's the one who's always been there for me, the one who supported me. But what if I'm missing something important with Ichigo? What if my heart is trying to tell me something my mind refuses to accept? Kurumu sighed deeply, trying to calm her chaotic mind. She knew she would have to face these feelings at some point, but for now, she decided to focus on helping Ichigo and her duties with the journalism club. I see everyone is here, said Mocha upon entering, pulling Kurumu out of her tangled cloud of thoughts, and I see Kurosaki-kun is going to join us. She said with more joy upon seeing Ichigo finishing filling out the form. Well, welcome to the journalism club, Kurosaki-kun, Tsukune exclaimed, and the entire classroom erupted in a warm round of applause for Ichigo. Despite his doubts about the club and his performance in it, Ichigo welcomed his new friends with a warm welcome. This renewed his determination to protect the school, its students, and, above all, his new friends. Okay, now Jin-senpai is ready to arrive so we can give him the form and inform him of the investigation we're conducting for the next issue's article, said Tsukune. Jin? Ichigo asked, feeling a knot in his stomach at the sound of Jin's name. His thoughts instantly turned to Jin Ichimaru, the traitorous former captain of Soul Society. Although he knew it couldn't be the same Jin, he couldn't help but feel a pang of distrust and worry. Yes, he is the president of the club, Mocha replied. The door opened and Janae Morioka walked cheerfully into the room. Ichigo watched him closely, evaluating every detail of his appearance and behavior. Jin-senpai was a young man with a relaxed attitude and a friendly smile, very different from the Jin Ichigo knew. However, the similarity in their names still bothered him. Jin approached the group with a warm smile. Hello everyone. I see we have a new member. He turned to Ichigo. You must be Kurosaki Ichigo. Welcome to the journalism club. Ichigo nodded, trying to maintain a neutral expression. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jin. Jin extended his hand to shake Ichigo's. I hope you enjoy your time at the club. Ichigo took Jin's hand and shook it, but he couldn't help but feel a slight tension in his grip. I'm sure it will be interesting, he replied, trying to sound as cordial as possible. Well, let's get started with the meeting. What do you have planned for the next issue? Jin asked, starting the meeting. Ichigo tried to forget about the whole thing with the journalism club president. While he knew better than to judge a book by its cover, it seemed absurd to judge Jin by his name alone. He just had to stay alert and get to know the boy over time. Mocha, who had been watching the interaction, noticed the tension in Ichigo and approached him. Are you okay, Kurosaki-kun? She asked with concern. Ichigo relaxed even further, seeing the genuine concern in Mocha's eyes. Yeah, I was just thinking about something, he replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Mocha smiled, trying to ease the tension. Don't worry, Jin-senpai is a good person. I'm sure you'll get along with him. Yes, I'll have to take the time to get to know him, Ichigo said sincerely. Senpai, we have the topic for the main article desu, Yukari said excitedly from across the room, getting everyone's attention. Tell me, Yukari-chan, what is it about? Jin said with interest. There are some strange creatures appearing in the forests of the Academy desu, said the little witch. It's true, there are rumors that describe those creatures as creepy and sizable, Mocha added. Damn, not that topic, Ichigo thought. But Tsukune, we have already gone ahead and interviewed some students who were attacked, desu, continued Yukari. Yes, we interviewed the captain of the swim club, Tamao Ichina, said Tsukune, drawing even more attention from Ichigo, who was listening attentively. She told us that she was attacked by a huge creature, about 8 meters tall. It had a white mask and black skin covered in thick scales. She says it let out terrifying howls and that it attacked her directly. Ichigo remained calm while Tsukune spoke, but his mind was working at full speed. The creature he mentioned matched the description of a hollow. That sounds pretty serious, Jin said thoughtfully. How did he manage to escape? Tsukune looked at his notes and continued. Tamao said that when all was lost, a man dressed in black appeared and saved her. He says he was hooded and carried a huge sword, almost the size of his body, and he defeated the creature. A man dressed in black. Mocha wondered out loud how strange. Could it be someone from the academy? Everyone remained thoughtful for a moment, except for Ichigo, who tensed when he realized they were talking about him. Okay, we'll have to investigate what those creatures are and who the mysterious warrior is. Jin broke the silence. He could be a valuable ally or have his own intentions. We must be alert. I agree, I think we should be very careful, said Ichigo. To cover up those creatures must be very dangerous. Yes, we can't allow anyone else to get hurt, said Kurumu, who noticed a serious tone in Ichigo's voice. Okay, so here's the plan, said Jin, addressing the group. Tsukune, Mocha and Mizer will go to the forest to look for more clues. Kurumu, Yukari and Ichigo, you will be in charge of talking to more students to see if anyone else has seen anything unusual. And you, are you going to do something? Asked Yukari, who shot him an inquisitive look. I have important photographs to develop, so I'll be busy, he said in a nervous tone as he headed towards the door. So you already have work, guys, see you later. It's always the same with this pervert, said Mizer in a cold tone. I'm sure the photos you have to develop aren't decent at all, Kurumu added. Ichigo blinked, not understanding anything. He is a pervert, Kurosaki-kun, he is the enemy of Wamandesu, explained Yukari to the Shinigami, who was beginning to understand what the girls were referring to. I think we already have the tasks divided, said Tsukune, trying to change the subject. That's true. Be careful and don't stay in the forest at night, it can be very dangerous with these creatures wandering around, Ichigo said with a worried tone. Thank you, Kurosaki-kun, said Mocha, who could notice the boy's concern. I'm sure that together we can handle this. As they left the classroom, Ichigo took a moment to reflect. He had to find a way to act like a Shinigami without revealing his identity. The safety of the academy depended on it, and he couldn't afford to fail. Yokai Academy entrance. An hour had passed since Yukari, Ichigo, and Kurumu's group left the club room and walked through the halls of the academy and the cafeteria, interviewing as many students as they could. Now they were talking to some at the entrance. Ichigo hadn't fared so well, as his intimidating appearance scared them off every time he tried to approach someone. He had to team up with Kurumu so she could talk to people while Ichigo took notes. Far from feeling frustrated, Ichigo was relieved to hear the students' testimonies. He was able to confirm that most of them had no contact with hollows and that those who did see one were able to escape, leaving the Tamao incident as the first and so far only direct encounter between hollows and yokai. On the other hand, the young succubus felt comfortable teaming up with Ichigo. She was happy to be able to help him and spend more time with him, observing every detail of his behavior. He's so different from Tsukune. But somehow he's also fascinating. Kurumu then approached another group of students, with Ichigo following close behind, notebook in hand. Hey, would you mind answering some questions for our journalism club article? She asked with a smile. The students nodded, though some cast cautious glances at Ichigo. Kurumu continued, we've heard rumors of strange creatures in the woods. Have you seen or heard anything about them? One of the students, a young man with green hair, answered, I've heard some friends talk about strange noises and shadows in the woods, but no one I know has seen anything concrete. Everyone is a little scared, but most think it's just rumors. Ichigo took notes as another student chimed in. I saw something strange, but it was very fast. Something big and black moving through the trees. I didn't stay to investigate. Kurumu nodded, thanking the students and turning to Ichigo, looks like Tamao is still the only one who had a real encounter. Ichigo nodded, yes, but it's good to know that most of the students haven't had any problems. Still, we need to be vigilant. Just then, Yukari, who had been interviewing another group, came running up. Ichigo, Kurumu, I found something interesting. One of the students said he saw a hooded man near the forest after the attack on Tamao. Another testimony about the hooded man. Ichigo said, frowning as he thought, damn, I have to be more careful. Patrolling during the day turned out to be more complicated than he thought, but it was because of the sudden appearance of that hole that he had to leave. That confirms that not only Tamao saw it, said Kurumu. Look what we have here. Looks like the journalism club recruited a new kid, a familiar voice said behind them. They turned around and saw Kido accompanied by 3 other boys in the black student police uniforms. Kurumu frowned. You again. What do you want, Kido? We were just patrolling, and we came to see how much the new kid knows about the rules, he said, smiling maliciously. Hey Kurumu, who are these supposed to be? Ichigo asked without taking his eyes off Kido. They're a group of thugs who call themselves the student police, Kurumu replied. They go all over the academy intimidating the students, imposing the respect they'll never have. We are the guardians of peace. And because of your stupid club, that peace was disturbed. Kido glared at Kurumu. We already kicked their asses once, we're not afraid of them, the succubus replied in a mocking tone. Besides, we're not doing anything that breaks the rules, Desu Yukari exclaimed. I hope so. Remember, the rules here are very strict, said one of the boys accompanying Kido. We're not doing anything wrong, so don't bother us, said Ichigo in a defiant tone. Let's go girls, let's get on with our work, she said to her friends as she passed between Kido and the other boys, followed by Yukari and Kurumu, who passed by sticking out her tongue. Remember that you owe us one for last time, said the uniformed woman furious at Ichigo and Kurumu's attitude. We'll be watching you, she said, and left with her group. They're finally gone, Kurumu said, staring at Ichigo. She secretly thought the boy looked handsome when he was serious. Wow, those are unbearable, sighed the substitute Shinigami. You can't imagine how much, said Yukari. May I know what happened between you two? Ichigo looked at Kurumu, hoping for some information. The succubus told him everything that happened when the student police accused Sukyun of being a human, how they had to face them and their leader Kaiu, how he almost killed Sukyun, and the fight Mocha had to defeat the powerful monster. Mocha defeated their leader? Ichigo asked incredulously. He couldn't imagine that the sweet and peaceful Mocha had the strength to defeat a monster of such power. You don't know, Mocha actually has her powers sealed by the rosary she wears on her chest, Kurumu explained. Yes, and when Tsukyun-san takes it off he releases his true power, Desu added Yukari. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Sealed powers? He repeated, looking at Kurumu and Yukari with renewed interest. And what kind of power does Mocha have when that seal is broken? Kurumu smiled slightly, noticing Ichigo's growing curiosity. Mocha becomes a powerful vampire, Kurumu explained. Her strength, speed, and combat skills increase dramatically. It's like she's a completely different person. Yeah, and his appearance changes too, Yukari added. His hair turns silver, and his attitude is much more dominant. Interesting, Ichigo muttered. But what if there's no one around to break the seal? Well, we're usually always close to help her, Kurumu said with a confident smile. But there are always risks. That's why it's important that we stay together and prepared for anything that might. Kurumu was interrupted by a wave of energy that reached the 3 of them, as if a wave had hit them. In the distance, they could see how in one area the sky turned blood red and a bunch of bats descended from above until they disappeared behind the trees of the forest. Ichigo reached for his pocket where his Shinigami badge was, thinking it could be a hollow, but it wasn't giving any hollow alert. That energy was somewhat distant, but it felt powerful. It wasn't like the spiritual energy of a hollow or a Shinigami, however it felt dangerous. Kurumu and Yukari knew very well who that yokai energy belonged to. They were very familiar with it. The matcha rosary had been removed. They both exchanged glances. That must be Mocha, Kurumu stated. Mocha? Ichigo said in amazement. So this is what her energy feels like when it's released. Something must have happened, said Yukari. We'd better go, said Desu. Ichigo and Kurumu nodded and the 3 of them ran off into the forest. Yokai Academy Forest. The dense forest foliage surrounded Mocha, Tsukyun, and Mizer as they carefully made their way along the less traveled paths. The shadows cast by the trees created an eerie atmosphere, and every sound seemed amplified by the stillness of the surroundings. Are you sure this is where the creatures were seen? Mocha asked, turning to Tsukyun. Yes, according to the testimonies of some students, they were seen around here, said Tsukyun. Also, this is the direction where the creature that attacked the girls of the swimming club could have come from. Mizer, her eyes sharp, scanned the area for any clues. We should split up a bit to cover more ground. But not too much, in case we need to help each other quickly. Okay, Mocha said. Keep your eyes peeled. Who knows, these creatures could be lurking. The 3 of them split up, but when Mocha saw that Mizer had gotten far enough away, she went after Tsukyun. She felt the need to tell him what was happening to her inner self. Tsukyun, wait a moment, Mocha said, reaching him and placing a hand on his arm. What's wrong, Mocha-san? Tsukyun asked, noticing the seriousness in her voice. There's something I have to tell you, something important about Yura-chan, he said in a nervous but serious tone. So, were you able to talk to her? Yes, I was able to talk, Mocha sighed. The two continued talking as they walked. She told me that the seal on the rosary is weakening, and that's why I could feel as if Yura-chan was awake. Weakening? Asked Sukyun with a worried tone. Why would that be? Is that dangerous? I don't know. But there's something else. He told me something about his feelings. Sukyun stopped and looked at Mocha with concern. Feelings? What do you mean? He asked, trying to understand. Mocha took a deep breath before continuing. Yura-chan told me she feels rejected and used. She said she wants to separate from me so she can live her own life. Sukyun was silent for a moment, processing what Mocha had said. Separate? He repeated slowly. But is that possible? How could something like that happen? Mocha shook her head. I don't know, but Yura-chan seemed very determined. She said she was tired of always being locked away, of only being used when I needed her power. Sukyun felt a pang of guilt upon hearing Mocha's words. He knew that, on many occasions, he had relied on Mocha's inner strength to protect his friends and himself. Mocha-san, I didn't know she felt this way. I never meant for her to feel used. Mocha smiled weakly. I know, Sukyun. No one knew. But now that we know, we have to find a way to resolve this. I don't want to lose Yura-chan, but I also don't want her to continue suffering. Sukyun took Mocha's hand and looked into her eyes. We'll do whatever it takes to help Yura-chan. I don't want either of us to suffer. We'll find a solution together. Thank you, Sukyun. Mocha felt a warm relief in her chest. I knew I could count on you. They both stared at each other for a moment, feeling a deep connection between them. What are you doing? Mizer interrupted them. Wah! The two shouted, startled by the sudden appearance of the ice woman. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear what you were saying, Mizer said, her blue eyes reflecting concern. If Mocha really feels this way, we have to do something about it. We can't ignore her feelings. She approached outer Mocha. Even though she lives inside you, she's also a part of us. She's also my friend. Count on me to help her. Thank you, Mizer-chan, said Mocha with deep gratitude. Well, first of all you have to see this. The ice woman gestured for them to follow her. Mocha and Sukyun followed their friend to some marks on the ground and examined them. They looked like claw prints, large and deep. These prints don't belong to any yokai we know, Mocha said, lightly touching the edge of one of the marks. And they're fresh. Sukyun bent down to examine them more closely. They could belong to the creatures that have been appearing lately. What are you playing now? Said a very familiar voice to them. Kokoa. The three said as they looked up and saw Mocha's sister standing on a high branch of a tree. A young orange-haired vampire leaped from the tree and landed on the ground with a grace typical of her race. Then, on her shoulder landed her pet Ku-chan, a talking bat with the ability to channel Kokoa's energy and transform into any melee weapon. Kokoa, what are you doing here? Mocha asked, trying to hide her nervousness. I have come to challenge him, he said with a threatening look, while pointing at Sukyun. That's right, Aono Sukyun, I will prove that you are not worthy of being with Mocha One-sama. He took his pet with one hand, while it transformed into a huge spiked bat, and advanced towards Sukyun. Wait, Kokoa-chan, I don't want to fight with you, said the scared boy raising his hands. Kokoa, stop. Mocha shouted desperately as she saw her younger sister running towards Sukyun with her weapon raised above her head. Mizer, who was already on guard, was able to form a wall of ice between the little vampire and Sukyun. The wall was thick enough to withstand the first blow, giving the boy time to react and jump to the side when Kokoa shattered the ice structure with a second blow. Out of my way, snowman. He yelled at Mizer, kicking her in the stomach, sending her flying into a bush. The orange-haired vampire stepped in front of Sukyun to strike him, but was sent crashing into a tree with a blow from Mocha. Kokoa grunted in pain from the impact but recovered instantly and shot her pink-haired sister a glare. Are you planning on getting in my way too? She demanded of her pink-haired sister, raising her bat to swing down at her. Mocha froze in fear, unable to react. Mocha-san. Sukyun shouted, throwing himself at her, saving her just before Kokoa delivered the blow that shattered the ground. They both fell, rolling a few meters, leaving Mocha on top of Sukyun. When the pink-haired girl got back up, she saw that her friend, who had just saved her, had the rosary in his hand. A red, evil aura surrounded Mocha as she was surrounded by thousands of bats that descended from the sky. Her hair turned silver and her red eyes glowed brightly. Silence took over the place for a few seconds until the bats covering Mocha suddenly left, filling the area with a shockwave of yokai energy. So you want to fight, Kokoa, said Mocha in a cold and authoritative voice. Come, I'll give you the pleasure. One-sama, let me fight him. I want to prove that Sukyun isn't worthy of being with you, Kokoa demanded. Mocha sighed. Kokoa, Sukyun doesn't have to prove anything. He's already proven his worth on more than one occasion, she said as she looked at the boy on the floor with the rosary in his hand. Mocha-san, Sukyun muttered and was interrupted by Mocha. I need to talk to you, but later, alone, the vampire said, then turned around to approach her sister. One-sama said, Mocha's little sister with tears in her eyes. Cocoa, you're always causing trouble, Mocha said, giving the little vampire a warm look. I think you should know I'm looking for a way to be free forever. Then don't put that rosary back on, please, Cocoa begged. I don't want it like this, not in that way, said Mocha, while putting a hand on Cocoa's head. It has protected me all these years, and I think she doesn't deserve to disappear. After all, she has the right to have a life. The tenderness in inner Mocha's words and her intention to protect outer Mocha deeply moved Cocoa, who dropped her weapon, which fell heavily to the ground, let her tears roll down her cheeks and hugged her older sister tightly. One-sama, you are so strong and noble. You are the best, she murmured with her voice breaking with emotion. I will do what I can to help you. I promise. Sukyun, still on the ground, watched the scene with a mixture of relief and respect. Inner Mocha's strength and her determination to protect outer Mocha impressed him deeply. He slowly stood up, holding the rosary carefully. Mocha-san, I'm here to support you in whatever you need. You're not alone in this, Sukyun said with determination in his voice, reflecting the deep connection and commitment he felt toward both Mochas. Mizer, who had been observing everything with her cold but attentive eyes, felt a warmth in her chest upon hearing Mocha's inner words. She approached the group with her blue eyes full of determination. No matter which path you choose, Mocha, we'll be by your side. Ahmed is also our friend, and we'll protect her alongside you, the Snow Woman said. Inner Mocha, with Cocoa still hugging her, looked at her friends with gratitude. Thank you all. Knowing we're not alone in this means a lot to us, she said, her voice softer now, filled with gratitude. At that moment, Mocha felt a disturbance in the air, something that made every fiber of her being shudder. It was like an icy whisper that ran down her spine, a tremor that echoed from the depths of her soul. The energy was dark and dense, like an oppressive shadow looming over the forest. Her vampiric senses instantly sharpened. The air around her seemed heavier, laden with a tangible malevolence. Mocha's heart began to beat faster, not from fear, but from the adrenaline that accompanied the perception of imminent danger. Her skin prickled, and a chilling sensation ran through her body, from the base of her neck to her fingertips. The sounds of the forest died away, as if nature itself held its breath in the presence of something so abominable. The scent of the air changed, taking on a metallic acrid tinge that mingled with the aroma of the earth and leaves. Mocha could almost taste the corrupted energy in the air, a bitter, repulsive taste that made her stomach churn. Her red eyes narrowed as she tried to locate the source of the disturbance. It was a presence she had never sensed before, an entity that didn't belong in her world. There was a creature whose essence was imbued with despair and unquenchable hunger, and it was close. Very close. Watch out. Something's coming. Mocha said in a firm voice, her senses alert and her body prepared. Cocoa, who had released the hug after being alerted by her sister, was able to detect the hollow and instinctively grabbed the spiked bat that was on the ground. Mizer prepared her ice powers, forming claws. A sinister howl echoed throughout the area, shocking the group of friends who turned to see a 6-meter creature emerge from behind the trees, its body covered in sharp spikes and claws on its limbs. Sukyun felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the hollow. His first reaction was fear, but he forced himself to stand firm. Mizer, her eyes narrowed and her expression focused, edged forward slightly, her ice claws ready to strike. Cocoa, filled with a mixture of adrenaline and rage, raised her spiked bat and swung it over her shoulder. Stay behind me. Mocha ordered, taking a step forward. She wanted to gauge what the creature was capable of. The hollow advanced towards her and attacked with a swipe that Mocha dodged by throwing herself to the ground and landing on her hands. With a burst of momentum, she flew up, raising both legs upwards, delivering a double kick to the creature, which fell backwards against some trees with a howl of pain. Way to go, Mocha-san. Sukyun celebrated. One-sama, you are amazing, said Cocoa. Mocha, who had measured the creature's capabilities, was able to deduce how dangerous it could be, and also deduced that much more than that was needed to defeat it. Stay alert, this isn't over, she warned the others. Ugh, damn it. The hollow stood up growling. You're strong, he said, knowing he shouldn't underestimate his prey. So you can talk, creature, said Mocha, smiling confidently. What are you? Why do you want to know? You're going to die anyway, said the hollow. Looks like you're having trouble, said another hollow that emerged from between the trees. This one was shorter than the one that attacked Mocha, but no less imposing, and tentacles protruded from its back. Weren't you planning on inviting me to the party? A third hollow appeared, resembling a worm and with saw-like teeth. Mocha gritted her teeth. Shit. This is bad, she thought. One creature was dangerous, but working as a team they could get the situation under control. But 3 was already a dangerous number for the Yokai group. 3 against 1 isn't fair. We'll have to balance things out, Mizer said, raising her guard. The appearance of the other hollows ignited Coco's fury. Damn you. I won't let you hurt One-sama. She shouted, raising her spiked bat even more vigorously. She stood next to Mocha, ready to face the enemies. Mocha felt some relief at seeing her friend and younger sister supporting her, but she was still afraid of what might happen. Those creatures were dangerous. On the other hand, Sukyun felt helpless for not being able to do much to help his friends since he was a human without any powers. A familiar voice caught his attention. "Sukyun, girls!" shouted Kurumu, who came flying. "What the heck are those?" "Kurumu-chan," greeted Sukyun. "They are the creatures we were looking for," said Mizer, who was on guard. "They're strong and dangerous, we'll have to work as a team to win," Mocha said without taking her eyes off the group of hollows. "Enough said," said the larger hollow, aiming its arm and firing a burst of spikes. The sudden attack took Mocha by surprise, and she didn't know what to do. If she dodged the shot, the spikes would hit Sukyun, who was standing behind her. To her surprise, a hooded man dressed in black appeared in front of her, blocking the attack with a massive sword. Ichigo turned his head slightly to glance quickly at Mocha and the group behind her, but without diverting his attention from the gaps. He maintained his firm stance, with Zangetsu firmly held in front of him. He didn't speak a word, but the intensity in his eyes shone with determination. Mocha felt a deep relief to see that the attack had been blocked. Her surprised expression transformed into a mixture of gratitude and curiosity. "Who is this man?" she thought. "Thank you," she murmured, unsure if the hooded man had heard her. Could this be the same man the students told us about? Sukyun wondered, gaping at the mysterious warrior. He couldn't believe the skill and perfect timing of the man who had appeared out of nowhere to save them. "Incredible," he said in a low voice, more to himself than to the others. "Let's keep our guard up. We don't know if he's on our side," Mizer warned, her eyes narrowing in suspicion, but also admiration. "Whoever it is, he has impressive skills. But can we trust him?" she thought. Coco was initially ready to launch into combat, but the appearance of the hooded man stopped her in her tracks. She looked to her older sister, searching for a sign of what to do. Kurumu landed next to the group as she tried to process the situation. She was impressed by the hooded figure's dramatic entrance and swordsmanship. "That man, could he be our ally?" she asked, though her tone suggested she wanted to trust him now. The three hollows stepped back momentarily, surprised by the unexpected intervention. The largest of them growled, clearly irritated. "What the hell is a Shinigami doing here?" he roared, showing his sharp fangs. "Un-Shinigami?" murmured Kasi al unisono Mocha, Mizer, Kurumu White Sukyun. The hooded man was silent for a moment, then responded in a firm voice. "I'm here to make sure you don't hurt anyone else." The air was filled with palpable tension as both sides prepared for a clash. The hollows, furious at the interruption, were preparing to launch another attack. But before they could move, the hooded man raised his sword, emitting an energy so powerful it stopped everyone in their tracks. "Get ready," the hooded figure said, his voice resonating with authority. "This is far from over." Mocha, Sukyun, Mizer, Kokoa, and Kurumu exchanged glances, strengthened by the hooded figure's presence. With renewed determination, they positioned themselves beside him, ready for the battle to come. Chapter 4. Battle in the Forest. Yokai Academy Forest. The sun was setting behind the trees of the lush forest, painting the sky with the colors of sunset. The calm in the landscape was interrupted by three students running hurriedly. Yukari and Kurumu had felt the explosive energy that Mocha emanates when released, and that could only mean that Sukyun or Mocha were in trouble. The two ran off, accompanied by Ichigo, who was trying to imagine what Mocha would be like in her transformation. He allowed himself a brief moment of curiosity because he hadn't detected any gaps, so he assumed Mocha must be dealing with some yokai from the academy. While it was a school for monsters, like any school, there was always the odd one out looking for trouble. He also wondered what a fight between two yokai would be like, what kind of powers they would use, and how the energy would be displayed during that battle. He also thought that he would like to face one of those yokai in a fight. He couldn't deny it. This new world awakened a curiosity he hadn't felt in a while. Ichigo was pulled from his thoughts when the combat badge in his pocket began to vibrate. A sense of urgency coursed through him as he thought about how he was going to enter his spirit form without being seen by his two friends running alongside him. Just as he was inwardly cursing, the opportunity was about to arrive like a blessing. "Hey Kurumu-chan, we'd get there faster if we flew," said Yukari. "Are we flying? Or rather, do you mean if I fly them, don't you think?" Kurumu said, somewhat annoyed. While she liked flying like any succubus, it was a pain having to carry someone, especially if it was two or more people. "Can you fly?" Ichigo asked curiously. "Yes, of course I can fly, but I'm not a free airline," Kurumu replied with a mischievous smile. "Although, I suppose I'll make an exception for you too." Kurumu spread her succubus wings with a graceful movement, her large glossy violet wings reflecting the light of the sunset. Ichigo was surprised by Kurumu's transformation. "Impressive," he said, looking at the young succubus, who couldn't help but blush at Ichigo's gaze. In the distance, a sinister howl could be heard, which shook the two girls. Damn, she's already appeared, Ichigo thought as he felt his badge vibrate more intensely. What was the desu? Said Yukari. I don't know, Ichigo said, pretending while he thought of an idea, but it came from the direction where Tsukyun and the girls are. I'll go see what's going on, Kurumu said with determination in her voice, and gracefully rose into the air. Wait Kurumu-chan, Yukari claimed, aren't you planning on taking us? Sorry, I'll get there faster if I don't bring anyone. I'll see you there, don't take long, he said, then disappeared into the air. Hey, take me. At least I'm not that heavy, Desu. Yukari shouted. Ichigo cursed the fact that she didn't take the young witch, but at least it was something. One person was easier to distract than two. Let's keep going, Yukari, Ichigo said, and they continued running. That's when Ichigo had a stupid idea, but it might just work. He took the soul candy out of his pocket and when he saw a thick bush, he faked a stumble and dove headfirst into it. Kurosaki-kun. Are you okay? Asked Yukari with concern. Ichigo quickly swallowed the mod pill leaving Kon in his body. Still inside the bush without the mod soul being able to say anything, Ichigo grabbed him by the lapels and said in a low but serious voice, follow Yukari and make sure nothing happens to her. Then he took the scarf from inside the jacket and kicked Ichi-kun out of the bush, who landed on the back of his head. Kurosaki-kun. Said Yukari, who approached the boy who was on the ground. I am fine. Come on Kurosaki-kun, Tsukyun and Mocha must be in danger, said the young witch, who took Ichi-kun's arm to lift him up and continue running. When they were far enough away, Ichigo emerged from the bush with his head already covered and with a jump shot in the direction where he felt the hollows were located. He found it more convenient and easier to move above the treetops using Shunpo. He moved quickly as he passed over Yukari and Kon, and in a few seconds he could see Kurumu in the air, who had already reached where her friends were. With a quick Shunpo, he hid behind a tree to analyze the situation. There were 3 hollows, and it seemed that they were about to confront Mizer and 2 other girls that he couldn't quite recognize. One had orange hair with 2 pigtails and was wearing a uniform that didn't look like the academy uniform. In her hand she was holding a huge spiked bat that looked heavy, but the little girl wielded it without difficulty. Then his attention focused on the silver-haired girl who was wearing the school uniform, her demonic aura emanating power and elegance at the same time. Ichigo felt a mixture of awe and respect upon seeing Mocha's true nature. So this is her true form, he thought, his eyes fixed on Mocha's figure. The strength and determination she radiated reminded him of the most powerful Shinigami he had met in Soul Society. His contemplation ended when he saw one of the hollows move his arm to point at Mocha. He knew she was preparing an attack and moved in a swift burst to intercept the spikes she had shot at him with his sword. Holding Zangetsu steady, he turned slightly to look at the surprised faces of his new friends. Then he returned his attention to the 3 hollows. Thank you, he could hear Mocha murmuring. Then he heard the others murmuring, but his attention was already focused on the 3 hollows, who momentarily stepped back, surprised by the unexpected intervention. The largest of them growled, clearly irritated. What the hell is a Shinigami doing here? He roared, showing his sharp fangs. Damn, this idiot will betray me, thought Ichigo, who remained silent for a moment while he heard his friends murmuring, then he answered with a firm voice. I'm here to make sure you don't harm anyone else, he said, sensing the tension in the air. When he saw the hollows moving to attack, he raised his Zanpakuto, increasing his spiritual energy, causing the hollows to stop. Get ready, this is far from over, Ichigo said, watching as his friends stood by his side, ready for battle. In a moment, he locked eyes with Mocha. The vampire's red eyes bored into his, and they both felt an instant connection. Mocha, in her true form, recognized in Ichigo a similar strength, a determination and power beyond the ordinary. Ichigo felt a protective impulse and a deep respect for Mocha. I won't let anything happen to her. Listen carefully, said Ichigo, taking the lead in organizing the attack. You two, he pointed to Mocha, and Coco will take care of the worm, he said, pointing to the hole that looked like a larva. You guys take the one on the left, he indicated to Mizer and Kurumu. Leave the thorny one to me, he stared at the hole that was covered in spikes. Their weak point is their masks, if you destroy them they die, he said as a last instruction. Everyone nodded and prepared to attack. Let's do it, said Mocha, and everyone moved forward. Ichigo didn't care that she gave the order to attack, he felt that the vampire had enough strength to lead. Ichigo advanced towards his rival, moving from one side to the other, with Shunpo dodging the spikes that the hollow fired, and in an instant he was behind it, moving his Zanpakuto, causing a cut on its back, making the creature let out a howl of pain. On the other hand, Mocha and Cocoa charged at their enemy, who shot a transparent substance at them, which they both managed to dodge. It turned out to be a corrosive substance, as the ground where it made contact began to dissolve, emitting vapors. Get ready, Coco, Mocha told her little sister, and in a couple of quick strides, she was at the side of the hole, giving it a powerful kick to the stomach, lifting it a few meters in the air. Cocoa took advantage of the fact that the large worm was suspended in the air, and with a roar, she swung her enormous spiked bat, sending the whole flying through the air. Cocoa smiled happily to be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with her sister. She admired her speed and strength. All she wanted was to be able to prove that she was on par, that she was worthy of being called a vampire. Well done, Mocha said with a small trace of warmth that was enough to make the little vampire even more excited. Elsewhere, Mizur and Kurumu were attacking the hollow with tentacles on its back, combining their abilities. Mizur was shooting ice projectiles from the ground, which weren't lethal to the hollow, but kept it at bay. Kurumu attacked through the air, dodging and slashing tentacles that sought to trap her. Her aerial acrobatics were graceful and kept her safe from her enemy. At that moment, Yukari and Ichikan arrived where Tsukune was. "Tsukune-san, what's going on?" Yukari asked, alarmed. "What are the girls fighting against?" "They are the creatures we were investigating." Tsukune couldn't finish answering because a tentacle grabbed his foot and dragged him across the floor while the boy shouted. "Tsukune!" shouted Kurumu, who swooped down and with her claws cut the tentacle that held her friend. "Thank you, Kurumu-chan," said Tsukune, who was helped up by Ichikan. Yukari decided to intervene, and with a wave of her wand, she made dozens of flying cards appear that hit the hole, causing only superficial injuries. Mizur and Kurumu stared at each other, nodding their heads. "It's time, Kurumu," said the snow woman. "Okay, Mizur, let's see how our new technique works," said the succubus as she took her friend's hand. "Black and white duet." The two shouted in unison. "First waltz, overture." They finished saying that and under the hollow's feet the ground transformed into ice, as if it were a skating rink. The hollow skated, falling heavily to the ground. At the same time, the hollow covered in spikes, received an upward blow to the jaw from Coco's bat that made him stumble. Ichigo and Mocha looked at each other to combine an attack and moved. The Shinigami slashed with his left foot with his sword, while Mocha with a low kick swept her right foot, knocking the hollow backwards, who fell on top of the other, who was knocked down by the Yokai duo. Her spike stuck into the body of the other hollow, who howled in pain. This gave Kurumu an idea, who rose into the air and dropped onto the stomach of the hollow with the spikes, so that the spikes would dig deeper into the other's body. Ichigo rose into the air, raising his Zanpakuto above his head. "Move aside, Kurumu," he shouted to the succubus, who threw off the two creatures. Ichigo charged his sword with spiritual energy and fired Jutsuga Tensho. A huge wave of blue energy came out of his sword and impacted the two gaps, causing a huge explosion that raised a cloud of dust. Everyone covered themselves with their hands from the shockwave and the dust. Everyone except Mocha, who watched with wide eyes in amazement. "That power is incredible," she thought. Although she was used to her own strength, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and curiosity about his power. Cocoa, still holding her bat, looked at the boy in amazement. "That was impressive," she exclaimed, her voice full of admiration, but feeling frustrated because she now wanted to have a power like that to impress her sister. Kurumu, who was in the air at the moment of the explosion, flinched slightly but quickly regained her composure. Her eyes shone with admiration and surprise. Mizur, who normally appeared calm, was visibly impressed, feeling respect and curiosity about the identity of the hooded man. Tsukune was stunned and speechless, grateful that someone with such power was on his side. "Wow, that was amazing," Yukari said in amazement. Her curiosity about the hooded figure's identity grew even stronger. The dust cloud dissipated and the two hollows could be seen fading into ash and disappearing into the air. "Wow, it seems he knows how to deal with these things," said Mocha with an admiring tone as she looked at the hooded man who remained motionless in the sky. "Hey Kurumu, how does he know your name?" asked Mizur, who, coming out of her astonishment, returned to being the analytical and cold observer. "I don't know," said Kurumu, coming to her senses. The stranger had called her by name. "Hey you, where do you know me from?" he asked as he flew up to the anonymous warrior. "Damn, I screwed up," Ichigo thought sternly. He had inadvertently made a mistake. Luckily for him, the larva-shaped hollow appeared on the scene, diverting everyone's attention. "There's still one left," exclaimed Tsukune. The hollow, seeing that his two companions were eliminated, felt at a disadvantage and decided to retreat. "Damn Shinigami, you're going to pay for this. You won't catch me," he said, burrowing into the ground, leaving a large hole. "He's escaping," exclaimed Kurumu. "I won't allow it," Ichigo said with determination, disappearing in a shumpo. "He's fast," Mocha thought, barely able to keep up with the hooded man's movements. His speed was comparable to that of a werewolf. The vampire inevitably felt the urge to follow the stranger. She felt the urgency to find out who he was, and with a single leap, she took off in pursuit. "One-sama, where are you going?" Cocoa asked, watching her sister leave in a hurry. "Hey wait," said Kurumu, who also flew away behind Mocha. "How impulsive those two are," said Mizur. "Will they be okay?" Tsukune looked worried as he looked in the direction where his friends went. Mizur put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, they know how to take care of themselves." They also have the protection and support of the hooded Shinigami Desu, added Yukari. It's true, that's what the creatures called the hooded man. Why would that be? Sukyun wondered. Maybe because he was dressed in black like the Grim Reaper, said Ichikan, trying to divert the focus of attention. I remember hearing about Shinigami, Yukari said, placing her index finger in front of her mouth in an analytical stance. They are powerful beings in charge of maintaining balance in the spirit world. I'd have to do a little more research, the little witch said, thinking about going to the library later. Shit, this looks bad. How much will they be able to find out about the Shinigami and Soul Society? I'll have to tell Ichigo, Ichikan thought, tensing up upon hearing what the young witch knew about the Shinigami. Okay, but for now we should return to the academy. It's getting dark, said Sukyun. You're right, we'd better wait for the girls at the academy, suggested Mizuru as she took Sukyun by the arm and started walking. She thought this would be her chance to spend some time alone with her beloved. Mizuru-san. What do you think you're doing? Yukari protested, rushing to take Sukyun's other arm. Behind them was Ichikan, who turned around to see the young vampire standing with her arms crossed and an angry expression on her face. Aren't you coming with us? Asked the mod soul. Kokoa snorted. Fine, I'll go with you, she said resignedly, having nothing else to do. They all started walking towards the academy and the young vampire stood next to Yukari. Hey, I want to investigate with you too. I want to know more about the Shinigami, he said to the little witch in a serious tone. Yukari looked at her curiously and then smiled. She knew Mocha's little sister was a bit capricious and troublesome, but she could see genuine interest in her gaze. Really? I thought you only liked fights and displays of strength, she said. Kokoa frowned. That too, but there's something about that Shinigami. He's strong and mysterious. I want to understand that strength he has. So is it a quest for power? Yukari asked, tilting her head. Yes, that's right, the vampire sighed, looking at the sky that was beginning to show the first stars. I would like to have a power like that to impress one Isama. Sukyun watched Kokoa empathetically. He had always felt a strong connection with Mocha and understood Kokoa's desire to impress her. We can investigate together, Kokoa-chan said, Yukari adjusting her hat. Help me gather information and together we can find out more about the Shinigami. Kokoa nodded with determination in her eyes as she continued walking with the group toward the academy. In another part of the forest, Kurumu was flying with all her might, trying to keep up with Mocha, but little by little the distance was widening, ever wider, until she lost sight of her completely. She stopped in midair and landed on a high branch of a tree, breathing with some difficulty. Damn, Mocha, you're fast, she said resignedly. She paused for a moment to catch her breath and then took to the air. She huffed in frustration at having lost track of him. Kurumu looked in the direction where she had last seen Mocha. She knew she couldn't give up so easily. I'll catch up to you, Mocha, she said determinedly as she launched herself in the same direction again, trying to fly as fast as possible, following any clues that might point the right way. What Kurumu didn't know was that Mocha was also having a hard time keeping up with the hooded Shinigami. It seemed like he was going to lose sight of him, but every now and then he closed a gap because he stopped, perhaps to track the creature he was chasing, but then he shot off at great speed. Mocha felt a mixture of frustration and admiration. Frustration because, despite her speed as a vampire, she couldn't keep up with the Shinigami. Every time he stopped, Mocha took the opportunity to close in, but as soon as he moved again, she fell behind. How can he be so fast? Mocha thought, feeling a touch of helplessness. But at the same time, that speed and determination impressed her. There was something about that Shinigami that aroused her curiosity and respect. Her heart was pounding, not only from the physical exertion, but also from the thrill of the chase. There was an urgency in her desire to catch up with the hooded man, to understand who he was and what motivated him. I must know him, I must understand that power, Mocha thought with determination. Despite the difficulty, she wasn't willing to give up. The thought of finding out more about the mysterious Shinigami and possibly getting answers kept her going. With each pause from the Shinigami, Mocha renewed her resolve, taking a quick breath before launching into pursuit again, her mind focused on the figure she was barely able to keep in sight. For his part, Ichigo was focused on following the hollow, knowing it intended to flee. That's why he followed at a safe distance to discover where the hollows entered and exited. Despite moving underground, he could follow it by the spiritual energy it emanated. He could also sense that he was being followed. Extending his senses, he was able to identify Mocha coming about 100 meters away, and much farther behind was Kurumu. How persistent they are, he thought with admiration and respect for Mocha and Kurumu, for their bravery and determination. I have to keep them safe, but I also have to be careful. I can't let them find out who I am, not yet, Ichigo thought, as he continued to track the hollow. He soon realized where the hollow was heading, and the pieces began to fall into place. The entrance to the tunnel leading to the human world was the key. That entrance was possibly where the hollows had broken through. If that was where the creature was heading, then his hypothesis would be confirmed. Ichigo accelerated in a whirlwind, leaving Mocha behind. Kurumu had disappeared from his range of perception a few moments ago, and he assumed she couldn't keep up, falling behind. He continued at full speed, moving ahead of the hollow to position himself at the tunnel entrance. Shit. I lost sight of him, Mocha said in frustration. She realized that the Shinigami wasn't using his full speed. However, she kept moving as fast as her body allowed. Then she realized she was reaching the entrance of the tunnel. That place brought back nostalgia. That's where Tsukune had first released his seal. She also remembered some fights she had there. This place, she thought, filled with images from the past. Mocha stopped several meters from the entrance when she saw the Shinigami draw his enormous sword. She was panting slightly and began to feel the sweat on her skin. It had been a while since she had pushed herself like this. From the earth emerged the hollow, which was about to exit through the tunnel, but it ran into Ichigo. The hollow hesitated for a moment and, seeing that it had no choice but to fight, charged at Ichigo with a loud roar. "You're not passing," Ichigo said firmly, his voice echoing through the tunnel entrance. Then he roared and charged into battle, dodging the attack and countering with a combination of powerful and lethal moves. His fighting style was like a storm of slashes, a pure demonstration of speed and power. Mocha watched the battle intently, impressed by the hooded Shinigami's skill and strength. She couldn't help but feel intrigued by him, but she also knew her priority was to understand what was happening to the creatures. "Tsukune, I wish you were here," Mocha thought, feeling a pang of melancholy and sadness. But she quickly regained her focus. This wasn't the time to get lost in the past. Kurumu arrived soon after, landing next to Mocha, bending down with her hands on her knees and panting. "What's going on?" he asked, his eyes wide open as he watched the intense battle. "A Shinigami is facing the creature," Mocha replied, without taking her eyes off the fight. With one last powerful blow, Ichigo managed to slice the hollow's mask in half, causing it to disappear in a cloud of spirit particles. He turned to the girls, his face shadowed by his hood, and nodded briefly. "You shouldn't be here," he said in a serious but not hostile voice. "This place is dangerous." Mocha took a step forward with her gaze firm. "We want to know who you are and what's going on," she said determinedly. "We can't just stand idly by while these things happen." Ichigo sighed, aware of Mocha and Kurumu's determination. "Okay, give me a second," he said resignedly, thinking of giving a brief explanation. Well, with his senses, he searched the area to make sure there were no other hollows lurking. When he didn't find anything, he relaxed and began to speak. "I'm here to eliminate creatures like these. They're called hollows, and it seems they're entering through this tunnel," he said, turning around to look at the tunnel. "I have to report this. I'm sorry, but I can't say much more. I'm supposed to be undercover." Mocha and Kurumu looked at him intently, processing what they had just heard. Kurumu frowned, clearly frustrated by the lack of information. "Incognito? What are you talking about?" she asked impatiently. "We've been following you because we want to know who you are and why you're here." Mocha, on the other hand, was calmer, but equally curious. "We understand there are things you can't say, but we're involved in this now," she said firmly. "We want to help. We can't ignore what's happening with these hollows." "I appreciate your willingness, but this is very dangerous," he said seriously. "I need to inform my superiors and take the necessary measures to seal this tunnel. I can't risk anything happening to you," he said as he put his sword away, placing it on his back and approaching the tunnel entrance, extending his senses to scan the tunnel. Kurumu crossed her arms, determined not to be deterred. "Don't underestimate us. We've faced danger before," he replied. "We can help." Mocha nodded, supporting her friend. "If you really want to protect us, then let us help. Together we can do more," he said with conviction. "Hey. We're talking to you," Kurumu protested to Ichigo, who was still standing with his back to her, searching for traces of spiritual energy. She didn't detect any opening on the other side of the tunnel. It seemed the area was clear, at least for now. "There are no more hollows in the area. It's safe for now," he said. "I'll inform my superiors and make sure this tunnel is sealed." With that, Ichigo turned around and disappeared in a shunpo, leaving the girls behind. Mocha and Kurumu were silent for a moment, processing what had just happened. "So there's more to this than we thought," Kurumu said, finally breaking the silence. Mocha nodded, looking at the tunnel entrance. "We have to keep investigating. We can't let this go unnoticed," she replied. "Let's go back to the academy," she told her friend, and they both walked toward the academy. "I see you and Mizer have been training," said Mocha, giving the succubus a slight smile. "You have improved a lot." Kurumu, surprised by Mocha's remark, smiled broadly. Despite the tense situation, she felt proud of the effort and progress she and Mizer had made. "Thank you, Mocha. We've really been training hard to defeat you when we have to fight for Tsukune's heart," said Kurumu with a mischievous smile, but with some truth in the tone of her voice. Inner Mocha, hearing Kurumu's words, felt a pang of nostalgia and sadness. She had decided to separate herself from her other self and let Tsukyun go. She knew it was time to be honest with Kurumu. "You won't have to worry about that anymore," Mocha murmured. "That? Kurumu, there's something I need to tell you," Mocha said seriously, stopping and looking her friend in the eyes. Kurumu noticed the change in Mocha's tone and her smile faded, showing concern. "What's wrong, Mocha?" he asked, moving a little closer. Mocha took a deep breath, preparing her words. "I've decided to let Tsukyun go," she said firmly but with sadness in her voice. "Ahmed already told him and Mizer, but I wanted you to know too. It's not just for him, but for myself. I feel like I don't have any more chances with Tsukyun and I need to move on and find my own path. That's why I also decided to separate from Ahmed so we can each move on with our own lives." Kurumu fell silent, processing what Mocha had just said. Her eyes filled with tears as she understood her friend's sacrifice. "Mocha, you don't have to do this alone," she said, her voice shaking. "We're your friends and we're here for you, no matter what." Mocha smiled sadly, grateful for Kurumu's support. "I know, and I'm very grateful," she replied. "But it's something I need to do for myself. I want to find my own path and not be tied to something that no longer has a future." Kurumu looked at her with understanding and determination, taking Mocha's hand. "If this is your decision, I will respect it," he said firmly. "But I want you to know that I will always be here for you, no matter what. You are not alone." Mocha squeezed Kurumu's hand, feeling the warmth and support of her friend. "Thank you, Kurumu. That means a lot to me," he said sincerely. "Now, let's head back to the academy and see what else we can find out about these hollows and the hooded Shinigami." Kurumu nodded and both girls continued their way to the academy, feeling closer and determined to face any challenge that awaited them. Back at the academy, the girls ran into Tsukyun and Mizer in the hallway. Mocha decided it was a good time to talk to Tsukyun privately. "Tsukyun, can we talk on the terrace?" Mocha asked with a serious expression. Tsukyun nodded, noticing the urgency in Mocha's voice. "Sure Mocha-san, let's go," he replied, and they both headed towards the terrace, leaving Kurumu and Mizer behind. Kurumu watched Mocha and Tsukyun walk away, a mixture of curiosity and concern on her face. "What do you think they're going to talk about?" Kurumu asked, turning to Mizer. Mizer, always calm, stared in the direction they had gone. "It's probably something important," he replied calmly. "Mocha has been different lately. Maybe it's related to her decision to separate from her other self." Kurumu nodded, remembering the conversation she had with Mocha shortly before. "Yes, he mentioned it to me. He's decided to let Tsukyun go and find his own way," Kurumu said, her tone reflecting both sadness and understanding. "I knew it was a big deal, but I didn't expect him to talk to him so soon." Mizer tilted her head thoughtfully. "She's always been strong, but this must be really hard for her," she commented. "And for Tsukyun too. They've supported each other for so long." "You're right," Kurumu sighed, crossing her arms. "But I think it's best for her. She needs to find her own path and we should support her in that." Mizer nodded slowly. "Yes, we will always be here for her, no matter what she decides," she said with determination. Kurumu smiled, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie and support. "So, how about we give them some space and go to the cafeteria for a drink? We could plan the article for the newspaper. I have some juicy information about the hooded guardian," the succuba said enthusiastically. Mizer nodded again, her expression softening slightly. "Sounds good," she replied with a slight smile. "Besides, it's always good to have something interesting for the newspaper. I'm curious to hear what you have on this so-called Shinigami." Kurumu smiled widely, happy to have Mizer's company and to be able to distract herself a little. They both headed towards the dining room. While Mocha and Tsukyun, who had just arrived, were on the terrace, the vampire approached the railing, took a deep breath, contemplating the stars that were beginning to appear in the night sky. "Tsukyun, there is something important I need to know," she began, turning to look him in the eyes. "Yes, tell me, Mocha-san. What do you want to know?" he asked with a mixture of curiosity, fear, and respect. He knew her well for her strong and irascible character, but he still respected her. "If you had to choose between Ahmed and me, who would you stay with?" said Mocha. "Please be honest with me," she added. Tsukyun remained silent for a moment, sensing the seriousness of Mocha's question. He knew he couldn't avoid an honest answer, even though the subject was sensitive. "Mocha-san," he began, taking a deep breath. "You're both important to me. Ahmed and you are two parts of the same being, and I can't imagine one without the other." Inner Mocha watched him closely, her eyes searching for any hint of doubt or hesitation. "But if I had to choose," continued Tsukyun, swallowing hard, "I think I would choose Ahmed. She's the first one I met, the one who taught me about this world and showed me what it means to be a friend and an ally." Mocha nodded slowly, feeling a mixture of sadness and acceptance inside her. "I understand," he said softly, turning back to the railing to look at the stars. That's what I needed to know. Sukyun took a step forward, wanting to comfort her in some way. But that doesn't mean I don't value you, Moka-san, he added sincerely. You are incredibly strong and brave. I will always respect you and consider you a very close friend. Moka smiled slightly, though there was sadness in her eyes. I know, Sukyun. And that's why I've made a decision, he said resolutely. I'm going to separate from Ahmed. I want her to be free to be with you without feeling torn. I want to find my own path. Sukyun looked at her thinking about what Moka had told him externally. Are you sure about this, Moka-san? He asked with concern. Yes, I'm sure, Moka replied firmly. It's best for both of us. Sukyun nodded slowly, respecting her decision even though he found it hard to accept. Then I'll support you in whatever you need, he said with conviction. I'll always be here for you, Moka-san. Inner Moka nodded gratefully, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. Thank you, Sukyun. That means a lot to me, she replied, looking back at the stars. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a moment. Of course, Moka-san said, Sukyun taking Moka's hand to give her the rosary. He turned around and walked away thoughtfully. When Sukyun left, Moka was left alone on the terrace, deep in thought. It was then that she heard a faint noise behind her. Turning, she saw Ruby emerging from the shadows, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Ruby? What are you doing here? Moka asked, surprised. Ruby looked down, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Moka. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but when I saw you and Sukyun were alone together, I couldn't help but feel curious, she admitted. I overheard the whole conversation, and I was surprised by your decision. Moka sighed and nodded, understanding Ruby's curiosity. It's okay, Ruby. Don't worry. It's a decision I've been considering for a long time, Moka said in a calm tone. Ruby came a little closer, with an empathetic expression on her face. Come with me, Moka-san, I know someone who can help you. Moka looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and surprise, wondering who this person would be who would help her separate from Ahmed Moka and thus fulfill her wish for freedom. Perhaps that goal was closer than she expected. Chapter 5. Looks. Director's office. The candlelight burning in the academy headmaster's office dimly illuminated the place, giving it a gloomy and solemn appearance. There sat Akashiya Moka in her released form, with her long silver hair and blood-red eyes, sitting at the solid wooden desk in front of the academy headmaster, who watched her intently as she, undeterred by the devilish monk's appearance, spoke to him sincerely and bluntly. Mr. Director, I came here on Ruby's recommendation. She told me that you can help me separate myself from my other self. Is that true? Said Moka, who in her heart hoped that Mikagami could help her. It was known that he was one of the 3 Dark Lords, the oldest and most powerful yokai in the world. And tell me, Akashiya Moka, what motivates you to want to separate from your other personality? He asked with a dark voice. I want to be free. I want to live my life without depending on my other self, to follow my own path without being locked up in this rosary, she said firmly, throwing the rosary onto the desk. Besides, it seems to be weakening. You should check it, she added. Mikagami leaned forward, clasping his hands on the desk as he watched the rosary Moka had thrown. I understand your desire for freedom, Moka, he said in a slow voice. Do you know why your powers were sealed? He asked, taking the rosary. So you can attend school in the human world, isn't that right? He replied, realizing from the way the principal spoke to him that those weren't the real reasons why his powers were sealed. That's not really the reason, Mikagami said, leaning back in his chair. Your powers have been sealed to keep Alucard, the first Shinso, the most feared of the ancient vampires, asleep. Your blood is linked to Alucard's. If your powers are fully unleashed, you could awaken that creature. Moka frowned, processing the information. So there's no way I can be free without endangering others? He asked, though his tone was more of a defiant statement than a question. The director nodded slowly. There is a way, he replied, his eyes twinkling. Perhaps a new rosary can be created that seals only your powers, leaving your consciousness intact. Moka, after processing what the director proposed, shook her head, more determined than ever. I don't want Ahmed to disappear, she said firmly. I want us both to be able to exist freely, each with our own identity. After all, she's protected me for so many years, and it wouldn't be fair for her to disappear like that. Mikagami turned in his chair, contemplating Moka's proposal. After a few moments of silence, he spoke again. I think there's a way to help you. Is it really possible? Said Moka, almost jumping out of her chair, her eyes shining with excitement. That's right, we can perform a ritual to remove your other self, he said as he stood up from the chair. It will be like an exorcism, but instead of destroying the soul we will remove, we would have to transfer it to another body. He put his hands to his chin thoughtfully. However, I have to speak with some contacts to prepare everything necessary for your division. When I have any news, I will let you know. "Thank you, I really appreciate it," Director said Mocha with a tone of gratitude that came from the bottom of her heart. "In the meantime, we must keep your powers sealed," he said, returning the rosary to her. "Okay, that's how it will be." She took the rosary and headed towards the door. "I'll wait for your call," she said before leaving. The director nodded and Mocha opened the door to leave when she collided head-on with Ichigo, who was in his human form about to enter the office. The impact was light, but enough for Mocha to drop the rosary, letting it fall to the floor. Ichigo took Mocha by the shoulders to stabilize her, their gazes met, and time seemed to stop for a moment. Mocha felt a mixture of surprise and frustration when she collided with Ichigo. Her heart raced and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, but her vampire pride made her react with an annoyed tone. "Watch where you're going," she exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger. However, seeing Ichigo's sincere and concerned expression quickly subsided. She looked down, trying to hide her confusion and the blush on her cheeks. Ichigo was also surprised by the encounter. Feeling Mocha so close gave him a strange feeling, a mix of worry and something else he couldn't quite identify. Seeing the rosary fall, his instinct to protect her kicked in. "I'm sorry, it was my fault," Ichigo said calmly, gently letting go of her and bending down to pick up the rosary before her. Mocha's anger completely faded at Ichigo's kindness. As he handed her the rosary, their fingers briefly brushed, causing a small spark of electricity between them. They looked at each other again, this time with a more palpable connection. "Thank you," Mocha murmured, taking the rosary from his hands, her fingers trembling slightly as she did so. Recovering from her surprise, Mocha frowned slightly and asked, "What are you doing in the principal's office?" Ichigo, aware that he couldn't reveal his true mission, quickly improvised. "Oh, I came to deliver some documents from the journalism club. Kurumu asked me to do it because she was busy with other things." Mocha eyed him suspiciously for a moment but decided not to press the issue. She nodded slowly, accepting the excuse. "I understand. Well, I have to go," she said, giving him one last look before turning to leave. As she walked away, her thoughts began to flutter around the recent encounter. She couldn't help but feel there was something familiar about Ichigo, something in his gaze and energy that reminded her of the Shinigami from earlier this afternoon. What was that? Mocha thought as she walked down the hallway. His energy is similar to the Shinigami's, but how could that be possible? Ichigo was even present when the Shinigami appeared. While she didn't pay much attention to him during the battle, Mocha could see out of the corner of her eye how Ichigo arrived with Yukari and helped Sukyun to his feet. Mocha didn't know that the one she saw was Kon in Ichigo's body. Besides, that feeling of security and power he emanated, it's like I've known him before. He brought a hand to his chest, trying to calm the sudden pounding of his heart. It can't be. I must be imagining things. But what if I'm not? Determined not to let her emotions get the better of her, Mocha decided to remain vigilant. If there was more to Ichigo, she'd find out in time. But for now, she had to focus on her own mission. Ichigo watched Mocha leave, closed the door behind him, and walked over to Mikagami's desk, trying to shake the encounter with Mocha from his mind. "Ichigo, just in time," Mikagami said, taking his seat again. "Hello, Mikagami," Ichigo replied with a serious tone, but with his irreverent way that always characterizes him. Mikagami leaned back in his chair, watching Ichigo with interest. "What did you discover?" he asked, getting to the point. "I've confirmed that the hollows are entering through the tunnel near the academy boundary," Ichigo reported, crossing his arms. His eyes reflected a mixture of concern and determination. "We must seal it before the situation gets out of hand." Mikagami nodded slowly, considering the information. "It was as I feared. We'll take action immediately. You've done a good job, Ichigo." Ichigo relaxed slightly upon hearing the principal's acknowledgement, but his mind remained on the encounter with Mocha. There was something about her, a strength and vulnerability, that drew him in a way he couldn't quite explain. "In the meantime," Ichigo continued, "I suggest we do some surveillance patrols at the tunnel entrance. Ruby and I could take turns until you can seal it properly." Mikagami nodded, appreciating Ichigo's initiative. "Good idea. I'll inform Ruby of your proposal. Coordination will be crucial to prevent further incursions." "Fine, I'll have the first round while you inform Ruby," Ichigo said, but before turning to leave, he frowned, noticing something strange in the room. "Mikagami, we're not alone, are we?" Mikagami raised an eyebrow, but then smiled slightly. "Your senses are keen, Ichigo. You may show yourself, Fuhai." In one corner, a square formed with the consistency of glass, shattering until it exploded into 1,000 pieces. It was an invisibility screen, and behind it stood a short white-haired old man with pointy ears, multiple wrinkles, and dark glasses. "We finally meet, Kurosaki Ichigo. A pleasure, my name is Tahu Fuhai," said the old man with a resonant voice. "Likewise, Fuhai," Ichigo replied, nodding his head. Yuhai is one of the 3 Dark Lords, and we were discussing the movements of an organization called Fairy Tail. The director began to explain. This organization seeks to destabilize the peace between the yokai and humans, seeking to unleash a war that would lead the world to great chaos. An organization that seeks to cause chaos. Ichigo said with a serious tone in his voice. It seems serious. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Yuhai nodded in approval. Thank you, Kurosaki-san. Your strength and determination will be of great help. Mikagami was also pleased with the boy's resolve. We're counting on you then, Ichigo. Your commitment and skills will be crucial to keeping the peace. Okay, I'm off to do the first round of surveillance. I'll let you know if I have any news, Ichigo said, turning around and leaving the 2 Dark Lords alone, who remained silent for a moment. Yuhai was the first to break the silence, adjusting his glasses and looking closely at the place where Ichigo had been moments before. He's an exceptional young man, Yuhai said thoughtfully. His strength is undeniable, but what truly stands out is his determination and sense of duty. He will be a valuable ally in the dark times ahead. Mikagami nodded, crossing his arms as he leaned against his desk. Yes, Ichigo has an iron will and a kind heart. He's someone you can trust, the director said. There's also a connection with Mocha that's interesting. Seeing how they interacted, I realized there's something deeper there. If a bond between them were to strengthen, it could be crucial to Ichigo becoming even more committed to confronting Fairy Tail. Yuhai looked at the director with interest. You're talking about Mocha. What do you think of her decision to separate from her other self? Mikagami sighed, his expression growing more serious. It's a difficult and dangerous decision, but a necessary one. Alucard's existence represents a threat we can't ignore. Since she's the key to Alucard's awakening, her determination to separate herself is a miracle. It'll be like having 2 parts of a key. Fairy Tail will need to reunite the 2 to achieve what she wants. Yuhai rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on Mikagami as he processed her words. I understand your reasoning, Mikagami. Splitting the key into 2 parts could complicate Fairy Tail's plans, Yuhai said, his resonant voice filling the room. However, there are certain risks we cannot overlook. Mikagami nodded slowly. I'm aware of the risks, Yuhai. But what do you think in detail? First, the separation itself. Yuhai sat down in the chair, leaning forward slightly. We don't know for sure how this will affect Mocha. She may weaken, or there may be unforeseen consequences to her personality and powers. Separating such a powerful entity is no simple task, and even less so without side effects. Mikagami gave a faint smile. This is where I have a solution that might put your mind at ease. We're not talking about splitting a body in the traditional way. What we'd be doing is extracting the mind and soul from the external Mocha and placing them in a body, specifically a Gigai. Yuhai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Gigai? You mean the artificial bodies Urahara makes? Mikagami approached firmly. Exactly. Urahara is a genius in these matters. With his help, we can create a compatible Gigai for the external Mocha, allowing her to exist independently without affecting her health or powers. Yuhai pondered this for a moment, his expression softening. That sounds much more feasible and less risky. Urahara has an impeccable reputation in these matters. Are you sure he'll be able to help us? I'm sure he can. Tomorrow he'll come inspect the tunnel to see what to do about the threat of the hollows. I'll talk to him about helping us with Mocha's situation as well. Knowing how curious he is, given his scientific nature, he won't be able to resist investigating this case and helping us solve it. Especially if this represents a challenge for him. Yuhai nodded, showing a mixture of relief and determination. If Urahara is willing to help, then we have a real chance of pulling this off without compromising Mocha's safety, Yuhai said, his voice ringing with conviction. Even so, we must proceed with caution and ensure every step is carefully planned. Mikagami nodded, sharing his companion's seriousness. Of course. We'll make sure every detail is covered. Mocha's safety and the stability of our community are our top priorities. Yuhai leaned back, relaxing his posture slightly. I appreciate your dedication and efforts. I'm confident that, with your leadership and Urahara's cooperation, we can successfully take this step. Mikagami smiled slightly, appreciating Yuhai's confidence. Thank you. I'm also confident that, with our combined skills and resources, we'll be able to overcome any obstacle that comes our way. The old man stood up, ready to leave. Then we'll proceed with this plan. Let's keep in touch and be sure to inform me of any developments. Mikagami nodded, standing up as well. I will. After speaking with Kisuke Urahara, I'll contact you to begin the preparations. They both said goodbye with a gesture of mutual respect. Mocha's room. Mocha entered her room, her thoughts still tangled up in her recent encounter with Ichigo. She closed the door behind her and walked over to the mirror, staring at her reflection. What do I feel when I'm around him? She murmured to herself, recalling the familiarity in his energy. Although she knew Ichigo was present in his human guise, there was something about his essence that confused and attracted her at the same time. With a breath, she placed the seal on the chain around her neck and the change was instantaneous. Mocha's hair turned pink, giving way to the outer Mocha, who staggered slightly from the transformation. Whenever she returned to that form, her body weakened due to the difference in power. Amit, the silver-haired vampiress, appeared in the mirror's reflection. I spoke to the director. I know, I saw and heard everything, Yura-chan, he replied, regaining some stability. So, you know there's a chance we can each have our own lives, Mocha said internally with a glimmer of hope in her red eyes. That's good. I'm really happy for you, she gave a warm smile to her reflection. Yura-chan, what happened between you and Kurosaki-kun? The pink-haired girl asked with a knowing smile. The silver-haired girl blushed slightly, looking away as she remembered her encounter with Ichigo. Nothing special, he replied, trying to sound nonchalant. It was just an accidental crash when I was leaving the principal's office. The outer Mocha smiled even wider, her expression full of mischief. Come on, Yura-chan, I know there was something more. I noticed the way you looked at him and the way he looked at you. Don't you feel there's something special between you? Yura-mocha sighed, knowing she couldn't hide her feelings from her other half. Well, it's true that there's something about him that draws me in, something familiar and comforting. But he's also very complicated. There's so much at stake with Alucard. Don't worry so much about it right now, outer Mocha said softly. Sometimes, it's important to follow what you feel. If there's a connection between you, don't ignore it. It could be something beautiful. Yura-mocha remained thoughtful for a moment, considering her other half's words. Plus they look good together, they would make a cute couple, added the pink-haired girl. Mocha blushed deeply as she imagined what her counterpart had said. The thought of being closer to Ichigo made her feel a mixture of emotions. Nervousness, excitement, and a comforting warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Amit. Mocha exclaimed, raising a hand to her face to try to hide her blush. Don't say things like that so lightly. Outer Mocha laughed softly, enjoying the moment. I'm sorry, Yura-chan, but it's the truth. I can see there's something special between you. Don't be afraid to explore that. Yura-mocha lowered her hand with her expression still a little embarrassed but also more determined. Maybe you're right, he finally admitted. But first, we need to figure out the separation. I don't want to put anyone in danger. Outer Mocha nodded, her expression more serious. I understand. But don't forget that you also deserve to be happy. And if Ichigo can be part of that happiness, then you should give yourself the chance to explore what you feel. Yura-mocha nodded slowly, a spark of determination shining in her eyes. I'll think about it. And thank you, Amit. Your words mean a lot to me. I'll always be here to support you, replied the outer Mocha with a warm smile, and even if in the future we manage to separate, you can always count on me. Thank you, Amit. You can count on my support too, said the silver-haired vampiress, her eyes filled with gratitude. Both Mochas stared at each other through the mirror, sharing a moment of understanding and resolution. I think we should rest, said Inner Mocha. It's true, it's late, said the pink-haired vampire as she began to yawn. I'll have something to eat and go to sleep. Bye, Yura-chan, she said, smiling at the mirror. See you later, Amit, she gave him a warm smile, and her image faded into the mirror. Mocha smiled with a deep sense of empathy. While separating might be risky, there was a chance it could work, and the bond Yura-mocha had formed with Ichigo was like a light peeking across the horizon of what their future new life would be like. Tunnel entrance. It was 7:30 in the morning, and the sun had already risen over the horizon, illuminating the strange landscape of the Yokai Academy grounds with its first rays. Ichigo stood with his arms crossed, pacing back and forth. It was his third round of surveillance, a round he and Ruby had arranged to take turns doing every 2 hours. So far, everything had been peaceful, too boring for Ichigo, who was somewhat tired, but his determination kept him awake. While he remained alert and vigilant, he didn't know if it was out of boredom or tiredness, but his thoughts strayed toward Mocha. He was still trying to come to terms with the fact that two such different personalities could be one and the same. The pink-haired, emerald-eyed girl seemed normal to him. Her sweet, friendly nature reminded him of his friend Orihime. While he couldn't deny her great beauty, he only saw her as a friend, like Mizur and Kurumu. The latter was a special case. With her flirtatious, seductive attitude, it seemed she had a special interest in Ichigo, and that's why he treated her politely so as not to hurt her feelings. After all, the little he knew of the young woman was enough to prove she had a good heart. Inevitably, his thoughts revolved around the inner Mocha, with her long silver hair and blood-red eyes. Those eyes, there was something in that gaze that he found almost hypnotically attractive, that determination and confidence she conveyed. She was someone strong who could take care of herself. He knew that when he fought alongside her against the Hollows. However, there was something about her that awakened his protective instinct. Why did he feel he had to protect her if she was a strong girl? Then he was alerted by an approaching presence. He quickly grabbed the scarf that was hooked around his waist, ready to cover his head when he relaxed upon realizing that it was Ruby who was walking toward him. "Good morning, Kurosaki-kun," Ruby greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Ruby," he replied, looking at her in surprise. "What are you doing here? There's still half an hour until you replace me." "I came early so you could get ready for class. It was a late night and you must be exhausted," the young witch said, looking at him with a mixture of admiration and concern. "Thanks for coming early. It's been a late night, but we've done a good job taking turns." Ruby nodded, appreciating Ichigo's effort and commitment. "That's right. Thank you for your dedication, Ichigo. Now go get some rest and get ready for class. I'll take care of the surveillance." Ichigo nodded, relieved to see Ruby arrive. Although he was tired, his mind was still active, especially with thoughts of Mocha. "Thank you, Ruby. I really appreciate it. If you notice anything unusual, please let me know right away." "I will. Don't worry," Ruby replied, taking up her sentry position. Ichigo waved goodbye, covered his head and face with his scarf, and disappeared with a bang, leaving Ruby shocked. She'd never seen him move so fast. For a moment, she thought he'd teleported away, but she could feel his unique and potent energy fading away. She wondered if he could be faster than Janae Morioka in his werewolf form. "It's incredible," she murmured to herself. "Kurosaki-kun is so strong and determined." Meanwhile, Ichigo quickly made his way to his room through the window. His human body lay on the bed, just as he had left it, with no need to lend it to Kon this time. With a sigh of relief, Ichigo slipped back into his body, immediately feeling the familiarity and comfort of being back. Opening his eyes, he stood up and stretched, feeling the tension and tiredness building in his muscles. He headed to the bathroom, ready to take a quick shower to clear his head before starting the day. As the cold water fell over his body, helping him wake up, he organized his thoughts. He remembered what Kon had told him the night before. Yukari and Mocha's younger sister were going to research the Shinigami in the library. He was annoyed to have found a space that could talk, and he also recognized the Shinigami attire. He wondered how much information girls could glean from a library. However, that didn't reassure him much since this wasn't a normal academy, therefore the library wouldn't be one either. What bothered him most about the news Kon brought was that Mizur and Kurumu were debating who the Shinigami could be and how he knew the name of the blue-haired girl. "Idiot, I'm giving them clues without realizing it," he thought to himself. He sighed, thinking that today would be a long day. He would have to be attentive and test how much his friends from the academy could find out and how close they were to finding out. So far, Kon was his best alibi. With this in mind, he stepped out of the shower, dressed in his school uniform, and quickly combed his hair. He was determined to face the day with the best attitude possible, despite his tiredness. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he poured himself a coffee, hoping it would wake him up, and he saw the journalism club members already gathered at a table. He approached, nodded to them, and slumped into a chair, trying to hide his tiredness. "Good morning, Kurosaki-kun," Yukari exclaimed, always energetic and curious. "Good morning," Ichigo replied, trying to force a smile. "Ichigo. Yukari and I found something interesting in the library last night," Kokoa said excitedly, moving a little closer to the table. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, interested but also worried about what they might have discovered. "Oh yeah? And what did you find?" "Yukari, you tell him," Kokoa said, encouraging her partner. "We found some old books that talk about Shinigami and Hollows Dezu," Yukari began, her eyes shining with excitement. "Apparently, Shinigami are responsible for maintaining the balance of the spirit world. And those hollows are soul-eating creatures, and Shinigami are in charge of eliminating them." Dezu. Ichigo tried to keep his expression neutral, though inside he was relieved they hadn't found anything more compromising. "That sounds interesting. Anything else?" "Yes," Yukari continued, smiling. "We plan to add this information to the next article in the school newspaper. I think it would be fascinating for everyone to learn more about these Dezu beings." Ichigo felt a chill. The last thing he needed was for the entire school to start researching Shinigami and hollows. "That sounds good. Just be sure to double-check your facts before publishing anything." "Of course," Yukari said cheerfully. "We're always going to be careful. But tell me, Ichigo, what do you think about all this? Isn't it amazing how there's so much we don't know about the spirit world?" Ichigo hesitated a moment before answering, weighing his words carefully. "Yes, it's impressive. There's much more to it than what we see on the surface. But sometimes, it's better not to know too much. Some things can be dangerous." Kurumu, who had been silently watching, chimed in. "You seem to be quite knowledgeable on the subject, Ichigo. Is there something you're hiding from us?" Ichigo felt a knot in his stomach but remained calm. "No, I'm just saying that some things are better not to look too deeply into. Anyway, let's focus on our classes for now. We don't want to neglect our studies." Mizur, who had been listening silently, frowned thoughtfully. By the way, Ichigo, why do you think that Shinigami knew Kurumu's name? He called her by name during the battle, didn't he? Ichigo felt his blood run cold. Maybe he heard someone call her that at some point. It's possible. Kurumu crossed her arms, staring at him. I'm not so sure. He seemed to know without a doubt. Could it be that the Shinigami is related to us in some way? Ichigo shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. I have no idea. Maybe he's been watching us all from the shadows. Anyway, there's no point in worrying about it right now. Kurumu exchanged a glance with Mizu, recalling their conversation the night before. Ichigo, Mocha and I spoke with the Shinigami last night after the battle. He told us they were working on sealing the tunnel to prevent further attacks. He seemed to know a lot about the situation. Are you sure there isn't something else we should know? Ichigo took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. The important thing is that they're working to keep us safe. If there's anything else, I'm sure they'll let us know in due time. Just then, Outer Mocha arrived, accompanied by Tsukune. The pink-haired vampire smiled at Ichigo, her emerald eyes shining with a warmth that echoed the kind and friendly nature of her outer personality. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun. Mocha greeted enthusiastically, approaching the journalism club table. Ichigo smiled back, though his mind was filled with thoughts of the inner Mocha. Good morning, Mocha, Tsukune, Ichigo replied, trying hard to keep his tone light. Outer Mocha sat down, still smiling, and looked at Ichigo curiously. She knew her other half had complicated feelings toward him, and she couldn't help but wonder how things would play out between them. Tsukune, always attentive to detail, noticed the slight tension on Ichigo's face. Is everything okay, Ichigo? You seem a little tired. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, I had trouble sleeping. But nothing to worry about. Kurumu, still intrigued, watched the interaction between Mocha and Ichigo with a mixture of interest and suspicion. And how are your dreams, Ichigo? Any nightmares about Shinigami? Ichigo laughed, trying to hide his nervousness. No, nothing like that. Just normal stuff. Mocha, eager to ease any possible tension, changed the subject. We have a lot to do at the journalism club today. We have to make sure everything is ready for the next article. Ichigo appreciated the change of subject and joined in the conversation about the club's work. But his peace of mind didn't last long, as his Shinigami badge began to vibrate, warning of the presence of a hollow tunnel entrance to the human world. Ruby stood guard while thinking about how Ichigo's arrival had proved to be a great help with his experience fighting hollows. While the young witch had already eliminated some hollows, they weren't easy to defeat and were becoming increasingly powerful. The Shinigami's help was necessary, resulting in the most effective elimination of the hollows and ultimately the discovery of where they were sneaking in. Ruby sighed, staring at the tunnel entrance with a mixture of tiredness and vigilance. She knew she had to remain vigilant to prevent further incursions. Suddenly, a cold sensation ran down her spine. Before she could react, an ethereal shadow began to materialize in front of her. The hollow had a nebulous shape, as if made of fog or shadows. Its presence was ominous, and Ruby felt a chill as the hollow reached out its hands toward her. The witch quickly swung her scepter, summoning thorny branches to envelop and capture the hollow, but it passed through them without a problem. Soon, Ruby was surrounded by a gray smoke that suffocated her, entering her nose and mouth and beginning to take possession of her. Her eyes turned white and her body remained motionless for a moment before a sinister smile spread across her face. Now I can approach that building without any problems to feed freely, Ruby said with a distorted voice, possessed by the hollow that now controlled her and was heading in the direction of the academy. Inside, Ruby could only scream to be freed without anyone being able to hear her. Tsukune, please save me. She kept repeating, watching as the despicable creature headed towards unleashing chaos without her being able to do anything to prevent it. Chapter 6. A cold look. Mizu's room. The light of dawn filtered timidly through the curtains of Mizu's room. She woke up slowly, accustomed to the cold that always accompanied her. She sat on the edge of the bed and let her feet touch the icy floor, enjoying the familiar sensation. As she prepared for the day, her thoughts returned to the conversation she had with Kurumu the night before. Her friend seemed quite annoyed at not being able to find out more about the Shinigami. He didn't want to give them much information, and that had her on edge. The only thing they knew was that creatures called hollows entered the Yokai dimension through the tunnel that connected to the human world and the Shinigami planned to seal it. But would he seal it forever? If so, how could they go to the human world? Or would he just put up a barrier against the hollows? She had more questions than answers in her head. The other mystery was why the Shinigami knew Kurumu's name. Could it be someone close to them? With all this in mind, she dressed in her usual attire and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon arriving, she joined the line to get breakfast. She watched her classmates closely, looking for any sign that they were also concerned about the Hollow's recent activity. But to her surprise, most seemed more interested in their own morning conversations and laughter. But the tray loaded with toast and a frappuccino, Mizer found a table by a window and sat down. From there, she could see the school grounds and a portion of the nearby forest. The solitary view helped her think clearly. Kurumu and I had concluded that the Shinigami seemed to be watching over the school, always present but never intervening unless necessary. That suggested he was present at the academy. It could be anyone. Mizer frowned, trying to connect the pieces of the puzzle. What do we really know about him? She wondered quietly as she took a sip of her frappuccino, enjoying the chill that always calmed her and kept her focused. At that moment Kurumu arrived. "Good morning, stalker," she said, giving her a knowing smile and winking. "Good morning Kurumu," he replied, looking up and giving her a faint smile. "Any new plans to find out more about our mysterious Shinigami?" the succubus asked. Before Mizer could answer, Yukari and Coco arrived and sat down with them. "Hello everyone." Yukari greeted enthusiastically. "What are you talking about?" Coco asked, curious. "Just from our secret mission to find out who the Shinigami is that is walking around here," Kurumu replied, winking at Coco. "By the way, Yukari and I found some information in the library," said the little vampire enthusiastically. Then Ichigo arrived looking tired, as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. He sat down to drink what appeared to be a very strong coffee. Mizer could notice his tiredness and also his energy. It was different from yesterday when he arrived with Yukari to the battle in the forest. Why were there changes in his energy? It was as if he were a different person than last night. Yukari told him everything she had learned about the Shinigami, and Mizer could notice the changes in Ichigo's expression when the little witch told him that all the information they gathered would be published in the school newspaper. It was a subtle change, but Mizer could detect it, as if tiredness had made his expressions more transparent. More noticeable was his discomfort when Kurumu asked him if he was hiding something, and the orange-haired boy denied it, trying to change the subject later. That's when the snow woman decided to intervene to see if she could dig a little deeper. "By the way, Ichigo, why do you think that Shinigami knew Kurumu's name? He called her by name during the battle, didn't he?" Ichigo felt his blood run cold. Maybe he heard someone call her that at some point. It's possible. Kurumu crossed her arms, staring at him. "I'm not so sure." He seemed to know without a doubt. Could it be that the Shinigami is related to us in some way? Ichigo downplayed the matter, but Mizer could see that his expression of nonchalance was hidden. It seemed to her that Ichigo was feeling cornered. It was at that moment that she exchanged glances with Kurumu, who seemed to understand the gesture and told Ichigo about the conversation she had with Mocha and the Shinigami. "Are you sure there isn't something else we should know?" Kurumu asked. Ichigo sighed and answered with another evasive, "What are you hiding, Ichigo?" Mizer thought, and just when she was about to continue interrogating Ichigo, Mocha and Tsukyun arrived. As Ichigo spoke with Tsukyun and outer Mocha, Mizer's mind was constantly analyzing and reflecting. She watched Ichigo intently as he spoke with Tsukyun and outer Mocha. Her cold calculating gaze missed no detail. In her mind, the pieces of the puzzle kept moving, trying to fit together. Why does Ichigo seem so exhausted? Last night, his energy was different, almost like he was a different person, she thought as she slowly sipped her frappuccino. His discomfort with our questions is obvious, and that can only mean one thing. He's hiding something. As Tsukyun chattered animatedly about some trivial matter, Mizer couldn't help but notice the tension in Ichigo's shoulders and the way his eyes avoided direct contact. What could possibly be so important that he'd be willing to lie to us? His thoughts returned to the battle in the forest. The way the Shinigami had called Kurumu by name wasn't something he could easily forget. "Who are you really, Ichigo? And what is your connection to the Shinigami?" As the conversation continued, Mizer noticed that Ichigo seemed especially uncomfortable in Mocha's presence. Could he be hiding something from her too? Or does Mocha know more than she lets on? Mizer's mind raced, connecting every little clue, every subtle change in Ichigo's behavior. "I need to uncover the truth, and to do that, I have to get closer to him. I can't let this mystery endanger my friends." Taking another sip of her cold drink, Mizer decided she needed to investigate further. "I can't afford to let my guard down. Ichigo may be the key to understanding what's really going on with the Shinigami and the Hollows." He watched as Mocha and Tsukyun laughed at something Ichigo had said, but there was no joy in their eyes, only determination. "I will uncover the truth, Ichigo Kurosaki, and nothing will stop me." Determined to continue investigating, Mizer planned her next move. "I need to talk to Ichigo alone, or maybe I should follow him and spy on him." She reflected on her own abilities, confident that with patience and observation, she could uncover the truth. The conversation continued, but Mizer was already thinking about the next steps. "No matter how long it takes, I'll find out what you're hiding, Ichigo." At that moment Ichigo looked at something in his hand under the table, and that was when the snow girl noticed his nervousness. "Did they send you a message?" he thought, unaware that Ichigo didn't look at a phone, but at his combat badge that alerted him to the presence of a hollow. What did they write to you that made you so nervous? He wondered. Ichigo looked nervous as if there was something compromising in that message or as if someone had called him, but he couldn't just leave them like that. The bell rang, signaling the start of classes, and everyone began to get up and head to homeroom. Mizu joined the crowd, but she couldn't help but continue watching Ichigo. She watched him move purposefully out of the building instead of heading to class. Where are you going? She wondered. Determined to find out more, Mizu chose to discreetly follow him, keeping a safe distance. When she reached the spot where Ichigo had stopped, she saw a figure with his head and face covered by a hood talking to someone, Ichigo in particular. Mizu's eyes widened. So Ichigo is connected to the Shinigami, but how? She thought to herself, intrigued and confused by what she had just witnessed. I'm going to follow a hole, you go to class and act normal, said the hooded Shinigami. No problem. Ichigo replied. Just don't take too long. And you don't screw it up. The revelation stunned Mizu. How is this possible? Does Ichigo know the Shinigami? Are they working together? Mizu's mind was filled with questions. She tried to process what she was seeing and hearing. This changes everything. If Ichigo is in contact with the Shinigami, does that mean he knows more than he's letting on? Or is there something else I'm missing? Then the Shinigami disappeared with a bang, leaving Ichigo alone. He started walking back to the classroom, approaching where Mizu was hiding. She then decided to leave her hiding place and confront Ichigo, unaware that it was Kon who was controlling her body. Ichigo, what's going on? He asked in a firm and direct tone. Wah! Shouted Ichigo, who was scared by the sudden appearance of the snow woman Mizu-chan. What are you doing here? That's what I'm wondering. What are you doing here? He said, giving her an inquisitive look. What are you talking about, Mizu-chan? I was just talking to a friend. Mizu wasn't fooled. That friend of yours is the Shinigami, right? What's he doing here and why do you know so much about him? Han, uncomfortable, tried to divert the conversation. It's nothing of your concern. Just go on with your normal day. But the girl didn't give up. Not until I get some answers. Ichigo tried to stay calm, but the nervousness was evident in his voice. I can't tell you anything. This is something complicated. Mizu crossed her arms, undeterred. Complicated or not, I want to know what's going on. You've been acting strange, and now I see you're in contact with the Shinigami. If there's anything that could put us in danger, I need to know. Han sighed, knowing he couldn't keep the secret for long under the snow woman's pressure. Look, all I can tell you is that we're trying to protect the school and everyone here. It's not something you can easily understand. She stared at him and moved a little closer to him, feeling the change in his energy. While Ichigo had the qualities of a human when he was in his body, his spiritual energy gushed forth from within him, making Mizu feel it as a massive torrent contained within his human appearance. On the other hand, Kon's artificial nature caused the energy the girl perceived to change in essence and decrease drastically. What I don't understand is why your energy changed again, it feels different from a while ago. Now that I have you closer I can notice it, she said while narrowing her eyes. Ichigo felt uncomfortable at the proximity. While his perverted nature would have driven him to take advantage of the situation, this girl was unlike any other he'd encountered. He felt a chilling surge of fear, coupled with the interrogation she was conducting, and he felt cornered by the blue-eyed girl. Please, Mizu-chan. Kon begged, unable to bear the pressure any longer. Keep it a secret. I promise I'll tell you everything tonight, but I can't right now. Trust me, this is for everyone's own good, he said, thinking that this way he could buy time to tell Ichigo what had happened. He would know exactly what to do with her and how to respond. Mizu looked at him suspiciously, but she could see the sincerity in his eyes. After a tense moment, she nodded slowly. Okay, Ichigo. But you better keep your promise. I will, but now let's get back to class, Ichigo said, relieved. You go. I need to be alone for a moment. She needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Han nodded and went to the living room, leaving Mizu alone. Mizu stood there, her mind racing with thoughts. What's really going on? Why is Ichigo so involved with the Shinigami? And that energy. There's definitely something strange about him. He can't just be an ordinary yokai. The snow woman took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. If we're really in danger, I need to know more. I can't just take his word for it without getting clear answers. But also, he seems so sincere. Maybe I should give him a chance to explain himself tonight. As her thought sank in, a loud crash snapped her out of her reverie. The sound of a battle echoed not far away. Mizu tensed, her senses on alert. What's happening now? Could it be the Shinigami fighting another hollow? Without a second thought, Mizu headed toward the source of the noise, determined to find out what was going on. Her instincts told her she couldn't pass up any opportunity to get answers. And this battle might be the key to understanding what was really going on. Minutes before, in the academy forest. Ichigo sped through the forest toward the tunnel on the outskirts of the academy. He had left Khan behind, who had taken over his body to allow him to take his spirit form. Ichigo set off thinking that Ruby might have been having trouble with the hollow, which was why her combat pass alarm had been going off for so long. He just hoped he wasn't late. But suddenly, he began to feel the presence of a hollow nearby, very close. Damn, this is too close to the academy, he thought as he stopped and unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him, leaving his blood running cold. Ruby. What the hell? Ichigo said, his eyes wide open as he saw Ruby with wide eyes and a devilish smile standing in front of him. "Hello Shinigami," said the possessed Ruby, "so you know this young lady?" "Leave her alone, you damn coward," exclaimed Ichigo, who could feel the presence of the hollow inside Ruby. "You want to talk about courage? Fine, let's see if you have the courage to attack your little friend, hahaha." The hollow burst out laughing as he began to charge at Ichigo at full speed, throwing a flurry of punches that Ichigo blocked with the flat of his sword. The hollow then threw a low kick to sweep Ichigo's feet, but Ichigo jumped nimbly, dodging the attack. Upon landing, he blocked a couple more blows with his sword and counter-attacked with a front kick to the stomach of the possessed witch, who flew into some trees. A laugh was heard from among the rubble, and the possessed woman got up with a noticeable blood stain on her head. "That was very good," Shinigami said. "The hollow, keep going like that and you'll end up destroying your friend." "Shit, this is bad, really bad," Ichigo thought, knowing that with each attack, she would hurt Ruby and maybe even kill her. He didn't have much time to think as a grey smoke emerged from the witch's body, surrounding her and beginning to reach the tree debris left behind by the impact, raising it up before firing it at Ichigo. With quick swings of his sword, he blocked them all, destroying them. Then he ducked, dodging a kick, and getting up, evaded a flurry of punches. With his left hand, he grabbed one of Ruby's fists and threw her back against a tree. "Ruby-san." Mizer shouted as she arrived just in time to see her friend attack the Shinigami, and he defended himself by throwing her away. "Careful, don't come closer," Ichigo warned him. "What's going on?" Mizer asked, puzzled. "Ruby is possessed by a hollow, and she no longer has control over what she does. That bastard controls her," Ichigo explained to the snow woman. "Ruby," Mizer muttered, her hands going to her mouth at the sight of her friend. The hollow took advantage of the distraction and, with another grey cloud, fired tree debris from the surrounding area again, but this time the target was Mizer, who couldn't react in time. The only one who did react was Ichigo, who stood in front of the snow woman, taking all the impacts on his back. Some tree fragments shattered on his body, but others were shaped like spears and pierced Ichigo's back, causing him to groan in pain. The worst part was that a piece grazed his right cheek, tearing his scarf and causing the improvised hood to fall off, leaving his face exposed. Mizer stared at him with her eyes and mouth wide open, so wide that the lollipop that is always in her mouth fell to the floor. "Ichigo," the snow woman murmured, shocked by the revelation. "All this time it's been you. But how is that possible? I just talked to you near school," she thought. Her head was a storm of mixed feelings of surprise and disappointment. Why? Why would you hide something like that from us? Mizer felt betrayed. Friends aren't supposed to keep secrets like that. Ichigo could see the astonishment and dozens of questions in the girl's eyes. Damn, she found out. "I didn't want it to be like this," Ichigo cursed to himself when he saw his entire cover blown. But that didn't matter much to him for now, his mind returned to the hollow that had possessed Ruby and the danger she represented. "I must protect Mizer and find a way to free Ruby." With that unwavering determination, he turned around, and that was when the snow girl saw the wounds on Ichigo's back, wounds he received to protect her, and it was at that moment that the feeling of betrayal dissipated. "He protected me. He's been protecting us all this time without us even realizing it. It's incredible," Mizer thought. "How much has he had to endure alone? Is he okay?" She wondered, seeing the wounds on his back. "Mizer, I know you have a lot of questions," he said with a soft tone in his voice. "I'll answer them later, first I need you to get to safety." "I have to take care of this hollow that is Ruby possessed," he said more seriously without taking his gaze off his opponent. However, Mizer did not move away, she stood next to Ichigo ready to fight. "No, I will not let you fight alone, I will help you because that is what friends do," she said, with a firm tone. "Besides, Ruby is also my friend, and I must help her," the snow woman sentenced. "Fine, as you say." Ichigo could see in her eyes that the girl's determination was strong. "We must be careful not to hurt her. I can stop her with my ice powers," she said as she began to concentrate her yokai energy in her hands. "Enough talk, if you're not going to attack me, I will," said the possessed Ruby, who lunged at the two while throwing a huge log. With a quick movement, Ichigo cut the log in two in front of him and Mizer. The latter fired a blast of ice at Ruby's feet, capturing her and forming a thick layer of ice up to her waist. "This is my chance, I hope it works," thought Ichigo, who with a shumpo stood in front of Ruby, placing the hilt of his sword to her forehead to perform a soul burial, thinking that this way he could expel the hollow inside. The hollow began to scream and writhe. It was working, but the hollow scratched Ichigo's face hard, cutting the top of his eyebrow, making him step back. The ice broke and with a kick she threw Ichigo against a tree. "Damn, that hurt," exclaimed the hollow. "Ichigo?" Mizer shouted worriedly. "Oh. I think it will take a lot more than that to defeat Ichigo," said a voice that appeared from between the trees. It was that of a blond man wearing a black haori over a dark green kimono, a green and white striped fisherman's hat resting slightly tilted on his head, partially obscuring his eyes. He wore wooden sandals and carried a walking stick. Despite his casual attire, there was a gravity to his bearing that immediately captured Mizer's attention. With a relaxed yet enigmatic smile on his face, Urahara approached the center of the confrontation. His eyes shone with a mixture of intelligence and cunning as he quickly analyzed the situation. However, what struck Mizer the most was the serenity and confidence that emanated from him. It seemed like nothing in the world could faze him. He spoke in a low voice words that would have been strange to Mizer if it weren't for the fact that she has two witch friends, a fact by which she could recognize the spell he was saying. Thunder Chariot, bridge of a rotating wheel, with light, divide this into 6, said the man who raised his fist with his index finger, extended Bakudo number 61, Rikijmkrum he shouted, and from the tip of his finger came a yellow ray of light that divided into 6, trapping Ruby, leaving her immobile. Mizer was surprised by the power of that man. "Urahara, what are you doing here?" asked Ichigo, emerging from the rubble. Urahara gave a mischievous smile and shrugged his shoulders in mock innocence. "Me? I was just taking a walk in the park," he replied in a light, sarcastic tone. "You know, appreciating nature, the trees, the hollows, possessing your friends the usual." Ichigo frowned, clearly not amused. "Come on, Ichigo, you should know I can't let you have fun without me," Urahara added with a laugh. Mizer watched the interaction between Ichigo and Urahara with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Not only had she discovered that Ichigo was the Shinigami, but she now found herself facing another equally enigmatic and powerful figure. The casual way Urahara spoke to Ichigo, as if they were discussing trivial matters rather than facing a serious threat, unnerved her. Who is this man? Mizer thought, trying to understand the relationship between them. Urahara exuded a confidence and absolute control over the situation that impressed and intrigued her at the same time. Despite the gravity of the moment, he seemed completely at ease, as if he already knew how everything would end. Ichigo, on the other hand, seemed frustrated but also relieved by Urahara's presence. This dynamic revealed a familiarity and a shared history that Mizer couldn't ignore. As she listened to his words, she realized there was much more to Ichigo's life than she or her friends knew. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the possessed and captured Ruby. "Hey, look," the snow woman said, pointing at the witch, who began to scream while gray smoke began to emerge from her mouth. "What's going on?" she asked, frightened. "It's the hollow, seeing that it's trapped in a body that can't move, it's coming out," explained Urahara. When the hollow completely exited, Ruby's body was rendered unconscious, then the hollow lunged at Mizer but was intercepted by Ichigo who cut his mask in half, eliminating him permanently. "Thanks Ichigo," said Mizer, "but you owe me an explanation," she added. "I guess so," he said as he wiped the blood from his eye that was running down his cut eyebrow. Mizer stared at the wound on Ichigo's eyebrow, noticing how the blood slowly trickled down his face. Although she had witnessed many battles and injuries, seeing Ichigo hurt like that stirred an unexpected concern in her. "Are you okay?" he asked, showing a tinge of concern in his voice that he rarely let show. "Yeah, it's nothing," he said, forcing a smile as he cut off a piece of bandage hanging from the handle of his sword and covered the wound. "I've had worse." "That doesn't mean you should ignore it," she replied, moving a little closer to him. "Let me help you with that." Without waiting for his consent, Mizer took a handkerchief from her pocket and began wiping the blood from his cheek, a wound Ichigo had ignored, with delicate but firm movements. Mizer's closeness and attention took Ichigo by surprise, but he didn't protest. Instead, he remained silent, allowing Mizer to tend to him. "That's better," said the girl. "Thank you Mizer," Ichigo said gratefully. Urahara, observing the scene with an expression between amused and thoughtful, intervened after a few seconds, with Ruby unconscious in his arms. "Well lovebirds, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but while I take Ruby to the infirmary, I'll need you to do me a favor." Ichigo blushed slightly, feeling awkward at being called lovebird in such a serious situation. He looked down and scratched the back of his neck, trying to regain his composure. "Hey, you, it's not what it looks like," he protested, trying to sound firm, but betrayed by a slight stutter in his voice. Mizer, for her part, raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms, clearly less affected by the comment than Ichigo. She looked at Urahara with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "What favor do you need?" he asked, deliberately ignoring the Hatter's hint. Urahara smiled enigmatically, enjoying the two's reaction. "Well, I've been called to put up a gap barrier at the tunnel entrance and also to help the director with a little job." The first one's already done, but for the second, I brought some equipment that I need you to take to the director's office. Any equipment? Did you see us looking like pack mules? Ichigo said, angrily. He knew the Mad Hatter always carried a lot of equipment with him for his jobs. He also used Ichigo to carry merchandise for his shop whenever he could. Besides, Mizu's supposed to have class. I have Khan to cover for me, but she's going to miss class. Don't worry about it, the girl interrupted. It won't be the first time I've missed class. She offered to help Ichigo, but what she wanted most was to be with him so he could answer all the questions she had. Okay, then I'll wait for you in the principal's office. Bye, said Urahara, who disappeared with Ruby in a flash, leaving Ichigo pissed off and speechless. Shit, you damn bastard, he muttered, turning to Mizu. Well, it seems we have work to do. Right, you also have a lot to explain, said Mizu while taking another lollipop out of her pocket and putting it in her mouth. Okay, let's go, Ichigo sighed, resigned, and began walking toward the tunnel entrance, followed closely by Mizu. As they walked forward, the silence between them became palpable, interrupted only by the sound of Mizu's lollipop. Ichigo sighed as they continued walking, Mizu following close behind. The silence between them grew heavier with each step, as if Mizu's snowy gaze was relentlessly piercing it. Finally, unable to bear the tension any longer, Ichigo stopped and turned to her. What's wrong? He asked, with a mixture of tiredness and exasperation. Mizu, holding the lollipop in her mouth, watched him with those cold calculating eyes that seemed to see more than he was saying. You know what's going on. You owe me an explanation. I told you I would eventually. Ichigo looked away, crossing his arms. Eventually? Mizu repeated, raising an eyebrow. She took a step toward him, getting dangerously close. How about now? Ichigo stepped back a little, feeling the air chill around him. Listen, it's not that simple. I'm not asking for the full story, just the basics. Mizu's calm smile didn't hide the threat in her tone. Although, if you'd rather keep your secrets, I could make you talk by freezing you a little. Ichigo took a step back, raising his hands. Hey. Do you really think threatening me helps? It helps more than waiting for you to speak on your own, Mizu pointed a finger at the ground beside him. A thin layer of ice slowly began to form, approaching his feet. Alright. Ichigo threw up his hands in surrender, frustrated. Look, I'm a substitute Shinigami. Happy? Mizu tilted her head, her gaze fixed on him. And that means what? Ichigo sighed and ran his hand through his hair. It means I'm in charge of dealing with things like hollows. I eliminate them, protect people, and all that. Is that all? Mizu asked, leaning forward a little, clearly suspicious. Yes. Ichigo replied, looking away again. The silence stretched for a moment. Then Mizu took another step toward him. You're lying. Ichigo looked at her in alarm. What? I'm not lying. Your expression changes every time you avoid my questions. She smiled slightly, but her eyes held no trace of amusement. If you don't tell me more, I'll freeze you until you confess. Ichigo groaned, running a hand over his face. Why do I always end up surrounded by crazy people? Mizu didn't say anything, she just narrowed her eyes, and the ice began to rise from the ground towards her ankles. Alright. Ichigo shouted, jumping back to avoid the cold. What exactly do you want to know? Mizu kept her gaze fixed on him, calm but relentless. Anything to do with those hollows and why they seem to be following you? Ichigo sighed heavily. It's a long story, but fine, I'll give you something else. Hollows are spirits who, consumed by grief and attachment, transform into monsters that hunt normal spirits, and I have the ability to detect and eliminate them. The headmaster asked me to help protect this school because the tunnel connecting this dimension to the human world is attracting too many of them. Mizu nodded slowly, as if processing the information, but she didn't seem entirely satisfied. That explains the gaps. But what about you? Why did you become a Shinigami? Are you dead? Ichigo paused for a second, his shoulders tensing. I'm not dead, he sighed. It's complicated, very complicated. Mizu took a small step toward him, never breaking her gaze. Complicated isn't a valid excuse, Ichigo. I've heard and seen stranger things. The ice around them began to crackle softly, a reminder of how persuasive she could be. Ichigo snorted in frustration and gave her a tired look. You're really pushy, you know that. It's a talent I have, Mizu smiled slightly as the ice beneath her feet began to melt. Fine, but we'd better keep walking, Ichigo sighed and pointed ahead. The sooner we finish what Urahara asked us to do, the better. Mizu looked at him, assessing him, and finally nodded. Okay. But remember, Ichigo. You can't keep your secrets from me forever. He watched her as they resumed walking, feeling that, despite everything, he had begun to trust her more than he expected. He snorted softly, taking another look at Mizu, who was walking beside him with her arms crossed. Her gaze, though calm, carried a weight that he felt as if it were piercing him. So, what about Urahara? Mizer asked in a seemingly casual tone, though her blue eyes never stopped observing him. Is he another Shinigami like you? Ichigo shook his head as he dodged a low branch along the path. Not exactly. He's more like a weird guy with too much time on his hands and a penchant for making up complicated things. But he knows a lot about Shinigami and hollows. Mizer nodded slowly, as if processing each word with surgical precision. I see. So you have a mad scientist on your side. That's helpful, I guess. Her tone was slightly sarcastic but not malicious. Ichigo shrugged. Helpful is one way of putting it. Though most of the time, he makes me do heavy lifting or gets me into trouble. He let out a sigh. But I couldn't do all this without him. Mizer looked ahead, but her mind was still working. And you? You said you're a substitute Shinigami. Does that mean you weren't one before? How did that happen? Her voice was calm, but there was a tinge of curiosity that left no doubt she wasn't going to let the subject drop. Ichigo frowned, feeling his shoulders tense. It's a long story. He tried to leave it at that, but the silence that followed let him know that Mizer wouldn't settle for that. I'm in no hurry. Her answer was as simple as it was firm, and when Ichigo looked at her, he noticed that her calm smile had been replaced by a steady, expectant gaze. Ichigo sighed heavily, placing a hand on his forehead. Okay, but this stays between us, okay? His tone was serious, almost pleading. Mizer nodded, raising a hand as if swearing. I promise. Although, if you try to avoid me again, the ice might reappear. Her voice took on a playful tone, but Ichigo wasn't sure how much of it was a joke. Okay, Ichigo began as they resumed walking. Basically, no, I'm not dead. I became a Shinigami because a Shinigami named Rukia gave me her powers to save my family from a hollow. He shrugged as if that explained everything. Mizer blinked, processing the revelation. That sounds noble. Though it also sounds like something you wouldn't do for someone random. Ichigo paused for a moment, considering her answer. Rukia isn't someone random. She's a friend. And at that moment, there was no other option. I had to protect my family, and that was the only way. Mizer looked at him, a small smile curling her lips. So you sacrificed your normality for others. That sounds very typical of you. Her tone was almost mocking, but there was a note of respect she couldn't hide. Ichigo shrugged, trying to downplay it. Maybe, but that was a while ago. Mizer nodded, though her curiosity clearly wasn't satisfied. Fine, for now. But if there's anything else I need to know, you know where to find me. Ichigo let out a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but smile slightly. I'll keep that in mind. And, for the first time in a long time, he felt like sharing his secrets wasn't such a heavy burden. When they arrived at the scene, they found several boxes of specialized equipment, clearly Urahara's property, stacked on two-wheeled carts. Here are the boxes. Looks like Urahara left us some carts to make things easier, Ichigo said with a hint of sarcasm, starting to push one of the carts. Mizer joined him, pushing the other cart with ease. The powerful Shinigami of Karakura is reduced to a pack mule, he joked lightly, trying to ease the tension. Ichigo grumbled but couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his lips. Yeah, well, Urahara sure knows how to pick his moments. You've been through a lot, he said in a soft tone. Now I understand why you're so reserved. I just wanted to keep you out of this matter because the director asked me to, but also to protect you, said Ichigo, feeling some guilt for having involved them. I understand. You wanted to protect us. But we're stronger together, Ichigo. You don't have to carry this burden alone, Mizer said sincerely. You can count on me, on all of us, to help you. Thank you, Mizer, he replied with a smile that reflected the sincerity on his face. They continued walking, the silence between them becoming comfortable and comforting. Ichigo felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders after telling Mizer everything. He knew she was someone he could trust. As they pushed the carts, Mizer decided to lighten the mood a little. You know, she began in a teasing tone, Kurumu's kind of interested in you. She's definitely got her eye on you. Ichigo blinked, momentarily puzzled. Kurumu? Really? He tried to imagine the flirtatious succubus harboring feelings for him beyond her usual antics. I thought she was just being well, Kurumu. Mizer laughed softly. Oh, she's definitely being herself, but there's more. She really likes you, Ichigo. You should see her face when she talks about you. It's not just her usual flirting. Ichigo scratched the back of his neck, feeling a little uncomfortable. I never really noticed. I've been so focused on everything else I guess I didn't pay attention to that kind of thing. Mizer smiled. Typical of a man. But hey, don't worry too much about it. Just be yourself. Kurumu can handle a lot, but she has a good heart. She just wants to be close to you. Ichigo nodded, processing her words. I appreciate the warning. I don't want to mislead you or hurt your feelings. I'll have to be honest if the problem arises. Mizer nodded approvingly. That's all anyone can ask for. Be honest and true to yourself. Ichigo smiled, grateful for her openness. Thanks, Miser. You know, for everything. It's nice to know I have friends like you watching my back. She smiled back, her eyes sparkling. Anytime, Ichigo. We're in this together, remember? As Miser walked beside Ichigo, pushing the cart full of equipment, her thoughts whirled with the new understanding she was gaining about him. She had always found Ichigo intriguing, but now, with each interaction, she was uncovering layers she hadn't seen before. In her mind, she reflected on Ichigo's reactions and responses. She was impressed by his dedication and determination, even when he was clearly exhausted. His willingness to help and protect others, even when it wasn't necessary, spoke volumes about his character. Despite his gruff exterior and occasional bad mood, Ichigo had a heart that genuinely cared for those around him. She also noticed how he handled the revelation about Kurumu's feelings. Instead of ignoring it or making light of it, he took it seriously, showing his respect and consideration for the succubus's emotions. This thoughtful side of Ichigo added another layer to her growing respect for him. She also thought about how Ichigo managed to balance his duties as a Shinigami with his life at the academy, while maintaining a sense of humility and steadfastness. It wasn't easy, and she admired his strength and resilience. Then another thought struck Miser. Ichigo was her first male friend. She knew Tsukyun, but her feelings for him were romantic. Girls, though rivals in love, were also her friends. But Ichigo was different. He was someone she could confide in without the complications of romantic feelings clouding their relationship. Realizing she was getting to know a deeper, more complex side of Ichigo, she felt a sense of camaraderie and trust between them. Although he was initially reluctant to answer her questions, she felt she didn't have to push him too hard to do so. Besides, he had risked himself to protect her and gotten hurt, and she appreciated that. In her mind, Miser recognized that Ichigo was someone worth following and supporting. He wasn't just another student or fighter. He was a person of integrity and depth, someone who inspired those around him to be better. And in that moment, she felt a stronger connection with him, knowing that their friendship would grow more meaningful every day. As they continued their task, Miser resolved to be a reliable ally and friend to Ichigo, ready to be by his side through any challenge that arose. She knew that, together, they could face anything that came their way. That's how they arrived at the principal's office, carrying the boxes with Urahara's team, who was waiting for them at the door with his characteristic mocking smile. "Oh, I see you've brought everything. How efficient," he exclaimed, approaching to check the equipment. "Thanks for your help, lovebirds." Miser and Ichigo exchanged a quick glance, ignoring Urahara's suggestion. They carried the boxes into the office, and the Hatter led them through a side door that led to a large room. He asked them to arrange their things, and from one of the boxes he pulled out a panel with buttons and a screen. Once he turned the device on, he began analyzing and calibrating the barrier. "How's Ruby?" Ichigo interrupted. "She'll be fine," Urahara replied. "Although the hollow was consuming her spiritual energy from the inside, I was able to stabilize her, and she'll soon recover," he added. "Thank you, Urahara-san," Miser said, showing deep gratitude. He nodded as he continued to operate the device. "Hey, how the hell did you know where the infirmary was?" Ichigo asked. "This isn't the first time I've visited this wonderful institution, Ichigo," he said mockingly without taking his attention off the screen. Ichigo scratched the back of his neck and continued watching Urahara operate the device until tiredness began to overcome him, and he couldn't help but nod as he closed his eyes for a second. "Hey, you look bad," said Urahara, who despite being focused on his own thing, could see Ichigo almost falling asleep standing up. His tiredness was evident. "I was watching the tunnel all night," he said, rubbing his eyes. "I see. You'd better get some rest. Later, when I'm done calibrating the barrier, I'll need you to walk around the academy grounds looking for any gaps that might have been left behind," Urahara said in a more serious tone. "Are you sure you don't need my help now?" Ichigo asked. "Sure, and I love you with all your abilities," said the Hatter. "Go to sleep now," he added jokingly. Ichigo nodded and looked at Miser. "What about you? Are you going back to school?" he asked. The girl shrugged, and before she could answer, Urahara spoke up. "Miser-san, I need you to stay with me as my assistant. You see, Ruby was going to be the one to help me organize my things, but you know, with the whole hollow thing." "Okay, I'll stay and help," said Miser. "But what about classes?" Ichigo said, scratching his head. "I'll talk to my friend Mikigami later," Urahara said casually. "He'll write you a note or a certificate to justify your absence." Miser placed a hand on the bewildered Shinigami's shoulder. "Go rest, Ichigo." "Okay, I'll go to my room," he said, looking at the girl with gratitude. He headed to the door. "If you need me, you know where to look for me." Ichigo left, leaving Miser and Urahara alone. She watched as Ichigo walked out the door and pondered him. She felt a mixture of emotions. Admiration for his unwavering dedication, concern for his obvious exhaustion, and curiosity about the secret still to be discovered about the young Shinigami and the world of Soul Society. "Vizir-san, could you help me pack up my gear?" Urahara said, snapping the girl out of her thoughts. She nodded and walked over to the boxes to begin unfolding the gear. Urahara instructed her on how to arrange the cables while he arranged some small marble towers around a circle he was drawing on the floor. Vizir hadn't noticed. The drawing on the floor wasn't just a simple circle. It had a 5-pointed star with incantations written on it. Each point of the star was occupied by a tower. While Urahara showed her how to arrange the cables, he connected them. The entire tangle of cables connected to the marble lecterns and to the floor in certain parts of the circle, converging into a large core of cables connected to a central panel located 2 meters from the circle. Soon, curiosity filled Mizur's mind. "Is all this wiring to calibrate the barrier?" she finally asked. Urahara smiled enigmatically as he connected the last cable. "Not exactly, Mizur-san. This equipment is part of a much more delicate procedure. We're preparing everything for Mocha's separation," he explained, observing her reaction. Vizir nodded, remembering the conversation in the forest where Inner Mocha explained that she had decided to separate from Ahmed. "So that's what this is for," she said, now understanding the purpose of the equipment. "How exactly does it work?" "It works like an exorcism ritual combined with a transfer ritual," burst out the resonant voice of Director Mikigami, who had entered the room accompanied by Tauhu Fuhai. Vizir jumped slightly at the sight of Principal Mikigami, whom she already knew, but her attention soon shifted to the man accompanying him. Tauhu Fuhai radiated an intimidating presence, his energy seemingly penetrating to the soul. Mizur felt a slight discomfort but maintained her composure. "Principal Mikigami." Mizur greeted with a slight nod. She then looked at Fuhai, trying to hide her curiosity and nervousness. "And you are?" Before Fuhai could respond, Urahara intervened with his usual carefree smile. "Let me introduce you, Mizur-san. This is Tauhu Fuhai, an expert in the mystic arts. He will be instrumental in this procedure." Fuhai nodded with a slight bow. "A pleasure to meet you, Mizur-san. I've heard much about your abilities," he said in a deep, solemn voice. Mizur nodded, still a little tense, but feeling a strange sense of respect towards the mysterious man. "Thanks," she replied, trying not to look too uncomfortable. "So, you three will be in charge of separating Mocha?" Urahara nodded as he took a few steps towards the equipment he was preparing. "That's right. Each of us has a crucial role to play in this procedure. Mikigami-san will oversee the exorcism ritual, Fuhai-san will handle the transfer, and I'll take care of the technical side to ensure everything goes according to plan," he explained confidently. Mikigami stepped forward, looking at Mizur with an appraising look. "This is a delicate and dangerous procedure. Everyone's safety is our priority, but we also need your help and that of your friends, Mizur," he said, with a seriousness that made it clear how important everyone's participation was. Urahara added, "Mizur-san is replacing Ruby as her assistant because Ruby is in the infirmary recovering from the hollow attack," he explained to Mikigami. Mikigami nodded understandingly. "I understand. Let's hope Ruby recovers soon." Fuhai, observing the equipment, showed particular interest. "I'm very interested in seeing the Gigai that will house the external Mocha," he said, looking at Urahara. "Of course, Fuhai-san. Right here," Urahara replied as he walked to a corner of the lab and removed a sheet covering a glass sarcophagus. Inside was the Gigai, which was revealed to be the body of a woman, but her face was still featureless, like a mannequin. Those present watched intently. Mizur frowned, feeling a mixture of fascination and unease at the faceless figure. "It's strange to see him like this," she commented, unable to tear her gaze away. Mikigami nodded, crossing his arms. "It's a necessary vision. However, this Gigai will be essential to our task," he said in a solemn voice. Fuhai approached, examining the Gigai with professional interest. "Impressive, Urahara. The precision in creating this Gigai is remarkable. How long will it take to complete the facial features?" "Not long. Once we have Mocha's complete essence externally and it is transferred to the Gigai, it will begin to take her form. The process will be quick," Urahara replied confidently. Mizur watched silently, sensing the magnitude of what they were about to do. She felt a constant sense of nervousness and hope for what was being orchestrated. It wouldn't be easy, but Mocha's inner desire was within reach. "Well, it seems that it's about time for classes to end," said the principal, taking Mizur out of her thoughts. "Shirayuki-san, we need you to go find Akashi Mocha and all your friends, please," Mikigami asked her. Mizur nodded and bowed as she walked out the door in search of her friends. Mizur was amazed at how quickly time passed while she was helping Urahara. As she walked through the halls of the academy, she couldn't help but think back to what she had just seen. The faceless Gigai was a tangible representation of the division Mocha desired. Mizur still felt that mixture of nervousness and hope. Nervousness because the procedure was risky and complex, and hope because she knew how much it meant to Mocha to be able to live this way. Mocha has been a good friend to all of us, he thought as he quickened his pace. She deserves this chance to be free, to live without the constant internal struggle. I will do everything I can to help her. Her thoughts also turned to Ichigo. He's involved in this too, and I know he'll do his best to protect Mocha or any of us. We're not in this alone. Together, we can do it. I hope you were able to rest well, Ichigo. A few hours earlier, in Ichigo's room. Ichigo entered through the open window, careful not to be seen. He was lucky it was school time, as everyone was in their classrooms, leaving the dormitory area deserted. He closed the window and sighed. He placed his Zanpakuto on the table and sat down to tend to the wounds on his back with the help of a mirror. When he finished bandaging it, he lay back on the bed with a tired sigh, letting his body and mind relax. Inevitably, his mind wandered to today's events, regretting that Miser had found out this way. He would have preferred to finish his mission and then, once everyone was safe, tell them everything. But things turned out this way, and he felt a great relief knowing that Miser was someone he could trust. He could see it in the determination in her eyes. Afterward, he would have to find a time and a way to reveal the truth of his identity to the rest of them. He didn't want the ice girl to bear the responsibility for his secret. Then his thoughts began to wander to Mocha herself. There was something about her that intrigued him, beyond her obvious beauty. It was the strength and determination she showed in difficult situations. He thought of her eyes, how they shone brightly when she was determined, and the warmth he felt whenever they were near. Mocha. He murmured to himself, his mind racing over recent events. There was a connection between them that he couldn't deny, but he still didn't fully understand what that connection meant. He admired her for her bravery and the way she fought to protect others. He knew there was something special about her, but he still couldn't put into words what he felt. As his thoughts became more nebulous, he began to ponder why he felt such a strong instinct to protect Mocha, given that she was so strong and capable of protecting herself. It was a paradox he couldn't fully understand, but it drove him to stay by her side. Little by little, fatigue won the battle, and his eyelids grew heavier. With the image of Mocha's intense eyes in his mind, Ichigo drifted off to sleep, asking himself one last time before succumbing to rest. Why do I feel the need to protect her, when I know she's so strong? Finally, Ichigo let himself be overcome by tiredness, falling asleep with that question echoing in his mind. Chapter 7. Circle of Trust. Yokai Academy Cafeteria. It was midday at Yokai Academy, and the cafeteria was quiet and calm until the bell rang, announcing lunchtime. Soon, the bustle of students arriving for lunch filled the air. It was then that Tsukyun arrived, accompanied by Mocha and Kurumu. They grabbed a tray, poured something, and sat down at the same table by the window as always. The young succubus wore a look of concern she couldn't hide. "Hey, does anyone know what happened to Miser?" she finally asked her friends. "She missed class today." "That's true," Tsukyun said, looking at her friends. "But she was with us at breakfast, right?" "Miser isn't the type to skip school without a good reason," Mocha said, also looking concerned. She couldn't help but remember that at the beginning of her first year, the snow girl had skipped school for over a month, acting like a troublemaker. When they befriended her, her behavior improved and she never caused any trouble again, until today. Tsukyun noticed the look of concern and sadness on his friend's face. He put a hand on her back and gave her a warm smile. "Don't worry so much, Mocha-san, I'm sure she'll be fine," he said, trying to comfort the vampire. Yukari then arrived, accompanied by Kon, who was in Ichigo's body covering him. They sat down and noticed the worried faces of their two friends. "Mocha-san, is something wrong?" asked the little witch. "Yes, it's because Miser-chan missed class today. Have you seen her?" "I haven't seen her. But she must be stalking someone around there," said Yukari, while putting her index finger in front of her mouth, thinking or maybe she found some clue about the Shinigami and is investigating Desu. "I saw her before entering class," said Ichikon, who remembered the encounter he had with the snow woman that same morning. "She told me she had an important matter to attend to, so I don't think we should worry too much. She's probably fine." His words calmed the group of friends a little, although the uneasiness did not disappear. "Didn't she tell you what it was about?" Kurumu asked, still worried. Kon shook his head. That answer only worried the young succubus even more, who thoughtfully played with her fork without taking a bite. After a long silence, Kurumu spoke up. "Maybe we should look for her after school. Just to make sure she's okay." Everyone nodded as they continued with their lunch. The conversation soon turned to other topics, but concern for Miser remained on their minds, especially Kon's, who was still reeling from what happened that morning. Was she so shocked by today that she skipped a day of school? The mod soul thought to himself, regretting having left her alone. "I can't imagine how she'll feel if she finds out the hooded man is that idiot Ichigo. Hell, everything's getting complicated and to top it all off, this jerk is taking too long. Can it take him that long to take care of a simple hole? The bell signaling the end of lunch rang, interrupting their thoughts. The students began to get up and head to their respective classes. "We'd better hurry," Sukyun said, picking up his tray. "We have to get back to class." Mocha nodded, but her expression was still worried. "Yes, but we have to be vigilant. If Mizer doesn't show up by the end of the day, we'll have to search for her." Kurumu stood up from the table and sighed. "I agree. I don't feel right leaving this like this." The group headed to their next class, although concern for Mizer remained. For the rest of the afternoon, Kurumu's worry only increased. Mizer's empty chair was a constant reminder of her absence, and with each passing minute, the unease in her chest grew heavier. She tried to concentrate on the lesson, but her mind always returned to her missing friend. But 15 minutes left until the end of school bell rang, Kurumu couldn't stand it any longer. "Enough, this is too much. I have to do something, I have to go find her." She raised her hand, her voice a little higher than usual when she spoke. "Nekonom-sensei, may I go to the bathroom?" she asked. The teacher nodded, and Kurumu hurried out of the classroom as her friends watched. Once outside, she walked through the hallways toward the academy entrance, her mind filled with images of what might have happened to Mizer. "Could it be that you went off on a trail from the Shinigami? Silly, we were supposed to investigate together. What if a hollow captured her?" The young succubus was horrified at the thought and hurried off when she turned down the hall and saw Mizer coming walking with a thoughtful and tired expression, but apparently she was unharmed. "Mizer?" Kurumu exclaimed, running to her friend. Upon reaching her, she hugged her tightly. "You're okay. You had us so worried." Mizer blinked, surprised by the intensity of Kurumu's reaction. Slowly, she returned the hug, her expression softening slightly. "Kurumu, I'm sorry for worrying you," he said softly. "I had something to do and couldn't attend class today." Kurumu pulled back slightly, looking directly into her eyes. "What happened? Why didn't you tell us anything?" Mizer sighed, looking away. "It's complicated. For now, all I can tell you is that I've been helping the director and a certain Kisuke Urahara." Her friend frowned, clearly surprised by Mizer's response. "Helping the director?" he repeated with his eyes full of curiosity. "And who is this Kisuke Urahara? He's a scientist or something. He's very mysterious, but he seems to know a lot about things that are happening lately. In fact, they're making preparations for Mocha's separation." Kurumu's eyes widened in surprise, taking in the information. "Mocha's separation?" she repeated. "You mean that guy can do it?" Her heart swelled with excitement at the knowledge that what her friend had so desired could become a reality. "It seems so," he replied. "But it seems like it's a somewhat complicated process." "And why didn't you tell us anything before?" Mizer sighed with an apologetic expression on her face. "It's just that everything happened this morning and it happened so fast, I didn't have time to warn you." Kurumu relaxed her posture slightly, understanding Mizer's concern. "Well, at least now we know you're okay. But next time, please let us know. We care about you." Mizer smiled slightly and nodded. "I will, I promise. But now we have to meet up with the others and go to the principal's office. It's important." Kurumu took Mizer's hand and squeezed it lightly. "Come on, the others will be relieved to see you, and we need to tell them what's going on." Together, they began walking back to the classroom. As they walked, Kurumu couldn't help but feel intrigued by the mention of Kisuke Urahara and the preparations for Mocha's separation. Something told her there was much more to that story, and she was determined to find out. Just before they reached the classroom door, the bell rang and the hallway filled with students, so the two friends decided to wait for their group at the classroom door. That's when Sukyun, Mocha, Yukari and Ichikan walked out. Their looks of surprise and relief mingled when they saw the snow woman with Kurumu. "Mizer-chan," Yukari exclaimed, running towards her. "You had us so worried." "I'm so glad you're okay," said Mocha, giving him a hug. Sukyun approached, placing a hand on Mizer's shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay. Is everything okay?" She nodded, feeling a little overwhelmed by her friend's concern. "Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you all, but I had something important to do and couldn't attend class today." Kurumu intervened, looking at her friends. "I was helping the principal and a certain Kisuke Urahara with something very important. We all need to go to the principal's office. They're making preparations for Mocha's separation." The group exchanged surprised and worried glances. Ichikan watched the scene with an analytical eye. "Mocha's separation?" said Yukari and Sukyun, looking at the pink-haired vampire. Mocha remained silent, her mind filled with thoughts and fears. Although she hadn't wanted the separation, she knew how much it meant to her other self. She wanted to help in any way she could, even though the thought of the unknown made her uneasy. Mizer, seeing the mixture of emotions he was going through in his eyes, took his hands and squeezed them lightly. "Don't worry, Urahara-san seems to know what he's doing. You'll realize when you see him." Mocha felt the support of Mizer's hands, despite the cold. His words, though simple, managed to calm some of her anxiety. She took a deep breath and gave a small smile, grateful for her friend's support. "Thank you, Mr. Mocha said softly. "I trust you and Urahara-san. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to help my other self." Everyone exchanged determined glances and nodded, all except Ichikan, who was a little out of step. "Let's go then," said Tsukyun firmly, "there's no time to waste." The group started walking toward the principal's office, but Kurumu remembered something. "I forgot my things in the classroom." "Go ahead, I'll catch up with you right away," she said as she ran back to the classroom. "I'll wait for her," said Mizu. "You continue." Everyone nodded, and as they continued walking, Ichikan felt someone tug on his sleeve and didn't let him continue. He turned around and saw Mizu staring at him. My Mizu-chan," he muttered with a lump in his throat, turning to see the group who continued walking without noticing what was happening. Then he glanced at Kurumu, who was entering the room. "I think this is neither the time nor the place to answer your questions. Besides, I told you to wait until nighttime," he said in a low voice, desperate because at any moment the succubus would return and could hear them. Besides, he still hadn't informed Ichigo of what happened when she saw them. "Damn Ichigo, where the hell have you gone? I need you to help me with this problem," Kon thought to himself. "I know you are not who you say you are," Mizu interrupted her thoughts. "I know your real name is Kon." The mod soul opened his eyes, petrified by what the girl was saying. "Don't worry, Ichigo told me everything," she said in a soft voice, trying to calm him down. "I discovered him fighting a hollow, and he told me everything." "That idiot," he thought out loud. "Your secret is safe with me, but at some point you'll have to tell the rest. We talked about that too." Mizu gave her a slight smile. "Well, that's a relief. He would have been really upset if it was all because of me," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "By the way, do you know where he went?" he asked. "He's in the bedroom," she replied. "Go find him and tell him to go to the principal's office. We'll be waiting for him." Just then, Kurumu came out of the living room with her things and saw Mizu chatting with Ichigo. Her face showed a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "What are you two doing here?" he asked, approaching quickly. His eyes shone with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Kon swallowed, trying to maintain his composure. "Ah, Kurumu-chan, I was about to go look for something I forgot in my bedroom," he improvised quickly. The young succubus raised an eyebrow, still not entirely convinced. "Something you forgot?" she repeated, clearly doubtful. "Yes, it's important for a project I'm working on," Kon said, trying to sound convincing. Kurumu frowned, but decided to let it go for now. "Okay, but don't take too long. We have to go to the principal's office," she said. Kon nodded quickly. Sure. I'll catch up with you in a moment." She watched Ichikan walk away and then turned to Mizu. "Come on, we don't want to keep the principal waiting," Kurumu said, taking Mizu's hand as they headed toward the principal's office. She then looked at Mizu with a mixture of concern and curiosity. This Ichigo is getting terrible at making excuses. He's becoming more and more suspicious with his disappearances. "Don't you think?" Kurumu said, frowning. Mizu lightly squeezed her friend's hand and offered her a reassuring smile. "I understand, Kurumu-chan. But Ichigo has his reasons for acting this way. Some things are more complicated than they seem," Mizu replied calmly. "I promise you'll understand everything soon. We just need a little patience." The succubus sighed, still somewhat bewildered, but decided to trust her friend. "I hope you're right. It's just I don't like it when people keep secrets, especially when it affects us all." Mizu nodded, fully understanding Kurumu's feelings. "I know. But trust me, everything will become clear very soon." With those words, both girls continued their way to the principal's office, while Kurumu tried to put aside her worries and trust that Mizu knew what she was doing. Ichigo's room. Ichigo woke up in his bed. He stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, blinking, and then looked at his surroundings. Everything seemed normal except for the intense white light coming through the window and the light mist in the air. He got up and took out his Zanpakuto, staring at it for a few seconds. Then he placed it on his back and approached the door. When he opened it, on the other side there was only darkness, a dense and overwhelming darkness that slowly filled the room until Ichigo was surrounded only by darkness. "What is this place?" he wondered out loud. He began to walk, not knowing where he was going in the thickness of the darkness. "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" he shouted and continued walking until he could see a light in the distance. He quickly began to run with the intention of getting there, and as he got closer, he could distinguish that Mocha was inside that place, and it was she who was emanating that light. There she was with her long silver hair and her red eyes that shone brightly. She was a combination of power and elegance, but her gaze also reflected some fragility. Ichigo Mocha's inner voice was soft but full of emotion. "Help me, Ichigo. I need your help," she said, extending her hand. Ichigo approached her as well, extending his hand trying to reach her, but he couldn't reach her. "Mocha, I can't reach you." "Ichigo, help me," she repeated in a soft voice. "I'm trapped and I need your help." "What should I do?" Ichigo asked, struggling to reach her. Trust your instincts. My instincts? Free me Ichigo and you won't have to fight alone again, Mocha shouted before she began to fade away. Mocha. Mocha. Ichigo yelled. Ichigo 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 Mocha's voice slowly faded away until the young Shinigami woke up shaken by someone. Ichigo. 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 I heard Khan's voice occupying his body. Ichigo, wake up you lazy good for nothing. Who are you calling a good for nothing lazy bum? Ichigo shouted angrily. The one who went behind a hole and ended up sleeping comfortably in his bed while your poor servant stayed taking notes all day, Khan said in an overly dramatic tone, sarcastically. Ichigo sat up in bed, gave a long yawn, stretching, feeling better for having rested. Well, you understand, I was on guard almost all night and to top it off, a hole appears that turned out to have possessed the principal's assistant. Then Urahara appeared and asked me to carry some boxes throughout the school. It was inevitable that I would get tired, so I came here to rest at the Mad Hatter's recommendation. Ichigo explained. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, he added apologetically. It was evident that the rest did him good because if he had been in a bad mood, he would have buried his fist against the mod soul's face, regardless of being in his body. And why were you tired, did Mizu-chan also discover you? He asked still sarcastically but in a softer tone. So he already told you? He asked more with resignation than curiosity. Han nodded. You see, I was fighting the hollow when she appeared, and in the middle of the battle the scarf that was covering my face broke and it was exposed, he said lamentably. I had no choice but to tell her everything. Don't worry, said the mod soul as he sat next to Ichigo. Mizu-chan saw me before that. What? Ichigo got a little annoyed, but then calmed down because he noticed regret in her voice when she continued speaking. He saw us both when you had already put on your stupid hood, so he thought that I, or rather you, was in cahoots with the Shinigami, he said, marking the quotation marks with the fingers of both hands. Then he interrogated me. He insisted so much that I promised to answer his questions at night. That was going to give me time to warn you and make up some kind of cover, but in the end Mizu got a reward. Ichigo sighed, scratching his head in frustration. I can't believe this is happening. Keeping my identity a secret is complicated enough, and now Mizu knows, too. I'll have to talk to her and make sure she doesn't tell anyone else. Han nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I understand, Ichigo. But I have to tell you, Mizu-chan seems very trustworthy. I don't think she'll reveal your secret. Ichigo looked at Khan, grateful. Thanks for trying to cover for me, Khan. I know it's not easy for you either. Khan smiled, relieved by Ichigo's words. Don't worry, Ichigo. I'm doing what I can to help you. Now, you should get going. Mizu-chan said everyone should go to the principal's office. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do we all have to go to the principal's office? Han hesitated for a moment before answering. They said something about Mocha separating. Ichigo stood still for a moment, processing what Khan had just said. Separation from Mocha. He repeated, his voice thick with surprise and disbelief. What do you mean by that? Han explained what he'd heard. Yes, it seems they're planning to separate Mocha's two personalities into separate bodies. It's a complex and dangerous process, but I also heard that Urahara is intervening. Ichigo's heart beat faster. Separate Mocha, why would they do something like that? He murmured, feeling a mixture of concern and curiosity. This is more serious than I imagined. But if Urahara is involved, there must be a good reason. Well, I'd better hurry. I don't want to be late. Ichigo said, heading towards his body, preparing for the exchange. I'm going to need my body back. Han immediately protested. Do you think you're going to carry me around in that filthy pocket all the time? He said, alluding to the fact that Ichigo had been carrying him around in pill form in his jacket pocket most of the time since they arrived at the academy. If you've had your day off, at least let me rest too. I spent all day taking notes and lessons in your place. I deserve a little time for myself today. Even if I stay here, I'll watch TV, but I don't want to wander around in your pocket, Khan said, nearly crying dramatically. Ichigo sighed. Okay. But you're staying in the room, is that clear? He placed his combat badge on his human body to expel the soul candy and placed it on the lion plush. Han settled into the plush, sighing in relief. Thank you. Ichigo returned to his body and stretched. I'll leave you here. See you later, Khan. Wish me luck. As Ichigo made his way to the principal's office, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Separating the two Mochas, this sounds dangerous. I hope Urahara knows what he's doing. Despite his concern, he tried to remain calm and instill confidence in the others. Mocha, I won't let anything bad happen to you. He also thought about what Mizu had told him. The idea of facing challenges together resonated in his mind. He began to consider revealing his identity to his new friends. He felt that together they could overcome any obstacle that came their way. He arrived at the doors of the principal's office, his mind scattered over the dilemma of his identity. As he approached, he saw his new friends waiting for him, including Kokoa, who had joined him when the group found her on the way. Kurumu was also there, looking at him with a mixture of suspicion and concern. "Ichigo?" Kurumu exclaimed, quickly approaching him with her arms crossed and a questioning expression on her face. "You've gotten pretty good at disappearing and reappearing suddenly. What have you been doing?" Ichigo felt the weight of her suspicions, but also the genuine concern in her voice. "I'm sorry, Kurumu. I had to take care of something urgent. You know how these things are sometimes." Kurumu raised an eyebrow, clearly not satisfied with the vague answer. "Something urgent, huh? You always seem to have an excuse." Ichigo realized he had to handle the situation carefully so as not to arouse further suspicion. "Yes, I know. It hasn't been easy. But I promise I'll explain everything in due time." Kurumu looked at him, the hardness in her gaze mixed with obvious sadness. "Ichigo, why don't you trust us? Why don't you trust me?" she asked, her voice cracking slightly. "I thought we were friends." Ichigo felt a knot in his stomach at the sadness in the young succubus's eyes. "Kurumu," he began, not knowing exactly how to continue. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that some things are hard to explain. But believe me, I don't want to hurt you or anyone else." Before she could respond, Mocha, who had been silently watching, approached Ichigo and gave him a sympathetic look. "Ichigo, we're all here. It's important that we support each other during these difficult times." Ichigo nodded, grateful for Mocha's intervention. "You're right, Mocha. Let's see what the director has to say." Kurumu looked at him for a moment longer, her expression softening slightly at the sincerity in Ichigo's voice, but the pain was still there. "It's okay, but don't think I've forgotten about this. I hope you'll tell us everything soon." Ichigo gave her a small smile. "I will, Kurumu. I promise." "Enough with all this drama," Coco exclaimed, losing her patience. "Shall we go in already?" Everyone looked at her, not caring about her tantrum, and Mizer pushed open the door. The group entered the principal's office, ready to face whatever lay ahead, while Ichigo reflected on the importance of trust and truth in his relationship with his new friends. Kurumu, meanwhile, stayed behind for a moment, her conflicting feelings reflected on her face. "Why do you always have to be so mysterious, Ichigo?" she thought as she slowly moved forward. "You care about us, I know it, I can feel it. But I also see how you withdraw into yourself." Kurumu remembered the few times they had shared moments together, those knowing glances, the laughter, and the small gestures that had made her think there was something special between them. However, every time she seemed to get close to him, Ichigo would pull away, wrapping himself in secrets and excuses. "I care about you, Ichigo. More than you can possibly imagine," she thought sadly. "I want to be by your side, to help you carry whatever's weighing you down. But I can't do that if you won't let me in." She watched as Ichigo spoke to Mocha, noticing the seriousness on his face. "What is it that's bothering you so much that you can't share it with us? What is it that you can't share with me?" Insecurity crept into her, making her question if there really was something special between them, or if it was just her own feelings projected onto him. "I want to trust you. I want to believe that one day you'll tell me everything. But what if you never do?" Her thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions, a mix of love, frustration, and fear. "Please, Ichigo," she thought desperately, "don't shut me out. I want to be someone you can trust. I want to be more than a friend. But to do that, I need you to let me into your world." With those thoughts swirling through her mind, Kurumu took a deep breath and decided that no matter what, she would stay by his side. She couldn't give up on him, not while there was still a chance he'd confide his secrets and his fears in her. "I'll wait for you, Ichigo. As long as it takes," she promised herself, as she finally walked through the door to the principal's office. Once inside the office, everyone was surprised to find no one there. "This way, follow me," said Mizer, who knew the location of the room where everything was set up. She led them through the side door and into the enormous room, with all the equipment installed and cables scattered everywhere, all arranged around a large drawing on the floor in the shape of a circle with a 5-pointed star inside, and at each point was a kind of marble lectern. Upon entering the room, everyone stopped in their tracks, shocked by what they saw. The group exchanged glances as they processed the scene before them. "What's all this?" Sukune couldn't help but ask in a low voice. His voice trembled slightly, reflecting his unease. Kurumu, still surprised, added with a mixture of astonishment and concern, "Wow, this looks like something out of a science fiction movie." Her eyes continued searching Ichigo, trying to find answers in his expression. Yukari, ever the analytical type, was quick to make her own assessment. "This is a complex ritual, it seems very advanced," she commented, her interest evident but with a hint of concern in her voice. "I recognize the spell drawn on the floor," she said with her experience with spells, "but the equipment and the wires are something else. Like a mix of science and witchcraft." Kokoa, on the other hand, didn't hide her distrust. "This looks complicated," she said skeptically. "Are you sure this will work and won't endanger my sister?" Although she tried to appear tough, her concern for Mocha was palpable. Ichigo, remaining calm, observed everything carefully. So this is the plan, he thought, feeling the weight of responsibility. He turned to Mocha, trying to instill confidence in her despite the gravity of the situation. Mocha, feeling all eyes on her, remained silent. This is real, we're really going to do this, she thought, her emotions conflicting. She bit her lip, trying to calm her nerves. I hope everything goes well. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the main control panel. With his trademark carefree smile, Kisuke Urahara stood up and dusted his hands. Ah, welcome, welcome. Urahara exclaimed in a jovial tone. Just in time. I was just finishing up the last details of the main circuit. The group looked at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Tsukune, always the most courteous, stepped forward. Are you Kisuke Urahara? He asked, trying to hide his nervousness. That's right, Urahara replied, his smile widening. I've been working with Mizer on the preparations. But before we begin, I need to scan each of you to make sure your energies are compatible and can balance the ritual. I'll need you to stand one by one in the center of the circle. Kurumu, still thinking about Ichigo, watched Urahara cautiously. Yukari, intrigued by the mix of science and witchcraft, moved a little closer to observe the equipment. Okay, who wants to be first? Urahara asked. I'll go first, Tsukune said with determination. Tsukune Mocha murmured, looking at her friend with admiration for the courage and determination he showed. He was truly determined to help Uramoka. Tsukune took Mocha's hands, squeezing them lightly. Everything will be okay, Mocha-san. We're in this together, he said reassuringly. Urahara gestured with his hand, indicating that the young man should enter the circle. He then began pressing the buttons on the panel before Yukari's attentive and astonished gaze. The drawing on the ground began to illuminate, surrounding Tsukune with a green light. A wind blew from the ground, lifting the young man slightly, and after a minute the process was complete. Tsukune landed softly, looking a little dazed but unharmed. Kurumu, always worried about her friends, was the first to approach. Tsukune, are you okay? He asked, his eyes full of concern. Yeah, I'm fine, Tsukune replied, nodding with a reassuring smile. It was weird, but it didn't hurt. Yukari, ever the analytical one, watched the process with interest. Fascinating, the combination of magic and technology is impressive, she commented, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. That's right, Yukari-chan. Urahara gave the young witch a smile. Kokoa, while maintaining her tough exterior, couldn't completely hide her nervousness. Well, I guess it's my turn, she said, taking a step forward with an air of bravery. Kurumu, who had been nervously biting her lip, let out a sigh. This is more serious than I thought, she murmured, looking at Tsukune with renewed admiration. Kokoa entered the circle, and Urahara repeated the process. The green light surrounded her, and, like Tsukune, she was lifted slightly. After a minute, the process ended, and Kokoa landed softly. Wow. This is incredible, Kokoa exclaimed, with a mixture of surprise and relief. Kurumu approached next, taking a deep breath before entering the circle. The process was repeated, and although she was nervous, she emerged unscathed and with a new appreciation for the process. Then, Mizer stepped forward with her usual calm and stood in the center of the circle. The green light enveloped her, and the wind blew gently, lifting her slightly. Like the others, Mizer was scanned without a problem and landed back on the ground. Well done, Mizer-chan, Urahara commented, reviewing the readings. Finally, Yukari was scanned. She watched everything with a mixture of scientific curiosity and nervousness, but Urahara reassured her with a smile. Alright, Yukari-chan. Everything's in order, said the Hatter. With all the scans completed, Urahara turned to Ichigo and said. Now you, Ichigo. Although he already knew his energy levels, it was better to have an updated reading. Ichigo nodded and stepped into the circle. Urahara quickly scanned him, and as expected, his energy levels were high and stable. Upon completing the scans, Urahara turned to the group with a satisfied smile. Alright, guys. I'll need about an hour to calibrate the circuits with the results of your scans. This will ensure the ritual is as safe and effective as possible, Urahara explained, adjusting his hat. So, we have some free time, Tsukune said, looking at his friends. Mizer took advantage of the moment to propose a visit that she considered important. What do you think about taking this time to visit Ruby-san? She's in the infirmary recovering, Mizer suggested. The rest of the group looked surprised to hear the news. Ruby's in the infirmary? What happened to her? Yukari asked, worried. She was possessed by a hollow and was rescued by the Shinigami. She's now resting and recovering, Mizer explained, choosing her words carefully. Urahara looked up slightly, realizing that she was withholding information from her friends. Ichigo, watching Mizer, realized that she was trying not to reveal her identity as a Shinigami. Mizer, you're trying to protect my secret. I appreciate your discretion. Poor Ruby, why didn't they tell us before? Kurumu said, showing a mixture of concern and some annoyance. I didn't want to worry you any more than necessary. But now that we have time, I think it would be good to visit her, Mizu replied calmly. Sukyun frowned, worried about his friend. Yes, we definitely need to go see her. She needs to know we're here to support her, he said determinedly. Mocha felt her heart sink. Ruby was important to her, and the thought of her being hurt was unbearable. Ruby's been through so much. We have to be there for her, she said, her voice filled with concern for her friend. Kokoa, though not overtly showing her emotions, also seemed worried. Ruby's strong, but still we should go visit her, she murmured, crossing her arms. Ichigo, who remained in the background, watched the scene with a smile. You're right, Ruby needs our support now more than ever, he said, feeling a new wave of respect and appreciation for his friends. Mizu watched Ichigo out of the corner of her eye, noticing that he understood her intention to keep her identity secret. I hope I can keep this a secret until the time is right, she thought. Kurumu, with her affection for Ichigo and her suspicions about him, felt overwhelmed. Ichigo, why do you keep hiding things from us? We should trust each other, she thought, looking at Ichigo with a mixture of concern and frustration. Ichigo felt Kurumu's gaze and knew she was becoming more suspicious. Kurumu, I'm sorry. I don't know if I should tell you the truth or continue keeping it a secret. What should I do? Should I keep the secret and protect you, or be honest with you? Which is the right choice? He thought, feeling a slight pang of guilt and internal conflict. Well, it's time to continue, Mizu said, leading the group back toward the door. Come on, there's no time to waste, added Sukyun, already moving towards the exit. Everyone left before Urahara's eyes. I'll see you in an hour, young people. Don't be long, he said with a smile. The last to leave was Ichigo, who nodded at him and closed the door. While the group of friends headed to the infirmary to visit Ruby, Urahara was left alone in the room, concentrating on calibrating the circuits with the scan results. He was adjusting some parameters on the control panel when he heard the door open. Mikagami and Taohu Fuhai entered the room. Mikagami was carrying a thick spell book and Fuhai was holding a rosary with a serious expression. Ah, Mikagami-san, Fuhai-san, Urahara greeted without looking up from his work. Just in time. I'm just adjusting the final parameters. Perfect, Mikagami replied, placing the spellbook on a nearby table. This grimoire contains the complete ritual for extracting Mocha's consciousness from outside and also another ritual for transferring it into the Gigai. It's complex, but with your preparations and the young people's power, it should be possible. Fuhai nodded, looking at the ritual circle carefully. And I brought this special rosary, she said, holding up the necklace with the cross dangling from it so Urahara could see it. It will be crucial to sealing the new Mocha's powers. Without it, we risk Alucard awakening again. Urahara stopped working and turned to them, looking at the rosary with interest. I understand. Once I finish calibrating the circuits, we can proceed with the ritual. But before that, we'll need to take a blood sample from the inner Mocha. With her blood, I'll be able to decipher and divide the code that causes Alucard's awakening. When I find the part of the genome sealed by the rosary, I can separate it so that each Mocha retains one half, Urahara explained, returning to his work. In addition, the blood will transform the Gigai's body so that it retains its vampiric nature, he added. Mikagami nodded slowly, understanding the complexity of the task ahead. Urahara, you've always been brilliant with your unconventional methods. This solution is ingenious, if risky, Mikagami commented, looking with interest at the control panel and the apparatus around the ritual circle. Separating the genome and properly sealing Alucard's powers into each Mocha will be crucial. We can't allow any mistakes. Fuhai, for his part, looked at the rosary in his hand before carefully tucking it into his robes. The Mocha's inner blood will be crucial to this process. If something goes wrong, we could unleash something even worse than Alucard. But I trust your abilities, Urahara, Fuhai said, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Let's make sure every step is executed precisely. We have no room for error. Urahara nodded, recognizing the importance of the task and the trust placed in him. Don't worry. I've taken all the necessary precautions. Once I'm finished with the calibration, we'll proceed with the blood draw and then perform the ritual, Urahara assured him with determination. Mikagami and Fuhai exchanged glances, both aware of the risks but also of the need to carry out this plan. The room was imbued with an air of seriousness and determination as they prepared for the crucial ritual that would determine Mocha's fate. Chapter 8. The Impending Ritual. In the midst of a dense darkness surrounded by a storm of ash, stood Ruby, her arms encircled by chains anchored to the dark floor of that strange place. Filled with anguish and despair, she could see what was happening through a projection in front of her, as if it were a screen. She saw what the hollow was doing to her body, saw it moving through the forest toward the academy, while she felt her energy being slowly drained by the chains. Please stop, don't hurt anyone at the academy, Ruby begged. So that place is an academy? That's great. I'll be able to devour all the souls I want after I use your body as a decoy, hahaha, the hollow laughed, making Ruby's despair increase. Please Tsukyun, help me, Ruby thought. Tsukyun? Is that the name of a little friend of yours? Said the evil spirit, surprising the witch. What? How can you hear what I think? I'm inside your body and at the limits of your mind, so I can hear what you think, he explained with a cold voice. Little by little the limits will weaken, I will be able to access your memories, and so on until I devour your entire being from within. Ruby felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing those words. Desperation turned into growing panic. Not only was she being controlled by an evil creature, but she now also knew that the hollow intended to completely destroy her, erasing her existence. No, it can't be, Ruby muttered, trying to maintain her composure. I won't let you get away with this. The hollow let out a sinister laugh. It's useless to resist, brat. You're strong, but not strong enough to escape my control. Your attempts to resist will only make me enjoy you more when I consume you completely. Ruby closed her eyes, searching inside for some spark of hope, some way to fight the darkness surrounding her. She thought of her friends, of Tsukyun, of Mocha, of all those who trusted her, when she heard a familiar voice call out her name. Ruby? What the hell? She opened her eyes to see a hooded Ichigo on the screen. Kurosaki-kun, please help me. She cried desperately. Do you know this worm? Said the hollow. Now you'll see how I tear it to pieces. Hello Shinigami, he said, addressing Ichigo through Ruby's body, so you know this young lady. Leave her alone, you damn coward. Ichigo exclaimed. The witch could see the determination in Ichigo's eyes and felt a glimmer of hope. You want to talk about courage? Fine, let's see if you have the nerve to attack your little friend, haha. The hollow burst out laughing as he charged at Ichigo at full speed, launching a flurry of punches that Ichigo blocked with the flat of his sword. The hollow then threw a low kick to sweep Ichigo off his feet, but Ichigo nimbly jumped, dodging the attack. Ruby, watching the battle through the screen, felt a mixture of fear and hope. The hollow's power was immense, but Ichigo's skill was equally impressive. Every move, every block and dodge displayed a mastery that Ruby had never seen before. I can't believe how fast and strong he is, Ruby thought, her heart pounding. Despite the situation, he doesn't seem to be afraid. Upon landing, Ichigo blocked a couple more blows with his sword and countered with a front kick to the possessed witch's stomach, sending her flying into some trees. A burst of laughter rang out from the rubble, and the possessed woman stood up with a noticeable bloodstain on her head. That was very good, Shinigami, said the hollow. Keep going like that, and you'll end up destroying your friend. Ruby, trapped inside her own body, felt a pang of pain at the sight of her condition. The blood running down her forehead and the hollow's sadistic gaze reminded her of how vulnerable her situation was. But despite the pain, Ichigo's determination gave her a glimmer of hope. No, Ichigo. Ruby thought desperately, trying to communicate with him somehow. I don't want you to hurt yourself or me. Please, there has to be another way. The hollow mocked her thoughts. Are you worried about him? How touching. But you can't do anything to stop me. There has to be something I can do, Ruby thought. Look what I can do, said the hollow as a gray smoke came out of the witch's body, surrounding her, and began to reach the debris of trees that remained after the impact and began to raise them, then fire them at Ichigo. With quick movements of his sword he blocked them all, destroying them, then he ducked, dodging a kick, and when he got up he evaded a flurry of fists. With his left hand he grabbed one of Ruby's fists and threw her again against a tree. Ruby-san. Mizu's scream was heard as she arrived right at the spot. Careful, don't come closer. Ichigo warned him. What's going on? Mizu asked, puzzled. Ruby is possessed by a hollow, and she no longer has control over what she does. That bastard controls her, Ichigo explained to the snow woman. Ruby, Mizu murmured. Mizu-chan. The witch shouted in despair. Seeing Mizu arrive, Ruby felt a mixture of relief and fear. Relief that her friend was there, but also fear that the hollow might hurt her. Her heart pounded, and the desire to protect Mizu grew within her. Mizu, please stay safe, Ruby thought, trying to find some way to communicate her thoughts. Her friend's presence gave her renewed determination. She knew Mizu and Ichigo were strong, but she also knew that the hollow was dangerous and ruthless. Tests keep coming, wow. This just keeps getting better, said the hollow, who with another grey cloud, fired tree debris from around him again, but this time the target was Mizu, who couldn't react in time. The only one who did react was Ichigo, who stood in front of the snow woman, taking all the impacts on his back. Some tree fragments shattered on his body, but others were shaped like spears and pierced Ichigo's back, causing him to groan in pain. Ruby felt like a knife had pierced her own heart at the sight of Ichigo's injury. No. Ichigo. She thought with despair and guilt. Rage and helplessness mingled inside her. This is my fault, she berated herself, tears stinging her eyes. I can't let him suffer anymore because of me. Ruby, her heart racing, searched inside herself for any trace of power or strength she could tap into. I have to do something. I can't stay like this. The Hollow, sensing Ruby's resistance, growled in disdain. "Stop struggling. You can't win." But Ruby, fueled by desperation and love for her friends, refused to give up. "I won't let you win," she thought furiously. "Not while I have my friends by my side." Then she closed her eyes and began channeling her yokai energy into her arms to try to force the chains free. The Hollow, sensing this, sent a shock of electricity through the chains, making the young witch scream in pain. "Don't try anything or you'll get more of this, damn it." On her knees and panting, Ruby raised her head. "More," she said with a slight blush on her face. "Give me more." "What?" The Hollow said, bewildered by the young witch's perverted and masochistic nature. He stood up and charged energy back into the chains, only to receive another shock. Ruby screamed, almost moaning in pleasure. "More, give me more." "What the hell is wrong with you, brat? Is this a joke?" The Hollow said, somewhat uncomfortably. That's when Ruby realized that was what she could do. Distract him while her friends fought. She could see Ichigo and Mizer getting ready to fight. Now it was 3 against 1. "Enough talk, if you don't plan on attacking me, I will," said the Hollow through Ruby's body as he lunged at the two while throwing a huge log. With a quick movement, Ichigo cut the log in two in front of him and Mizer. The latter fired a blast of ice at Ruby's feet, capturing her and forming a thick layer of ice up to her waist. While inside, Ruby continued to force the chains and receive shocks with all the pleasure that her twisted tastes allowed her, blushing more and more. "Damn, this girl is crazy," said the Hollow to himself as he tried to free himself from the ice, when Ichigo with a shumpo stood in front of Ruby, placing the hilt of his sword to her forehead to perform a soul burial, thinking that this way he could expel the Hollow inside her. The Hollow began to scream and writhe. It was working, but the Hollow scratched Ichigo's face hard, cutting the top of his eyebrow, making him step back. The ice broke and with a kick he threw Ichigo against a tree. "Damn, that hurt," exclaimed the Hollow. "Ichigo." Mizer shouted worriedly, as did Ruby from inside her. "Oh. I think it takes a lot more than that to defeat Ichigo," said a voice that appeared from between the trees. "Urahara," Ruby said, recognizing his voice. This wasn't the first time the former captain had visited the academy to meet with the headmaster. The young witch was also tasked with welcoming him at the tunnel entrance to help him transport some equipment. "Undercarriage, bridge of a rotating wheel, with light, divide this into 6, said Urahara, who raised his fist with his index finger extended. "Bakudo number 61, Rikijingram," he shouted, and from the tip of his finger came a yellow ray of light that divided into 6, trapping Ruby, leaving her immobile. "What the hell is going on? What did this bastard do to me?" asked the Hollow. "It looks like you're now immobilized and trapped with me," Ruby said, as she began to muster all her strength to break the chains while simultaneously receiving electric shocks. The struggle within her intensified until the chains began to crack. "Bucket. I can't keep wasting my time here with you," the Hollow protested as it began to loosen the bonds that bound Ruby, leaving her body and taking another in a desperate measure, unaware that Ichigo would be the one to eliminate it. The chains vanished and everything went dark for Ruby. He opened his eyes slowly, his senses gradually awakening. First, he heard the voices of his friends, mingling in a comforting murmur. He felt the warmth of the afternoon light filtering through the windows and the soft whisper of the curtains moving in the breeze. "Are you waking up, Dezu?" Yukari's voice was the first he recognized, full of concern and hope. "Ruby-san, can you hear us?" Kurumu leaned towards her, her face full of relief and anxiety. "Ruby, you had us very worried," Tsukune said in a firm but affectionate tone of voice. "I'm so glad you're okay," Mocha added externally, with a warm smile. Ruby blinked, trying to focus her eyes. She saw her friends gathered around her bed. Yukari, Kurumu, Outer Mocha, Tsukune, and Mizer. Beyond them, a little further away, was Ichigo, watching with a mixture of relief and reserve. "Where am I?" Ruby murmured in a weak voice. "You're in the academy infirmary," Mizer explained in her soft calm voice. "Kisuke Urahara brought you here after the Hollow left your body." Ruby felt a wave of relief at the realization that she was finally safe. So it wasn't a bad dream that happened. She thought about the horrible experience of being manipulated without being able to do anything. It was horrible. "I couldn't do anything, Mizer. I couldn't control myself. I could only watch as you and the Shinigami tried to stop me," she said, her voice breaking. "We know," said Kurumu, gently taking her hand. "Mizer told us how the Shinigami and Urahara managed to stop the Hollow. Now you're safe." "Thank you everyone," Ruby whispered. Her eyes met Ichigo's, who nodded in response with a serene expression. He knew she was thanking him directly for saving her, while also being discreet. "You scared us a lot, Desu," Yukari said, wiping away a tear. "Yes, we were scared, but we are so glad you are okay," Kurumu added, gently squeezing her hand affectionately. Tsukune smiled. "We'll always be here to support you, Ruby." Mocha added, "You can count on us, always." Ruby was overwhelmed by the warmth and support of her friends. "Thank you, really," she said, her eyes filling with tears of gratitude. Then, looking at Ichigo, she thought, and thanks to you too, Kurosaki-kun. I don't know how to thank you for saving me. Ichigo leaned closer, understanding the gratitude in the young witch's gaze. I'm glad you're okay. The group remained silent for a moment, sharing the joy of seeing Ruby safe. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of unity and friendship. Well, Ichigo timidly interrupted the moment. If you don't mind, I'm going to the principal's office. I want to talk to Urahara about something. Tsukune nodded. Sure, Ichigo. Thanks for joining us. See you later. Outer Mocha smiled at him. Take care, Kurosaki-kun. Visor also gave him a grateful look, knowing the exact role he had played. See you, Kurosaki-kun, Yukari said with a smile. However, Kurumu frowned slightly. While she appreciated Ichigo's presence, she couldn't help but feel frustrated by the secrets he kept. You're disappearing and keeping secrets again, Ichigo, she said quietly, but loud enough for everyone to hear. It's hard to know what to think when you're not telling us anything. Ichigo looked at her with a mixture of understanding and resignation. I know, Kurumu. But there are things I can't explain right now. I just hope you can trust me for now. The succubus crossed her arms, showing her anger again with it. I'm getting tired of you running away, always making excuses, she said, while her eyes began to fill with tears. Tsukune and Yukari glanced at each other, concerned about the tension between their friends. Mocha frowned, sensing the awkwardness in the air. Mizur, though also concerned, knew Ichigo had his reasons and decided not to intervene. Ichigo sighed and approached Kurumu, gently stroking her head. Kurumu, after what happened with Mocha, I promise I'll take some time to talk to you and explain everything. Kurumu, surprised by the gesture, felt her tears begin to dry. Although she was still upset, the sincerity in Ichigo's eyes made her nod slowly. Okay, but don't forget your promise, she said in a trembling voice. Ichigo smiled slightly and nodded. I won't forget, I promise. He headed to the door and looked at everyone before leaving. In 10 minutes, the 2 hours Urahara needed to complete his analysis will be up. I suppose the ritual can begin now, but if you want, I can tell you that you'll do it when Ruby recovers. What do you think? Everyone exchanged glances. Tsukune was the first to speak. Ruby needs to rest, but I understand this ritual is important. I don't want her to feel pressured or guilty if we delay it. Visor, still holding Ruby's hand, nodded. That's true, but if this ritual is urgent, we can proceed and make sure Ruby rests afterward. I'm sure she would understand. Mocha added, if Urahara is ready and everyone is here, I think it's best to move on. Ruby, struggling to speak, whispered, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Do whatever it takes. Kurumu finally spoke, still looking at Ichigo. If everyone's okay with it, then let's do it now. But make sure you're here for Ruby afterward, Ichigo. Ichigo nodded determinedly. Okay. I'll tell Urahara we're ready. See you soon. He left the room, leaving the group with a mixture of concern and resolve. Ichigo left, closing the door behind him. Ruby then took out Mocha's hand. So they're finally going to separate you from your other self. How do you feel about that? She asked Mocha. Outer Mocha looked at Ruby, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. To be honest, Ruby, this is something that worries me a lot, she said softly. I know Yura-chan has wanted this for a long time, but I just want the best for her. I've gotten used to always being with her, protecting her and sharing our life. He paused, looking at his friends. I don't know what it will be like to be completely separated from her. While I understand and respect her desire for freedom, I worry about what might happen. I feel responsible for her well-being. Yukari, with a sympathetic expression, added, we're all here to support you, Mocha. Whatever happens, you won't be alone. Tsukune nodded, approaching Mocha. You've always been strong, Mocha. Both of you are. I'm sure you can handle this. And we'll be with you every step of the way. Visor and Kurumu nodded as well, showing their support. Ruby gently squeezed Mocha's hand. Whatever it is, we're here with you. And no matter what, we'll find a way to move forward together. Outer Mocha smiled, though her eyes held a hint of uncertainty. Thank you, everyone. Having you here with me makes this a little less scary. Meanwhile, Ichigo left the infirmary and began walking toward the principal's office. After taking a few steps, he saw Cocoa standing against a wall with her arms crossed. Ichigo, the orange-haired vampire, said when she saw him. How is she feeling? He asked about Ruby. Mocha's younger sister decided to wait outside the infirmary since she didn't know the injured girl very well. But despite her reluctant attitude, Ichigo could see a sincere concern for the young witch. She's fine. She just woke up. She'll recover little by little, he replied. Thanks for asking. Ichigo smiled at him. The vampire looked away, wanting to appear unfriendly, but she couldn't help but feel a slight blush. It's nothing, she responded curtly, trying to sound indifferent, but there was a sincerity she couldn't hide. Hey, where are you going now? She asked curiously, surprised that he had left the infirmary alone. I was heading to the principal's office, to the room where they're going to perform the ritual. Do you want to come? Ichigo asked, seeing her so idle. Coco frowned, thinking for a moment. I guess I have nothing better to do, she said, trying to sound disinterested, but there was a spark of curiosity in her eyes. Besides, I want to make sure everything goes well with my sister, she added, letting her true concern show. Okay, then let's go, he nodded, and they both set off. Ichigo walked with his hands in his pockets, while Cocoa walked with her hands clasped behind her head. The silence between them was tense, interrupted only by the echo of their footsteps. She couldn't help but glance at Ichigo curiously, even out of the corner of her eye. Why are you always so calm, Ichigo? Cocoa asked, breaking the silence with a hint of curiosity and challenge in her tone. It's like nothing really bothers you. Ichigo smiled slightly, still looking ahead. I'm not always calm, Cocoa. But I've learned to keep a cool head in difficult situations. It's something that comes with time and experience. Experience, huh? Cocoa replied skeptically. You don't look that old. How old are you exactly? 17, Ichigo replied with a smile, knowing that for someone in the supernatural world, his age might seem insignificant. But I've been through a lot in a short time. Cocoa raised an eyebrow, interested. A lot of things. What do you mean? I don't want to sound like a braggart, but I've been in a lot of battles, he replied, trying to be as brief as possible so as not to reveal too much information, but at the same time being sincere. Cocoa was silent for a moment, absorbing what Ichigo had said. You must be pretty strong then, she commented, without sarcasm, which surprised Ichigo. I do what I can to protect my friends and those I care about, he replied, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Just like you would do for your sister. Cocoa paused for a moment, surprised by Ichigo's words. I suppose you're right, she admitted, letting her guard down for a moment. I'd do anything for Mocha One-sama. And that's what matters, Ichigo said with a knowing smile. At the end of the day, protecting those we love is what makes us stronger. Cocoa thought for a moment that she wished she were stronger so she would be worthy of her sister's acceptance. She had never thought of it any other way. Getting stronger so she could protect those she loved, that might give a more meaningful perspective to her motivations. She looked Ichigo in the eyes and nodded, understanding his words, feeling an unexpected connection with him. So you had those battles because you wanted to protect those you loved, she said more as a statement than a question. Yes, I had to protect them. My friends, my family, my sisters, he said with a slight nostalgic tone in his voice. Coco relaxed her posture and began to walk, looking more directly at Ichigo. Do you have sisters? How many are there? What are they like? Her curiosity could no longer be hidden. Ichigo smiled at the barrage of questions. They're twins. Karen looks a lot like you. She has a similar personality to yours. Yuzu, on the other hand, is sweeter. She's more like the pink-haired Mocha. The orange-haired vampire nodded and thought for a moment. What do you think of Mocha? She finally asked. Which one? Ichigo asked, knowing she has a favorite. The orange-haired vampire thought for a moment, then frowned slightly. The real Mocha, the silver-haired one, obviously, she replied with a mix of pride and affection in her voice. Ichigo smiled slightly. Inner Mocha is incredibly strong and determined. She can sometimes seem distant, but I think that's just because she's had to shoulder so much responsibility. I respect her a lot for that, he said, observing Coco's reaction. Coco nodded slowly, as if she were evaluating each word. Yes, One-sama has always been like that. Strong and protective. Sometimes I wonder if she stopped, biting her lower lip, struggling to find the right words. What if she does? Ichigo encouraged, sensing that there was something deeper behind Coco's words. If she's really happy. She's always had to deal with so many things, and our family. Coco looked down, her eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and sadness. Ichigo looked at her with understanding. It's hard to say. But I think she'll find happiness in protecting those she loves. And that includes you, he added softly. Coco looked up, surprised by the sincerity in Ichigo's words. Perhaps you're right. I suppose we all have our burdens to bear, she admitted, relaxing her posture slightly. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, and sometimes sharing those burdens with others can make them lighter, he said, staring straight ahead, thinking about the secrets he carried as a burden, as they continued walking toward the principal's office. Damn, I think I'll have to tell them the whole truth much sooner than I thought, he said to himself as he thought about his new friends. Coco was silent for a moment, absorbing Ichigo's words. Finally, she let out a sigh and allowed herself a small smile. Guess you're not so bad after all, Ichigo, she said jokingly. Ichigo laughed softly. Thanks, Coco. I think you're pretty cool too, he replied, appreciating the moment of connection between them. Without realizing it, immersed in their conversation, they found themselves in front of the wooden doors. Well, we're here, Ichigo said as he knocked 3 times. Let's see how Urahara did, he smiled at Coco, who nodded. They both entered, saw that the office was empty, then headed to the door on the side to enter the ritual room. Once inside, they could see that Mikigami was inside the circle adding some spells to complete the pentagram. Elsewhere, in front of the main panel, Fuhai and Urahara were talking while analyzing the silver cross-shaped seal. The former captain noticed their presence. "Ichigo, it's been a while," he greeted him effusively. "It seems you've changed your girlfriend, from what I see, or are you thinking of starting a harem?" he said jokingly. Ichigo snorted and rolled his eyes. "Stop bothering us with that. We came to see how you were doing with the preparations." Cocoa, for her part, blushed deeply, her eyes widening and her fists clenched, clearly annoyed by the insinuation. "What are you saying, you crazy old man? I'm not one of his girlfriends," she protested. Calm down, I was just joking," said Urahara as he covered his mouth with his fan. "It's good to see you have so much energy. We're going to need it for the ritual. Speaking of which, is everything ready? Do you need us to help with anything?" said the young Shinigami without wasting time. "Everything's calibrated now, just a few details are missing," he replied in a more serious tone. "Cocoa-chan, could you help Fuhai-san position the Gigai?" "What?" said the vampire confused. "Follow me this way," said the old man Fuhai, pointing with his hand where to go. When they walked away, Ichigo approached the Hatter. "Hey, what happened to the barrier in the tunnel? Is that ready too?" he asked in a low voice. "The barrier is ready and operational," he also responded in a low voice with a serious tone. "And how does it work?" the teenager asked curiously. "It's an energy barrier that repels the spiritual energy of hollows, scaring them away or eliminating them should they try to force their way in. To make entry easier, I installed a system that deactivates the barrier for 30 seconds when it detects the device I installed on the bus. It would function as a sort of intercom that also deactivates the barrier when it detects yokai, in case a student wants to enter on their own," Urahara explained. "Their battle pass also works as a key to deactivate the barrier." Ichigo listened attentively to Urahara's explanation, nodding slowly as he processed the information. "I understand. It's a good security measure. I'm glad to know the students will be protected." Urahara smiled with satisfaction, pleased to see that Ichigo understood the importance of the system. "That's right. Besides, with your combat pass, you'll be able to move freely without any problems." At that moment, Fuhai and Coco returned, pushing a crystal sarcophagus containing the Gigai. The little vampire watched the Gigai with a mixture of wonder and curiosity. "Is this a Gigai?" he asked, his eyes scanning the motionless, faceless body dressed in a hospital gown lying inside the sarcophagus. "Yes, it is an artificial body that will serve to house the essence of the external mocha," Fuhai replied. Coco stared at the faceless Gigai with a mixture of wonder and some unease. Seeing the motionless, identityless body was unsettling, almost as if she were looking into an empty shell. "It's a little creepy," he admitted, frowning. "Why doesn't it have a face?" "The Gigai has no features until Mocha's essence inhabits it. Once the ritual is complete, it will take on her appearance," Fuhai explained, his tone calm but serious. "For that, it's also necessary to introduce a bit of your sister's blood. It's part of the process to ensure the compatibility and stability of the artificial body." Coco nodded slowly, though she still looked somewhat uncomfortable. However, as she thought of her sister and the importance of the ritual, her expression hardened with determination. "Ready?" Fuhai told Urahara as he placed the sarcophagus in position in front of the large circle. At the same time, Mikigami stood up. "I'm done here too," he said in his resonant voice. "Very well," Urahara said with satisfaction. "Cocoa-chan. I need you to go find the others so we can get started," he said to the vampire in a serious tone. She nodded and quickly left the room in search of her sister and her friends. Ichigo stared out at the scene, taking in every detail. The main console with its tangle of cables connecting to the ivory lecterns, the circle on the floor with a star drawn on it, and all the enchantment surrounding it, and finally the crystal sarcophagus with the Gigai meant for the outer mocha. He thought about how complex that ritual was, and a doubt began to gnaw at his mind. "Urahara, tell me something," he finally spoke. "Did you have all this planned out in advance? Because just yesterday you were informed about the problem with the tunnel and also about Mocha's separation. I'm not saying you're not a genius, but I don't think you could have prepared something so complex in one night." Urahara looked at him seriously, then relaxed his expression with a smile. "You really are perceptive, Ichigo," he said, opening his fan and covering his mouth in a mocking tone. So Ichigo insisted. "You see, Mikigami-san and Fuhai-san were already planning the combination of magic with technology for spell and enchantment processes," he began to explain in a serious tone. "But we were only working to strengthen the barrier that divides this world from the human world," said the director, who suddenly appeared next to Ichigo. The young man looked at him without surprise because he could see him moving at full speed. He was already used to Byakuya's and other captains' flash pace. Mikigami smiled at Ichigo's calm reaction. We were also working to strengthen Mocha's seal that would eventually weaken over time, added Tauhu Fuhai. But seeing that what was needed was to perform an exorcism and transfer of consciousness to a Gigai, I had to make some slight modifications, Urahara finished explaining. Ichigo nodded, understanding what she'd just explained. Then another doubt came to him. What's the rosary Mocha's carrying for? Why does it have to be sealed? Urahara, Mikigami, and Fuhai exchanged glances before answering. Finally, it was Mikigami who spoke. The rosary Mocha wears is a seal designed to contain the immense power of her vampire form. Within it lies the power necessary to awaken Alucard, who remains asleep. If that power were unleashed unchecked, it could cause unimaginable catastrophe. Tauhu Fuhai nodded and added. Since Mocha was little, the rosary has been the only way to keep that power under control. Ichigo frowned, processing the information. And who exactly is Alucard? Alucard is an ancient and powerful entity, the progenitor of all vampires, and a force of immense destruction, Mikigami replied. Long ago, he was sealed away to prevent his devastating power from destroying the world. However, his essence and awakening power were transferred and sealed within Mocha. That is why the rosary is so crucial. So, the separation of the two Mochas is to better protect her and prevent the power to awaken Alucard from being unleashed. Exactly. By separating their consciousnesses and transferring the external Mocha into a Gigai, we can strengthen the seals and ensure the power to awaken Alucard remains contained, the director explained. It's a delicate process, but we believe it's the best way to protect both Mocha and everyone around her. Ichigo nodded, finally understanding the magnitude of the ritual and the importance of the rosary. I understand. I will do everything I can to help ensure this ritual is a success. Urahara smiled, satisfied with Ichigo's determination. I know we can count on you. Now, all that's left is to wait for Kokoa to return with the others so we can begin the ritual. Ichigo looked once more at the Gigai inside the sarcophagus. In his mind, he recalled the dream he had that afternoon where Mocha was inside, begging him to free her. Don't worry, Mocha. I'll do everything I can so you can be free and live your life in peace. Chapter 9. The Rebirth of Two Souls. The halls of Yokai Academy were tinged with the orange colors of sunset as the sun gently slipped below the horizon. Little by little, the automatic lights outside the building were coming on. Inside, the only sound was the echo of the footsteps of the journalism club members, who, with palpable tension, made a silent procession toward the principal's office. Sukyun walked, holding Mocha's hand, caressing the back of her hand with his free hand. On the other side of the vampire, Kurumu was hanging from her arm and resting his head on the pink-haired girl's shoulder. Behind them came Yukari and Mizur, walking silently, deep in thought. Mocha, walking among her friends and feeling the tangible support of Sukyun and Kurumu, felt overwhelmed by a mixture of emotions. On one hand, the closeness and affection of her friends gave her a feeling of comfort and strength. Feeling Tsukyun's hand gently caressing hers and Kurumu's constant support, with her head resting on his shoulder, reminded her that she was not alone in this critical moment. Leading the way was Kokoa, who went to get them to the infirmary. Mocha remembered how everyone saw her little sister appear in the doorway and say in a gentle tone that everything was ready. Most would have expected her to give an order like "Come on, move your butts," but she surprised them all with her attitude. Just before setting off, Kokoa stood in front of outer Mocha and said, "Thank you," giving her a faint smile. Remembering this, she felt a surge of tenderness and gratitude. She knew her younger sister well and knew that behind her rude and bossy facade, there was a warm heart that cared deeply for her family. The way Kokoa had appeared in the infirmary doorway, with a gentle tone and words of thanks, had revealed a more vulnerable and caring side of her. "Thank you," those words echoed in Mocha's mind as they walked through the halls. It was a simple gesture, but loaded with meaning. Her sister's faint smile had been a reminder that, despite whatever differences and fights they might have, they would always be there for each other. For Mocha, Kokoa's attitude was a source of additional strength. Knowing that her sister supported her and was grateful for her sacrifice gave her renewed determination to face the ritual. It also reminded her that not only her friends, but also her family, were united in this crucial moment. Finally, they found themselves in front of the large wooden doors of the office. Kokoa, imitating Ichigo's gesture, knocked 3 times and, without waiting for anyone to answer, pushed open the door to enter. Mocha stood there for a moment, sighing as her little sister entered the office. "We are with you," Mocha-san said, Tsukyun giving her a smile. "That's right, we'll do this together," said Kurumu, who raised her head to look the vampire in the eyes. Yukari stood in front of Mocha and hugged her by the waist. "You have our full support, Dezu," she said as she looked up. Mizur, standing behind her, placed her hands on the pink-haired girl's shoulders and smiled silently. Mocha felt her heart fill with warmth and gratitude at the unconditional support of her friends. Each of their gestures and words reinforced her resolve and reminded her that she wasn't alone in this crucial moment. She inhaled deeply, allowing herself a moment to absorb all that positive energy and let it fill her spirit. She felt stronger, more confident, and ready to face whatever came. "Thank you all," she said with a smile, her eyes shining with determination. "Let's do this for Yura-chan." Everyone nodded and followed her through the office until they entered the ritual room. Inside were Ichigo and Kokoa talking, Urahara was making some adjustments to the console, and finally there was Tauhu Fuhai with Mikagami checking some items that were on a table. The director turned to the newcomers with a smile. "Here you all are. Now we can make the final preparations. Well, now you know Kisuke Urahara, the scientist in charge of the technical part. Allow me to introduce my colleague Tauhu Fuhai," he said while extending a hand pointing to the old man at his side who bowed. "He is an expert in seals and will be in charge of placing a rosary on each mocha." Everyone bowed to the short old man. "Nice to meet you, Fuhai-sama," Tsukyun finally spoke. "Could you explain what the ritual consists of?" The old man approached Tsukyun to begin explaining. "To put it briefly, it's an exorcism and soul transfer. We will extract the essence of the external mocha to transfer it to an artificial body," he said, pointing to the gigai that was inside the crystal sarcophagus. Yukari, Kurumu, and Tsukyun watched the gigai with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The idea of transferring Mocha's soul into an artificial body was disconcerting, but they understood the necessity of the ritual. The glass sarcophagus contained a faceless, formless, mannequin-like body, giving it a disturbing and surreal appearance. Yukari, always curious and eager for knowledge, took a step forward, observing the gigai with shining eyes. "It's incredible," she murmured, her eyes scanning every detail of the artificial body. "How did they manage to create something like that?" she thought. Kurumu, on the other hand, felt deeply uneasy. Although she understood the necessity of the ritual, the idea of Mocha's essence being transferred into a faceless artificial body made her uneasy. Tsukyun watched the gigai in silence, processing Fuhai's explanation. He knew this was a necessary step to protect Mocha, but the sight of the featureless artificial body made him feel a mixture of fear and hope. Vizor could see the concern on her friends' faces. "Don't worry, when Amit's essence is transferred to the gigai it will take its form," she said in a calm voice, remembering what Urahara had said. Kurumu breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing her shoulders slightly. "That sounds much better," she admitted, giving Mocha a reassuring look. Yukari nodded, her eyes shining even brighter with the additional information. "That makes sense. It's like the gigai is some kind of mold waiting to be filled." "That's right, Yukari-chan," said Urahara in a cheerful tone just as Mizur-chan explained. "The gigai will take the form of Mocha, and for that we need some blood," he said, turning towards Mocha, while in his hands, he held a syringe in the shape of a gun with a silver needle. Mocha nodded, appearing serene at the professionalism with which Urahara handled himself. She took off her school uniform jacket and began rolling up her shirt sleeves. It's not your blood I need," interrupted the Hatter, "it's the blood of your other self I'm looking for." Mocha stopped, a little surprised, and her eyes filled with understanding and determination. "I understand," she said, slowly rolling down her shirt sleeves. "Okay, I'll do whatever it takes." Tsukyun frowned, concern evident on his face. "Is this safe to do?" he asked, looking at Urahara seriously. "Is there no risk for Mocha?" Urahara smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Tsukyun-kun. The blood of the inner Mocha is crucial to ensuring the gigai is fully compatible and stable with the essence of the outer Mocha. Everything will be fine." The pink-haired vampire looked at Tsukyun and gave him a comforting smile, but he still looked fearful. Mocha then approached and gave the boy a warm hug, whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, everything will be okay, I want to do this." Tsukyun relaxed and hugged her back, staying like that for a few moments. Kurumu smiled tenderly at the sight, feeling a warmth in her chest. "They're so cute together," she murmured, feeling a mixture of admiration and a hint of jealousy at Tsukyun and Mocha's closeness. Yukari, always curious, watched the scene with a soft smile, but her thoughts kept revolving around the ritual and how it would all work. Despite her worries, seeing Mocha and Tsukyun together gave her a sense of security and hope. Mizur, with her typical calm, smiled slightly at the hug. For her, seeing the unity and mutual support among her friends was a reminder of the strength they had together. Everything will be okay, she thought to herself, reinforcing her own determination to support them in any way she could. Even Kokoa, who often acted distant, felt a surge of appreciation for her sister and her friends. Though she didn't express it in words, her eyes softened at the hug, better understanding the deep connection that bound Mocha and Tsukyun. Ichigo, who had been conversing with Kokoa, watched the embrace in silence, an expression of understanding and respect on his face. He knew what it meant to face difficult decisions and the courage it took to lean on others. His respect for Mocha and Tsukyun grew as he saw the strength in their relationship. They're united, he thought, and that will give them the strength to overcome whatever comes. When the hug ended, Mocha pulled away slightly, looking Tsukyun in the eyes. "Do it, Tsukyun," she said firmly. He understood what he had to do. He took the rosary cross in his hand and removed it from the chain hanging from the choker, initiating Mocha's transformation. "See you later, Sukyun," she said, smiling as she disappeared into a flash of red light and a storm of bats surrounded her body, covering it completely. When the bats dispersed, Mocha emerged from within, complete with her long silver hair, crimson eyes, and demonic aura. Ichigo watched the transformation with wide eyes, clearly impressed. The flashes of red light and the storm of bats surrounding Mocha as she transformed into her inner form reminded him of his own experiences with his powers and transformations. Inner Mocha's powerful presence, with her long silver hair, crimson eyes and demonic aura, impacted him deeply. As the transformation completed, a smile formed on Ichigo's lips. Though impressed by the display of power, he couldn't help but feel a connection and a sort of camaraderie with Mocha. So this is Mocha's true strength, he thought, recalling his own battles and the times he had undergone similar changes. Comparing his experience to Mocha's made him feel a mixture of admiration and respect. "Impressive," he murmured to himself, his smile reflecting both surprise and recognition. She also knows what it's like to carry immense power within her. Ichigo understood the weight and responsibility that accompanied such transformations and felt even more connected to Mocha in that moment. As she finished transforming, she took a moment to adjust to her form, stretching her muscles slightly and feeling the familiarity of her true nature. Her eyes scanned the room, lingering briefly on each of her friends. "Thank you all for being with me through this," she said, appreciating their presence and support at this crucial moment. "Looks like this will be the last time you call me," she said as her eyes met Sukyun's, giving him a small grateful smile. "Even in this form, you always surprise me, Mocha-san," Sukyun said, trying to keep his tone calm even though his admiration was evident. Then, the vampire's eyes fell on Ichigo, taking in his expression and the smile that had appeared on his face. "You were finally able to witness the release of my true form," she said, smiling at him. "Yeah, I was late last time and missed it," he replied, scratching the back of his neck. "That was quite a show of power," he added with a smile. A jab in the ribs from Cocoa wiped the smile off her face. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" she protested. "Don't hog me, Mocha-one-sama," she said, sticking her tongue out at her as she threw herself into her sister's arms. Mocha hugged her back and her little sister looked up. "This is how I want to see you all the time. Elegant, powerful, and smiling," she said softly. The older vampire gave her a warm smile, stroking her head. Then she released her hug and walked over to Urahara, rolling up her shirt sleeves. "Well, here you can take all the blood you need." "Wow, that was a transition I wasn't expecting," the Hatter said. "It's a shame I couldn't record and scan that whole spectacle," he added jokingly as he placed the needle on Mocha's arm. "Good, now I need to do a quick analysis," he said, withdrawing the gringo. "And for that, I'll also need that thing you have there, Aono-kun." He extended his hand, palm up, asking for the rosary Sukyun had. "Oh, sure. Here you go." He handed it to Urahara, who smiled and headed to the console, followed by a curious Yukari. "Urahara-sama, why do you need Makadesu's blood and rosary?" the little witch asked with a noticeable spark of curiosity on her face. "It's to analyze which blood elements are blocked by the rosary to encode and calibrate the Gigai, ensuring its stability," Urahara explained, pleased by the young woman's curiosity. "You know what, Yukari-chan? Curiosity is fundamental in the mind of a scientist," he said by way of praise to the young genius, making her face light up with joy. "Come with me and I'll show you the entire analysis process. It'll only take a couple of minutes." The little witch followed him to the console, where he got to work. Mocha approached the crystal sarcophagus and observed its contents. Her crimson eyes scanned every detail of the Gigai, taking in its structure and the fact that it would soon house the essence of her other half. She reached out and gently touched the crystal containing the body, feeling a faint connection. "So this will be Amit's new body," she murmured, her voice heavy with reflection. "It's a marvel, isn't it? A work of Mr. Urahara," said Fuhai, standing on the other side of the sarcophagus. Mocha nodded without taking her eyes off the Gigai. "Can I ask you something? How did you know Urahara needed your blood if you were sealed?" Fuhai asked. "Lately I've been awake even with my powers sealed. I heard and saw everything," she replied. "I see," the old man said, rubbing his chin with his fingers. "The seal must be weakening. That's good to know, so I can make some adjustments to get it working properly." He turned around and went to where Urahara was to ask for the rosary when he finished using it to work on it. "Good, listen carefully," Mikagami said in his resonant voice. "I'm going to explain how we're going to do this." Everyone turned to the director to listen intently. "Mocha will stand in the center of the circle, and the others will each take their places at the ivory lecterns forming a pentagon," he said, pointing to the 5 lecterns placed symmetrically around the ritual circle. "Their energy together will serve to fuel and stabilize the circle during the ritual. When the blood is injected into the Gigai, everything will begin. The seals on each mocha will be adjusted and the transfer of consciousness to the Gigai will begin. If no setbacks arise, everything will happen quickly, resulting in a successful separation. He looked at each of those present, making sure they understood the importance and gravity of the situation. Any questions? He finally asked, letting the silence emphasize the seriousness of the moment. Everyone remained silent. Ichigo, noticing the 5 lecterns and the number of members, realized someone was missing. "Hey Mikigami, who's missing?" he asked irreverently, as was his custom. "Well, you'll be our backup, Ichigo," Urahara said from a distance. Ichigo scratched the back of his neck. He would have protested, but then he figured having so much energy would end up destabilizing everything. "Will Ichigo be left out?" Sukyun asked, remembering that he himself is a human. "I thought I would be the one left out because I am Mocha," placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sukyun, remember that you faced my father and survived thanks to the power of my blood running through you," he said with a hint of softness in his voice. "I know you can do it." "That's true Mocha-san, I had forgotten," he responded with renewed motivation. Then Yukari approached Ichigo with a syringe. "Have Kurosaki-kun," she said, handing it to him. "Urahara-sama told me that you'll be in charge of injecting the blood into the Gigai." He took the syringe with a slight raise of his eyebrows, surprised by the responsibility that had been assigned to him. He looked at the silver syringe and then at Yukari, nodding slowly. "Okay, I'll do it," he said, trying to hide any trace of uncertainty in his voice. He felt the weight of the responsibility entrusted to him. Despite his relaxed demeanor and penchant for irreverence, he understood the importance of the task assigned to him. He held the syringe in his hand, feeling its coldness. Then, he turned his gaze to Urahara. "Don't worry, I won't fail," he added, showing his determination. His expression hardened, reflecting his focus and commitment to the ritual's success. He was aware of what was at stake and how important this ritual was to Mocha and everyone else. Then he looked at inner Mocha, his eyes filled with resolve. Mocha watched Ichigo with a mixture of admiration and gratitude at his determination. The firmness in his gaze and the confidence in his posture gave her a strange comfort. She felt a connection with him, a mutual understanding of what it meant to carry great responsibilities. "Thank you, Ichigo," Mocha said with a genuine smile. "I know I can count on you." Her words were simple, but carried a significant weight. It was her way of expressing her trust in him. "Okay guys, everything is ready," said Urahara. "We can start now." "Mocha-san, whenever you want," he pointed at the circle indicating that she could enter. Before entering the circle, Mocha turned to her friends and companions. "Thank you all for being here. This wouldn't be possible without your support. I will do my part with all my heart and strength." Then, with one last glance at Sukyun, she added, "No matter what happens, I will always be with you." With those words, Mocha inhaled deeply, filling herself with the energy and support of her loved ones. She stepped forward and entered the circle, prepared to face whatever came, knowing she wasn't alone in this. Sukyun, Yukari, Kokoa, Mizer, and Kurumu took their respective positions in front of the marble lecterns, placing one hand on the top surface. Fuhai approached the glass sarcophagus and, pressing a code on a small panel, opened it, leaving the Gigai completely uncovered. He placed a choker with a chain around his neck, identical to the one Mocha was wearing, surely to place the seal. Then, the old man positioned himself between the open sarcophagus and the circle, holding Mocha's rosary in one hand and an identical rosary in the other. "Everyone in position?" Urahara asked. Everyone nodded, looking at the Hatter. "Good. Ichigo, you're the one who goes first. Anytime." He nodded and, looking at everyone with a firm determination in his eyes, said, "Here we go." He placed the needle on the Gigai's arm and poured the contents into the veins. When he finished, he removed the needle and walked a few steps away without taking his eyes off the inert artificial body. Urahara turned a couple of knobs, lowered a lever, and looked at Mikigami, who was standing to his right. He nodded and raised his hands, concentrating deeply as he began to recite the incantation in a low, resonant tone. His words were ancient and full of power, reverberating through the room with an almost palpable force. "Oh, ancient spirits of creation, hear my call. With the power of light and darkness, I invoke the sacred bond. Let the essence of Mocha Akashiya be divided and transferred. Let the artificial body receive life and soul, let it be freed from its prison. By the power of earth and heaven, fire and water, let this ritual be completed without hindrance." As she recited the words, the air in the room charged with energy. The music stands began to glow with intense light, draining the energy from Sukyun and her friends. A soft wind rose, spiraling around Mocha and the Gigai as the tension in the room increased. Mikigami's hands moved with precision, guiding the energy of the spell toward the circle and the Gigai. The light emanating from the circle intensified, enveloping Mocha in a brilliant glow. "Now Fuhai, it's your turn," Urahara said aloud. The old man opened his hands holding both rosaries, allowing them to rise into the air, facing each other 2 meters apart. Then Mocha's body and the Gigai began to rise until they aligned with the rosaries. The blood in the artificial body began to act as the features of the external Mocha began to appear, while strands of pink hair gradually appeared on her head. Yuhai summoned a sword and drawing a kanji in the air, touched the center of the original rosary with the tip. Release seal. Lightning bolt sprouted from the center. Then he drew another kanji in the air and placed the tip of his sword on the other rosary. Transfer soul. From the heart of inner Mocha, a stream of luminous particles began to flow out, connecting the two rosaries, flowing into the heart of the Gigai, which was becoming more and more like the external Mocha. Ichigo watched the scene with wide eyes, awestruck by the magnitude and precision of the ritual. The determination and power of the participants reminded him of the most critical moments of his own battles and transformations. Watching the stream of luminous particles connecting the two rosaries in inner Mocha's body soar, he couldn't help but be moved by the sacrifice and bravery of everyone involved. It's incredible, Ichigo thought as he watched Mocha's outer features appear in the Gigai. I've never witnessed anything like this. Sukyun stared at the Gigai, watching as the familiar features of outer Mocha began to manifest. He kept thinking about her, the first friend he'd ever met and with whom he'd shared so many moments. Although his stomach felt knotted, inner Mocha's determination and the progress of the ritual gave him the strength to remain calm and receive the support he needed. Kurumu's eyes were filled with unshed tears and her heart was pounding. Despite her initial trepidation about the Gigai, she now felt a mixture of admiration and hope. Seeing Mocha so determined and strong encouraged her, and although her concern didn't disappear, she focused on pouring all her energy into the circle. Yukari was amazed by the magnitude of the ritual. Her eyes shone with a mixture of curiosity and admiration as she softly murmured a few words of encouragement to Mocha. Although she was aware of the risks, her faith in magic and in Urahara and Fuhai's abilities gave her a sense of calm and confidence in the ritual's success. Mizu remained silent, her usual outward calm, but inside she felt an intense mix of emotions. Her eyes never left Mocha's side, while her icy hands transmitted their energy to the lectern. Her faith that everything would be alright and her desire to protect Mocha kept her focused and steadfast. Koko watched the scene with a mixture of pride and anxiety. Seeing her sister at the center of the ritual, displaying such impressive strength and determination, filled her with pride, but also with concern. She maintained a serious and determined expression, willing to do whatever was necessary to support Mocha and ensure the ritual was a success. The ritual progressed, and as the minutes passed, fatigue began to show on the faces of those donning their energy. Ichigo noticed the exhaustion in his friends and began to lose patience. "Hey Urahara, how much longer?" he asked aloud. "We're at 60% of the transfer. We're going to make it," he replied without hesitation. "I have a bad feeling," he muttered to himself. Within a few seconds, something began to happen, confirming his suspicions. Yukari began to stagger and grimace in pain. "Yukari? Are you okay? What's wrong?" Ichigo shouted in alarm. I'm fine Kurosaki-kun," he answered, trying hard I must resist, for Mocha-san. Ichigo frowned in obvious concern. Soon Mizu and Kurumu also began to show the same signs as Yukari. "Girls? You too?" Ichigo was even more startled. Don't worry Ichigo," said Mizu. We must do this for Mocha," added Kurumu. Despite not being as weakened as his friends, Sukyun was also beginning to feel the pressure of the ritual. His concern was clearly written on his face, especially when he saw Yukari swaying and Mizu and Kurumu showing signs of being overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, determined not to let Mocha and the group down. "We must continue," he thought, gritting his teeth. He looked at inner Mocha, knowing he must do everything possible to ensure the transfer's success. Deep down, though, his concern for outer Mocha kept him focused on the Gigai, praying that this process would end soon before any of the girls collapsed. As a vampire, Cocoa still held her own, though the intensity of the ritual was beginning to wear on her slightly. Seeing Yukari, Mizu, and Kurumu struggling to maintain their energy, her serious expression hardened even further. "This can't go on like this," she thought, her resolve strengthening. "Urahara. What the hell is going on?" Ichigo shouted. With a serious and deeply concerned expression, the Hatter moved knobs and touched various buttons, trying to adjust the parameters. Apparently Mocha's energy is far above the three girls and is feeding back into the circuit. "Damn, this is wrong, Ichigo thought. "Yukari, let me take your place. I can stabilize her." "Then no Ichigo, let me do this for Mocha-san," replied the weakened little witch. Inner Mocha, still floating in the center of the circle, watched the situation with a mixture of concern and frustration. She could feel her friend's energy weakening and the ritual beginning to unbalance. Although her face remained serene, her eyes reflected the anguish she felt as she watched Yukari, Mizu, and Kurumu struggle to maintain their balance. "Damn," she thought, clenching her fists tightly. She didn't want her friends to suffer because of her, much less for the ritual to fail because of it. She knew the power of her true form was enormous, but she hadn't anticipated that this could endanger her friends. Mocha looked at Ichigo, who was visibly tense and ready to intervene. While she appreciated his determination, she knew his energy could also destabilize the ritual if not handled carefully. But seeing Yukari, such a young and brave girl, willing to sacrifice herself filled her with a mixture of pride and despair. But the firm voice, inner Mocha raised her voice to be heard above the chaos. "Urahara, if the situation gets worse, cancel the ritual," she ordered authoritatively, her tone denoting that she wasn't willing to risk her friends' lives. "If I do that we could lose the outer Mocha, and in the worst case you could disappear too," Urahara replied sternly. Hearing Urahara's warning, Ichigo felt a surge of tension run through his body. The thought of losing both Mochas was unacceptable to him. He clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing to find a solution. "We can't let that happen, we won't lose Mocha," he thought, his determination intensifying. He was ready to intervene at any moment, even if it meant breaking the ritual's protocol. Sukyun felt as if the world had stopped for a moment. The possibility of losing outer Mocha, the person he had shared so many important moments with, and inner Mocha, was something he couldn't bear. His breathing quickened, and his face paled as he tried to process Urahara's words. However, despite his fear, a spark of determination shone in his eyes. "No, I can't let that happen, Mocha, hold on, please," he thought, redoubling his efforts to keep his energy steady. Kurumu's heart leaped upon hearing Urahara's grave warning. Her love and loyalty to Mocha, both internal and external, drove her forward, but fear began to creep in. What if everything goes wrong? "No, I can't think like that," she thought, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill over. With renewed determination, she gritted her teeth and continued channeling her energy, determined not to let her fears defeat her. Mizer, though visibly tired, maintained her composure upon hearing Urahara's words. A sense of panic gripped her momentarily, but she quickly replaced it with her usual icy serenity. "I won't let Mocha disappear," she told herself, grasping her remaining energy and focusing it on the ritual. She knew the moment was critical and was determined to do what was necessary to protect her friend. Yukari, despite being at the end of her tether, felt a surge of terror upon hearing the possibility that both Mochas could disappear. Her small body trembled slightly, but her resolve didn't waver. "No, I can't fail Mochas and I must keep going," she thought, forcing herself to stay standing. The young witch took a deep breath, trying to calm her mind and stay focused on the task at hand, even though fear was stalking her. Coco froze, her eyes wide open, as she heard the harsh truth. The thought of losing her beloved sister filled her with uncontrollable rage and despair. "That's not going to happen," she screamed furiously, gritting her teeth and redoubling her efforts to stabilize the ritual. Despite her determination, fear for her sister enveloped her like a dark cloak. "Mocha One-sama, I won't let you disappear." Inner Mocha felt a crushing weight on her shoulders as she heard Urahara's stern warning. The thought of disappearing or losing her other half hit her deeply. Ichigo watched as Mikagami cast quick spells to try to stabilize the circle, and Fuhai was focused on keeping the rosary stable. This filled him with helplessness at being the only one who wasn't doing anything. "Damn it, what should I do?" he thought. Despair gripped him when he saw Kurumu scream in pain as her wings and tail involuntarily sprouted, taking on their true form. The same thing happened to Mizer, her hands transforming into ice claws. They no longer had control over their powers. The snow woman froze her music stand, making it shatter into 1,000 pieces, causing her to fall to her knees, and the succubus couldn't control her claws, destroying the touch panel. "Oh no no, no, no. I ruined everything," Kurumu said through tears. Mizer remained silent, unable to hide her expression of anguish. Mocha watched in horror as everything spiraled out of control. Sukyun and Coco were beginning to suffer the effects of the ritual and began to weaken, while Yukari was on the verge of collapse. Mocha locked eyes with Ichigo, and that was when everything went into slow motion for him. He remembered that dream he had with Mocha inside, remembered her words. "Ichigo, help me, I'm trapped and I need your help," she remembered in her mind the soft voice of the vampire. "What should I do?" "Trust your instincts," she had told him. "My instincts? Free me, Ichigo, and you'll never have to fight alone again." "Trust my instincts," he muttered to himself as he pulled his combat pass from his pocket without taking his eyes off Mocha. "To hell with the undercover mission, Mocha needs my help," he said, resting the pass on his chest, taking his spirit form and gently placing his body on the ground. When Mocha watched Ichigo take out his battle pass and transform into a Shinigami, her mind went blank for a second. The intensity of the moment, combined with the revelation of Ichigo's true identity, took her breath away. Her eyes widened as the chaos continued to unfold around her, but for an instant, all of that seemed to fade away. "Ichigo is the Shinigami? Of course he is," she thought, immediately recognizing the truth. All the clues, Ichigo's strength and determination, now made sense. A mixture of surprise, admiration, and a deep sense of relief flooded her heart. Kurumu, who was struggling with pain and the loss of control over her powers, was stunned by the sight of Ichigo. Her own suffering and despair were momentarily overshadowed by shock. Her eyes, still brimming with tears, opened wide as she stared at him in disbelief. Ichigo was the Shinigami. All this time it's been him. I can't believe it, the revelation left her speechless, and a mixture of emotions began to stir inside her. Surprise, admiration, and a deep respect for the sacrifice she was making. This is what I was hiding from you, Kurumu. I hope you can forgive me, he said to the succubus as he approached Yukari, who was at her limits. Kurumu, still reeling from the revelation, felt Ichigo's words resonate in her heart. Her confusion and surprise transformed into a warm sense of understanding. Despite the pain and despair that consumed her, Ichigo's sincerity touched something deep within her. Ichigo, there's nothing to forgive, she replied, her voice cracking but determined. All this time you've been fighting for us, protecting us. Her tears now mixed pain with gratitude. Please, save Mocha, I trust you, I always have. Her gaze softened, filled with admiration and hope, as she found the strength to move forward. Ichigo took Yukari's hand and pulled her away from the lectern. That's enough, Yukari, let me take care of the rest, he said, pulling her away and taking his position. Kurosaki-kun. Yukari said with the last of her strength. Exhausted and shocked, she stared at Ichigo with wide eyes as he took his place at the lectern. The revelation that Ichigo was the mysterious Shinigami took her breath away, adding a layer of wonder to her already exhausted mind. I never imagined all this time you were protecting us from the Shadowstesu. Ichigo placed his hand on the music stand and with a roar, began to release his Reiatsu emanating from his body and from his eyes a flash of blue light, sending it through the circuit. The energy in the circle and in the current surrounding Mocha and the Gigai immediately stabilized, causing Fuhai, Mikagami and Urahara to breathe in relief. It's about time you intervened, Ichigo. You took too long, the Hatter said in a joking tone. Feeling Ichigo's powerful energy flow through the circle, Mocha felt a sense of relief and awe. Ichigo's intense familiar spiritual force enveloped her, stabilizing the chaos that had threatened to overwhelm the ritual. Her eyes closed briefly as she felt that distinctive energy, a blend of power and determination that comforted her and made her feel safe, even in the midst of the critical situation. This is his energy, Ichigo, it's always been him, the one who protected me, even when I didn't know it. He's so strong, so determined. Opening her eyes again, Mocha turned them to Ichigo, now fully aware of who he really was. A warm feeling formed in her chest, and despite the tension of the situation, a small smile played on her lips. Ichigo's energy not only stabilized the ritual, but also allowed Tsukyun and Kokoa to relax a bit in channeling their energy. It was then that they realized Ichigo's true identity. Tsukyun's expression showed a mixture of surprise and admiration. Although he knew Ichigo was strong, he would never have imagined that he was the mysterious Shinigami who had been protecting them all this time. The revelation stunned him, but also filled him with renewed determination. So, he was the one protecting us in the shadows. I didn't expect it, but now it all makes sense. Ichigo, always so determined. It's amazing. Tsukyun thought as he felt renewed strength as he continued channeling his energy. Kokoa, however, was more visceral. At first, her eyes widened in disbelief, almost refusing to believe what she was witnessing. That's Ichigo. The Shinigami everyone was talking about. The surprise soon turned into a mixture of pride and respect. Despite his usual defiant attitude, Kokoa couldn't help but feel admiration for Ichigo. The transfer was completing, and it was evident from the Gigai's appearance that the external Mocha was already occupying it. It was then that he woke up, taking a deep breath. She's alive. Urahara exclaimed, imitating Dr. Frankenstein. Stop playing, idiot, Ichigo protested. Urich and Tsukyun girls, I said Mocha softly, feeling life flow through her new body for the first time. The stream of luminous particles that connected the two Mochas faded away. The procedure is 100% complete, Urahara said. Fuhai, your final is up. The old man nodded and drawing a kanji in the air, said close seal. He extended his hands, and each rosary was placed on the chain that hung from the choker of both Mochas, shining with an intense red flash. The ritual lights went out and both vampires began to fall. Ichigo reacted quickly and with a flash of step he got under inner Mocha to catch her in his arms bridal style. The other Mocha was caught by Fuhai, avoiding the impact of the fall. Inner Mocha slowly opened her eyes, immediately feeling the warmth and security of his arms. Her breathing was still labored, but seeing Ichigo's face so close, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. A mixture of relief and affection crossed her gaze and, with a weak but grateful voice, she whispered. Ichigo, thank you. You don't have to thank just me, he replied in a soft tone. You can say thank you later. Now try to rest. It's all over. The connection between them became evident in that moment, and for an instant, all the chaos around them seemed to fade away, leaving only Mocha and Ichigo in that moment of closeness. Urahara, with his usual carefree smile, relaxed a little upon seeing that everything had gone well. Despite the critical moments, he was happy with the outcome and grateful that everyone was safe. Well, everything's over now. Ichigo has already made it clear, so you can leave your seats, he announced sarcastically. However, his mind was already beginning to analyze the next steps, knowing that the road ahead still presented challenges. Sukyun let out a deep sigh of relief and walked over to the outer Mocha to take her in his arms. "Mocha-san, we did it," he said with deep relief. "Sukyun," she said while touching the boy's face with her hand. "I'm in an artificial body, however it feels so real. I'm alive, alive," she said hugging her friend. Mizuru and Kurumu smiled as they hugged Yukari, who ended up exhausted. Kokoa stood with her arms crossed, jealous why Ichigo was once again hugging her sister, however she remained silent out of respect since he was the one who saved Mocha. Ichigo frowned as he noticed Mocha's inner rosary begin to glow. "Hey old man, is it normal for this to happen?" MigueHiHat was startled when he saw rays of light begin to emerge from the center of the rosary. "Kurosaki-kun, stay away from Mocha," he shouted, jumping towards him. But it was too late. Ichigo was struck by lightning and felt himself being dragged into the rosary. His vision went black, and when he felt himself go through a portal, falling to the ground from a considerable height, he fell, putting one knee to cushion the impact, and when he got back up, he could realize that he was on the outskirts of a large castle. "Damn, where am I? Wasn't I at the academy? Or is this a dream?" he wondered, somewhat disoriented. "Hey, who are you?" a girl's voice asked behind him. He turned around and saw that the one asking was Inner Mocha, but she looked like a little girl. "How did you get here?" "This area belongs to the Shuzen family," the girl said. "You're similar to Mocha," he said trying to analyze the situation. "How do you know my name?" the girl said, surprised. "You're very suspicious. Tell me your name." "Shit, this doesn't look good. Could it be that I was sent through time and ended up in the past?" Ichigo thought. "If so, what the heck should I do?" That's when he saw MigueHiHat peeking out from behind a bush, beckoning him to come with him. Ichigo didn't hesitate for a second. "Hey, what's that over there?" he said to the girl, pointing elsewhere. When she turned to look, he took off with a bang, disappearing from her sight. "There's nothing there." "What are you?" the girl said when she realized the boy had disappeared. "Did he leave? When did he?" Mocha woman's voice called. "What's wrong, Mocha? You ran away without saying anything." "Mom, there was an intruder right here," the little girl replied. "An intruder?" "Yes, he was a boy with orange hair, quite suspicious. He knew my name, but he disappeared." "Are you sure you're not dreaming?" Meanwhile, Ichigo and MigueHiHat were hidden behind a leafy bush. "That's him fast moving," the old man said, surprised by Ichigo's speed. "Yeah, whatever. Where are we supposed to be? In the past?" Ichigo asked, downplaying the praise she gave him. "Not exactly. Apparently, a breach opened in Mocha's seal and we were pulled into her soul," MigueHiHat said. "This is a world created by her memories." Ichigo frowned upon hearing MigueHiHat's words, trying to make sense of the information. Inside her soul. A world created by her memories. He thought, understanding the situation. So if this is part of Mocha's past and that's her when she was a child, who is the woman accompanying her? He asked the old man. "She looks a lot like the external Mocha," he added. "She is Mocha's mother," said MigueHiHat. "She is Akasha Bloodriver." Chapter 10. Bonds and Shadows. The ritual room, normally a place of power and balance, now seemed like a chamber of shadows and mystery. The walls, adorned with ancient symbols, glowed faintly with a pale light, while the air was charged with a disturbing, almost oppressive energy. On the floor, a circle drawn with runes was now the bedrock of an eerie silence, broken only by the breathing of the three unconscious bodies lying in the center. Ichigo, Tahu MigueHiHat, and Inner Mocha. Mocha watched the scene with worried eyes, her trembling hands clutched to her chest. Beside her, Kurumu was on the verge of despair, while Mizuru, more reserved, wore an expression of deep concern. Yukari and Kokoa exchanged anxious glances, trying to understand what had happened, while Tsukune stood firm, determined to do whatever was necessary to save his friends. Mikagami and Urahara, their normally imperturbable faces, displayed an unusual seriousness, aware of the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with an air of desperation and urgency felt in every corner. The rosary that had been the key to the ritual glowed ominously on Inner Mocha's chest, reflecting a pale crimson glow that seemed to pulse to the rhythm of a dark hidden heart, suggesting that something far deeper and more dangerous was at play. Urahara, without wasting any more time, went to the broken music stands to reconnect the damaged cables, while the director arranged the three bodies so that they were lying face up, moving Ichigo's enormous sword to one side. When he finished arranging them, he left the circle and looked at the Hatter who was already at the main console. "Good. It seems that their vital signs are stable," he said after looking at the screen. "Their neural waves are stable, it seems it is as if they are immersed in a deep sleep." "I see," Mikagami said in a thoughtful tone. They're in your memories, Mocha said externally. What? In her memories? How is that possible? How do you know, Mocha-san? Tsukyun asked, looking at his friend. Everyone turned to look at Mocha's outside, and she timidly continued, I can hear them, and if I close my eyes I can see them too. It's like they're in my head, but they're actually inside Yura-chan. Everyone turned to look at Urahara looking for an answer, who after analyzing it for a few seconds deduced. It is likely that you have developed an internal telepathic connection with Mocha, he said, rubbing his chin. So you can hear and see them? What are you seeing? How are they? Tsukyun asked. They're fine. Ichigo met Yura-chan when she was younger, but he hid with Fuhai-sama so as not to alter her memory, Mocha replied, closing her eyes to focus more on their telepathic connection. Apparently, they're in front of a huge castle, she added. The Shuzen family castle, said Kokoa, must be Mocha One-sama's memories of our home. The telepathic connection, Mikagami said, crossing his arms and assessing the situation coldly. It's a blessing in disguise. It could allow us to establish direct communication. First I must analyze the seal, said Urahara. I must scan where the gap is so I can guide them to the exit. They could escape through the same place they entered. Mocha-san, could you enter the circle to also analyze the connection you have with Yura-chan? He said to the pink-haired vampire who nodded, entering the circle and knelt next to inner Mocha, stroking her head. Calm down, Yura-chan. Everything will be okay. Then he looked at the other two bodies, Kurosaki-kun, Fuhai-sama, we will soon get them out of there. With a renewed sense of hope and renewal, outer Mocha focused on monitoring what was happening in the silver-haired vampire's memory world. Mocha's world of memories. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Fuhai sneakily followed little Mocha and her mother until they reached the castle. Mocha One-sama. Where did you go? A tiny Kokoa protested when she saw her sister arrive at the castle. Today is the day of our battle, right? How dare you run away? Kokoa-chan, I'm sorry, but today is an important day, so Akasha wanted to calm the orange-haired vampire who only screamed more furiously. Akasha-san, don't interfere. You really have no pride. How many times do you have to lose before you're satisfied? Mocha said, passing by her without looking at her, letting out a small giggle. And what does that mean? Today I'm going to win, Mocha One-sama. Kokoa roared, get ready. She began to charge at her sister with her bat transformed into an axe. Come on. Are you fighting again? Said a young woman with blonde hair and dark skin who was sweeping the floor with a broom. She was wearing a long white dress with long white silk gloves. How many times have I told you that fighting never leads anywhere? She added with a smile. Alu-Nisan, said Mocha, who had one foot on Kokoa, who was face down on the ground. Or rather, you shouldn't be so rude to her, Mocha-chan, said Kalu, laughing. It's just as Kalu-chan says. The three of them are sisters and should get along, Akasha said in a cheerful tone. Also, today we'll have another important person coming to visit us, and I want you all to get along with this person, okay? She added with a big smile. From high above and floating on a magic carpet were Ichigo and Fuhai, observing Mocha's memories. So that's Mocha's family, the orange-haired teen said quietly, watching the sisters interact. It's not how I imagined. They look so normal, despite how powerful they are. Don't be fooled by appearances, Fuhai said thoughtfully, crossing his arms. The Shuzen family is one of the most powerful among vampires. What you see now is only a facade of their true nature. Ichigo nodded, his expression serious. I know, but seeing them like this, fighting and playing like any other family, is strange. Kokoa seems so innocent here, but I've seen her fight so fiercely in our reality. Fuhai, pointing at Kaluya, and the blonde. Do you know her? I don't recognize her, he replied, frowning. Is she another one of Mocha's sisters? Yes, that's Kaluya Shuzen. She's the second oldest sister. Although you might not believe it based on her gentle appearance, she's one of the deadliest. Don't underestimate her. Really? She doesn't seem like the type to attack without mercy, Ichigo said, surprised what made her become like this. Fuhai sighed. The Shuzen family has been shaped by power and darkness for a long time. What you see here is only a shadow of what they will become. Kaluya may seem kind and motherly now, but that only makes her more dangerous. Her love and devotion to her family run so deep that she would do anything to protect them, even if it means following orders that go against her own wishes. I see. I'd like to see more. I have to understand their past if I want to help Mocha, Ichigo said with a determined look. This memory could give us the key to saving them from a worse fate. If we can understand what led this family to fall into such darkness, we might find a way to prevent Mocha and Kokoa from suffering the same fate. That's what makes you different, Ichigo, Fuhai said in a fatherly tone, looking at him. Despite everything you've seen, you still seek to save those trapped in their own destiny. But remember, we're only spectators here. We can't change what's already happened. This is a world within the seal, therefore these are sealed memories. Mocha probably doesn't remember most of what we're seeing here. Sealed memories, Ichigo repeated, frowning as he processed the information. That means these aren't just normal memories. They're fragments of her past that were buried for a reason. Exactly, the old man nodded. If I am not mistaken, these events are what led to Akasha's disappearance. Ichigo's eyes widened in surprise and concern. Akasha's disappearance, does that mean we're about to see what really happened to Mocha's mother? MigueHiHat nodded gravely. That's right. This sealed memory could hold the truth about how and why Akasha disappeared. Mocha likely never fully understood what happened, which makes this moment even more delicate. Mocha has lived her entire life without knowing what really happened to her mother, Ichigo thought, clenching his fists, feeling the tension rising. If these memories hold that truth, then we're about to witness the deepest pain she's ever had to endure. At that moment, the barking of a dog brought him out of his thoughts. Both passengers on the magic carpet looked to see which direction the barking was coming from. A small dog was barking at a young woman. She was wearing a dress and a black coat, and on her head was a black hat adorned with a white ribbon and bow. She was gesturing for him to come closer. Come here. You're just a puppy, but you're so brave. How cute. The dog got scared and ran after Mocha. Earl Grey, why are you so scared? Said the little silver-haired vampire. You're supposed to be a guard dog. You should be ashamed. So his name is Earl Grey? The girl in black exclaimed. I like him. It's always been my dream to have a dog. Who are you? Mocha asked. Huh? Didn't they tell you? I'm going to stay here from now on. So I guess I'm going to be a new member of the family. New member? Kokoa and Kahlua asked themselves, having approached the newcomer. Hello. I'm Shuzen Akuha. Nice to meet you, the young woman introduced herself. Thank you for coming, said a man's voice from inside the castle. Dad, said the three sisters upon hearing his voice. A tall, elegantly dressed man appeared through the door. He had silver hair with a slight curl in the front lock. Welcome to the Shuzen family, he said with a slight bow. I am the head of this household, Issa Shuzen. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you, the young woman replied, bowing martially and placing her fist in her palm. I've been waiting for this day. I'm Akuha. It's an honor to finally meet you, father. Then everyone followed the leader of the Shuzen family into the mansion, where the daughters politely introduced themselves to the new member of the family. Akuha smiled gratefully. I'm so happy to have these three beautiful sisters. It's a pleasure to meet you. And with her, that makes 4 sisters, Ichigo said, as he and MigueHiHat watched from a window perched on the magic carpet. However, it seems like a very peaceful welcome to me, considering the family of vampires, he added, frowning. You're not that far from reality, MigueHiHat said. Vampires are a species that thrives on battle. They're strong and frightening. I don't think they have a single part of their body that is known defeat. While inside the mansion, Issa Shuzen stared at his new member while wrapping his finger around the silver curl that falls on her forehead. Maybe it's hasty, but since you're one of us, could you show me your powers? Huh? Now? Akuha asked, puzzled. Kahlua, step forward. Issa ordered her daughter. They both positioned themselves in the center of the great hall. Well, my daughters, there's no need to hold back, he told them while he gave a macabre laugh. Kill each other. As I expected, Ichigo sighed. You were right, Kurosaki-kun, MigueHiHat said. There are no hard feelings, even if one of them dies. For vampires, a fight means death. This is just another day in the Shuzen family, the old man added. I'm sorry, I don't like to fight, but said Kahlua as she looked at her new sister with tears in her eyes. Forgive me, Akuha-nisan. Oh my god, sighed the black-haired vampire who with a quick movement stood in front of her sister. You can cry after killing me, she said before overwhelming Kahlua with a series of quick blows that the blonde vampire could barely cover. It's some kind of Chinese martial art, Ichigo thought as he saw Akuha's techniques. Kahlua wanted to counterattack, but her blow was dodged by Akuha, who attacked directly at her stomach with a punch. Yahosa-shusui. She shouted, projecting a strong current of energy from her fist, causing her sister to spit blood from her mouth. I think I should be the one apologizing, Kahlua-san, said Akuha, who had to quickly do backflips to dodge a downward blow from her sister. My goodness, you are really tough, said the black-haired vampire, holding her left shoulder that started to bleed because she couldn't completely dodge her sister's attack. A normal person wouldn't be able to stand for 3 days after a hit like that. Akuha interrupted her speech when she saw that her sister was starting to cry more and more while raising her guard. I see that I misunderstood you, she added. Your tears are not of sadness, they are of atonement. That is to say that you made the decision to kill your opponent without hesitation. Ichigo, frowning and fists clenched, watched the fight intently. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This isn't a fight between sisters, it's a massacre. How can you both be so used to this? Fighting to the death like it's just a game. This is the world of vampires, Kurosaki-kun, MigueHiHat said in a serious tone. As I said before, fighting and dying are part of their nature, and in a family like the Shuzens, strength is all that matters. For them, power is what defines their place in the world, even within their own family. It's a ruthless environment, but Mocha has survived thanks to her strength. If this is what Mocha has had to endure her entire life, it's no wonder she built a barrier around her heart, Ichigo thought, not taking his eyes off the fight. As the sisters were about to launch themselves into battle again, Issa clapped twice, ending the fight. It seems that bastard took pity on his own daughters, damn wretch, Ichigo snorted, making Fuhai laugh at the insults the young man hurled at the leader of the Shuzen family. Thanks Ikuha, now I know how strong you are, said Issa, it's beyond my expectations. You must be tired from the trip, rest the rest of the day. Thank you, father, she replied, bowing. She then shook Kalua's hand, acknowledging that she had been a great opponent. That wasn't so surprising. Kokoa protested. Kalua Nisan hasn't gotten serious yet. That applies to her opponent as well, Mocha said, feeling deep admiration for Ikuha. Not only for her strength, but for having seen through Kalua's truth after exchanging so few blows. What surprising perception and serenity. How much of her true potential is she hiding from us? Thought little Mocha. Issa-sama, sorry to bother you, but one of the subordinates arrived, kneeling before the leader Shuzen. What is it this time? The vampire asked. There are signs that someone has entered the barrier around the mansion. Should I go check? The subordinate asked. Intruders, let them do what they want. It's probably another gang of fools coming for my life. I'll take care of them personally. Akasha, I leave things to you, he told his wife before leaving. Don't tell me that's the man I met this morning, thought little Mocha. I suppose they won't refer to us as intruders. Ichigo said, looking at the old man. I don't think so, Fuhai replied. What's happening here is a thing of the past. To put it simply, it's as if we were both seeing the same dream. Ichigo nodded, understanding the situation. He understood the concept of watching a dream even more, because as if it were a movie, they cut to a scene where little Mocha was outside the castle. Ichigo watched her intently. This is where I met the intruder, Mocha said to herself. I don't know why, but I can't get it out of my head. Who was that guy? She paused to take a breath and shout, hey, intruder, come out wherever you are. Great, now Mocha is looking for me, Ichigo grumbled. Hey man, what really upset me was the past or just Mocha's memories? He asked Fuhai. Just the memories, Kurosaki-kun, the old man explained. Like when you forget things, and like some things you remember come back more beautiful than in the past. Memories are an eternal thing. Fantastic, he said sarcastically. I altered Mocha's memories. Thank goodness I didn't stay interacting with her much longer because that would have caused a disaster, he said, still regretting what he did. Fuhai nodded, surprised at how quickly Ichigo understood the delicate nature of being in a world of memories. Meanwhile, Mocha was sitting on a rock. He's not here. I think I should give up, she muttered to herself when she heard something behind her. She couldn't turn around to see why a hand with a handkerchief soaked in some substance covered her mouth. It was a group of 5 yokai who were taking her to the forest. Instinctively, Ichigo brought his hand to the hilt of Zangetsu but stopped, remembering not to disturb anything. Shit, she muttered, containing her anger. They threw her against a tree and began speaking in Chinese. Did they give me some kind of drug when they choked me earlier? I can't move at all, little Mocha thought. Hey princess, said one of the ruffians, bending down and placing a hand on Mocha's head. Tell me something. Did a girl dressed in black come to this house this morning? Her Japanese name is Ikuha and I came to kill her, he said with a sinister smile. What? These guys aren't coming for my family. They're coming for Ikuha, Mocha thought, her eyes wide open. There's no need to talk to the brat. We're going to kill everyone connected to her, said one of the approaching intruders. First of all, we're going to dispose of this girl. Then we'll throw her pieces inside the mansion, he said, running his forked tongue along his machete. Let's do it. Cheered the rest of the ruffians. You guys are savages, said the one talking to Mocha. Besides, she's very pretty. But if we don't do something like this, we won't be able to quench our anger, he declared. That's what I'm talking about, said the reptilian tongue, grabbing Mocha by one leg and lifting her upside down. Let's get this cuteness started. He brandished his sword to cut off one of the little girl's legs when a hand pierced the ruffian's head. It was Ikuha who ended his life in an instant. It's here. The Black Devil. The intruders exclaimed. Ichigo, who was watching silently, frowned, her pulse didn't tremble. Ikuha killed without hesitation to protect Mocha, but she did it with a frightening coldness. It's as if violence were her natural language, feeling a deep unease. Finally, we meet, said the leader of the intruders. I'm glad you came. I won't forget what you did. I'll give you your punishment. He smiled grimly. Ikuha, ignoring the intruders, crouched down in front of her little sister, cupping her face with one hand. Are you okay, Mocha? Did they hit you or do something to you? Mocha remained silent with her eyes wide open. I'm so sorry I finally have a sister and because of me you had to go through all this. "You insolent brat," said the leader of the intruders, "stop ignoring me. I'm going to kill you." He didn't finish shouting because Akuha cut him and the remaining intruders into several pieces with her hands. "If you have something against me, then come from the beginning," said Akuha, looking at them with contempt. "You are so weak that you can't even do that, so don't you dare touch my sister." "Diablo," said one of the ruffians with his last breath. "Incredible," Mocha murmured, her eyes filled with admiration for her sister. "Even though he's terrifying, I'm fascinated by his strength and his overwhelming brutality." Ichigo watched silently as Akuha mercilessly slaughtered the ruffians, his expression hardened by the violence unleashed before him. Although he had seen such brutal acts before, the coldness and precision with which Akuha eliminated her opponents left him unsettled. "This isn't just strength, it's a kind of cold, controlled rage," Ichigo thought as he watched the remains of the ruffians lie on the ground. Akuha has incredible skill, but the way she uses it, it's not just to protect, it's to dominate and destroy without a trace. Mocha is impressed, but this admiration can be dangerous. Akuha hugged her sister sweetly. "I'm glad you're okay. Now let's go home," she said to the little girl. Yes, Mocha replied, returning the hug. "Thanks for saving me, Akuha-nisan." Suddenly the image of Mocha and Akuha vanished and the whole environment became blurry. "Hey old man, what's going on now?" Ichigo asked. "It must be a transition to another memory," Fuhai replied. He wasn't far from wrong as they found themselves back in front of the Shuzen mansion. It was nighttime and fireworks were exploding outside. They both looked out the window and saw a gathering in the main hall. All the vampires were gathered around a long table, at the head of which was Mocha, her sisters, and her parents, all in front of a birthday cake. "Happy birthday, Mocha." They all celebrated in unison. "This is my gift, Mocha-chan," said Kaluya, handing her a big stuffed animal. "It took me a long time to make it." She gave a smile to her sister, whose face was lit with happiness. "Yay. A handmade teddy bear," said Mocha, hugging her gift. "It's actually a rabbit. A cute bunny. How happy." Mocha smiled with a blush on her cheeks. "Kaluya-nisan, that's surprisingly boring of you," Kokoa said as she placed a box with a large bow on the table. "Mine's prettier." "Haha, it's kind of embarrassing receiving a gift from you, since we're always fighting," Mocha said as she opened the package. Inside was a bat. "It's a baked bat I captured, his name is Ku-chan." Kokoa exclaimed. "His specialty is transforming into any weapon. You can keep him, Mocha-chan." She handed him over, transformed into a sword. "The bad thing is that he weighs 100 kilos and he eats a lot." Mocha nearly fell forward trying to lift the heavy sword. "Too heavy," she exclaimed. "I think I'll pass," she said to her little sister. "Huh? Why?" Kokoa demanded. "It's more suitable with superhuman strength like yours. Besides, he's already attached to you," Mocha explained, having already seen her sister with the bat on her shoulder or head. "Then I wonder if you'd like mine," Akuha said. Mocha opened her older sister's gift and found a dress inside. The birthday girl wasted no time going to her room and returning a few moments later with the dress on. It was red, sleeveless, fitted at the neckline, and had wide ruffles on the skirt. "Wow. A scarlet dress, it's beautiful," exclaimed Mocha. "From the age of 10 our powers begin to increase as we enter adulthood. So you must change your clothes and wear more attractive ones," explained Akuha, who after looking closely at her little sister, brought her hands to her blushing cheeks, seeing how the dress looked on her. "How pretty. You look very good, Mocha." "Akuha-nisan, girls, thank you. I'm very happy." "Thank you so much," said little Mocha, blushing with a smile and tears of happiness welling up in her eyes. Ichigo watched the scene with a faint smile on his face. Seeing little Mocha surrounded by her family, filled with happiness and gratitude, contrasted sharply with the darkness he had witnessed before. Mocha's genuine joy, her laughter, and the tears of happiness in her eyes made Ichigo feel a warm sensation in his chest. It's hard to imagine a family that could generate this kind of happiness being shrouded in so much darkness, Ichigo thought as he continued to watch. Mocha had moments like this, moments of true joy. That's what I want to protect. Not just from external enemies, but also from the darkness that could consume her from within. Ichigo kept his gaze on little Mocha as he enjoyed her birthday party, his mind absorbed by the scene before him. Then, he broke the silence with a sigh, turning to Fuhai. "It's hard to believe such a dysfunctional family can have moments like these," Ichigo said, a mixture of wonder and sadness in his voice. Moments of true happiness. Mocha seemed genuinely happy. Fuhai, who had been watching silently, nodded slowly. "Life is a paradox, Kurosaki-kun," the old man replied, his voice heavy with experience. "Even in the deepest darkness, glimmers of light can shine. Those glimmers are what keep people clinging to what they have left, to what they love." Ichigo was silent for a moment, letting Fuhai's words echo in his mind. "Those sparkles are what I want to protect," he said finally, determination in his tone. "If I can make sure Mocha still has reasons to smile, then no matter how dark things get, I won't allow that darkness to consume her." Yuhai smiled slightly, looking at Ichigo with a mixture of respect and understanding. That must be why you're here, Ichigo. You're not just a protector, you're a light in the darkness for those who need it most. The young Shinigami thought for a moment, reflecting as he watched little Mocha, feeling determined to protect her when a doubt assailed him. "Hey, old man, how are we going to get out of here?" he asked. "Escaping from this world without contact with the outside world is almost impossible," Yuhai stated. "Damn, I just hope Urahara comes up with something, if I get stuck here I don't think I'll be much help to Mocha," Ichigo thought out loud. "You'll never get anywhere with haste, Kurosaki-kun. Besides, Mocha's mother, Akasha, is my old friend. So I'm also interested in these memories." "Then we'll have to keep observing these memories," said Ichigo. Issa Shuzen watched as his 4 daughters happily interacted while tangling the curl of his bangs between his fingers. "You have taught them well," he said, looking at his wife. "They get along very well with each other, just as he expected." "Issa-san." Akasha exclaimed with a slight blush. "Can you come with me, Akasha? I have something to discuss with you," Issa said, then left the main hall, followed by his wife. Mocha watched them leave and couldn't help but feel curious and worried. "Mom and Dad. I wonder what happened. They have a very serious expression," she thought, and followed them. Mocha's parents entered her bedroom, closing the door. "I wish to discuss taking custody of her," Issa told his wife. "I spoke to the other family, and they agreed immediately," he added, playing with one of the silver curls hanging from his forehead. "I see, that's good," Akasha replied. "Daikura will be returning to this mansion soon. She's Kalu and Koko's mother and she seems to hate Mocha," Issa said sternly. "If she's going to leave, let it be as soon as possible." "Yes. I also want that girl to have a life where she doesn't have to deal with that thing in the basement," said Akasha smiling. Outside the room, Mocha quietly approached the door, hiding her presence, to listen to what her parents were talking about. "What are they talking about? I can't hear well," she thought to herself as she leaned her ear against the wooden door. "About that, I received some unfortunate news today." Apparently Akuha said a voice from inside. "Nisan, what has Nisan done?" Mocha thought, not noticing someone approaching from behind. "Mocha-chan, what are you doing here?" Akuha asked, making her sister jump. "Akuha-san," Mocha whispered softly, gesturing for her to be quiet. "Come with me," Akuha said, taking her hands. "Now that you're an adult, I have one more gift for you." She smiled at her as she led Mocha outside the castle. In front of a door, the black-haired vampire began to force a lock by piercing it with her finger. "This is fun. No matter how many locks they put on, they won't be able to stop me," he said arrogantly. "Nisan, didn't mother say not to come here no matter what happens?" Mocha said with nervousness in her tone. "Are you scared, Mocha?" Akuha smiled at her sister, showing her the open door so she could go through it and begin to enter the tunnel. Mocha continued to watch her older sister with admiration. Even within the Shuzen family, Akuha Nisan is different from the rest of us. Rather than following the rules of the family or the vampires, she follows her own rules. She's like a free cat in the jungle. She's cold-hearted and cruel. No matter who the enemy is, she'll tear them apart without mercy, Mocha reflected as they walked down some stairs until Akuha slipped and fell to the ground on her butt. The silver-haired vampire couldn't contain her laughter, and both sisters burst out laughing. However, she's very cheerful and aware of those close to her. "Come. I'll show you my secret place," said Akuha after getting up. Outside the newly forced door were Ichigo and Yuhai. "Hey, old man. Do you think you can pull off that trick you pulled in Mikagami's office?" the young Shinigami asked. "Do you mean the invisibility barrier?" "Of course," Yuhai replied, knowing Ichigo intended to follow the two sisters unseen. He drew some kanji in the air and created a bubble around them. They both descended the stairs on Yuhai's magic carpet, giving him the advantage of making no noise with his own steps until he reached the sisters who were coming down by the light of an oil lamp. "Mocha, do you know what Shinso is?" Akuha asked her little sister. "Yes, he's a vampire, one of our ancestors, right?" Mocha answered, remembering what she knew. "And I heard that those who directly inherit their powers are also called Shinso," she added. "Yes, but even though you say inherit, it's not literal. Only by carrying his blood can you use the name Shinso," Akuha said. "In short, whoever absorbs the Shinso's blood and takes his power will be the next Shinso." "Why are you telling me this?" Mocha asked. "So you know this? In the past, a Shinso tried to exterminate the human race by himself," Akuha explained to her little sister. "He absorbed the powers of many yokai into his body and became a gigantic monster. His attack covered the continent in fire for 7 days. And what are you trying to tell me? After that he was defeated." He interrupted his sister's question. "What if I told you that the corpse is in the basement of this mansion?" Mocha opened her eyes wide. "What did you say? It's amazing, isn't it? I didn't even believe it myself until I saw this," she said, stopping in her tracks and looking up. Mocha stood frozen beside her sister, electricity running through every ounce of her body. And it can't be. So this is Alucard, a Shinso. This is what the one who is said to have been the oldest vampire became, Akuha explained. Before them, a gigantic monster lay inert, its titanic body occupying almost the entire basement. Its presence was ominous, even in death, with its dark twisted skin and aura of latent power. Chapter 11. Inner Oath. In the gloomy basement of the Shuzen family castle, Akuha and Mocha stood in front of the corpse of Alucard the Shinso. Behind them, hidden by a bubble that kept them invisible, were Ichigo and Tauhu Fuhai, observing the gigantic and imposing body of the first vampire. The old man kept his gaze fixed on the colossal monster with a more serious expression than usual. However, Ichigo opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. Then he half closed his eyes, analyzing the scene before him. So this is Alucard. I wonder if he's as strong as a Jillian, he thought, comparing the Shinso to a Minos type hollow. He couldn't help but feel curious about what a fight against this being would be like, imagining how much effort he would have to put into defeating it and thus being able to protect Mocha and his friends. He looked seriously at Fuhai as if to ask him something, but the sisters resumed their conversation. Don't be afraid. He's dead, Akuha said, trying to calm her sister, who was petrified with her mouth and eyes wide open. But you can feel him, right? He's dead, yet his presence is overwhelming. The Shinso's power and ability are so great that they surpass those of a normal vampire. I want to obtain that power no matter what I have to do, she finally confessed. Do you want to become this? Mocha asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. What do you want? She asked, feeling a cold sweat run down her body. Akuha turned around to look at her sister with expressionless eyes. The world, Mocha looked at her, dumbfounded. Then the older vampire relaxed her expression. You're the first one I've said this to, she said, letting out a giggle. Why are you telling me this? Asked Mocha. I don't know, maybe because I wanted you to know more about me, well you could, Akuha replied. Ichigo, still staring at Akuha, felt a surge of surprise at her words. The world. He thought, the magnitude of her ambition sinking in. This wasn't the kind of goal someone mentioned lightly, especially in a context like this. Although the power of Shinso was evident, the coldness with which Akuha spoke of becoming something similar to Alucard caused him deep unease. Immediately, Ichigo felt a growing concern for Mocha. He knew she had already been through a lot, and the idea that his older sister could have such dark and dangerous plans made his stomach clench. His instinct to protect her ignited even more. He deduced that Akuha's ambition could have triggered the tragic events Mocha had to endure. The scene began to change again, causing Ichigo to abandon his thoughts. Everything went blurry except for Mocha's figure, who began to walk until they could distinguish that she was now walking through the castle corridors, thinking about everything her sister had told her. The world. I never even thought about that before, he thought, walking with a lost look, and the most important thing is that we are sisters, and I had no idea Akuha-san and I are so different, the way we see things, the ambitions, everything. Mocha. Akasha's scream brought the little vampire out of her thoughts. Mother. What's wrong? You seem very, Mocha said when she was interrupted by her mother slapping her. The little girl clutched her face in surprise. You saw it, right? That thing in the basement, she complained to her daughter. How could you do that? Her mother's scream surprised Mocha even more. She had never seen her mother so angry. Akasha took her daughter by the hand and quickly led her to the girl's room, where she took out a suitcase and began packing her things, while Mocha looked on in astonishment. Mother? What's happening? Why are you packing my things? The little girl shouted. You can see what I'm doing, Mocha, her mother said sternly. First thing tomorrow morning you will leave this mansion. Why, you're joking, right? Mocha said in disbelief at what her mother had said. Why? Is it because I saw that thing down there? Why didn't I listen to you? She shouted. I don't want to. It's not that, Akasha interrupted her in a calmer tone. That's something Issa-san and I decided before you saw him. The people who will be taking care of you also agreed. You were listening to us last night, right? Why? Why? Mocha said, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Is it bad that I'm here? Am I a hindrance to you, mother? Her whole body was trembling. Without answering, Akasha placed something in Mocha's hands. What is this? The girl asked. It's an amulet. I made it with a rosary and a necklace. I'm sure it will serve you well in the future, her mother replied. Mocha sadly looked at the rosary, necklace and silver cross in her hands that sealed her powers. It's Mocha's seal, Ichigo thought, watching from the window, recognizing what Akasha had given him. So Mocha's mother made the rosary. Believe me when I tell you this, Mocha. I wish you to be happy living your life as a normal girl, the older vampire said to her daughter as she took her hands. That's why we must separate. Until the day I can tell you everything, don't ask me why. Mocha burst into tears and ran out of the room, dropping the rosary on the floor. Meanwhile in the real world, inside the ritual circle in the room next to the principal's office, kneeling next to the three bodies, outer Mocha couldn't hold back a tear that rolled down her cheek as she saw the painful memories of her other self. "What's wrong, Mocha?" Kurumu asked impatiently. "It's just a sad memory," he replied, pausing. "It's when mother gave me the rosary and asked me to leave home." "The real Mocha must leave our house," Cocoa demanded, not shouting, but with an authoritarian tone. She stood with her back to him with her arms crossed. "You're not the real Mocha, you're just an impostor," she said, a tear rolling down her cheek and falling to the ground. The entire room fell silent as if they knew Cocoa was speaking out of anger and pain. Outer Mocha felt her heart clench at Cocoa's words. Although she knew her younger sister was wrong, the pain in Cocoa's voice and the tear that fell to the ground revealed a suffering she couldn't ignore. For years, she had carried the burden of being the other, a shadow of the true Mocha, and hearing those words now, at such a delicate moment, rekindled old insecurities. She lowered her head, allowing another tear to join the first, but quickly tried to compose herself. She couldn't allow herself to show weakness now, not when her other half was at the center of the ritual, reliving the most painful memories of her life. Yukari, always the most sensitive to the feelings of others, felt a pang in her chest, seeing the sadness in Mocha and Cocoa. It was painful to see how the ritual was bringing up old wounds that seemed to never heal. However, Yukari knew this wasn't the time to let emotions overwhelm them. "Cocoa," she said, her voice softer than usual due to the exhaustion she suffered, "now is not the time for arguments. If you truly love Mocha, you should support Amit, not attack her. We're all in this together." Kurumu and Mizer were surprised by the little witch's fair words and nodded in approval of what she said. "Thank goodness," Urahara exclaimed, "more for having a reason to break this bad patch than for the results of his tests. I already have the results. So we have a chance to get them out?" Sukyun asked. "That's right. They have the opportunity to get out when the memories end," Urahara began to explain. "You see, when the memories are ending is when the barrier of the seal becomes the thinnest. Therefore, when the memories are ending is when they will have the chance to escape. Now we just have to warn Fuhai-san and Kurosaki-kun," he said looking at Mocha. The pink-haired vampire nodded, understanding what she had to do. "I'll try to use telepathy to warn them," she said, closing her eyes to focus on communicating with Ichigo and Fuhai. When she managed to connect with Mocha's inner memory world, the first thing she saw was Cocoa crying inconsolably. "Don't go, One-sama. Don't leave me," he shouted as he stood in front of the car that was waiting parked at the exit of Shuzen Castle. "What happened to our battles? It's not fair to run away when you're winning." "Cocoa," Mocha said in a soft tone, "I can't do anything either. Don't make it harder for me, please," she added as she walked past Cocoa, who was being held by Kahlua, who was also crying. "Mocha-chan," said the blonde. "Goodbye, Kahlua-nisan. Please take care of my mother and the house." He said goodbye to his sister before taking one last look at the castle. "Neither mother nor Akuha-nisan are here to see me off," he thought. "Lady Mocha, it's time to go," the driver said, bringing the girl out of her thoughts. He got into the car and when it drove off, Mocha watched through the back window as everyone waved goodbye. Cocoa ran after the car until she tripped and fell to the ground. "Cocoa, Kahlua-nisan, Akuha-nisan, father, mother," he whispered with a trembling voice. "Mother," he finally broke down in tears. Ichigo watched the scene from his position, feeling a lump form in his throat. He had faced countless battles, defeated powerful enemies, and overcome desperate odds, but none of those experiences had prepared him for the pain he felt watching Mocha say goodbye to her family. The sight of Cocoa running after the car, Kahlua crying as she tried to restrain her younger sister, and Mocha trying to maintain her composure despite the obvious pain overwhelming her, resonated deeply in his heart. As he stared at Mocha through the car window, his mind traveled back to his own memories of painful goodbyes. He remembered leaving his family to train with the Wizards, being separated from his friends when he had to go to Hueco Mundo to rescue Orihime, and the loneliness he felt when, after defeating Aizen, he temporarily lost his Shinigami powers, distancing himself from everyone he cared about. Each of those goodbyes had left scars on his soul, and now, watching Mocha go through similar pain, he felt those scars open again. Ichigo clenched his fists tightly, containing the emotions that threatened to spill over. He knew Mocha was struggling to stay strong, that she was trying not to show her vulnerability, but he could see the truth in her eyes, in the way her shoulders shook slightly, in the shaky voice she used to say goodbye to her older sister. In that moment, more than ever, Ichigo wished he could do something to ease her pain, to be by her side, and give her the support she so desperately needed. But above all, what hurt him most was the helplessness he felt. As a Shinigami, he was used to fighting, to protecting others with his sword, but in this situation, his Zanpakuto was powerless. He couldn't cut Mocha's pain with Zangetsu, nor heal the wounds in her heart. All he could do was watch and wait for her to move on, just as he had moved on from his own goodbyes. As the car drove away, Ichigo felt a deep desire to promise Mocha that he would always be by her side, that he would never abandon her as others had done to her before. But he knew words were insufficient in moments like this. All he could do was be there when she needed him and make sure she never had to face this kind of pain alone again. Through one of the castle windows, Akasha Bloodriver also watched as the car her daughter was riding in drove off down the road. "Are you sure you don't want to say goodbye?" a familiar voice asked, bringing Akasha out of her thoughts. She turned to see Akuha, who was at the bottom of the stairs. "If I go now and see Mocha's face, I will regret my decision," she replied. "Isn't it the same for you, Akuha?" "So you know who I really am," Akuha stated. "Besides, Dad also left early for work. Maybe you were trying to lure me outside?" she finally asked as she began to climb the stairs that separated them. A long time ago, there was a Shinso who tried to exterminate humans. His name was Alucard, she said as she slowly climbed the steps. However, his ambitions were ruined by the appearance of another Shinso, who was accompanied by 2 other companions. The 3 of them fought and defeated the enchanted Alucard. Some time later, those 3 people were given the title of the 3 Great Dark Ones. And to this day, they continue to guard Alucard's sleeping corpse. Finally, Akuha stopped in front of Mocha's mother. "I desire the blood of the Shinso of that legend, I desire that great power. In other words, I am behind you, the leader of the 3 Dark Lords, Shinso Akasha Bloodriver." While in the car that had recently departed from the Shuzen mansion, Mocha was traveling lost in her thoughts with a blank stare when she suddenly remembered something. "Stop!" the girl yelled at the driver, who slammed on the brakes in alarm. "I forgot my rosary. Mom made it for me, so I need to find it." She hurriedly got out of the car. "No lady, no," the driver shouted desperately. "Lady Mocha, you can't return to the mansion." The little vampire continued running, remembering her mother's words, "I wish you to be happy living your life as a normal girl. That's why we must separate. Until the day I can tell you everything, don't ask me why." She felt her heart sink. "Mother, why did you say that?" she murmured through tears. "You've never left me before. I don't want to go." She continued running towards the castle, there where she spent the happiest moments of her childhood. In that place where now Akuha, her sister, was approaching threateningly to her mother, while Ichigo and Fuhai watched everything from the window. "Are you sure you don't regret it, Akasha-san? Kicking Mocha out of the mansion like that?" Akuha asked. "I guess you sent her away because you found out about my true intentions. But to be honest, I'm surprised. I thought you 2 would never leave each other's sides no matter what. You were always there for each other. You 2 had a deeper bond than anyone else in this family. I was always jealous of you 2. "Mocha had a difficult birth," Akasha interrupted. "When she was born she almost died." Akuha repeated in surprise. "Yes. That was the first time I prayed to God. I don't care what happens to me, but please save my baby girl," Akasha said. "Those feelings haven't changed at all." "I love Mocha a lot too," said Akuha, closing her eyes, with a slight blush on her cheeks. "It's strange, but I have this warm feeling when I'm with her." "She was especially fond of you," Akasha said in a cheerful tone. Yes. Although our personalities are totally different, that made us more compatible," added Akuha with the same cheerful tone. "That's why I'm grateful to you for getting her out of the mansion," she said in a more serious tone. "I was planning on taking action sooner, but every time I thought about Mocha I hesitated, and before I realized it a whole year had passed." The black-haired vampire took a second before showing a more somber expression in her eyes. "I was thinking that if you die, Mocha would be very sad, right?" Akasha just narrowed her eyes. "I have my own goal. To obtain the power of the Shinso that Alucard once possessed, with which he was considered the most powerful vampire. That's why I need your blood," Akuha said, pointing at Mocha's mother. "So, what do you plan to do after becoming a Shinso? Are you going to follow in Alucard's footsteps and destroy the human world that has caused you so much pain?" asked Akasha. "I won't run away, I won't hide, I don't care, come at me with everything you've got," she said with open arms. "I told everyone to stay away from this place today. That way, no one will bother us." "Thank you, I owe you, Akasha-san." "Come on Akuha, I'll take care of those feelings you carry," said the older vampire with a smile. Listening to the conversation between Akasha and Akuha, Ichigo felt a whirlwind of emotions. His first instinct was to intervene, to stop Akuha before she could hurt Akasha. He brought his hand to the hilt of his Zanpakuto, but he reminded himself that what he was seeing was merely a memory. He was trapped, forced to be a spectator in a situation where every fiber of his being was calling for action. The revelation that Akasha was the leader of the 3 Great Dark Lords stunned him. Until that moment, Ichigo hadn't fully grasped the extent of Mocha's mother's power and influence. The idea that Akasha, someone who seemed so maternal and protective, had such an important role in the supernatural world shook him to his core. As Ichigo watched Akuha approach his mother with clearly dangerous intentions, he clenched his fists in frustration. Powerlessness consumed him. He could do nothing to protect Akasha, nor could he save Mocha from reliving this painful memory. Beyond the powerlessness, however, what troubled him most was the darkness Akuha displayed, the lust for power emanating from her. Akasha's bravery, facing her own daughter without fear, inspired deep respect in him, but also great concern. If Akasha truly gained that power, what would she do with it? Ichigo understood the threat she posed and knew that, in the future, he would likely have to confront her. But now, at that moment, all he could do was watch, imprinting every word and every moment in his mind, preparing for whatever might come. Still coming to terms with the intensity of what he had just witnessed, he leaned slightly toward Tauhu Fuhai, who was also watching the scene intently. "Hey, old man," Ichigo muttered, keeping his voice low, so as not to disturb the memory unfolding before them. "Akasha, is she really the leader of the three great Dark Lords?" Tauhu Fuhai, without taking his eyes off Akasha and Akuha, nodded slowly. "That's right," Kitty replied in a grave tone. "Akasha Bloodriver is not only Mocha's mother, but one of the most powerful and feared forces among vampires. Her role in stopping Alucard was crucial." He paused briefly before continuing. "The three great dark ones, that's just a title someone gave us, it's not something we've imposed on ourselves. Of course, in her prime, Akasha's unparalleled strength made her worthy of the title of Dark Lord. But for a long time now, she's had one unalterable weakness. She's too good." Akasha's description of her as too good resonated deeply with Ichigo. That kindness Fuhai mentioned, that inability to harm by choice, was the same thing he saw in Orihime. Her power was immense, but she always used it to protect and heal, never to destroy. "Making her fight her own daughter is too cruel," Fuhai continued. "On the other hand, Akuha obviously intends to kill her. She needs to absorb a large amount of Akasha's blood in order to take the power of the Shinso. And Akuha has that secret technique she showed us before." "Secret technique?" Ichigo repeated, muttering. Both women walked toward the center of the room while studying each other until they both adopted a fighting stance. Akuha took the initiative, shooting at full speed toward her opponent. The overwhelming speed took Akasha by surprise, and she barely dodged the blow. Akuha's hand sped past and pierced one of the many medieval suits of armor that adorned the room. Her hand pierced the metal surface, creating ripples as if it were water. "You're that technique?" Akasha exclaimed in surprise. "Not even I would face a Shinso without my trump card," Akuha said, looking over her shoulder. "This is a secret technique that uses barrier arts and allows me to alter my existence, allowing me to pass through and destroy any object." She turned around, making quick movements with her hands. "Higetsu, Gaijin 2. Dimensional sword that destroys the moon." The two armors behind her fell, sliced as easily as a knife through butter. "The most powerful dimensional sword in the world, used by one of the three Dark Lords, Tauhu Fuhai." Seeing Akuha's secret technique in action, Ichigo felt a mixture of awe and concern. Akuha's swift, precise movements, which allowed her to phase through and destroy objects with ease, reminded him just how dangerous and lethal such a technique could be in the wrong hands. Ichigo frowned, his mind returning to Zangetsu's teachings and his own experience with powerful techniques. Although he had seen many devastating abilities in his life, the Higetsu Gaijin 2 seemed to have a level of destruction that made it especially dangerous. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Akuha used that technique against Akasha or, worse, Mocha. "What a sinister girl," Akasha said in amazement. To be able to use the Gaijin 2, which it is said only Tauhu Fuhai can use, and at such a young age. "I've been with the Mu family since I was very little, and there I had to face many enemies when I worked as an assassin," explained Akuha. "And during that time I researched and perfected the Tauhu Fuhai technique. All to defeat you and obtain the power of the Shinso," she said and shot out, attacking Akasha, managing to wound her in her right shoulder. The older vampire performed a backflip to gain some distance, but when she looked up, Akuha was no longer there. "Where are you looking?" "I'm behind you," the young vampire yelled, striking her back. If she hadn't moved in time, it probably would have cut her in half, but she managed to escape by flipping to the side, sustaining only the cut on her back. "You're fast," she thought as she landed. "Hyakujin Ryan," shouted Akuha, who was in the air above Akasha. The young vampire performed several cross lashes with both hands, causing an explosion inside the classroom and shattering the windows. Seeing Akuha's devastating attack, Ichigo couldn't help but compare her speed and destructive power to the opponents he had faced as a Shinigami. The energy released by Akuha's technique was impressive, and her speed was undeniable, but Ichigo quickly realized that, although dangerous, Akuha's skill was not on par with the captains of the Gate 13 and barely reached the level of a lieutenant. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the scene as he assessed the situation. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to take care of me?" Akuha said mockingly. "That shouldn't be a problem for the power I want from you." When the cloud of dust dissolved, Akasha could be seen showing multiple wounds on her body. "The Shinso are a sublime existence, like stars." Akuha continued speaking. Their power far surpasses that of an average vampire. They say that their enormous power is even more beautiful and profound than the black darkness. I think it's time for you to show me that legendary power, Akasha-san. The mother giggled, throwing the young vampire off balance. You really are strong, but you're also holding back, Akasha said. You can't hurt me just with that, she added as her wounds began to heal at a surprising speed, surprising Akuha. You're not as serene as you thought. Although we don't share the same blood, as your mother I can tell if it hurts we can stop Akuha. The young vampire raised her guard, completely alarmed by the look on her adoptive mother's face, when suddenly the heartbreaking scream of a little girl alerted both vampires. Stop. Mocha had arrived on the scene. What does this mean? Why are you covered in blood, mother? The girl asked with tears in her eyes. You're the worst, Akuha-nisan. Don't hurt mother. She raised her voice with a mixture of anger and sadness when she saw that the two people she loved most in the world were fighting. Shit, this is going from bad to worse, Ichigo thought, gritting his teeth and fists as he saw Mocha arrive. I think this is where everything is going to go to hell. Mocha. What are you doing here? Shouted Akasha, who had turned to see her daughter, turning her back on her opponent. Don't come closer. She ordered the girl, who ignored her and started running towards her mother. Mocha Akuha murmured at the unexpected arrival of her little sister. I understand now, it's just as Akasha-san mentioned, she thought as she raised her head, closing her eyes with a deep lament. I'm still hesitating, making you sad makes you hate me, it's strange. I knew this moment would come when we would meet, you and my true self, I knew this would happen and yet. Mother, watch out. Mocha's warning cry didn't help much. Akasha had been cut in two at the waist. Thank you for taking care of me, Akuha said with a slight smile and a somber expression on her face. Ichigo and Mocha's eyes widened at the gruesome sight of Akasha's mutilated body collapsing on the floor. Fuhai placed a calming hand on Ichigo's shoulder as he felt a dark energy surge through him. Feeling Fuhai's hand on his shoulder, Ichigo reined in the darkness that threatened to overflow, but his rage didn't subside. Mother. Mocha screamed, desperately running towards the body on the ground when she was stopped by Akuha, who stood in front of her. Back off, Mocha, he ordered his younger sister. You better not see this. Why the little vampire murmured. I'm sorry, this is who I truly am, Akuha said, taking the hand she used to cut Akasha away, tasting a bit of the blood on her skin. Remember what I showed you yesterday? That creature hiding beneath the mansion. Despising humans, hating this world. The transcendental vampire. I'm one of those who inherited that desire. I'm a descendant of Alucard. Mocha looked down, her eyes filled with tears. Get out, she exhaled in a barely audible murmur. Get out of my way. She shouted, launching a kick at Akuha's face. Surprised, she covered herself with her left hand, but it wasn't enough to contain the force of the blow. She was thrown several meters and landed against one of the castle walls. Seeing the desperation and fury that drove Mocha to attack Akuha, Ichigo felt his own heart race. The sight of Mocha, so innocent and vulnerable, throwing herself at her own sister with all her might was shocking. For an instant, the surroundings seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of Mocha's labored breathing and the echo of the impact against the wall. Mocha, Ichigo murmured, his voice low but charged with emotion. He watched as Mocha was panting furiously with an aura of hatred surrounding her. Then the little vampire raised a deafening scream, flooding the entire place with her energy, surprising Ichigo and even more surprising Akuha, who emerged from the rubble with her eyes wide open. What is this? The black-haired vampire screamed. What a terrifying power. It's like a black darkness is enveloping everything, she thought, analyzing what was happening. Don't tell me he's a Shinso. She said, opening her eyes wide. It can't be. Why? The power of a Shinso shouldn't be hereditary, she continued thinking while watching Mocha surrounded by bats approaching her. Her precious mother on the ground, the crime that her sister committed. A deep sadness runs through her small body. Why? Mocha murmured. Why, Akuha-nisan? Mocha, Akuha said without knowing how to respond. Why did you kill Mom? She yelled, lunging at her sister, throwing multiple punches that Akuha evaded with difficulty. One of the punches landed on a thick wall, leaving a huge crater. He pulverized that wall with a single blow. That's truly the power of a Shinso, Akuha thought. Why do you have it? You shouldn't have inherited Akasha's Shinso blood just because you're her daughter. Suddenly the entire castle began to shake from its foundations. An earthquake? Ichigo asked. This is bad, Fuhai said in a stern tone. I didn't think this would happen, but here it comes. Everything is shaking. It's like there's an enormous power twisting beneath us, Akuha thought as a terrifying idea crossed her mind as she remembered the dark power that the basement of that mansion harbored. It was when the ground exploded from enormous tentacles that emerged from deep within the mansion, drawing everyone's attention. Alucard had awakened and everyone around could feel it. Kalu and Kokoa, who looked on in horror, and Tenmei Mikagami, who was arriving at the Shuzen home in a car. I had a bad feeling when the daughter I was supposed to pick up didn't show up. But I had no idea it would turn out something like this, Mikigami said. Hurry, he ordered the driver. We can't let that thing wake up or else the world will be destroyed. While in the castle, Akuha moved through the rubble, watching the destruction caused by the awakened Shinso's tentacles. Alucard, who would have thought you were alive? The black-haired vampire said. It started moving the moment Mocha's Shinso power awakened as if they were synchronized, she thought as her eyes widened in horror. Mocha? What is that? She yelled as she saw Mocha perched on the palm of a deformed hand, trapped by tentacles that were draining her blood. Her instinct prompted her to attack to defend her sister, but Akuha was quickly captured by other tentacles that surrounded her limbs to absorb her blood. They were instantly cut off by quick movements from the least expected person. Be careful Akuha, if one of these tentacles catches you, your blood and body will be absorbed by Alucard, said Akasha, surprising the black-haired vampire after being asleep for more than 200 years he is hungry. If you carelessly unleash your powers he will think you are food and you will be attacked just like Mocha. Ichigo was stunned. The sight of the older vampire, who just moments before had been sliced in two, recovering as if nothing had happened, left him with a lump in his throat. Immediately, his mind was drawn to memories of his battle with Ulquiorra, the Espada who also had the ability to regenerate almost instantly, even after suffering fatal injuries. That ability had been one of the most difficult challenges he had ever faced, and now he saw it again in Akasha. Impossible, I cut you in two with my own hands, said Akuha pointing at Akasha. Unfortunately this body is very resistant, so splitting me in two isn't enough to kill me, said Mocha's mother approaching Akuha who raised her guard. I'm sorry Akuha. Sorry I couldn't take care of you sooner, Akasha said with deep sincerity in her eyes. I really wanted to help you a little more, but at this rate Mocha is going to be absorbed by Alucard. Surely you don't want that to happen, right? Hearing her mother's words, Akuha relaxed her posture and lowered her guard. I'll tell you what you have to do Akasha said, approaching the black-haired vampire's ear to whisper a few words. What do you mean by that? Akuha shouted what will happen to you? And to Mocha? I didn't want to do this either, but there's no other option there's no other way to save Mocha, Akasha said, taking off her dress to reveal a black leather miniskirt with a black corset and garter-style stockings underneath. A revealing outfit, but more comfortable for combat. Hang on, Mocha. I'll be with you soon, Akasha said, walking toward her daughter. As she released her energy, several enormous tentacles lunged at the older vampires. Akasha attacked them, slashing them with her Jigen too, but they regenerated. That won't work, cutting them won't kill them, warned Akasha to damage them, you have to destroy them completely. Like this she said giving a powerful kick that disintegrated the tentacle into little pieces, leaving Akuha speechless and Ichigo completely surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about, Fuhai said. Even among vampires, Akasha is extremely strong and possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. She was the one who defeated and sealed Alucard 200 years ago, Fuhai explained. As Akasha continued her attack, Tauhu Fuhai's words echoed in his mind. Even among vampires, Akasha is extremely strong it was she who defeated and sealed Alucard 200 years ago. The weight of that revelation took his breath away. Akasha wasn't just a loving mother. She was a formidable warrior, capable of standing up to the greatest terror of her world. Ichigo clenched his fists, feeling a mixture of admiration and renewed determination. Akasha wasn't someone to be underestimated, and seeing her in action reminded him of the magnitude of the threat they faced. Her regeneration and strength were impressive, but they were also a testament to the danger Alucard represented, a danger she had once been able to contain. It's incredible Ichigo muttered, more to himself. He defeated and sealed Alucard, and now he's risking everything to save Mocha. He considered the implications of that sacrifice. Akasha continued advancing towards her daughter, kicking and destroying the parts of Alucard that were blocking her way, all before the astonished gaze of Akuha and also Mocha, who had never seen her mother in action. It's time for you to go back to sleep, Alucard, Akasha said. I will never allow you to take my beloved daughters. Know your place. She continued moving nimbly, hitting all the tentacles that crossed her path. Akuha could only watch her mother moving with grace and power incredible, the tentacles that my Jigen 2 couldn't even scratch, are being totally destroyed and can't even regenerate, she thought while trembling, invaded by the sensation caused by the demonstration of power, what overwhelming power. At that moment, Alucard's gigantic hand that was holding Mocha began to close, taking her into the depths to finish consuming her. Mom? Mocha cried desperately. This is bad. Alucard is going to escape with Mocha thought Akasha as if I would allow you to do that. Shouted the Shinso who was approaching at full speed where her daughter was. From around Mocha, spear-shaped tentacles shot out with the aim of attacking the older vampire. She realized that if she faced these things or if she tried to dodge them, she would never reach her beloved daughter, so looking into her eyes, she made the decision to let herself be pierced by Alucard's attack to stand in front of Mocha. Mom? the little vampire shouted. It can't be, I jump in the middle without avoiding them, Akuha thought in shock. Ichigo's heart stopped for a moment as he watched Akasha make the decision to let herself be impaled by Alucard's tentacles. What kind of mother would do that, he thought, but immediately answered himself, the kind of mother who would give everything for her daughter, even her own life. Akasha took advantage of the short distance and placing the necklace with the rosary on her, said, I'm sorry Mocha, it's all my fault. Mom? The girl murmured. There were many difficulties when I gave birth to you, Akasha began to explain. And you were on the verge of death the moment you were born. So I gave you as much of my blood as I could to revive you, despite knowing how dangerous it was. But I don't regret it, because you are my most important treasure, she told her daughter, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. This is goodbye Mocha. Alucard's strength is too much. We cannot kill him. The only way to stop him is to be devoured by the monster and seal him from within. Mother? I don't think I'll be able to come back this time, he gave his daughter a sad smile. No mom. What are you saying? Little Mocha burst into tears. You're invincible, Mom. They cut you in two and you survived. Please don't go. I don't want to say goodbye. I'm sorry, Akasha flicked her index finger and an orb of light formed from the tip of her finger. After a tear rolled down her cheek, she placed her fingertip on the crimson jewel adorning the center of the silver cross on her rosary. It began to glow and a blinding light surrounded Mocha, who began to scream. Mom, what is this? What is this rosary? I'm scared. I'm sorry Mocha. Forgive me, Akasha said, covering her mouth with both hands, crying inconsolably. The light emanating from the rosary shot out in a beam that rose to the sky. Ichigo shielded himself with his hand from the force of the light display, which symbolized the beginning of Mocha's sealing ritual, but also symbolized his farewell to his mother. Also watching everything was Akuha, with an expression of sadness she couldn't hide. The light faded to reveal Mocha lying on the ground and Akasha standing in front of her. Mocha, the Shinso blood running through your veins is synchronized with Alucard's and now he's completely connected to you, Akasha explained. In other words, to make Alucard fall asleep again, I first have to seal the Shinso blood inside you, and that's what the rosary will do. Mom, it hurts mommy, said Mocha from the floor struggling to speak. I'm sorry Mocha. Sealing the Shinso means I have to seal you too, Akasha said, crying non-stop. But trust me, this isn't dangerous. Even though it's called seal, it'll only put you to sleep. However, from today on, that rosary will protect you. The rosary, the girl murmured through tears. The false personality born from the rosary will be your new self. It will take your place while you sleep, protecting both of you, the seal, and your body, Akasha continued, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mocha's hair began to turn pink and the little girl let out a heart-rending scream as she felt the changes in her body. Don't worry. The seal isn't permanent. One day when the seal is removed, your personality and a part of your strength will be released under Akasha's feet, a kind of mouth opened, from which dozens of tentacles emerged and began to surround her. The only person who is capable of removing the rosary will be someone who is not a threat and who truly cares for you. One day you will also find the person destined for you, she told her daughter, giving her a warm smile. And when that day comes, I will pray that you find your happiness. Goodbye Mocha. Never give up and take care of yourself, she said before the tentacles completely engulfed her. I love you, Mocha was the last thing heard from Akasha before she was dragged into the beast's jaws and devoured. Wait, Mom. Mom. Mocha cried desperately, her heart filled with deep anguish. Mom. Ichigo felt a lump form in his throat as he watched the scene unfold before him. As Akasha spoke her final words and was dragged away by Alucard's tentacles, something inside him snapped. Tears began to spill from his eyes, unstoppable. Mocha's pain echoed deep within his soul, reminding him of what he had lost, what he had never been able to do for his own mother. Every one of Mocha's screams was like an echo of his own pain, the pain he had tried to bury for so long. With tears in his eyes, Ichigo clenched his fists. The helplessness he felt was overwhelming, but it was also laced with a fierce determination. I won't allow this sacrifice to be in vain, he thought, staring at Mocha, his heart broken. I'm going to protect her, no matter what it takes. I won't let her lose anyone else. Suddenly the sky shattered into pieces as if it were made of glass and began to collapse with a deafening crash. And now what the hell is going on? Ichigo shouted, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform. This is bad, Fuhai said, looking up at the sky. Kurosaki-kun, Tahu Fuhai-sama, can you hear me? You must leave now, they heard a familiar voice echoing throughout the place. That voice is from, Ichigo muttered. It's from the outer matcha, said the old man. Thank heavens, Mocha's voice exclaimed from outside. The memory has come to an end. It's only now that the walls between the real world and Yurichan's memory world are thinning. You must head for the gap in the sky. That's where you came in, and that's where you can leave. Okay, Mocha said, Ichigo standing up on the magic carpet. Hey old man, how fast can this rag fly? he asked. It can reach 300 kilometers per hour, let's get going before Fuhai replied, but was interrupted by the young Shinigami. It won't be enough. I'm even faster, said Ichigo, confusing Fuhai. That. The orange-haired teen drew his sword and placed it pointing forward, drastically increasing his spiritual energy levels. With his left hand, he took hold of his right forearm and wrapped the white bandage adorning its hilt around his right arm. This is for you, Mocha. I'll protect you, he thought to himself. And Kai. The whirlwind of black energy erupted from Ichigo, surrounding him completely. Like a tidal wave, his Ryatsu surged through the air. The already fracturing sky seemed to react to this energy, trembling as if it were about to collapse completely. The air around Ichigo thickened, becoming almost palpable from the immense spiritual pressure. His sword, Zangetsu, compressed into a thinner, blacker form with a chain dangling from the end of the hilt. His Shinigami uniform transformed into a long, tight-fitting black cloak that flowed with dark energy, giving him a more lethal appearance. Aohu Fuhai, despite all his experience and power, can't help but let his eyes widen in surprise. He feels Ichigo's overwhelming spiritual pressure, an energy he's rarely encountered in his long life. Unbelievable, Fuhai mutters to himself, unable to hide his astonishment. This boy, how can he possibly have such devastating power at his age? Ichigo grabbed Fuhai's robe with his left hand, lifting him into the air, leaving him bewildered. Hey, brat. What do you think you're doing? The short old man protested, kicking his feet. I'm about to get our asses out of here. So stay put. Ichigo replied, shooting off at astonishing speed. Taohu Fuhai, accustomed to being one of the fastest and most powerful beings in the yokai world, can barely process what's happening. Ichigo's speed is astonishing, far beyond anything he had anticipated. Before he can formulate a coherent complaint, he feels the landscape around him blur into blurry lines, the speed so intense that even his experienced sense of time and space is distorted. This is impossible. Fuhai thinks, completely flabbergasted. Although he has met many fast beings, including werewolves, who are considered the fastest yokai, he has never experienced anything like this. Not even a werewolf could move at this speed. He's in a whole other league. What kind of being is this kid? The wind whistles with ferocious force around him, and the pressure of the speed nearly crushes him against Ichigo. Despite his pride, Fuhai can't help but feel small and insignificant for the first time in centuries. This boy, his speed is out of this world, he murmured. Ichigo continued moving at full speed, dodging the debris falling from the sky, trying to reach the crack in the sky to escape the world created by Mocha's memories. Being a kind of inner world, the young Shinigami assumed that his powers would work just like in his own inner world, as when he was trained by the spirit of Zangetsu. As he got closer, he could feel how the crack was beginning to close. That was when Ichigo gritted his teeth and accelerated in an explosion of speed, holding Fuhai tightly. If I get trapped here, I will have no way to help and protect Mocha, he thought, while a strong determination grew inside him, and with all his energy he continued to increase the speed. I'm going to get out, Mocha, I'm going to give it my all to get out, I'll do it for you. Chapter 12. Falling Masks. In the gloomy classroom next to the principal's office, outer Mocha stood in front of the unconscious bodies of Fuhai, Ichigo, and inner Mocha. The pink-haired girl held and stroked her other self's head with a sad expression, her glassy eyes lost in a reality that wasn't her own. A tear ran down her cheek, and Tsukyun noticed it and wanted to get closer, first giving Urahara a look as if asking permission to enter the ritual circle. Go ahead, Tsukyun-san, said the shopkeeper, understanding the young man's intentions of approaching his friend. Tsukyun entered the circle before the eyes of everyone present. He approached his friend and placed a hand on her shoulder. Mocha-san, are you okay? He asked. Outer Mocha blinked, as if waking from a dream, and slowly turned her head to look at Tsukyun. Her eyes, filled with sadness and vulnerability, met his. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to respond. The gentle, kind Mocha, always so careful not to worry others, now felt completely overwhelmed. It's just that, he murmured with his trembling voice, the memories of Yuri-chan are so sad. He paused, lightly squeezing inner Mocha's head, as if seeking strength in that contact. That must be why they're sealed, Mocha-san, Tsukyun said, kneeling beside her. Besides, the fact that you're seeing her memories might mean you'll be able to help Yuri-chan deal with it in the future. Outer Mocha listened to Tsukyun's words, feeling a spark of hope mixed with the sadness that filled her. Although her heart was still heavy with painful memories of Yuri-mocha, Tsukyun's words offered her unexpected comfort. Slowly, she looked up at him, taking in his understanding expression and the silent support he offered her. Tsukyun, she began, her voice still breaking, but with a hint of gratitude. It's so hard seeing how much Yuri-chan has suffered. Her eyes filled with tears again, but this time not only from sadness, but also from a deep desire to help her other half. But if it means I can help her, that I can ease even a little of her pain, then I'll bear these memories, for her. Outer Mocha rested her head on Tsukyun's shoulder, finding strength in his presence. Thank you for being here with me, Sukyun. Her lips formed a small smile, though her eyes still reflected the weight of what she had seen. The boy responded by resting his head on hers, and silence reigned for a few minutes. Suddenly Mocha was startled. No, she said, bursting into tears, putting one hand to her mouth and the other to hold her chest, as if she wanted to calm the pang she felt in her heart. Mocha-san, what's wrong? Asked Sukyun, alarmed. Ura-chan's mother sacrificed herself to save her from Alucard. She said and threw herself at Sukyun, hugging him tightly, seeking comfort. Mocha-san, the boy murmured, returning the hug while the vampire sobbed, curled up in his chest. Mom, Mocha murmured externally through tears. The atmosphere in the room grew tense upon hearing Mocha's heartbreaking words. Yukari, who had always looked up to Mocha as an older sister, felt a lump in her throat. Her eyes filled with tears, but she stayed still, trying not to burst into tears. She clutched her wand, gripping it tightly, as if it could contain the pain she felt for her friend. Mizur, who normally maintained a cold and reserved expression, felt a chill run through her body. Her heart raced, and for a moment, her icy eyes reflected a deep sadness. Without saying anything, she clenched her fists, trying to remain calm, but her eyes couldn't help but stray toward Mocha, filled with silent compassion. Gurumu, always emotional and close to Mocha, couldn't contain herself. Her eyes widened in surprise and anguish, and she immediately brought a hand to her mouth to stifle a sob. It can't be. She exclaimed, taking a step forward, wanting to comfort her friend, but hesitant to interrupt the moment between Mocha and Sukyun. Finally, she stayed where she was, hugging herself, trying to hold back the tears that were already beginning to fall. Kokoa, Mocha's sister, froze upon hearing the news. Her eyes, usually filled with defiance and determination, widened in disbelief. Akasha-san sacrificed herself. She whispered, her voice trembling. Although she had had a complicated relationship with her mother, the thought of losing her like this hit her hard. She bit her lip, fighting to show no weakness, but she couldn't stop a single tear from rolling down her face. Sorry to interrupt this painful moment, said Urahara, seeing a flickering light on his dashboard. It seems the sealed memories are coming to an end. According to my readings, the seal's barrier is weakening, showing the opening where Ichigo and MigueHiHat could leave. Mocha-san, I would need you to try to communicate with them using your telepathic connection with Ura-chan and tell them to get out of there soon, said the Hatter, looking at the pink-haired girl. Mocha took a deep breath to calm herself, feeling the urge to help Ichigo and MigueHiHat. She wiped her tears with her hand and concentrated, closing her eyes. Kurosaki-kun, Tahu Fuhai-sama, can you hear me? She received no response. Through her connection, she could see that the old man and the young Shinigami were still inside, watching as the sky began to crumble. The sky is falling. The vampire exclaimed. It must be the inner world of memories that is crumbling. They must come out now. Mikagami exclaimed. Kurosaki-kun, Tahu Fuhai-sama. The vampire tried again, getting no response. There's a crack in the sky. It must be the opening of the seal, they can come out through there and they could hear you there too, said Urahara. Mocha, you must concentrate on that crack. The vampire closed her eyes and tried again. Kurosaki-kun, Tahu Fuhai-sama, can you hear me? You must leave now. She paused, her face transforming into an expression of relief. Thank goodness, Mocha exclaimed. The memory has come to an end. Now the walls between the real world and Ura-chan's memory world are thinning. You must head to the gap in the sky. That's where you came in, and that's where you can leave, she explained to the two trapped inside. After a few seconds of silence, Mocha looked at Sukyun. You're leaving. Ichigo is amazingly fast. You're going to make it, she told her friend, feeling admiration for the young Shinigami. Everyone remained expectant, feeling tension mixed with some hope, trusting in what Mocha said and trusting in Ichigo. Meanwhile, inside the world created by memories, young Kurosaki moved at full speed with Fuhai towards the enormous hole in the sky. You're really fast, kid, the old man said with a tone of respect and admiration. Let me help you a little, he said, slipping out of Ichigo's grasp to climb up his arm and settle piggyback on the young man's back. That way you'll have more stability. Okay, then hold on, said the orange-haired teenager, and drastically increased his speed. Ichigo realized that as he drew closer to the gap in the sky, the air around him grew thicker, almost as thick as water, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to move. His eyes widened as he watched the gap begin to close. Damn, I have to get there. He yelled, forcing himself not to slow down. I can't stay trapped in here. I have to protect Mocha, I have to get out of here. I have to get out now. Ichigo gritted his teeth, feeling desperation in every cell of his body. He felt like he was close, but he couldn't reach the exit. Well, looks like you're going to be locked in, idiot, said a very familiar voice. Oh no. Everything but him, Ichigo lamented. Whose voice is that? Fuhai asked. Can you hear it too? Looking down from the edge of the crack with a big smile, white, Ichigo's inner hollow, peeked out. Are you in trouble, Ray? he said with a mocking tone in his typical distorted voice. When MigueHiHat saw White peeking over the edge with a sinister smile, the old man frowned, immediately sensing the figure's dangerous nature. Although he was a master of battle and had faced countless enemies, White's presence unsettled him in a way few things did. "What kind of creature is that?" the old man muttered, maintaining his posture on Ichigo's back, but now on high alert. "It's my inner void," the young man explained, his tone a combination of frustration and resignation. "It's a part of me that's always been there, waiting for an opportunity to take control. It's not someone you can simply ignore." MigueHiHat looked at him in disbelief, but also with a certain respect. That Ichigo had not only survived with such a dangerous entity inside him, but had also learned to control it, spoke volumes of his strength and determination. "Are you going to stay and chat with Grandpa inside that dumpster, or are you going to get out? As you can see, it's not convenient for me to have you stay in there. So let me give you a hand," White said, bending down and extending his hand toward Ichigo, who began to struggle with his outstretched hand to try to reach him. "Just a little longer," Ichigo said as the whites of his eyes began to turn black and his pupils turned yellow. "Just a little longer." Ritual Hall. In the ritual hall, everyone waited impatiently for Ichigo, Mocha and Tauhu Fuhai to wake up. But the minutes ticked by and there was no sign that they were about to wake up. "Well? What's going on? Why aren't they waking up?" Kokoa asked anxiously, breaking the silence that reigned in the air. "I don't know," Mocha murmured worriedly. "What can you see?" Kurumu asked. The pink-haired vampire closed her eyes. "It seems they're close to the rift, but there's someone else." "Anyone else?" Tsukyun asked. "Yes, he is all dressed in white and he looks like." She tried to explain what she saw but was interrupted by inner Mocha, who woke up suddenly, inhaling deeply. "Ura-chan, you woke up," said Mocha, internally surprised. The silver-haired vampire looked down at the one who had once been her other half, the one who had inhabited her body when she was sealed. She sat up and looked into her eyes, realizing her wish had come true. Finally, she gave him a gentle smile. "Aunt," she murmured. "Ura-chan, are you okay?" Outer Mocha threw herself at the inner one, giving her a surprise hug. "Thank you, Amit, thank you," she said deeply gratefully, returning the hug. "Hey, I want to hug my Mocha one Isama too." Kokoa protested, wrapping her arms around her silver-haired sister. Yukari, who had always admired and loved both versions of Mocha, felt a great relief at seeing them hugging. Her eyes filled with tears and she discreetly wiped one away with the back of her hand while smiling fondly. Vizor breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was reserved, she felt a warmth inside watching the interaction between the two versions of Mocha. She wasn't one to show much emotion, but a small smile spread across her face as she watched the scene. Kurumu, always passionate and demonstrative with her emotions, couldn't contain herself and ran to inner and outer Mocha, throwing herself into each of their embraces. "This is so beautiful," she exclaimed, tears in her eyes. "I'm so happy you're both okay." Her joy was evident and her hug was strong, as if she wanted to share the love and unity she felt at that moment. Tsukyun, watching everyone gather around inner Mocha, felt a warmth in his heart. Although he stayed away so as not to intrude on the moment, his smile showed how happy he was to see them like this. Meanwhile, Kokoa, tightly hugging her silver-haired sister, displayed a rare moment of vulnerability. Despite her usual defiant attitude, in that moment she just wanted to be close to her sister, to feel safe and still the same Mocha she knew and admired. "One-sama," she murmured between sobs, unwilling to let go of the hug. "Looks like everything went well after all," said Tauhu Fuhai, who woke up from the commotion. "Tauhu Fuhai-sama," everyone exclaimed when they saw the old man awake. But Mocha's inner attention was focused on Ichigo, who was still unconscious. "Wait. Ichigo isn't awake yet," she said with a tone of concern in her voice. She freed herself from everyone's hug and approached the Shinigami. "Ichigo," she murmured worriedly. "What happened? Why is he unconscious?" she asked forcefully, almost demanding an answer. "Kurosaki-kun and I were trapped by the seal," explained Fuhai, pointing at Mocha's inner cross. "Trapped in the seal?" the silver-haired girl murmured, placing a hand on her rosary. "So it's still inside?" she asked worriedly. Tauhu Fuhai tried to formulate a suitable response so as not to alarm Mocha, but was interrupted when a dense, dark energy flooded the entire room, leaving everyone shocked and immobile. The dense, dark energy that flooded the room made everyone's heart race. Their eyes widened in a mixture of surprise and alarm as they sensed the powerful presence. The atmosphere in the room changed abruptly and a palpable sense of danger enveloped those present. Inner Mocha, with her usual control and strength, tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop a feeling of dread from taking over her. It wasn't the first time she felt such a sinister energy, but the intensity of this one was different, more threatening, as if something dark and wild was about to be unleashed. "What's happening? This energy, it's terrifying," inner Mocha thought. Could that energy be coming from Ichigo? She asked herself, looking at the young Shinigami lying on the ground. Suddenly, Ichigo leaped up, grabbing his sword, letting out a long powerful battle roar that echoed throughout the room, giving everyone a huge fright. He landed on his feet 6 meters away from the group of friends. From him emanated a thirst for blood, destruction, and death that no one had ever felt before. Everyone stood still while Ichigo, sword in hand, breathed heavily like an enraged beast that couldn't find rest. Moka was the only one who could do something. Ichigo, is that you? Can you hear me? She asked, causing her friend to suddenly turn around, looking at them all, and leaving them horrified at what they were seeing. Ichigo wore a white mask, with sharp teeth and a pattern of red and black lines adorning it. His eyes were black with glowing yellow pupils, giving him a completely menacing appearance. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive, as if the same dark energy emanating from Ichigo was crushing their wills. Sukyun instinctively stepped back as he felt the immense bloodlust emanating from Ichigo. He then stepped in front of outer Mocha to protect her, but his body trembled and his hands sweated as he watched his friend's transformation. Is that really Ichigo? He thought, almost unable to process what he was seeing. The mask and those yellow eyes terrified him, and for a moment he felt completely powerless, as if any attempt to get closer could result in his death. Mocha felt overwhelmed by panic and terror, not only because of the energy she was crushing, but also because of the monstrous appearance of her newest friend. Is that Ichigo? She murmured, clinging tightly to Tsukyun's arm, seeking refuge in him. Kurumu took a step back, instinctively fanning her wings, fear visible on her face. It can't be. She exclaimed, bringing a hand to her mouth. The brave Ichigo she had come to admire and respect now looked like a demon straight out of her worst nightmares. Her mind tried to rationalize what she was seeing, but the dread she felt made her thoughts scatter. What happened to Ichigo? Visor froze, literally. A chill ran down her spine and her legs tensed, ready to run or attack if necessary. But the sight of Ichigo in that form kept her in place, unable to decide whether she should flee or try to help. I've never felt anything like this. What is he really? She thought, her hands transformed into ice blades ready for action, but knowing that any attack could be useless or, worse, lead to tragedy. Unlike the others, Cocoa gritted her teeth and prepared to fight. Though fear was also overwhelming her, her fighting instinct made her grip the handle of her bat weapon, ready to strike if Ichigo turned on them. I won't let that thing hurt us. She screamed in her mind, though a part of her knew that, in his current state, Ichigo was more dangerous than any of them could handle. Tears began to well up in Yukari's eyes at the sight of Ichigo like that. It can't be, this isn't right, she thought, her small frame trembling with fear. She wanted to do something, anything, to help, but her mind was paralyzed with terror and disbelief, barely able to hold her wand in her trembling hands. Please, let this just be a nightmare. Though usually unfazed, even Mikagami felt a pang of unease upon witnessing Ichigo's transformation. It wasn't common for someone so experienced to be caught off guard, but the magnitude of the hollow energy made him feel a deep respect for the power Ichigo was containing. Mocha, though she had been the first to attempt to communicate with Ichigo, had her courage momentarily shaken by the sight of the monstrosity he had become. Ichigo, she murmured, her voice shaking, barely recognizing the young man she had once known. Mocha, I said Ichigo, frustrated as he realized from the distortion in his voice that he had accidentally put on his hollow mask. He brought a hand to his face to confirm by feel what he had thought had happened. Damn, he muttered frustratedly with his voice distorted, covering his mask with his hand, dissolving it into a mass of black energy to reveal his true face. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that, he said, placing the sword on his back with a slight sadness in his eyes. He remembered when Orihime saw him for the first time with that appearance, he remembered how scared she was and how afraid she had been of him. And now, because of an inadvertent act, he was in the same situation with his new friends. The entire Yokai group breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Ichigo regain control. Wow, what a relief. For a moment I thought we would have to fight you, said Tsukyun, scratching the back of his neck. Ichigo-san, don't do that again, Yukari said, letting out a sigh and a few tears. She was still trembling. You scared me so much. Seriously, I think so too. Kurumu exhaled sharply, letting out the breath she'd been holding. Ichigo, don't scare us like that again. She exclaimed, tucking her wings back in as the adrenaline began to fade. Her tone was a mix of relief and rebuke, reflecting her wish that Ichigo wouldn't have to go through something like that again. You worried us a lot, silly, she muttered, wiping away a stray tear as she tried to maintain her composure. HMPH, you didn't scare me, I just didn't want you to hurt anyone, Cocoa said, crossing her arms with a mixture of pride and relief. However, there was genuine concern in her tone, though she tried to hide it. Outer Mocha, her heart still beating rapidly from fear, loosened her grip on Tsukyun's arm when she saw Ichigo returning to normal. I'm glad you're okay, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Visor let her hands relax, causing the ice blades to dissolve into small crystals that disappeared into the air. Ichigo, she whispered, still feeling the trace of the dark energy she had experienced. Although the fear lingered, the fact that Ichigo apologized made her feel a little safer. "Just be careful, okay?" he said, not moving from his position, but with a softer, more understanding tone. Watching Ichigo dissolve the hollow mask and reveal his true face, inner Mocha felt a great sense of relief, but also a deep concern. Ichigo, she thought, her gaze softening as she saw the pain in his eyes. She was the only one who noticed the frustration in her friend's eyes, and although she had been terrified by the Hollow's presence, her compassion for Ichigo had not diminished. Slowly, she walked over to him and, without saying a word, placed a hand on his arm in a supportive gesture. "Thank you for coming back, Ichigo," she said softly, her voice full of understanding. Feeling inner Mocha's hand on his arm, Ichigo felt a wave of contrasting emotions rush through him. On one hand, the warmth of physical contact offered him a comfort he hadn't anticipated, but on the other, he was overwhelmed by shame and fear of being seen as a monster. Inner Mocha watched Ichigo's expression, noticing the sadness and guilt in his eyes. Without letting go of his arm, she leaned a little closer, trying to convey with her presence that he had nothing to fear from her. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was soft, almost a whisper, but laced with reassuring firmness. "Ichigo, you're not a monster, much less a demon," she said, holding his gaze. "What I saw, what we all saw, doesn't change what I think of you. I know who you really are." Ichigo pressed his lips together, trying to process her words. "Mocha, you don't have to say that to make me feel better. I know what I am, I know what's inside me," he replied, his voice still tinged with regret. But he couldn't hold her gaze for long, feeling guilt burning in his chest. Mocha, however, didn't back down. On the contrary, her fingers tightened a little around Ichigo's arm, forcing him to look at her again. "Look at me, Ichigo," she urged, her voice firm but warm. When he looked up, she continued, "You are a warrior, and you carry a burden few could bear. But that does not define you. What defines you is how you choose to use that power, how you choose to protect others." Mocha's words resonated deeply within Ichigo. The intensity in her eyes, the conviction with which she spoke, made him feel a mixture of awe and gratitude. "Mocha," he whispered, unable to find the right words to express what he felt. In that moment, he realized how much he admired her, not only for her strength, but also for her understanding and acceptance. Mocha took a step closer, standing in front of him, her hand slowly moving from Ichigo's arm to his cheek, an intimate gesture he hadn't expected. "You're not alone in this, Ichigo. We all have our shadows, our internal struggles," she said in a softer, almost vulnerable tone. "But that doesn't mean you should face them alone. I'm here, with all your friends, to support you." Ichigo felt an unexpected warmth in his chest at those words. Slowly, he raised his hand and placed it on Mocha's, which was on his cheek, appreciating the comforting gesture. "Thank you, Mocha," he murmured in his lowest voice, but with palpable sincerity. "You don't know how much it means to me that you're here, that you don't see me as a hollow," he said. Mocha smiled softly, and without removing her hand, she bowed her head slightly. "I'll always be by your side, Ichigo. No matter what happens, no matter what we see in the future. You can trust me, you can count on me." Ichigo's heart filled with renewed determination. He nodded slowly, feeling that for the first time since waking up in that form, the darkness he had felt was dissipating a bit, replaced by the light of trust and friendship that Mocha offered him. "Thank you, Mocha. You can count on me too." She slowly withdrew her hand, but not before giving him one last look filled with determination and understanding. "I know," she whispered, giving him a warm smile. They both stared into each other's eyes for a moment, feeling a special connection while their friends looked back at them, surprised by the kind and warm side the proud vampire displayed. Outer Mocha, Tsukune, and Yukari smiled at how the two were deepening their bond. Mizer gave a more concealed smile, but feeling a warmth in her heart. The Snow Woman felt a deep respect for Mocha, and seeing her so close to Ichigo, whom she also had great respect for, made her forget the scare from a while ago, made her think that her two friends could have a future together, a future full of hope. Garumu and Kokoa, on the other hand, felt jealous. The little vampire crossed her arms and huffed. To her, Ichigo was hugging her Mocha One-sama, and while she respected the Shinigami, the fact that he had her sister's attention bothered her a little. The succubus, for her part, silently concealed her sadness. Seeing the two so close made her heart prickle. She cursed herself for being paralyzed by fear and not approaching Ichigo like Mocha had. She gave a brief sigh and gave them both a forced smile. Ichigo looked at the others in the room and relaxed his posture slightly. "Well, it seems the ritual was successful after all," he told everyone with a smile. The members of the journalism club felt an immediate sense of relief at seeing their newest member and friend smile and relax. They all came over cheering, celebrating the success of the Mocha's division. Now they would have a new beginning in their lives. "Thanks everyone," smiled inner Mocha with a hand on her hip. "I'm proud of all of you, you've proven that you're strong and determined, worthy of being my friends," she said, smiling proudly, proving that the old inner Mocha was back. A big drop of sweat fell on everyone's head when Mocha clarified, "I was just joking." They all laughed nervously. But it's true, I'm proud to have friends like that, she smiled warmly, winking. Wow, for a moment there I thought things were back to normal, Tsukyun sighed. There are some things that change and others that don't, said Miser, hugging Tsukyun. Stop right there, stalker. Kurumu exclaimed, taking the boy's arm. Tsukyun is mine. It's not mine, it's Mocha-san, said Yukari, taking Tsukyun's other arm. Girls, you're going to hurt him, Mocha complained externally, starting the typical argument over who would have the young human's attention. Inner Mocha watched everything with a nostalgic expression, remembering that she was already out of that discussion, until Ichigo stood next to her, pushing her slightly with his elbow. I didn't know vampires were so conceited, she said mockingly to the vampire, who gritted her teeth and glared at Ichigo. What did you say? He asked, crossing his arms. Conceited and deaf too, the orange-haired boy continued, joking. I asked to see if you had the courage to repeat what you said. Mocha's anger was rising when she was interrupted by Ichigo's laughter. Hey, don't get mad, I'm just joking with you, he said to the vampire while laughing. Mocha felt mixed feelings. Between anger at the boy making fun of her and a slight blush on her cheeks because it was the first time she'd seen him laugh like that, and seeing him like that filled her heart with a warm feeling. She could even confirm that he looked cute. Hey you, Shinigami. Stop bothering me, Mocha One-sama Cocoa protested, hugging her sister. Mocha decided to play along with the redeed. Yeah, stop messing around, Ichigo, she said, hugging the younger vampire. Besides, you just broke the charm, she said, giving him a playful look. Charm? Ichigo asked, puzzled. I didn't think you were that stupid, he said, covering his mouth with his hand to hide his laughter. Who are you calling an idiot? Ichigo shouted angrily, causing Mocha to laugh out loud. Now you're the one who's angry, he said, laughing. Tsukyun and the other girls, along with Cocoa, were speechless, seeing a side of Mocha she'd never shown before. Not only was she joking with Ichigo, she was also laughing like she'd never done before. What? Ichigo and Mocha said in unison, realizing they were being watched. Everyone stood there in silence, blinking twice until someone broke the silence. Nothing, it's just that you two look cute together, Mocha said mischievously. Inner Mocha felt a sudden heat rise in her face upon hearing her other half's comment. For a moment, she was speechless, surprised that outer Mocha would say something so blunt. Cute together? She thought, feeling her heart beat a little faster. Her cheeks turned a light shade of pink as she tried to maintain her composure. Amit, don't be silly. She retorted a little sharper than she'd intended, crossing her arms and trying to deflect attention, but outer Mocha's playful smile and the glares from her friends unnerved her even more. Internally, she struggled to keep her pride intact, though the thought of being seen that way with Ichigo wasn't entirely unpleasant to her. Ichigo, for his part, was completely taken aback. Outer Mocha's joke took him by surprise, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. He felt his face start to heat up and he tried hard to maintain a neutral expression, even though it was clear he was somewhat uncomfortable. Cute together. Ichigo repeated in his mind, feeling a slight blush spread across his cheeks. He tried to say something, but the words caught in his throat. That wasn't a very funny joke, Mocha. He said, trying to hide his nervousness with a slight smile. But when he looked at inner Mocha and saw that she was also blushing, Ichigo felt even more uncomfortable, as if the atmosphere had suddenly become much more intimate. He quickly looked away, scratching the back of his neck, trying to regain his composure. Come on, she's just joking, right? He thought, though a part of him couldn't help but feel a little confused by the warm feeling he was also beginning to experience in his chest. Outer Mocha giggled at the reaction of the two who were now blushing. Tsukyun couldn't help but let out a small laugh at Ichigo's embarrassed expression and inner Mocha's proud but slightly blushing demeanor. Although he knew the situation was a little embarrassing for them, he was glad to see that more human and vulnerable side in both of them. Kurumu, on the other hand, felt a pang of jealousy at the closeness between Ichigo and inner Mocha. She crossed her arms and frowned, trying to hide her discomfort. Miser watched the scene with her usual calm, but she couldn't help but smile at the way they both blushed. They look good together, she thought, with a mix of melancholy and acceptance. Although she knew she had feelings for Tsukyun, the interaction between Ichigo and inner Mocha made her reflect on the different ways relationships can develop. Maybe it's good that inner Mocha has someone who understands her, she said to herself, feeling a kind of silent respect for the connection between them. Yukari looked at Ichigo and inner Mocha with a mischievous smile. The situation seemed like something out of one of her favorite romance books, and she couldn't help but get excited by the possibilities. They look so cute together. She thought excitedly, though she decided not to comment any further out loud so as not to embarrass them further. However, her mischievous smile and the way she looked at both of them made it clear what she was thinking. Cocoa felt a mixture of confusion and disgust. Although she was aware of Ichigo's strength, the idea that he might be interested in her older sister made her uncomfortable. Away from the hustle and bustle of the young people, the two Dark Lords met with Urahara at the main console. Well, it seems that after all the ritual was a success despite the small setbacks, said Urahara in his typical carefree tone. We were fortunate to have Ichigo around, Mikagami commented with a smile and his hands behind his back. I must admit that the power of that young Shinigami is quite impressive. I didn't expect him to be able to stabilize the energy of the circle by replacing 3 yokai in the process. And he did it without showing a hint of fatigue, Fuhai added, also showing his admiration for the young Kurosaki. He also demonstrated great skill in moving within the world created by Mocha's memories. Ichigo has experience in those kinds of places. He's had extensive training in his inner world, the shopkeeper explained. Speaking of inner worlds Mikagami, you never mentioned to me that the rosary also sealed Mocha's memories, the old man complained to the academy director. I'm sorry I kept it from you, my dear friend, said the Dark Lord. But that was delicate information that could affect the development of Mocha's external personality. Don't worry Tenmei, I imagined it, said Fuhai, the good thing is that those memories are still sealed. According to my readings that is true Fuhai-san, but there is something that worries me, said Urahara with a serious tone. What's bothering you? Mikagami asked. The telepathic connection between the two Mochas, the Hatter replied, scratching his chin. That same connection could be a bridge for inner Mocha to recover those memories, Urahara explained. While on the other side of the room were the group of young people talking about Ichigo and his identity as a Shinigami. I knew you were strong, Ichigo. But I never imagined you were the mysterious Shinigami protecting the academy, Sukyun said with a tone of admiration in his voice. Yeah, I'm sorry I kept it from you, Ichigo said, scratching the back of his neck. I had to keep my identity a secret on Mikagami's orders. Besides, I didn't want you guys to get involved in any battles, but in the end, it ended up being the opposite, he added, remembering the fight in the forest. Without our help you wouldn't have been able to deal with the holes that appeared in the forest, Kokoa said with pride and an air of superiority, making Ichigo annoyed. Hey dwarf, I remind you that I was the one who eliminated that entire herd, said the young man with orange hair. Who are you calling a dwarf? Shouted the enraged vampire. Besides, there was one who got away from you. And who do you think followed him until he was eliminated? Ichigo said smiling. It was Mocha One-sama who surely reached him before you, Kokoa snorted, crossing her arms and looking away. Ichigo smiled amusedly. However, they were a great help, you fight well, he said, rubbing the Retide's head who only growled annoyed. Inner Mocha raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. It seems my little sister has some sort of rivalry with Ichigo, huh? She said mockingly, glancing sideways at Kokoa. Kokoa, hearing her older sister, blushed slightly and frowned. That's not true, One-sama. He's an annoying Shinigami. She protested, crossing her arms and turning her back. Ichigo and Inner Mocha exchanged glances and laughed at the Retide's reaction. The good thing is you don't have to hide anything from us anymore, Kurumu said, sounding relieved but also a little guilty. I'm sorry if I got mad at you, it's just I felt like you didn't trust us, her voice sounded shaky. Don't worry Kurumu. I understand how you felt. Ichigo gave her a warm smile. Now I know I can count on all of you, he said to the succubus, making her smile. We are here to help you, Ichigo said, Sukyun putting his hand on Ichigo's shoulder. You can trust us. Vizor nodded silently with a slight smile. Together we can achieve anything, Desu said Yukari happily. Thank you, friends, Ichigo said with a sincere and warm smile, feeling in his heart the support, camaraderie, and loyalty that his new friends showed him. Even though he had only known them for a short time, he connected with them quickly. He knew very well that when his mission with the Hollows ended, he would have to leave the academy and return to Karakura town, but even if he left that strange place, the bonds he formed with his new friends would last forever. He even thought about coming to visit them in his free time. Well, with your permission, I'm going to recover my body, he said, walking towards his unconscious body that was leaning against one of the walls of the room, all under the curious gaze of the members of the journalism club. Outer Mocha was absorbed in everything her friends were chatting about, lost deep in thought with a sad expression in her eyes. The false personality that is born from the rosary, that new personality will take your place while you sleep, Akasha's words echoed in her mind. What am I then? A false personality, so am I something artificial? Just an illusion, a shadow created by the rosary to protect you, Rich-an? She asked herself. She looked at her hands, gently touching her own body, and reality hit her even harder. This body is not mine. It is artificial, an empty vessel that I occupied, a shell that was never mine to begin with. Thinking about that made her feel distant, disconnected from herself. What am I then? A reflection. A projection of what Yuri-chan could not be. If I disappear, will anyone remember me? Will I be important to anyone, or will I simply forget what I was? And now what's happening to you? Asked Mocha's authoritative inner voice, bringing her out of her thoughts. And nothing, I'm just getting used to this body, the pink-haired girl responded nervously. Are you sure? Mocha said, narrowing her eyes. Because I can feel your sadness, she said, pausing. I can hear everything you're thinking, Ahmed, she said through their telepathic connection. Ura-chan murmured Mocha externally. I can also see your memories, added inner Mocha speaking to her in her mind, causing the pink-haired vampire to become alarmed. Ura-chan, wait, she tried to warn the silver-haired girl. You shouldn't do that. However, inner Mocha didn't stop and continued digging into Ahmed's memories. Stop, don't watch that please, Ura-chan, she screamed in her mind. Get out of my head, Ura-chan. Mocha shouted externally, holding her head with both hands. What? Why? Inner Mocha brought both hands to her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom didn't. Inner Mocha stopped in her tracks, her mind coming to terms with what she had just seen through Ahmed's memories. The image of Akasha, her mother, sacrificing herself to save her, and the betrayal of Ikuha, her own sister, flashed through her consciousness. The emotions those memories stirred were deep and heartbreaking. Though she had always been strong and proud, seeing her mother's sacrifice through Ahmed's eyes made her feel vulnerable, as if a part of her very being was breaking. Mom, Mocha thought, her insides filling with a pain she had never allowed herself to feel before. Sadness and hatred raged through her mind and heart. She lowered her head, her silver hair covering her shadowed face, as tears continued to flow from her eyes, falling to the ground. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, causing them to bleed slightly. She felt like she was about to collapse, but her pride screamed at her that she couldn't do it, not in front of so many people. She couldn't show such weakness. Ura-chan, I whispered Mocha externally, trying to put a hand on her back to comfort her. Get away from me. Mocha screamed and ran out of the room before the astonished gaze of all her friends. One-sama, wait, Cocoa ran out after her sister. Oh my god, that's what I meant, Urahara was heard saying in the background. Outer Mocha fell to her knees crying inconsolably. Mocha-san, what happened? Asked Sukyun. Sukyun, I'm sorry, it's my fault, Mocha said, her voice sobbing. I couldn't stop him from seeing the painful memories of his past. He saw them through me, she cried, feeling an enormous guilt crushing her. Damn, this is bad, Ichigo said, having just entered her body. He felt a mixture of frustration and urgency. It wasn't easy dealing with such intense emotions, much less with someone as proud and strong as inner Mocha. Ichigo knew she wouldn't let anyone see her in that state, but at the same time, he couldn't just stand idly by. Without a second thought, he approached outer Mocha and knelt beside her. Mocha, this isn't your fault, he said firmly, though his tone held a hint of gentleness. I know you're suffering too, but you can't bear the blame for everything. You didn't choose what happened. Outer Mocha looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears, trembling. Ichigo, I can't stand it, she's suffering, and it's because of me that she saw those memories. Listen to me, Ichigo placed a hand on her shoulder, seeking to connect with her. You're both dealing with things neither of you should have to face alone. Yuri-chan is strong, but that doesn't mean she isn't suffering. And you're strong too, stronger than you know. His words seemed to resonate with Outer Mocha, even though she was still crying. Kurumu, Mizer, and Yukari approached Outer Mocha to offer their support. The succubus and the little witch hugged her while Mizer stroked her head in a show of warmth. Ichigo stood up, closed his eyes, and extended his senses to detect the energy signatures of Mocha and Cocoa. He realized they were both moving in opposite directions, the Redeed heading toward the bedrooms, while the older vampire headed toward the rooftop. What are you doing, Ichigo? Kurumu asked, looking at him curiously. I'm tracking Mocha through her energy, he replied to the succubus, who looked at him with wide eyes, surprised by what she had just heard. Track his energy? You can do that so easily? Kurumu asked, tilting her head in curiosity. The succubus was familiar with the Shinigami's ability to sense presences, but hearing how naturally Ichigo did it impressed her. Yes, it took me some time and practice, but I was able to perfect this skill, he replied seriously, remaining focused. Over time, I became more sensitive to spirit signatures, and now I can even memorize them and distinguish each one. Kurumu looked at him in admiration. So you always knew where we were, you could always sense us, right? She asked in a softer tone. The succubus felt a mixture of fascination and a certain vulnerability at the thought that Ichigo, even without them knowing it, was always watching over them, even from a distance. Ichigo nodded slightly, but his mind was already on the rooftop, where he felt inner Mocha's emotional conflict. Yes, I always knew. And now, I need to find her before she sinks any further into all of this. The young succubus watched him for a moment, her admiration for him growing even more, but also understanding the burden that this must entail. Ichigo, she needs you. We'll stay here with Ahmed, she finally said, her tone firm but full of tenderness. Ichigo barely glanced at her, but gave her a small smile before returning his attention to his task. Thanks, Kurumu. Take care of Ahmed in the meantime, he said, and ran out the door, knowing where to find Mocha. After Ichigo ran out the door, Kurumu stared at the spot where he'd disappeared, still shocked by what she'd just witnessed. "It's amazing what he can do," she muttered, still processing the ease with which Ichigo had tracked inner Mocha. Vizir, always calm but observant, nodded slightly. "He's always been impressive, but he's showing more and more of what he's capable of. Tracking energies, fighting creatures we've never seen before. He's more powerful than we thought." Gurumu crossed her arms, looking back in the direction he'd gone. "And to think that all this time he hid what he was from us, a Shinigami. Now I understand why he seemed so mysterious sometimes. He had a whole world we knew nothing about." "Yes, and he also has a huge responsibility," Mizur added, her tone thoughtful. "Dealing with his identity as a Shinigami, keeping us safe, all of that without us even knowing." Gurumu sighed. "Sometimes I wonder how he handles all that. He seems to carry the weight of the world, and yet, he's always there for us." Meanwhile, on the academy's rooftop under a crimson sky with a few clouds covering a red full moon, inner Mocha stood leaning on the railing, looking toward the horizon, her fists still clenched. The bloody marks on her palms, the product of her own suppressed anger, were the only physical sign of the internal storm raging in her mind. Her face, normally haughty and serene, was now contorted with sadness and confusion. Her mother's sacrifice kept repeating itself in her head, like an endless echo that consumed her from within. Tears continued to fall unabated, mixing with the wind that blew them away from her face. "Mom," she murmured to herself, her voice breaking, unable to maintain the facade of the proud vampire she had always been. The pain she felt was deep and heartbreaking, a sensation she hadn't allowed to enter her heart until now. She felt exposed, vulnerable, and she hated that weakness, but at the same time, she couldn't help it. For the first time in a long time, inner Mocha was alone with her own feelings, and she couldn't ignore them anymore. The wind blew harder, as if trying to blow away her pain, but the weight of Akasha's sacrifice and the memories she had shared with her other half were too heavy. She hugged herself, shivering not from the cold, but from the emotional unraveling that was enveloping her. Despite her strength, inner Mocha felt as if she were about to break completely, there, in the solitude of the rooftop. Ichigo approaches silently from behind, hesitating, unsure of what he should do or say. "Give him a sword and he'll show you 100 ways to use it, put him in front of a girl, and there'll be 100 ways to screw up." Despite his doubts, his determination to help her keeps him going. He continues approaching slowly until Mocha manages to sense his presence. "Ichigo, leave me alone. I don't want you to see me like this. I don't want you to think I'm weak." Ichigo paused for a moment as he heard her, feeling the wind push against his jacket. The weight of her words hit him hard, but he couldn't leave. Not after seeing the pain reflected in her eyes. He took a deep breath, gathering the courage to continue. "Mocha," he said in a low voice, moving a little further forward, "I don't think you're weak." Inner Mocha clenched her fists tighter, her shoulders tensing as she stared off into the distance. The wind lifted her silver hair, hiding her tears, but Ichigo could feel the emotional weight she was trying to hide. "You don't understand," she murmured, a mixture of anger and sadness. "You've always been strong. You never had to watch someone you loved sacrifice themselves for you. You never had to carry this." Ichigo was silent for a moment, letting the emotions her words provoke in him carry him away. He moved close enough to stand beside her, though keeping a safe distance. It wasn't easy, he knew. None of this was. "You're wrong, Mocha," he began in his calm but firm tone. "I know what it's like to lose someone important. My mom died protecting me when I was a child. And that emptiness, that guilt, never goes away, it's always there. But you're not weak for feeling that pain. You're strong for facing it." Mocha looked up at him, shocked by what she'd just heard. Tears were still streaming down her face, but something in his words had reached her, like a spark igniting in the storm that was consuming her. "You feel that way too, don't you?" she asked, her voice breaking, but searching for an answer that would make her feel less alone. Ichigo nodded, not taking his eyes off her. "I feel it every day," she replied sincerely. "And it hurts. But it's not about ignoring that pain. It's about learning to live with it. Because running away from what you feel doesn't make you stronger. Accepting it does." Mocha looked away, Ichigo's words hitting home. The idea of being vulnerable, of embracing her pain instead of hiding it, was terrifying. But here he was, showing her that being strong didn't mean ever breaking down. Mocha closed her eyes, feeling the wind try to dry the tears on her cheeks. For the first time, she allowed herself to let her guard down in front of someone. Her pride as a vampire was still present, but Ichigo offered her something different. Not compassion, but understanding. "I told you before, you can count on me," placing his hand gently on the vampire's arm. Mocha, feeling the touch of Ichigo's hand, felt that mask of pride fall away. She couldn't keep it up, not in front of him, and for some reason she didn't know or couldn't yet understand, she took off the mask she always wore in front of her friends. Mocha turns to Ichigo. Her eyes, filled with tears, look at him with a mixture of sadness, vulnerability, and a silent plea for understanding. Without saying a word, she throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around his torso and resting her head on his chest. Ichigo, taken aback for a moment, reacts quickly. He wraps his arms around Mocha, holding her firmly but gently. He feels her body tremble as she sobs against him, letting out all the pain she'd bottled up inside for so long. Mocha finally allows herself to fully unburden herself. Her sobs are deep and heartbreaking, as if she's releasing years of pent-up pain and sadness. Ichigo's chest becomes wet with her tears, but he doesn't move. He simply holds her, giving her the support she so desperately needs. He remains silent, saying nothing to comfort her with empty words. He knew that, at that moment, all he could offer was his presence, and that was more than enough. After a while, Mocha's sobs began to calm. Her breathing, which had been ragged and uneven, began to steady. Still holding him, she loosened her grip and pulled away slightly, enough to look up and meet Ichigo's eyes. Her face was still streaked with tears, but there was something else in her eyes. Gratitude and, perhaps, a hint of peace. "Thank you," he whispered in a broken but sincere voice. Ichigo shook his head gently, giving her a small calm smile. "You don't have to thank me for anything," he said. "I'm here because I want to be, not because I have to." Mocha watched him for a moment longer, feeling her chest lighten a little. For the first time in a long time, she didn't feel alone in her struggle. And although she knew she still had a long road ahead of her, she no longer had to carry the entire burden alone. She smiled slightly, feeling better enough to joke around a little. "If you tell anyone about this, I'll kick you," Mocha told her playfully. Ichigo blinked in surprise at Mocha's words, but then gave a relieved smile as she began to relax. "Kick me?" he replied with a mocking smile. "You'd have to catch me first." Mocha narrowed her eyes, pretending to be annoyed, but the small smile on her lips gave her away. She seemed to be returning to her usual strong and confident demeanor, although this time, there was a slight softness in her eyes that hadn't been present before. Ichigo, seeing that she was a little better, let out a light laugh. "But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I don't want to find out how hard a vampire can kick," he added. The two shared a knowing look, the heavy atmosphere from before dissipating a little more. Ichigo ran his hand over the back of his neck, feeling more comfortable now that Mocha had regained some of her fighting spirit. "Thanks," Mocha murmured, resting her head against Ichigo's chest again. Can I stay like this a little longer?" she asked with a slight blush. Ichigo tensed slightly at the question, surprised by Mocha's closeness and vulnerability. But instead of pulling away or feeling uncomfortable, a soft warmth spread through his chest. Mocha, the proud vampire who rarely showed her more human side, was asking him for support, something he couldn't refuse. "Sure," he replied in a soft, almost whispering tone, as he relaxed his arms and wrapped his arms around her more firmly, making sure she felt safe. Ichigo's heart was beating a little faster than usual, but he didn't move or say anything else, just letting the silence speak for them. He felt the weight of Mocha's worry seem to dissipate, little by little, as she leaned against his chest, breathing deeply. The wind blew gently across the rooftop and the moon illuminated the scene, creating a peaceful atmosphere, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil they had both experienced moments before. Ichigo let out a small sigh, feeling strangely at peace. Chapter 13. Under the Velvet Moon. It's nighttime at Yokai Academy, and the few clouds covering the reddish sky reveal a full moon, its light illuminating two figures on the rooftop, tenderly embracing. The wind whispered around them as Ichigo held inner Mocha in his arms, both of them immersed in a strange silence that didn't feel awkward, but rather comforting. "You know," Mocha said, breaking the silence. "I never thought I'd end up here, on the rooftop of a monster academy, hugging a stubborn Shinigami." Ichigo smiled, looking up at the sky. "Well, I wasn't planning on dealing with proud vampires who threaten to kick you whenever you're careless." Mocha let out a small laugh, one that seemed lighter than she usually showed. "It's your fault for being so reckless." "Me? Reckless? If it weren't for me, you'd be in trouble more than once," he replied, feigning offense. Mocha raised her head without letting go of the hug and gave him a playful look. "Are you my savior now? Where is your white steed, Prince Kurosaki?" Ichigo laughed softly and raised an eyebrow at Mocha. "My white steed is in the workshop. I was getting wings so I could keep up with you." Mocha let out a small laugh but didn't break the hug. "So you're flying now too? You're getting better and better." "Well, I don't have to fly to keep you safe," he said, his tone softening slightly. "But if I have to, I'd do it for you," he added, looking into her crimson eyes. Mocha couldn't help but blush, but she also didn't want to look away from the brown eyes of the boy who was watching her. "Ichigo," she whispered sweetly, as if hypnotized, while bringing her face closer to his. Ichigo froze for a second, feeling the air between them thicken. Mocha's crimson eyes, so close, seemed to draw him in like a magnet. He could feel the warmth of her breath and his heart was beating faster than he'd like to admit. Mocha," he stammered, looking away for a moment, trying to regain his composure. But when he looked back at her, something inside him prevented him from moving away. There was something about that moment, something that made him feel more connected to her than he'd ever imagined. His mind was telling him to step away, that things could get even more complicated. But her arms didn't move, and instead of stepping back, his body leaned slightly toward her, almost unconsciously. "One-sama. Where are you? One-sama." Kokoa's screams were heard coming from the academy courtyard on the ground floor. Mocha blinked rapidly, as if waking from a dream. She stepped back slightly, releasing Ichigo from the hug and bringing a hand to her face to hide her slight blush. Kokoa," she exclaimed, surprised, her heart still racing. Ichigo, who had also abruptly snapped out of it, scratched the back of his neck with a somewhat awkward smile. "Right. I forgot to mention that your little sister ran off after you and apparently lost track of you," he said to Mocha, stumbling over his words at first. "You'd better go before I tear down the whole academy looking for you," he joked, trying to lighten the mood. Mocha glared at him, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. "Don't be funny." "Hey, I wasn't the one who almost." Ichigo stopped, realizing what he was about to say, and quickly changed the subject. "You should go with her. She must be really worried about you." "Yeah, I'd better," Mocha replied, straightening up and returning to her usual attitude, although they both knew something had changed between them. Mocha turned around and jumped onto the railing. She looked at the orange-haired teen, giving him a warm smile. "Thanks, Ichigo." She then jumped into the void to find her sister. Normally, Ichigo would have been startled to see her throw herself off the rooftop like that, but since she was a vampire, he assumed she would be fine. He stared at the edge of the rooftop where Mocha had jumped, still feeling the heat from what had happened between them. It had only been a couple of days since he'd met inner Mocha, and while he was still adjusting to her strong, straightforward personality, the closeness they'd just shared had taken him by surprise. He scratched the back of his neck, a strange feeling in his chest. "I don't even know her that well," he thought, frowning as he tried to process what had just happened. Why did he feel such a strong connection? "This is getting complicated," he muttered to himself. Not only was he dealing with vampires, monsters, and unknown enemies, but now he also had to understand what all this meant with Mocha. "I have to keep a level head," he reminded himself, knowing that emotions could interfere with his ability to protect his friends. But even as he tried to convince himself to keep his distance, he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something deeper was starting to form between them. With a final sigh, he turned away, ready to move on. We'll see what happens. As Mocha fell from the rooftop to the courtyard, the wind hit her face, but she didn't feel it. Her mind was elsewhere, replaying what had just happened with Ichigo. It had only been a couple of days since she'd met him, but there was something about him, something that made her feel different. And that hug, that moment. "What's wrong with me?" she thought as she landed softly on the ground. Her heart was still beating fast, and she couldn't stop the slight blush from forming on her cheeks. She'd never allowed herself to let her guard down like that, not even with Tsukyun. But with Ichigo, things were different. He didn't treat her delicately, didn't see her as fragile, and that, somehow, made her feel freer. He's just a reckless Shinigami, she tried to convince herself, but the truth was there was more to it. The way he looked at her, the way he was always willing to fight for her, even when she didn't ask for it. He understood her strength, and also her weaknesses, even if he never said it out loud. But I barely know him, she reminded herself, trying to clear her thoughts as she moved forward in search of Kokoa. It was dangerous to trust someone so soon, especially in a world filled with betrayals and hidden enemies. Still, she couldn't deny what she'd felt. Ichigo made her feel safe, in a way she didn't even fully understand. Maybe he's different, she finally thought, as she made her way downstairs. In the distance, she could make out Kokoa with her signature twin pigtail hairstyle and school uniform. She approached her, and when she was a few feet away, the little vampire saw her sister. "One-sama." Kokoa ran into her sister's arms. "One-sama, where have you been?" the redhead said, crying, giving her older sister a tight hug. "I've been looking for you everywhere." Mocha, still somewhat distracted by what had just happened with Ichigo, took a moment to react, but soon looked down and wrapped Kokoa in a soft hug. "I'm sorry, Kokoa. I didn't mean to worry you," she said in a sweeter voice than she usually used, while running a hand through her younger sister's hair. Kokoa pulled back slightly and looked at Mocha with her big green eyes. "Are you okay? You've been crying," she said, more as a statement than a question. Mocha blinked, surprised by how perceptive Kokoa was. She hadn't expected her sister to notice something like that so quickly. Instinctively, she looked away for a second, trying to compose herself. "It's nothing, Kokoa," she said, her voice trying to sound firm, although with a slight tremor that betrayed her emotions. Kokoa frowned, clearly unconvinced. "Don't lie, One-sama. I know when something's wrong with you," she replied with a mixture of stubbornness and concern. Mocha sighed softly and looked back at her sister. She knew she couldn't hide anything from her. She caressed her sister's face, revealing a faint smile. "I just needed to let out a little steam. But I'm better now. Are Akasha-san's memories right? said Cocoa, bowing her head. That day was very sad for me because you were leaving home, but I never knew how sad it was for you." Tears began to flow from the Redeed's emerald eyes. Mocha opened her eyes in surprise. "How did you know about Mom?" she asked. "The other Mocha told us. She was watching everything telepathically while watching Ichigo, who was trapped in your memories," Cocoa explained. Mocha froze for a moment, feeling her heart beat faster. Her mind filled with questions and conflicting emotions upon hearing Cocoa's words. Did Ichigo see everything? She thought, with a mix of surprise, vulnerability, and perhaps a hint of shame. Knowing that someone else, especially Ichigo, had witnessed the most painful and private memories of her life left her momentarily speechless. "I need to talk to him," she thought when her sister's sobs pulled her from her thoughts. "I'm sorry for your loss," One-sama said, Cocoa crying. Mocha felt a lump form in her throat at the sight of the tears in Cocoa's eyes. For so long, she tried to keep up a strong facade for her sister, for everyone, but now, hearing Cocoa acknowledge the pain she'd been bottling up inside, it was impossible to hide any longer. With deep sadness in her crimson eyes, Mocha leaned into Cocoa and hugged her tightly, feeling her own tears threaten to spill out again. "Thank you, Cocoa," she murmured, her voice soft and trembling. It was so hard. Losing Mom, having to leave you all, but I didn't mean to carry that pain on you." Cocoa was crying openly now, clinging to Mocha tightly, as if afraid her sister would disappear again. "I don't care if it hurts, I just don't want you to be alone. You don't have to be strong all the time, One-sama," she said between sobs. Mocha tightened her hold, letting Cocoa's words sink into her heart. "You're not alone, One-sama," Cocoa repeated, her voice small but determined. Mocha closed her eyes, finally letting her tears fall as she nodded against her younger sister's shoulder. "Thank you, Cocoa," she repeated in a whisper, acknowledging that, for the first time in a long time, she didn't have to carry the entire weight alone. After a while, she separated from her little sister slightly without breaking the hug, looked into her eyes, and gave her a warm smile. "I won't let anything or anyone separate us again," she told the younger vampire. Cocoa smiled widely with her eyes lit up. "I love you, Mocha," she said with sincerity and tenderness. "I love you, Cocoa," he replied, stroking the Redeed's head. "But don't get used to me telling you that so often," he said, feigning a stern tone, but with a smile. Cocoa let out a small laugh through her tears, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand as she looked at Mocha fondly. "I knew you'd say that," she exclaimed with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "But I'll keep it in my memory forever, One-sama. Every time you get mad at me, I'll remember this moment," she added, hugging her sister tighter. With a contented smile, Cocoa finally relaxed in Mocha's arms, feeling the warmth and protection that only her older sister could give her. "Even if you don't say it often, I know you'll always be there for me," she said in a softer, more serious tone, revealing how much Mocha's love meant to her. Mocha, for her part, couldn't help but let out a small laugh, though she feigned annoyance. "You're always looking for excuses to misbehave, aren't you?" she asked, though her tone was full of affection. Cocoa nodded with a radiant smile. "Always," she replied, expressing joy at feeling closer to her sister after everything that had happened. Mocha gave her sister a warm smile. "Cocoa, I'm a little tired, but I don't want to be alone tonight, can I sleep with you in your room?" "Just for today," she said softly. Cocoa opened her eyes in surprise, and a big smile appeared on her face, reflecting the excitement she felt at Mocha's request. "Of course, One-sama," she exclaimed excitedly, bouncing slightly in place. "That would be great. Tonight will be sister night." Redeed enthusiastically took Mocha's hand, pulling her toward the bedrooms. "I'll go get more pillows and get everything ready so you're comfortable," she said excitedly, her energy brimming as she began to plan the evening. Mocha smiled at her sister's effusiveness, feeling lighter after everything they had shared. "Thank you, Cocoa," she said softly as she followed her, feeling that, at least for that night, she could rest easy with her sister by her side. Ritual Hall. In a corner of the room where the separation ritual was performed, Urahara had improvised, with a curtain and a bed, a therapy room where Mocha was externally accompanied by Tsukune, Mizer, Yukari and Kurumu. "I'm sorry to keep you here, Mocha-san, but I need to keep you under observation to see how your soul adapts to the Gigai," explained Urahara, while placing some devices to monitor her vital signs. "Don't worry, Urahara-san. I'll be fine," Outer Mocha said with a slight smile. She was already relieved because she could feel, through their telepathic link, how Inner Mocha had already let out her frustration and was slowly feeling better. That made her feel calmer. However, she felt guilty for not being able to prevent Inner Mocha from seeing the painful memories that had been sealed by the rosary. She was aware that she was originally a false personality created by the seal, and now that her soul was inserted into a Gigai, she felt like she was some kind of artificial person. What weighed on her the most was that she had failed in the mission for which she was created. To protect Inner Mocha. "How long will he be under observation?" Tsukune asked. Until tomorrow afternoon, probably, Urahara replied, waving his fan in front of his face. I'll stay with her tonight, Tsukyun said, bringing Mocha out of her thoughts. Outer Mocha looked at Tsukyun, surprised by his determination. A warmth flowed through her chest at his words, though she also felt somewhat uneasy. Tsukyun, you don't have to stay, she said softly, with a grateful smile. I'll be fine, really. I don't want to be a burden. Tsukyun shook his head firmly. You're not a burden, Mocha-san. I want to be here for you. His gaze was serious, and Mocha couldn't help but feel a mixture of gratitude and some unease. She knew Tsukyun saw her as an important person, but at that moment, with her emotions so raw, such attention made her even more aware of her artificial nature. Mizer, who had been silently observing the scene, narrowed her eyes slightly, but her expression remained serene. I'll stay too, she said, in her usual calm tone, but with a subtle determination. I want to make sure Mocha is okay. It wasn't just for Mocha, though she cared, it was also to make sure Tsukyun wasn't alone right now. Kurumu, on the other hand, reacted with a slight pout, but quickly recovered. If everyone's staying, so am I. I don't want to be left behind, she exclaimed, crossing her arms as she looked at Tsukyun and then at Outer Mocha with a playful glint in her eyes. Besides, I'm way more entertaining than them, she added, trying to lighten the mood. Yukari, ever observant, sighed and flicked her wand between her fingers. It's not about who stays or not. Urahara-san is already monitoring Mocha-san. We shouldn't overwhelm her with so many people, Dezu, she said in her typical calm and logical tone, trying to keep the group's emotions under control. Outer Mocha smiled at everyone's interaction, feeling grateful for the support but also slightly overwhelmed. Thank you all, really, but Yukari's right. I'll be fine. And besides, I'm sure Urahara-san will take good care of me. I don't want everyone to feel worried or overwhelmed, she said gently, seeking to ease the tensions that were beginning to form in the room. Girls, Yukari-chan is right, said Urahara with an almost paternal tone. I don't need a crowd to take care of Mocha, Tsukyun staying is enough. It's not fair, Kurumu protested. Hey, what's all this fuss about? Said Ichigo, who had just arrived. Kurosaki-kun, exclaimed Yukari. Were you able to find Mocha-san? How is she? She asked with noticeable concern. Everyone looked at Ichigo as if eagerly awaiting his answer. Everyone was worried about inner Mocha. Ichigo paused for a second, feeling the weight of their gazes on him. He remembered the promise he'd made to inner Mocha not to tell anyone what had happened on the rooftop, especially how vulnerable she'd been. His eyes met Yukari's and then the rest of the group's. He knew they were worried, but he also knew he had to respect Mocha's trust. Yeah, I found her, he replied, trying to sound casual as he scratched the back of his neck. She's fine. Just needed some air, to process everything that's happened. He kept his tone light, not giving too many details, but enough to put them at ease. Kurumu frowned, clearly waiting for more information. Just air. That's all? She asked, not entirely convinced. Ichigo shrugged. Yeah, well, it's not easy for any of us, and she's no exception. But I promise you, she's okay. Coco is with her now, and everything seems to be under control. What a relief, Mizer said in her typical calm tone. Being in her sister's company will do her good. True. She may be an irritating dwarf, but she's still his sister. Kurumu smiled sarcastically. Besides, Cocoa-chan loves her sister, she'll take good care of her, Desu, added Yukari with a smile. Thank you, Ichigo, Tsukyun said, nodding. Thank you for worrying about Yura-chan, Kurosaki-kun, Mocha said gratefully. That's what I'm here for, friends, Ichigo said, smiling slightly. Hey, why are you in bed? He asked, changing the subject. It's that Urahara wants to keep her under observation, replied Tsukyun. Ah, well. Then you're in good hands, Ichigo said with a slight smile, deducing that Tsukyun would be staying with her. We'd better go rest. It's late and you've all been pretty tired, she said to Yukari, Mizer, and Kurumu. Fine, Kurumu said resignedly, pouting. You two better behave yourselves. She glared at Mocha and Tsukyun, who laughed awkwardly. Leave them alone, Desu, Yukari protested. Keep an eye on them, Urahara, Mizer said with her cold gaze. Don't worry, go and rest, said the shopkeeper. Ichigo and the three girls said goodbye to Tsukyun and Mocha outside, leaving them alone with Urahara, who was already at the console looking at the data through the screen. Thanks for staying with me, Tsukyun said, the pink-haired vampire. You don't have to thank me, Mocha-san said, Tsukyun giving her a sweet smile. Tsukyun. Mocha-san. The environment would have been covered by a mini pink perfumed atmosphere as usual if it weren't for the noticeable sadness reflected in Mocha's eyes externally, something that Tsukyun could notice. Is something wrong, Mocha-san? The boy asked with concern. It's just that the vampire hesitated to tell what she felt, she didn't want to worry her friend. You can count on me, she put a hand on her friend's shoulder. Mocha felt the warmth of Tsukyun's hand and could feel the support she needed, he was there to listen to whatever she had to say. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage to speak. You see, when I looked at Yuri-chan's memories, Akasha-san, her mother, mentioned that the rosary wouldn't just seal her powers, it would also create a fake personality, she explained, looking at her hands. She meant that I was a creation of the rosary. Her voice became brittle. So I'm not real, I'm just an illusion that now inhabits this fake body I'm totally artificial. Sukyun listened intently to every word Outer Mocha said, his eyes wide with surprise and empathy. Watching his friend struggle to express what she felt, his stomach tightened. The revelation that Outer Mocha was considered an artificial creation hit him hard, but his expression betrayed nothing but understanding. No, Mocha-san, Sukyun replied firmly, taking both of the vampire's hands in his own. You're not an illusion, nor are you artificial. The rosary may have been designed to create a personality, but that doesn't change who you are to me, he said in his soft but determined voice. Mocha looked at him, surprised by the certainty of his words. But. You may have been born from the seal, but that doesn't make you any less real, Sukyun interrupted, looking her straight in the eyes. You've lived, you've felt, you've fought and protected others. You've been an incredible friend to all of us, and more than that, you've been yourself, no matter how you were born. None of that is an illusion, he explained, squeezing her hands tighter to make her feel his support. Mocha felt her tears begin to gather again, but this time they weren't from sadness, but from relief. Sukyun's words began to calm the internal storm that had been consuming her. Sukyun, I didn't know how to face this. I was created with the sole mission of protecting Yuri-chan, but now that I'm here, in this body, I don't know what to do, who I really am, she admitted, letting a few tears fall. Sukyun smiled tenderly at her and gently wiped a tear from her cheek. You're Mocha. The Mocha we all know and love. And you don't have to know all the answers now. The important thing is that you're still you, and I'll be by your side so you never feel alone in this. Okay? He said with a sincerity that left no room for doubt. Mocha looked at him for a long moment before nodding slowly, feeling a comforting warmth emanating from Tsukyun's words and support. Thank you, Tsukyun. I really don't know what I'd do without you, she replied with a soft, grateful smile. I'll always be here for you, Mocha-san, Tsukyun replied, keeping his smile while still holding her hands. Mocha threw herself at Tsukyun, wrapping her arms around him as she shed a few tears of happiness. The boy froze, surprised by the unexpected display of affection, then came to terms with his shock and hugged her back, staying like that for a while, sharing and enjoying this intimate moment they had for the two of them, uninterrupted by any of the girls vying for Tsukyun's heart. Coco's room. In Coco's room, the atmosphere was warm and comforting. The dim light from the small nightstand on the nightstand softly illuminated the room, while the Redeed straightened the sheets and arranged some of her favorite stuffed animals along the edges. Although she usually slept alone, tonight was different. The thought of having her older sister with her filled her with a mixture of excitement and tranquility. Inner Mocha emerged from the bathroom wearing a pink t-shirt with a red heart on the chest and matching pink shorts, her school report folded neatly in her arm. She'd stopped by her room to grab some comfortable clothes to sleep in, since she didn't want to wrinkle her uniform. Stopping by her room was a stretch, since she'd left her key in her briefcase, which she'd forgotten in the principal's office, and had no choice but to climb in through the window. He carefully draped his uniform over the back of a chair and sat on the edge of the bed with his legs elegantly crossed. Cocoa turned around with a smile. Wani-sama, everything's almost ready. I hope you don't mind my stuffed animals being around here, she commented with a hint of shyness as she arranged one last toy. Inner Mocha, still carrying the traces of sadness and confusion from everything that had happened, returned a small smile. It doesn't bother me in the least, Cocoa, she said, paying attention to one of the stuffed animals, taking it in her hands and caressing it. This one was made by Kaluanisan, right? She said, recognizing her older sister's style. Yes, she did, he said, pausing. Wani-sama, I have something I've been keeping for a long time. He went to his closet and took out a large bag to give to his sister. Here, this is yours. Mocha blinked a few times and opened the bag. Inside was the huge stuffed bunny Kalua had handmade for her 10th birthday. Upon seeing the stuffed rabbit, Mocha stood completely still, as if time had stopped for a moment. She took it out of the bag, and her eyes filled with surprise and melancholy as she recognized the gift from her childhood, the one she had forgotten amidst the turbulence of her life and after being sealed by the rosary. Emotions bottled up for years stirred within her, bringing back memories of more innocent and happier days before her family's fate took a darker turn. Mocha gently stroked the plush with her fingers, remembering Kalua and how she had once been a loving and protective sister. I can't believe you kept it all this time, she murmured in a barely audible whisper, her voice trembling. A small tear slid down her cheek, but her expression remained serene, a mixture of sadness and gratitude. Cocoa, seeing her so moved, couldn't help but feel a certain unease, but she approached cautiously and placed a hand on her shoulder. I always kept it for you, Wani-sama. I knew you'd want it back someday, she said softly, still smiling, though her eyes shone with excitement. Mocha clutched the stuffed animal to her chest, as if with it she could recapture something of the past, of the family she had once known. Despite the recent conflicts, she felt like the simple gesture gave her back a small part of that lost warmth. "Thank you, Cocoa," he said softly, looking into her eyes. "Thank you for not forgetting this or me." Cocoa, hearing those words, came over and sat next to her. "Do you think Mom would be happy?" Cocoa asked, her voice suddenly lower and filled with nostalgia. Mocha looked away, feeling a pang in her chest as she thought of Akasha. The memory of her tragic ending was still very fresh in her mind, and it still hurt a lot. But she knew her mother would like to see her well, and that the best thing she could do was be close to those she cared about and cherish those moments. "Yes, I think she would be happy to see us together. Despite everything she went through, she always wanted us to be a family," Mocha said, gently placing a hand on her sister's head, stroking her hair. Cocoa, without hesitation, leaned against her older sister's shoulder. "Then I'll do my best to make you happy, One-sama," she said, with innocent yet powerful determination. Mocha allowed herself to enjoy that connection, one that had eluded her for so long. Somehow, in that small room filled with stuffed animals and with the warmth of her younger sister by her side, Mocha felt at peace. "Thank you, Cocoa. I'll be here for you too," she whispered, as they both prepared to close their eyes, sharing a night that marked a new beginning in their relationship as sisters. Student Police Meeting Room. The student police meeting room was dark, barely lit by the faint glow of the monitor screens facing the large central table. In that gloomy atmosphere, Caillou, with his cold and calculating eyes, watched the security video once more. On the screen, a crow was clearly seen magically helping Mocha escape from the cell where she had been held during Tsukyun's failed trial. Then the crow flew to a corner and transformed, revealing itself to be Tauju Ruby. Caillou smirked as he clenched his fist on the table. "Perfect," he muttered. Around him, his henchmen were standing at attention, waiting for his instructions. "This is our chance to get rid of those busybodies from the journalism club once and for all," Caillou continued. "Tauju Ruby, assisting in the escape of a prisoner, this is all we need to arrest her," he said in an icy voice, pausing the video at the exact moment Ruby was with Mocha. Guido leaned toward the table. "And after we arrest her, Tsukyun and the others will come to rescue her, they'll walk right into our trap." Caillou nodded slowly, a sinister expression in his eyes. "Exactly. This time they won't stand a chance." However, he paused, standing up. "The one I'm most interested in is Akashi Mocha. I have a score to settle with the vampire," he said, clenching his fist so tightly that the creaking of his gloves could be heard. He felt deeply humiliated for having lost to Mocha, but the worst part was that Tsukyun had taken the credit for the victory, creating the perfect alibi to get the charges of being a human dropped. But now he had a chance for revenge, one he had been waiting for and for which he had been preparing by becoming stronger. "Okay, here's the plan," he broke the silence and addressed a group of subordinates. "You will print the photos of the moments when Tauju Ruby helped Mocha escape and we will present them as evidence of her crime. With the charges against her, we can arrest her as an accomplice and thus reopen the case against Tsukyun and her friends from the journalism club." One of the subordinates raised his hand for permission to speak and did so after Caillou nodded, giving him permission. "Caillou-sama, I have a question. What about your newest member, Ichigo Kurosaki?" Caillou frowned at the question, clearly irritated by the lack of information about Ichigo Kurosaki. He walked slowly toward the conference room screen, staring at the image of the orange-haired teenager who had appeared, while his subordinates waited expectantly. "Ichigo Kurosaki," he murmured, repeating the name in a low but menacing tone. "There isn't enough information on him. It's like he appeared out of nowhere and his file is full of gaps. We don't even know what kind of monster he is." Another of his subordinates, who was reviewing a copy of the file, nodded. "Indeed, Caillou-sama, there are no concrete details about his race. He's neither an orc, nor a vampire, nor a werewolf, it's a complete mystery." Caillou slammed the table hard, causing the others to jump slightly. "That's what bothers me the most. We can't underestimate someone we know nothing about. But his involvement in the journalism club makes him an obstacle, even if it's not the main objective." He paused, then added with a sinister smile, "Keep an eye on him. If he intervenes, we'll crush him along with the others. But for now, let's focus on Mocha and Tsukyun. Ichigo Kurosaki can wait." The subordinates nodded seriously. Caillou resumed his position at the front of the group and with the plan clearly defined, the atmosphere in the room grew denser, charged with revenge and anticipation. Chapter 14. Feelings that bloom at dawn. In the middle of a vast meadow illuminated by the setting sun, Inner Mocha was walking, her long silver hair blowing in the wind, her hands brushing the tall grass in her wake. The rays of the sunset bathed her face, while the soft breeze touched her skin, giving her a feeling of warmth and freshness at the same time. Suddenly, Mocha tensed as she felt a threatening presence. Beneath the ground, in front of the vampire, a huge creature made of stone rose up. When this monster finally stood, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the environment. Mocha stood on guard, ready to fight, when the stone giant threw a punch, burying its fist in the ground. The vampire jumped to dodge the blow and launched a powerful kick that connected with the monster's head. Despite the force she put into the blow, the giant only stumbled back a step. The monster continued to launch attacks, and Mocha dodged them, countering with power punches without doing much damage to her opponent. The vampire gritted her teeth because none of her blows seemed to have any effect and she was beginning to feel tired. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to give up. She would fight until the end. They both continued fighting, attacking and counterattacking for 10 minutes until the giant connected with a backhand that sent Mocha flying several meters. She fell backward, landing gracefully on her feet, however, she could feel the pain caused by the blow throughout her body. It was when the giant buried his hands in the ground, pulling a huge rock out of the ground and throwing it at Mocha, who remained motionless. She didn't know why, but her body didn't respond. Damn, move, she thought desperately when she heard a scream. Watch out! Shouted a figure that appeared in front of her, grabbing the enormous rock. It was Ichigo, who carried the rock on his back while staring straight at Mocha. Ichigo! The vampire exclaimed. Hello, the young Shinigami said with a smile and a soft tone in his voice. Hello, Mocha stuttered, smiling with a slight blush on her cheeks. This is heavy, Ichigo joked. It seems so, the vampire let out a light laugh. She didn't know why, but looking into his eyes made her feel calm. She felt safe just having him in front of her, as if the world had become lighter. As Ichigo easily threw the rock away, Mocha looked at him. Her eyes softened at his presence, feeling a mixture of admiration and something deeper. The young Shinigami took his sword and sliced the stone giant vertically in half, eliminating it. He then turned to look Mocha in the eyes and said, I will always be here to protect you. Ichigo, the silver-haired girl, murmured as she felt her heart race at those words. The sound of his voice was comforting, almost like an unbreakable promise. At that moment the earth began to shake. Both looked at the horizon and saw an army of monsters, demons, skeletons and zombies, all armed with swords and spears charging towards them. Stay behind me, Mocha. I'll take care of this, Ichigo said with a serious and firm tone in his voice. Hearing this, a whirlwind of emotion swept over her. Gratitude, admiration, but also frustration. The vampire looked down for a moment, her smile fading slightly. She knew Ichigo was strong, a born protector. But why did he always have to be the one fighting for her? His pride and his desire to fight alongside her, to be her equal, made her chest feel tight. Thank you, Ichigo, Mocha said softly, her words laced with sincerity. But her eyes revealed something else, a spark of determination. She looked up and her crimson eyes searched his again, steady. But I don't want it to always be like this. I want to fight by your side, I want to protect you too. Ichigo looked at her with a warm smile and extended his hand to her. Then come with me, let's do this together, my lady. Mocha felt a surge of emotion as Ichigo extended his hand toward her, accompanied by that warm smile and the words that resonated in her heart. For an instant, time seemed to stand still. The wind that had once moved her hair now seemed to have calmed and everything around them faded away. Only the two of them remained, face to face. Ichigo's words, laced with respect and trust, made her heart race. Mocha blinked in surprise. Never before had anyone treated her this way, not just as a powerful vampire, but as an equal, someone who could fight alongside her. That simple gesture of offering her hand went deeper than any words could express. She felt her cheeks heat up and for a moment, her more vulnerable side emerged, but also that spark of pride and inner strength that had always defined her. With a slight blush, Mocha reached for Ichigo's hand. Touching it, she felt a connection beyond the physical, as if in that simple touch they shared a silent oath. Their fingers intertwined and for the first time, Mocha felt they could truly fight together. Yes, together, she replied, this time with a genuine smile, filled not only with gratitude, but also with determination. The strength she longed for no longer seemed so distant. With Ichigo by her side, she felt capable of achieving it. She didn't just want to be protected. She wanted to be his partner, his equal in battle. Both of them, hand in hand, began to advance when the light on the horizon began to shine more intensely, almost blinding Mocha. Wake up, One-sama, I made you breakfast, said Cocoa, pulling the curtains of her room's window, letting the morning light hit Mocha's face fully, waking her up. The silver-haired vampire slowly opened her eyes, feeling the morning light hit her face. She frowned and covered her eyes with a hand as a lazy sigh escaped her lips. Still immersed in the sensations of sleep, Mocha couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Even though it had only been a dream, the emotions she experienced seemed so real. She felt the warmth of Ichigo's hand still entwined with hers, and the weight of the words he had spoken to her echoed in her mind. I'll always be there to protect you. Mocha sat up slowly in bed, her fingers running along the edge of the sheets. Her crimson eyes focused on the wall in front of her, but her mind remained immersed in that moment in her dream, where she felt more determined than ever to fight by his side, to become stronger to protect him as well. Coco watched her from the corner of the bed, but Mocha barely noticed her presence. Ichigo, she thought, with a mixture of gratitude and frustration. She didn't want to always depend on him. She wanted, at some point, to be able to protect him with the same ferocity with which he fights. I have to get stronger, Mocha murmured in a low, almost inaudible voice, as she closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the echo of the dream still alive in her heart. Why do you want to become stronger, One-sama? Coco asked, bringing the older vampire out of her thoughts. It's nothing, said Mocha, looking away. You were dreaming, right? Said the Redeed, lowering her head. You were dreaming about Ichigo. I heard you say his name while you were sleeping. Mocha froze for a moment upon hearing Coco's comment. She felt a slight heat rise to her cheeks, and for a second, her mind went blank. Did he hear me say his name, she thought, incredulous and somewhat embarrassed. Mocha muttered, trying to maintain her composure as she looked away, feigning disinterest. It's nothing, just a dream, it doesn't mean anything, she said with a forced smile, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. But Cocoa, with her serious and curious expression, wouldn't let Mocha off the hook so easily. Just a dream? She insisted, her eyes narrowed. So why did you say his name? The Redeed lowered her head slightly, her tone revealing a mix of insecurity and jealousy. Ichigo is always in your thoughts, right, One-sama? Mocha, surprised by her sister's honesty, felt her heart race a little faster. She didn't know how to respond. Part of her wanted to deny what Cocoa was saying, but the other, she couldn't ignore the truth. Ichigo was in her thoughts, not only because of what he meant to her, but because her desire to become stronger was now intrinsically linked to him. Ichigo, Mocha began, this time in a softer tone, her eyes softening as she remembered her dream. He saved me that time in the forest, and I still owe him that much. With how strong he is, I feel like that won't be the first and only time he saves me, but I don't want it to always be like this. She looked down, admitting what she'd been feeling deep inside. I want to be strong enough to fight by his side. Cocoa stared at her silently, her sister's words echoing within her. Protecting those we love is what makes us stronger, the Redeed thought aloud, remembering the conversation she'd had with Ichigo. What did you say? Mocha asked, looking surprised. That's what Ichigo told me when we talked, Cocoa replied, still thinking about the orange-haired teenager's words. Mocha opened her eyes in surprise, looked at Cocoa, and for a moment, didn't know what to say. Did Ichigo talk to you about that? She thought, as a warm feeling spread in her chest. There was something about those words that resonated deeply with her, as if Ichigo had expressed what she herself was feeling. Did Ichigo tell you that? Mocha asked, still incredulous, but with a hint of admiration in her voice. Cocoa nodded slowly, her gaze thoughtful. Yes, when we talked he told me that protecting those we love is what makes us stronger. That no matter how difficult it is, we should always fight for them. Her sister's words echoed inside Mocha, like an echo of her own thoughts and desires. Protecting those we love, that was the key. It wasn't just about being strong on her own, but about fighting and protecting those who mattered. Ichigo. Cocoa. Everyone she loved. Mocha looked down for a moment, absorbing what Cocoa had told her. Now, more than ever, she felt that determination growing within her. Ichigo feels that way too. Thinking about sharing that same philosophy only reinforced her desire to become stronger. He looked up at Cocoa again, this time with a soft, sincere smile. I think Ichigo is right and I will do the same. I will be stronger for myself and for those I love. Cocoa watched her older sister, surprised by the confidence in her words. Although it was different to see Mocha speak like that, something about her gave her a strange sense of pride and confidence. We'd better get some breakfast if we want to have strength, Mocha said as she stood up and headed to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Before closing the door, she gave her sister a warm smile and winked. I'll be with you in a moment. Cocoa watched her sister close the bathroom door with that confident smile and wink she gave her. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she considered what she had just witnessed. It was strange to see Mocha speak that way, with such confidence and conviction. To Cocoa, her older sister had always been strong, but that strength now had a different tone. She was no longer just the proud and powerful Mocha she had always known. There was something more in her gaze, a determination born of a desire to protect, clearly inspired by Ichigo's words. And that, somehow, gave Cocoa a strange sense of pride. By One-sama, she's changing, the Redeed thought, feeling a mix of emotions. While she didn't entirely like that Ichigo was such a big part of Mocha's life, she couldn't ignore the fact that her sister seemed stronger and more determined because of him. Perhaps there was some truth to what Ichigo had told her. That protecting those we love gives us strength. A small smile formed on Cocoa's lips as she leaned back a little further into the bed. Although she didn't always understand Mocha's feelings, in that moment, she felt proud of her sister. Seeing her so determined, so self-assured, made her feel like she wasn't alone in her desire to protect those she loved. Ichigo, you've changed my one-sama, he thought, sensing how his sister felt about him, and if Mocha one-sama decides to be with him I won't like it, but I'll respect it. Coco sighed, imagining what a romantic relationship between Ichigo and his sister would be like. It would be weird, but it might work, she thought, and then stood up while stretching and yawning. She approached the table to serve the coffee and fill 2 glasses with blood from a transfusion pack to accompany the breakfast she will share with her beloved sister. Yokai Academy cafeteria. In the academy cafeteria, the atmosphere was filling with the typical bustle of every morning as students arrived for breakfast before classes began. Among the students was Ichigo, who, despite having slept well, was sporting his usual frown. He poured himself coffee with toast and jam while deep in thought. Last night, after saying goodbye to his friends, he decided to go out on patrol to clear his mind of everything that had happened. But no hollows appeared. He assumed it was due to the security system the Mad Hatter installed at the tunnel entrance. So what's next? He thought. If there are no more hollows, then I'm no longer needed here. That would mean his presence at the academy would no longer be necessary and consequently, he would have to return to Karakura town. Normally, he would be happy to return, but with the friends he made at the academy, he felt it wouldn't be easy to leave everything behind. Although it was only for a few days, he bonded with them immediately. As he sat at the table by the window where the journalism club used to meet, surrounded by the noisy atmosphere of the academy, something inside him was bothering him. How am I supposed to leave it all behind? He wondered. He had made friends here, people he had fought with and whom he had come to deeply respect. He thought of Cocoa, of Miser, of the others. Somehow, it didn't feel right to just get up and leave. Have I gotten so used to being here? He asked himself. Then his thoughts turned to inner Mocha, with her silver hair blowing in the wind, her white skin beneath a red moon, and her beautiful crimson eyes staring into his own, growing ever closer. Damn, I'm thinking about that again, he scolded himself, shaking his head, as if with that simple gesture, he could get rid of the thoughts that insisted on invading his mind, but he knew it wasn't that simple. It's just companionship, that's all it is, he thought, trying to rationalize what he felt. But even as he said those words to himself, he knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something more, something he refused to fully admit. Mocha wasn't just a friend or someone to be protected. There was something about her presence, the way she looked at him, that made him feel different. This is ridiculous, he thought, gritting his teeth. I can't let this distract me. Not now, not here. But even as he thought that, Mocha's image kept appearing in his mind. Then he thought about what she went through as a child and how reawakening all those painful memories affected her. He thought about how vulnerable she was despite being someone strong. He remembered the promise he made to protect her and let out a sigh. Why does it have to be so hard? He muttered in frustration. What's so difficult? Miser asked, causing Ichigo to nearly choke on his coffee, excited by the shock. He coughed lightly, trying to regain his composure as he quickly lowered the cup. When did it arrive? He thought, cursing himself for getting so distracted. What's so difficult? Miser repeated, watching Ichigo with her curious and somewhat serious eyes. And nothing. Ichigo quickly replied, trying to sound nonchalant, though his tone was a bit more defensive than he intended. Great, now I have to explain something, he thought, feeling the situation getting complicated. Before he could say anything else, Kurumu appeared next to Miser, giving him a questioning look. Nothing. You're not fooling me, Ichigo. You were thinking about something important, weren't you? Kurumu said, sitting next to him with her breakfast tray. Remember, you have nothing to hide from us anymore. The succubus placed a hand on Ichigo's shoulder before he could say anything. You can be honest and trust us. Her voice was soft, but with a tone of concern. Ichigo sighed and collected his thoughts before answering, then went to the source of the problem. His impending departure. As you can see, I came here with a mission of posing as a student and eliminating any hollows that appear in order to protect the academy and its students, he began to explain. It turned out that the hollows entered through the tunnel that connects to the human world, and Urahara installed a security system to prevent that from happening. Apparently it's effective because last night I went out on patrol and didn't find any hollows, Ichigo sighed. So that's good news. What's worrying you? Asked Kurumu. Miser, more observant and calm, narrowed her eyes slightly upon hearing Ichigo's words. She had already grasped the key point. If the academy's safety was guaranteed, then their mission was complete, which meant Ichigo would have to leave. Without saying anything immediately, Miser lowered her gaze and lightly clutched her breakfast tray, feeling a mixture of sadness and acceptance. She wasn't someone easily swayed by emotions, but the thought of Ichigo leaving left a void she didn't know how to fill. Kurumu, on the other hand, frowned in some confusion, still not grasping the full meaning. So what's troubling you? She asked again, leaning toward him with genuine curiosity. To her, if hollows were no longer a problem, that was a good thing. She didn't understand why Ichigo seemed so worried. That's when Mizur spoke, in her usual calm tone. "Kurumu, you don't see it, do you?" she said, without taking her eyes off her frappuccino. "If there are no more hollows to hunt, that means Ichigo no longer has a reason to stay here. He'll have to go back to Karakura town." Kurumu blinked in surprise. Will she have to leave? Her expression immediately changed to one of disbelief, then concern. "You leave?" she exclaimed, nearly spilling her cup of tea. "But you can't. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you'd have to leave?" Before Ichigo could reply, Yukari, who had just arrived with her own breakfast tray, heard enough to understand what they were talking about. Her eyes widened and a mixture of surprise and sadness crossed her face. "Kurosaki-kun, do you have to leave?" she asked softly, stopping at the side of the table, not daring to sit down. Although she assumed Ichigo would have to leave eventually, hearing those words out loud hit her hard. "Hey, don't worry," said the orange-haired boy, trying to calm his friends. "We still don't know when I'll leave. Besides, just because I have to leave doesn't mean we'll stop being friends. I could come visit you on the weekends," he said, gently placing his hand on Kurumu's. The succubus, feeling Ichigo's hand on hers, felt a slight warmth rise in her cheeks. Always so thoughtful, she thought, her heart beating a little faster. She knew her feelings for him went beyond simple friendship, and the thought of him leaving worried her deeply. However, Ichigo's gentle touch gave her a small bit of comfort. Will he come over on the weekends? Although it sounded nice, she knew deep down it wouldn't change her feelings. "Yeah, sounds nice," she said, a slight insecurity laced her voice. "But it won't be the same without you here all the time, Ichigo," she added with a small smile filled with emotion. Mizur, meanwhile, remained more serene. To her, Ichigo wasn't just a friend, but someone she deeply respected. Ever since she'd met him, she'd seen him as someone who not only protected others, but had treated her with a kindness few others ever offered her. My first friend, she thought, feeling a sense of loyalty toward him. Although she knew Ichigo was trying to make the situation easier, she understood that his departure was inevitable. "If you leave, I guess it will be different, but don't worry, you're always welcome here," she said sincerely, looking at Ichigo with her usual calm. Yukari, listening from the sidelines, sighed, relieved that Ichigo was planning to visit them, but still a little worried. "If you say you'll come on the weekends, I'll believe you, Dezu," she smiled gently. "But I hope you'll keep your word, Kurosaki-kun." "Just assume I will," young Kurosaki replied, giving her a warm smile. "You can sit down now if you want, Yukari. Your breakfast is going to get cold," he said jokingly. The little witch let out a light laugh and sat next to Mizur. Kurumu, still holding his friend's hand, leaned on his shoulder, trying to feel closer to him. Ichigo felt a surge of discomfort run through his body, but he didn't move away from the girl. He knew Kurumu was experiencing feelings of loss, and he also knew from Mizur that she had feelings for him. That's why he didn't want to be blunt. Minutes passed while everyone was eating breakfast, in the middle of chatting about one of the classes, until Ichigo changed the subject. "Hey, there's still half an hour until school starts," he said, looking at his watch. "How about we go visit Mocha? I mean the one with the pink hair," he suggested. "Great idea, Ichigo," but Kurumu replied, pausing. "We had already planned to do that, that's why we came early for breakfast." Mizur finished what the succubus wanted to say. "Well then, let's get going," Ichigo said after scratching the back of his neck. Everyone got up to leave their trays at the kitchen entrance and headed to the principal's office to see their friends. Ritual Hall. Aono Tsukyun was sleeping, sitting in a chair at the edge of Mocha's external bed, covered by a blanket. The makeshift ward was dimly lit by a nightstand, and the silence was interrupted by the young human's slow breathing. He let out a moan as he began to stir, feeling a hand caress his head and tangle its fingers in his hair. Tsukyun yawned as he woke up, still half asleep. At first, he didn't fully understand what was happening, but as he felt the warm hand on his head, his eyes slowly opened. His vision, still blurry, met the smiling face of outer Mocha, looking at him with a sweetness that made his heart race. "Mocha-san," he murmured, still somewhat disoriented, as he sat up a little, feeling a mixture of relief and surprise. He hadn't expected to see her awake, much less looking at him so closely. The warmth of Mocha's hand reassured him, but at the same time, it filled him with a sudden shyness. The young man felt his cheeks flush with a faint blush. "No, I didn't mean to fall asleep," he tried to apologize, looking away for a moment, but he couldn't help but smile at Mocha's calm expression. How long has she been awake? He wondered, feeling the silence between them filled with a special connection. "Don't worry," Tsukyun said, the pink-haired vampire, "there was no need for you to stay up all night to take care of me. Just having you by my side is enough." She looked away with a slight blush. "Mocha-san," sighed the young man. "Tsukyun," Mocha replied, approaching and looking into his eyes. A pink perfumed atmosphere surrounded them as they drew closer and closer. "Mocha-san." "Tsukyun." "Mocha-san." "Tsukyun." Suddenly, they could both hear Mocha's stomach growling with hunger. The brown-haired teen blinked a few times. Mocha-san. I'm sorry Tsukyun, I just haven't had breakfast yet, he said, throwing himself at his friend to sink his fangs into his neck. Kapuchu. The young human felt Mocha's fangs gently pierce the skin of his neck. Mocha-san. Tsukyun exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and slight discomfort, although he was already familiar with this feeling. As he felt the vampire drink his blood, he let out a resigned sigh. I should have seen this coming, he thought as his body relaxed. Despite the slight pain, he couldn't help but smile a little. It was typical of Mocha, and while the moment had gone from romantic to a display of her vampiric hunger, Tsukyun knew this was also part of who she was. Well, he muttered, trying to stay calm as the feeling in his fangs began to fade. I guess that's how the day starts, huh? He tried to joke, though his voice was somewhat weak from the blood loss. Mocha, still clinging to his neck, couldn't help but let out a small moan of satisfaction as she finished drinking, leaving him slightly dizzy, but with a smile on his lips. Thank you Tsukyun, your blood is so delicious, sighed the blushing vampire. Tsukyun rubbed his neck where he'd been bitten and laughed awkwardly. Mocha-san, it seems there are some habits you won't change, even if you're in an artificial body. Thinking about the latter, he opened his eyes in surprise. Mocha-san. Did you just realize what just happened? He asked, trying to process the situation. You drank my blood with your artificial body. Hearing this, Mocha's eyes opened wide in surprise. It's true. She exclaimed while she examined her own fangs with her fingers. I didn't have these last night, she said, pointing at them. Good morning, guys, Urahara burst in, carrying a tray of breakfast for two. Good morning, Urahara-san, the two teenagers greeted. I brought you breakfast, but it seems Mocha-san got there first, he said jokingly as he placed the tray on a small table next to the bed. I just couldn't resist the scent of Tsukyun's blood is so sweet, said the vampire, putting her hands to her cheeks to cover her blush. Those are good signs, she said, surprising the young people. The fact that you can feel Tsukyun's blood and that you have an appetite for it means that the Gigai has changed, adapting to your vampiric essence, she explained while with a clipboard and a small flashlight, she examined the mouth of the pink-haired girl. And there are the fangs. Wow, the vampire blood molded the Gigai's physiognomy faster than I calculated. Mocha's eyes widened in even more surprise as Urahara spoke. Though she'd felt the difference when she'd drunk Tsukyun's blood, it was all starting to make more sense now. So does this mean I can act like a normal vampire while I'm in this Gigai? Mocha asked in a tone that was a mix of surprise and excitement, looking at Urahara, still processing the change she'd just experienced. Exactly, the shopkeeper replied. You'll have all the strengths of a vampire and also the weaknesses. How is this possible? Tsukyun asked curiously. You see, when I invented the false bodies called Gigai, I did so with the purpose of allowing spiritual beings like Shinigami to blend in among the living, explained Urahara. So, I made them with the function of suppressing the spiritual energy of their wearer in order to go unnoticed. However, I made Mocha's Gigai without that suppression property so that it would be the essence of the wearer's blood and soul that would be the factors that modified their physiognomy. Amazing, said Tsukyun. The mad science class is very interesting, but let them have breakfast in peace. Ichigo burst in, arriving with the girls behind him. Tsukyun and outer Mocha turned around with a smile and greeted Ichigo and her friends. Tsukyun, I missed you so much, said Kurumu, throwing herself at him and putting the boy's face in her cleavage. Leave my Tsukyun alone, busty girl, Mizer snapped in her calm but defiant tone. Hey, we were supposed to come to see Makadesu, Yukari protested. Ichigo just stared as his eye twitched. Hey, how are you feeling, Mocha? He asked the pink-haired vampire. I feel good, complete. As if I were still in Yura-chan's body, explained Mocha externally. I'm glad to hear that, said the orange-haired boy. I'm glad you're okay, Mizer said in her typical calm tone. Mocha-san, I love you so much desu, said Yukari, hugging the vampire. I'm glad you feel complete, but that doesn't mean you have to use me, Tsukyun, as a snack, Kurumu snapped at Mocha, who blushed and brought a hand to her face. You two didn't do anything inappropriate last night, did you? The succubus said, giving her an inquisitive look. Mocha blushed immediately at Kurumu's insinuation, bringing both hands to her face to hide the blush that was quickly spreading across her cheeks. It's not what you think. She exclaimed, her voice shaking. I only drank a little of his blood because I couldn't resist, but we didn't do anything inappropriate, I assure you, she said quickly, clearly overwhelmed by the idea. Tsukyun, for his part, nearly choked on his own breath at Kurumu's question. Inappropriate? No, of course not. He replied immediately, waving his hands in front of him, blushing just as much as Mocha. The idea that someone could think that made him feel even more uncomfortable. I was just watching over Mocha-san while she slept. He added, trying to clarify the situation as best he could. I see, he said, giving Tsukyun a playful look. So when are you going to take care of me while I sleep? You owe me a night since I let you be with Mocha. Tsukyun's face turned completely red, and before he could say anything he found himself trapped between the succubus's breasts who hugged him tightly. No way, I'll spend a night with Tsukyun, said Mizer. Enough. Tsukyun is mine, and Mocha-san desu's, Yukari protested. Kurumu-chan, you're going to suffocate him. Mocha exclaimed. Ichigo rolled his eyes and sighed. Hey Hatter. So you mean Mocha can live her normal life now? He asked Urahara, ignoring the scene the girls were making with Tsukyun. Of course. You could say he's already discharged, the shopkeeper replied, waving his fan in front of his face. But I'll need you to check him every day for a couple of days. Ichigo frowned at Urahara's response. What? I'm a nurse now too. He exclaimed, his tone visibly annoyed. Why the hell do I have to be the one checking him up every day? He said, crossing his arms tightly as he stared at the Hatter in disbelief. Urahara, still in his carefree mood, waved his fan in front of his face, maintaining his calm smile. Well, Ichigo, I have to return to Karakura town to attend to some important matters, he said in his usual tone. And since you'll be here for a while longer, I thought you could take charge. After all, you've already proven yourself to be quite reliable. Ichigo gritted his teeth, clearly irritated. That's no excuse for me to do your work. He replied, his voice thick with frustration. And besides, I have no idea how to perform a medical checkup. Urahara looked at him with his typical sly smile, closing the fan with a quick movement. Don't worry, Ichigo, it's not complicated at all. You just have to scan Mocha inside the circle. Yukari-chan can help you. Come with me and I'll explain. Ichigo, however, wasn't convinced. TCH. It's always the same with you. He growled, following Urahara. He was clearly angry, but knowing that, despite his complaints, he would probably end up doing just that. Yukari, on the other hand, followed them enthusiastically. The young witch was fascinated by technology combined with magic and thoroughly enjoyed learning how to operate the central console. She had already seen how it worked last night and Urahara had explained the basics of operating it to her. Knowing her to be a child genius, the shopkeeper was confident she would learn quickly. As Ichigo trailed behind Urahara, frowning and hands in his pockets, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. How do I always end up caught up in his antics? He thought, glancing sideways at Yukari, who was walking beside him with an enthusiastic smile, almost bouncing with excitement. This is so exciting. Yukari exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she thought about the opportunity to work with Urahara's magical technological system. I've always been fascinated by the idea of combining magic and technology. It's incredible how science can enhance magic in ways I never thought possible. Ichigo glanced at her, sighing at her enthusiasm. I don't know what's so exciting about doing checkups, but if you enjoy it go ahead, he muttered, still annoyed at having been pushed into doing Urahara's work. They arrived at the room where Urahara had his central console, and Yukari immediately ran to the controls with a look of awe on her face. Wow, this is amazing. She said, carefully touching the buttons as Urahara began explaining the parameters needed to perform Mocha's scans. Ichigo, arms crossed, looked at Urahara as he explained the procedure. So all I have to do is put Mocha in the circle and scan her. And then what? Do I send you the results via carrier pigeon? He said sarcastically, his patience clearly exhausted. Urahara looked at him smiling calmly. You will give the results to the director and he will send them to me. Ichigo snorted, resigned. It's always the same with him, he thought, knowing that even if he complained, he had no choice but to do what Urahara asked. Meanwhile, Tsukyun and Mocha outside shared the breakfast brought to them by the shopkeeper in the company of Kurumu and Mizer, who were calmer and had a relaxed chat. So from what I heard from Urahara-san, you no longer need to be under constant observation, Mizer made that observation with her calm voice. That means Mocha-san can start classes now, Tsukyun smiled. Great. Mocha exclaimed. I didn't want to miss any class. Hey, Mocha, are you going to go like that? Kurumu said, pointing at how she was dressed. She hadn't realized she was only wearing a hospital gown because that's what the Gigai had been wearing when she started the ritual. Ah. Mocha exclaimed, bringing both hands to her face as she realized what she was wearing. I didn't realize. She said, her voice trembling as she looked around for something to cover herself. Kurumu let out a small laugh, albeit in a friendly way. Calm down, Mocha. You're lucky it's only us here. If this had happened in the hallways, you would have definitely caused a stir, she said, winking playfully. The clothes she was wearing must have stayed on Yura-chan, she thought aloud, scanning the room until her gaze fell upon her school bag. Hey, there's my bag. Inside are the keys to my room. Would you be a favor and go get me some clothes? Please. Of course, Mocha-san said. Tsukyun, don't worry, we'll bring you a uniform. I'm going with you, Tsukyun, Kurumu said, taking the boy's arm. They won't let you into the girls' dorms without one of us, she added, pulling Tsukyun along. "I'll go too," said Miser following them, and before crossing the curtain she turned to Mocha. "I'll get you some underwear." "Miser-chan." The vampire exclaimed with a noticeable blush. Before leaving, the snow woman gave him a slight but sincere smile. "I'm glad everything went well." Her voice, despite being calm as usual, was loaded with an emotional tone. The vampire watched them leave and sighed. Friends, she thought, feeling lucky for the bond she formed. "Where the hell did they go?" said Ichigo, who approached with Yukari. "They came to bring me a uniform for the start of classes." "Are you planning on going back to school?" Ichigo asked, raising an eyebrow. "Haven't you thought about how you're going to handle the registration? I don't think the academy is going to accept 2 Akashi Yamaokas." "That's true," said the little witch. "I don't think it's good for Yura-chan to miss out on studying," she said. "Right, I didn't think about that," said the vampire, putting a finger to her mouth. "Well, I guess you'll figure that out with the director. For now, I'll take my leave," Urahara said as he headed for the exit. "It's been a pleasure meeting and working with you. Please give my regards to the rest of the gang." Yukari, always admiring Urahara's brilliant mind, was the first to react. "Urahara-san." The little witch said in a tone that mixed affection and admiration. "Thank you for everything, Urahara-san. See you soon. And be sure to visit us again, Dezu," she said, waving her hand vigorously, although a part of her felt a little sad to see someone she admired so much go. Outer Mocha, still musing over what Ichigo had mentioned about the academy registration, turned her head to Urahara. Though she didn't know him as well as the others, she felt gratitude for everything he'd done for her and Inner Mocha. "Thank you for helping us, Urahara-san, Yura-chan, and I wouldn't have had a fresh start without your intervention," she said with a soft smile, bowing her head in respect. "I hope everything goes well in Karakura town." Ichigo, for his part, stood with his arms crossed, watching Urahara with a mixture of gratitude and resignation. Despite all his complaints and frustrations with him, he knew that Urahara had always been there when he needed him. Yes, farewell, Mad Hatter," he replied in his typical grumpy tone, but with a slight hint of respect hidden in his words. "Make sure you don't get into any more trouble, although I know that's asking a lot," he added, sighing. Urahara, as always, kept his smile, turning to face them while waving his fan. "Take care, everyone, and don't worry, we'll see each other again sooner than you think," he said in a mysterious tone before heading out the door. "I'll accompany Urahara-san," said Yukari. "By the way, I'll go to the infirmary to see how Harubi-san Desu is," she added as she ran out the door, leaving Ichigo and Mocha outside alone. The pink-haired vampire, left alone with Ichigo, took the opportunity to express what she'd been holding in her heart ever since she sensed through their telepathic connection what he had done for Inner Mocha. The room fell silent for a moment and she turned to look at him, a soft smile on her face as she did so. "Kurosaki-kun," he began, his voice soft but full of sincerity. "I wanted to take this moment to thank you for something important." Ichigo, who had been distracted by the door Yukari had left through, turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Thank me? For what?" he asked, a little puzzled, as he wasn't used to receiving thanks. Mocha looked down for a moment, nervously fiddling with her fingers, before looking back up at him. "For taking care of Yura-chan when she was sad. I know she suffered a lot reliving past memories and dealing with her own emotions," she said in a soft tone. "But you were there for her. You comforted her, you supported her, and that means a lot to me." Ichigo frowned. "Hey, how did you know?" he asked, knowing that he didn't give many details about what happened with Mocha inside. "I have a telepathic connection with Yura-chan," he replied with a smile as he touched his head with his index finger. "So did you see what happened between the other Mocha and me?" said Ichigo, who opened his eyes and blushed, imagining the possibility that the pink-haired vampire had seen how he and Inner Mocha got closer. Mocha, noticing his discomfort, let out a soft laugh and waved her hand casually. "Don't worry, Kurosaki-kun," she said with a warm smile. "I didn't see everything in detail. I could only perceive some emotions and fragments of what was happening." She paused, lowering her gaze with a touch of shyness. "But what struck me most was how important you were to her at that moment." Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, though the slight blush still hadn't left his face. "Ah well, that's a relief I guess," he murmured, still feeling somewhat awkward about the situation. Mocha looked at him lovingly, fully understanding how he felt. "You don't have to feel ashamed. What you did for Yura-chan, you gave her comfort when she needed it most. It wasn't just an act of physical closeness. It was something deeper." Her tone was gentle and full of gratitude, without a hint of malice. Ichigo, still a little blushing, crossed his arms and looked away, trying to clear his mind. "Well, I just did what I thought was right," he replied, not sure exactly how to handle the situation. Mocha smiled, nodding slowly. "I know. And that's what I'm most grateful for," she said softly, looking at him sincerely. "Thank you, Kurosaki-kun, for everything. For being there for Yura-chan and for helping complete the ritual. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I would have had the chance to inhabit this body," she said, looking down at her hands. Well, it's not that bad, Ichigo replied, trying to downplay it. Like I said before, I just did what I thought was right, he added, shrugging, but he could tell those words weren't enough to describe what had happened. Mocha looked up from her hands and regarded him with a mixture of tenderness and respect. You always do that, don't you? You care about others, even when you don't have to, she commented, her voice calm and filled with admiration. Even if you think it was a small thing, it meant everything to me. Thanks to you, I can live as myself now. Ichigo was silent for a moment, absorbing those words. Is that how she sees it? He thought, feeling that the weight of his mission and his decisions sometimes lay deeper than he recognized. Finally, he nodded, accepting the fact that he had helped Mocha with something much bigger than he imagined. You don't have to thank me so much, Mocha, he finally said, relaxing his posture a little. But I'm glad you're okay, he added, this time with a slight smile, although he maintained his usual seriousness. After all, that's what matters, right? Mocha smiled again, this time with more confidence, knowing that, despite his reserved nature, Ichigo truly cared for her. Yes, that's what matters most, she replied softly, the atmosphere filled with a calm understanding between them. Chapter 15. Fire Determination. The morning sun streamed into Cocoa's room, illuminating the warm, peaceful atmosphere that surrounded the sisters as they shared breakfast. But now Mocha was standing in front of the mirror, adjusting the last details of her uniform, while her little sister lifted the cups and placed them in the sink. Cocoa watched her sister silently with a look that mixed curiosity and concern. Are you going to class today? Cocoa finally asked, breaking the silence, while Mocha fixed her long silver hair. Mocha shook her head, calm. No. I have something more important to take care of first, she replied in a low but firm voice. Cocoa looked at her with a slightly furrowed brow, confused. What? She insisted. Mocha sighed and turned to her younger sister, with that usual calm that characterized her, but in her eyes shone a different determination. There can't be two Akashiya Mochas at the academy. Amit needs its own identity, he explained, offering no further details at the moment. I have a plan to fix that. Cocoa tilted her head, intrigued, but didn't want to push further. She knew Mocha wouldn't reveal anything until she was ready. What are you planning on doing? She asked anyway, trying to pick up some clue from her sister's expression. Mocha gave a small, barely perceptible smile. You'll know soon enough, he said softly, looking away for a second. But first, I must speak with Amit. She turned around, ready to leave. Before leaving, she paused for a moment in the doorway, looking over her shoulder at Cocoa. Don't be late to class, Cocoa, he said in a slightly softer tone, and thanks for breakfast. Cocoa remained in the room, watching her sister leave leisurely. Curiosity consumed her, but she knew that, sooner or later, she would find out what Mocha's plan was. When he saw me, she sighed, knowing that for now, she could only wait. Meanwhile, Mocha walked down the dorm's long hallway, her soft footsteps echoing in the silence. As she walked, her mind continued to run over the plan she had in mind to solve the Amit problem. However, as she approached her room, some voices made her stop. She strained her ears and recognized the three people in her room. Kurumu, Mizur and Sukyun, he thought. He gently pushed open the door, which was ajar, and saw them rummaging through the clothes. I found Mocha's uniform here, exclaimed Kurumu. I found a pair of shoes and socks, said Sukyun. I have the rest of the things you need, Mizur said as she carried underwear, perfumes, and a makeup set in a box. What are you doing? Mocha said softly. The three of them turned to see the vampire standing in the doorway. Kurumu, without holding back for a second longer, dropped the uniform she was carrying in her hands to throw herself at the silver-haired girl. Mocha. She cried excitedly, surrounding her with her arms. It's good to see you. Are you okay? You left us worried when you left like that, she demanded with a brittle tone in her voice. Mocha remained silent for a few seconds, feeling the warmth of Kurumu's embrace, something she wasn't used to. Finally, she let out a soft sigh and spoke softly, but with a strange softness in her usual tone. I'm fine, Kurumu. You don't have to worry so much, she said, delicately placing a hand on the succubus's shoulder, slightly separating herself from her embrace to look into her eyes. Kurumu let go of her, though she still seemed somewhat reluctant to let go completely. Her eyes reflected relief at seeing Mocha again, but also unease over everything that had happened. I'm sorry, continued Mocha internally, without losing her usual composure. I didn't mean to worry you, but I needed space to assimilate everything, to put my mind in order. She paused briefly, looking away at Mizur and Sukyun, who were watching her silently. And I thank you for worrying about me. The words, although direct, carried a sincere weight, something unusual in her, but no less authentic. I'm glad to see you're okay, Mizur said with her usual calm tone, but a slight smile on her lips. It's good to have you back, Yuri-chan, said Sukyun, hesitating a little. Is it okay if I call you that? It's just that with this whole thing about having two Mochas, he scratched his head. Inner Mocha stared at him for a moment, surprised by the use of the nickname. Her eyes narrowed slightly, not out of anger, but rather in reflection. After a few seconds, her lips formed a small, almost imperceptible smile, a rarity for her. "I don't care what you call me," Sukyun here replied with his calm and somewhat distant tone. "Yura, it's fine if that makes you feel more comfortable, if it makes everyone feel more comfortable, after all, there are two of us now." "It makes sense." "Yura and Ahmed, it's easier to understand that way," Mizur commented, "although they're both still Mocha, and they're both important to me." Kurumu, for her part, couldn't stay silent. She stepped forward, still smiling from behind her hug. "Well, I'll say the same. Even though you're Yura, you'll always be Mocha to me," she said enthusiastically. "Only now I have two friends instead of one. Double Mocha means double the fun," she said jokingly. Mocha closed her eyes and let out a light laugh, almost a sigh. "Will they be bringing clothes to Ahmed?" she asked, changing the subject. Kurumu, hearing Mocha's light inner laughter, was surprised for a moment, as if that sound was something rare and precious, something she didn't hear every day. "That's right," he replied immediately, still with the same energy. "Urahara said he won't be under observation anymore, so he'll need some clothes." "That's good," Mocha said, a hint of relief in her voice. She'd barely had time to process what Kurumu had said when her keen hearing picked up hurried footsteps approaching down the hallway. She turned her head toward the door just as a small, agitated figure appeared in the doorway. "Yukari-chan!" Sukyun exclaimed, noticing the young witch's distressed expression. Yukari barely managed to stop, panting as she leaned against the doorframe, her face filled with worry. Her hat was slightly tilted, and her gaze urgently searched for her friends. "It's Ruby-san," he blurted out, his breaths quickening. The student police took her away. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. Inner Mocha frowned, and Kurumu, who had been brimming with energy just seconds before, stepped forward, her face filled with seriousness. "What happened, Yukari?" Mizur asked in her calm tone, but her eyes showed concern. Yukari took a breath before answering, still struggling to calm down. "I don't know for sure. I was about to visit Ruby-san in the infirmary. When I saw her being taken away, I couldn't do anything," she answered with a trembling voice. "But I could hear that it had to do with the attempted execution of Tsukunadesu," added the little witch. Everyone's eyes widened at Yukari's words. The air in the room instantly became more tense. "Execution," Sukyun muttered, clearly alarmed. "What does Ruby have to do with it?" Yukari, still trying to calm her breathing, continued. "They accuse her of helping free Mocha from her cell the day they tried to execute you, Sukyun-san." Her words were serious, her gaze fixed on him. "They presented evidence saying that Ruby was the one who facilitated the escape." Kurumu, now visibly furious, took a step forward. "That's nonsense. Ruby wouldn't do anything on her own. All she did was help us save you. You can't blame her for that." Her tone was thick with indignation. Mizur, though remaining her usual calm, frowned slightly. "If they've presented evidence, it means they were waiting for the right moment to catch her," she commented. "This isn't just retaliation. It seems like something more planned." Yukari nodded, clenching her fists. "They want to try and execute her for her supposed betrayal. We can't allow that to happen. Ruby was only trying to help us save you, Sukyun. This isn't fair, Dezu," she said, almost with tears in her eyes. Inner Mocha, who had been silently observing, analyzing the situation, finally spoke up. Her gaze was calculating, but there was a coldness in her eyes that denoted her determination to act. "They're using Tsukyun's attempted execution as a pretext," he said calmly. "If they're really going to judge Ruby, there's no time to waste. But we can't act recklessly." Kurumu, her hands still clenched into fists, nodded. "So what do we do?" she asked impatiently. "Let's go to the student police headquarters," Mocha said, her voice firm. "First, we find out what evidence they have and how serious they are about this. Then, we'll act. But we won't let them execute Ruby." Sukyun took a determined step forward. "You're right. Ruby risked a lot for us, and we can't let this happen. Let's go right now." With a clear direction and a determination to save Ruby, everyone began to move quickly, leaving the room behind to confront the threat posed by the student police. Once in the vicinity of the barracks, the journalism club members hid behind some bushes while they analyzed their next step. "Okay, this will be the plan." Mocha finally broke the silence. "We'll sneak in through the window and find out where they have Ruby. It would be best if we split into two groups. Mizur, Kurumu and Yukari will enter from the north. Sukyun and I will go from the south," she explained the plan in a firm voice. "Why do you have to go with Sukyun?" Kurumu asked with a more protesting tone. "She'll come with me in case I need her to remove the rosary to unleash my powers," the vampire explained, somewhat annoyed. "Try to find out what you can, and we'll meet back at the cells. Now, let's go." Everyone nodded and split up, as Inner Mocha ordered. Kurumu, Yukari, and Mizur waited hidden for two members of the student police to pass by, and once they left, they approached one of the windows. Kurumu used her sharp claws to cut a circle in the glass so she could reach in and unlock it. The three of them jumped out the window and were already inside what appeared to be a break room. They moved silently and began to advance through the hallways. On the other side of the building, Sukyun and Mocha were exploring a way in. "Look, Yuri-chan," Sukyun said in a low voice, pointing to one of the ground floor windows. Two members of the student police were leaning out the window, smoking. Mocha watched as they threw away their cigarettes and went inside, leaving the window open. With her keen hearing, she noticed they left the room. "This is our chance, let's go," she said, and they both entered through the window of what appeared to be a file room. "Let's check it out and see what we find," Mocha said. "It looks like they're in alphabetical order," Sukyun said. "That'll make things easier for us," Mocha added as she began searching for Ruby's file. To her surprise, it wasn't there. There was only the file with her name on it, but it was empty. "Damn, it's not there," she exclaimed in a low voice. "My file isn't there either," added Sukyun. Reviewing the files, they realized that none of the files of the newspaper club members were there, all of them had been extracted, including that of Ichigo Kurosaki. "This is bad," Mocha said, "we better move." "Okay," Sukyun nodded, following the vampire through the halls of the student police headquarters. They explored room after room, and what caught Mocha's alarming attention was how freely they were moving around. They arrived at what appeared to be a meeting room, and the place was empty. The vampire didn't like that at all. She frowned, pausing for a moment to listen closely. The silence was unnerving, and the absence of patrol cars or student police personnel made her feel like something wasn't right. "This place is too quiet," he muttered, his tone serious. "I don't like it at all, Sukyun. It's like they're letting us get ahead on purpose." Sukyun, who was also beginning to feel the tension, looked at her worriedly. "Do you think it's a trap?" he asked in a low voice, looking around nervously. Mocha nodded slightly, her eyes narrowed as she analyzed the situation. "It's possible. It can't be a coincidence that all of our club files are missing and the building is practically empty. They're waiting for us, somehow." Suddenly, the projector in the meeting room lit up and Kayu's image appeared on the screen. "Greetings, Journalism Club," he said with a sinister smile. "I suppose you're aware that the raid you're carrying out on our headquarters is against the rules. But know that it's the least serious offense for which you will be tried." Mocha tensed as she saw Kayu's face projected on the screen, her eyes sharpening with fury. She gritted her teeth and took a step forward, resisting the urge to smash the screen with a punch. She knew that wouldn't help. She had to stay calm. "Kayu, damn," he muttered, but before he could say more, Kayu stepped aside, revealing an image that chilled both of their blood. Ruby, bound and blindfolded, sat in a chair. "Is this what you're looking for?" Kayu said with a wider smile, as if he enjoyed every second of the anguish she caused. "Ruby?" Sukyun exclaimed, his eyes wide open, a mixture of horror and despair flooding his face. "I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop." "Don't be long," Kayu said before the projector shut off, leaving the room in darkness. Mocha closed her eyes for a brief second, making a decision. The time for stealth and caution was over. They couldn't allow Kayu to continue to have the advantage, and they needed all the power they could get to free Ruby. "There's no point in hiding anymore," she said, her tone firm and resolute. She turned to Sukyun and extended her hand, pointing at the rosary on his chest. "Sukyun, take the rosary from me. I need to unleash my powers." Sukyun looked at her in surprise, his gaze uncertain as he processed the order. "Are you sure, Mocha?" he asked, even though he knew deep down she was right. "Yes," she replied without hesitation. "This isn't a game anymore. Kayu is waiting for us, and we can't face him unless I unleash my true strength." Sukyun nodded slowly, knowing what was at stake. He reached for the rosary, ready to take it from her as he had done so many times before. However, as he tried to take it, his hand stopped dead in its tracks. A chill ran down his arm, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove the rosary. "But," Sukyun muttered, his voice thick with confusion. He tried again, his fingers trembling as he tried to unhook the rosary, but it remained firm and unmoving. "Mocha-san, I can't," Sukyun said, panting slightly from the effort. "It won't go away." The vampire stared at him, incredulous for a moment. She leaned toward him, expecting to feel the familiar tug of energy that indicated her powers were being unleashed, but nothing happened. "Try again," he demanded, frustration evident in his voice. But Sukyun tried again, with the same lack of success. Mocha looked at Sukyun, hoping to feel the release of his power, but seeing that he continued to struggle with the rosary without success, her patience began to fade. "What's wrong, Sukyun? Why can't you take it off me?" he asked in his cold tone, but with a hint of confusion that he tried to hide. "I don't know," Sukyun replied, frustrated. "I could always do it, but now it won't move." His hands trembled as he continued trying to free the rosary, but something prevented him. Mocha frowned, feeling a strange unease in her chest. What's going on? She thought. She leaned closer to Tsukune, as if simply being closer could change the outcome, but there was no change. The rosary remained firmly in place, as if something invisible was sealing it even tighter. Tsukune looked at her with despair in his eyes. Mocha-san, I don't know what's going on. I could always do it, but now she's not responding. Mocha looked away for a moment, trying to understand. This doesn't make sense, she thought. She had always trusted Tsukune to unleash her true power, but now something had changed. This isn't normal, she muttered, more to herself than to Tsukune. But she couldn't let the confusion distract her. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Ruby was still in danger, and they had to act fast. Maybe you're not the one anymore, Mocha said in a low, barely audible tone, as if she were thinking out loud. Tsukune looked at her, not understanding what she meant, but there was no time for explanations. At that instant, inner Mocha felt a gentle presence in her mind, familiar and comforting. Yura-chan, what's wrong? I can feel your concern, outer Mocha's gentle voice echoed within her. The silver-haired vampire closed her eyes, deepening their telepathic bond, and after a moment, she opened her eyes to look at Tsukune with a confident smile. I think I can bring the cavalry, Mocha said. Ritual hall. In the makeshift confinement room Urahara had set up inside the enormous hall where the ritual was performed, Ichigo and Mocha were sitting outside. The two were having an idle chat about their friends. Ichigo had mentioned how much the pink-haired girl reminded him of his friend Urahara. Really? Mocha asked, with a small smile as she settled into bed, her eyes fixed on Ichigo. In what way? Ichigo scratched his head, wondering how to explain it without sounding weird. Well, Urahara is kind, always thinking of others before herself. You have that same that same warm feeling. Mocha laughed softly, a light sound that filled the room. That sounds lovely. You don't know me that well, Kurosaki-kun, but I appreciate you thinking that of me. Her eyes shone with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Ichigo shrugged, somewhat uncomfortable with the compliments. I just speak my mind. Besides, I didn't need to know you a lifetime to see that you care about others. Thank you, Kurosaki-kun, said the pink-haired girl. You're also someone who cares about others. I guess that's why we're friends. Ichigo smiled slightly, scratching the back of his neck in a gesture of modesty. I guess you're right. I'm not the type of person who just stands there when my friends are in trouble. Outer Mocha looked at him appreciatively, her smile soft and warm. That makes it easier, knowing I can count on you. The slight silence fell between them, comfortable but meaningful. Although their relationship was still new, there was already a bond of trust between them. Take it for granted, you can count on me, Mocha. No matter what happens, Ichigo said firmly, breaking the silence. I know, Mocha replied softly, her eyes shining with sincere gratitude. And the same goes for you, Kurosaki-kun. They both shared a smile, until Mocha's external expression changed to a more somber one of noticeable distress. Hey, what's wrong? Ichigo asked with a worried tone in his voice. I can feel Yura-chan, I can feel her worry, Mocha replied, closing her eyes to deepen her connection with her inner Mocha. Yura-chan, what's wrong? I can feel your concern, she asked mentally, hoping the silver-haired vampire would hear her. Ahmed, can you hear me? Mocha's inner voice echoed in her mind. The student police captured Ruby. They're holding her in their barracks, and now we've all fallen into their trap. Hearing Mocha's words internally, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but open her eyes and put a hand to her mouth, scared of what might happen to her friends. Hey Mocha, what's going on? Is something wrong? Ichigo insisted. Is Ichigo with you? Asked inner Mocha upon hearing Ichigo's voice. Tell him to come to the student police headquarters now. We need his help, she ordered outer Mocha and dropped the telepathic connection. Outer Mocha turned to Ichigo with her face full of urgency. Kurosaki-kun, we have to go, he said firmly, standing up immediately. What? What's going on? Ichigo asked, already anticipating that something was wrong. Yura-chan and the others are in trouble. The student police captured Ruby, and they've fallen into a trap. They need us at the student police headquarters right now. The seriousness in Mocha's voice made Ichigo stand up instantly. His gaze hardened, and he quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out the soul candy. Understood. But you won't be going anywhere, you'll be staying here, he said firmly. Outer Mocha frowned at Ichigo's order, but before she could protest, he had already swallowed the pill. His soul was expelled from his body, and Khan's figure now inhabited Ichigo's physical body. Hey. Why can't I go? Yura-chan needs me too. Mocha complained, looking at Ichigo with determination. Ichigo, now in his spiritual form, crossed his arms, looking at Mocha seriously. It's dangerous, Mocha. It's bad enough that the other Mocha is there. If something happens to you, it would be worse for everyone, he explained in a firm tone, but with no intention of arguing further. But Listen, I know you want to help, but I need you to stay here, Ichigo interrupted, his eyes hard but sincere. Trust me. I'll come back with everyone safe and sound. Han, now in Ichigo's body, stood up with an exaggerated gesture of heroism. Don't worry, Moka-chan. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you with every fiber of this wonderful body, he said, while slapping his chest. Ichigo glared at Kon. And you, Kon, behave yourself. If you do anything stupid, I'll tear you to pieces when I get back. I swear on all my fluff. Kon replied, raising his hands in a sign of innocence, although a playful smile appeared on his face. Moka sighed in resignation, though she was still annoyed at having to stay behind. However, her concern for her friends and her trust in Ichigo made her give in. Fine, but make sure you bring them back, Moka said, looking at him intensely. I will, Ichigo replied with a slight smile, before leaving for the student police headquarters. Student police headquarters. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Moka and Tsukyun walked through the corridors toward the stairs leading to the rooftop. Upon reaching the door leading to the stairs, they found Yukari, Kurumu and Mizer waiting for them with tense faces. Did you see the message too? Moka asked in a serious tone as she crossed her arms, imagining that Caillou projected it everywhere to make sure everyone saw it. Kurumu nodded quickly, her face showing a mixture of worry and anger. Yes. That bastard has Ruby and is using her to trap us. This can't be a coincidence, we were moving too easily, murmured Mizer, who remained as calm as usual, although her eyes showed an unusual coldness. Yukari, who was still breathing heavily from nerves, added, they knew we were coming. This was all prepared in advance. We can't underestimate them. So what do we do now, Moka? Tsukyun asked, looking at the silver-haired vampire. There was tension in the air, but everyone was waiting for an answer. Moka closed her eyes for a second, assessing the situation. Caillou was playing with them, and Ruby was still bait in his trap. They couldn't back down, but they also couldn't launch into what seemed like a direct attack without a strategy. We're moving on, Moka said firmly, opening her eyes with a determined look. We have no other choice, Ruby is still in danger. Tsukyun, Kurumu, Mizer, Yukari, you all go through the west wing. Try to find another way to get to the rooftop without getting caught. You'll be the element of surprise. I'll go directly, I'll face them face to face. We can't let you go alone. Kurumu protested immediately. I won't be alone for long, Moka replied, flashing a faint smile. Ichigo is already on his way. He'll catch up with me, she thought to herself. But what everyone interpreted was that they would soon catch up with her on the rooftop. Tsukyun frowned. What if this is exactly what Caillou wants? If we split up, we might fall into more traps. I know, but we have no other choice. At least if we're separated, Caillou won't be able to catch us all at once, the vampiress replied. Trust me. We'll meet up on the rooftop and end this, Moka said, her crimson eyes reflecting her resolve. The girls exchanged glances before nodding slowly. It's okay, Yukari finally agreed, still trembling. Just be careful, Dezu. Before parting ways, Tsukyun couldn't help but pause for a moment and look at Moka inside with concern. Wait, Moka, she said, frowning, will you be able to fight with the rosary on? You know it limits your powers, and if we face Caillou and his people, we can't afford for you to get captured. They all fell silent looking at Moka, who was still wearing her rosary. What? Exclaimed Kurumu, haven't you taken the rosary off her yet? No, I couldn't, Tsukyun replied resignedly. Moka stopped and looked at him, sensing the intensity of his concern. Don't worry about me, Tsukyun. Even though the rosary limits me, I still have some of my abilities as a vampire. I'm not as weak as you think. Tsukyun began, but Moka interrupted him. I understand your concern, I truly do. But we can't waste time arguing about this. Every second counts, and Ruby needs us to act now. Trust me. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my friends. Tsukyun hesitated for a moment, sensing the firmness in Moka's inner voice. He knew she had always been strong, but the thought of her having to fight with the rosary still worried him. However, he also understood that there was no more time to hesitate. Okay, but be careful, he said, giving her a serious look. If things get complicated, find a way to free yourself. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. Moka smiled, feeling a slight relief. I promise, guys. We'll make this work, for Ruby, she said, placing her hand in the middle of everyone and giving each of them a once-over. For our friendship. Tsukyun extended his hand and placed it on Moka's for our friendship. Kurumu put her hand in the center for our friendship. For our friendship, Mizer did the same. For our friendship, Desu Yukari was the last to join the group. Yes. They all raised their hands at the same time and left, leaving Moka alone at the foot of the stairs. She began to climb step by step, preparing for whatever she had to face. When she reached the door that led to the rooftop, she let out a sigh, Ichigo without realizing it, and without knowing why, her thoughts turned to her newest friend. Protecting those we love makes us stronger, she thought aloud as she closed her eyes. A small sigh escaped her lips and a warm feeling settled in her chest. It's funny, I never thought I'd feel this way about someone. But with Ichigo, everything is different. There's something about him that makes me want to be better. She opened her eyes with fiery determination and pushed open the door, feeling the breeze ruffle her long silver hair. Akashi Yamoka, so you decided to show your face, Caillou said with an evil smile. Behind him was Ruby, bound and gagged but without the blindfold. Apparently, they wanted her to see everything. She was surrounded by about 20 of Caillou's subordinates, among them Kido. Moka stared at Caillou for a moment, her gaze hardening as she saw Ruby bound and surrounded by members of the student police. The sight of her friend trapped like a prisoner ignited a cold anger within her, but she remained calm outwardly. I knew you'd come. This is all because of you, the journalism club, Caillou said, crossing his arms. Did you think your actions wouldn't have consequences? The time has come for you to pay for your crimes. Moka didn't respond immediately, staring at Ruby behind Caillou, her eyes filled with anguish. Her gaze quickly refocused on the student police leader, her determination even stronger. This ends here, Caillou, Moka said in a firm, yet controlled voice. I no longer care what you think we did or didn't do. I'm not going to allow you to continue torturing my friends. Caillou burst out laughing, taking a step forward. Torture? He mocked, tilting his head. This is just justice, Moka. And if you think you can save them all by yourself, you're delusional. Moka's eyes narrowed as the breeze ruffled her silver hair. The danger of the situation was clear, but she wasn't intimidated. I'm not alone, Moka replied, her tone filled with conviction. And I never have been. I'm here for my people, for my friends. Caillou snapped his fingers, and instantly, the 20 members of the student police began to move, surrounding Moka. Let's see how much they can help you, said Caillou with a cruel smile. Catch her. Without hesitation, Caillou's subordinates rushed toward her, but Moka didn't back down. Her body tensed, her eyes flashing with fierce resolve. Though the rosary still hung on her chest, sealing her powers, her strength didn't come from her vampiric abilities alone. It was her will to protect, to fight for others, that made her dangerous. Come on. I'm serving idiots today. He shouted, standing firm. 5 monsters were the first to attack. A 3-headed wolf and a reptilian man, who were dispatched with 2 swift kicks. Then an ogre and a cyclops threw punches, but Moka dodged them by gracefully soaring into the air and then counterattacking with 2 power kicks, knocking them back. A tree man shot out with thorns, but they were swiftly dodged and the vampire connected with a power kick, sending the attacker flying. Good, I still have a good amount of strength and speed left, she thought confidently, but her breathing had quickened slightly. Let's all attack at once, she won't be able to take them all on alone, said Kido, confident in the numerical superiority of her lines. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Shouted Kurumu's voice, flying in with Yukari and Mizer hanging off her. Girls, the vampire exclaimed with a smile. Kurumu landed gracefully, gently placing her 2 friends on the ground. Did you think we were going to leave all the fun for you, Moka? Mizer summoned her ice powers, and Yukari's magic was already flowing from her magic wand. Moka smiled confidently, having her friends by her side. Cover me, I'll take care of the big fish, she said, looking at Caillou. Done, Mizer said in a calm but firm voice, raising her ice claws. Let's do it. Kurumu shouted. The girls attacked, causing disorder and chaos in the enemy lines, with their magic and ice attacks, combined with the succubus's aerial attacks, while Moka advanced steadily until attacking Caillou, with a combination of kicks that the leader of the student police dodged and blocked with his arms. Taking advantage of the skirmish, Sukyun managed to slip away and approached Ruby to untie her. Ruby-san, I'm here. Ruby slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with relief as she watched Sukyun approach her. Although still tied up, a small smile appeared on her face as she sensed the situation was about to change. Sukyun, he murmured in a barely audible voice, but full of gratitude. I'll get you out of here, Sukyun said, focused as he struggled with the knots holding Ruby prisoner. He was determined to free her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Caillou let out a cruel laugh as he blocked Moka's attacks. You're strong, Akashiya, but that won't be enough to stop me. Do you really think you can beat me with the rosary on? Moka frowned, dodging swiftly and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Even though her powers were sealed, the rage she felt over what had been done to Ruby drove her forward. You don't need to worry about that, Moka retorted, launching herself back into the offensive with a kick aimed at Caillou's head, which he managed to block in the nick of time. She then launched a quick heel spin that connected with Caillou's stomach and sent him flying several meters. Moka, panting, smiled triumphantly, but knew the battle had only just begun. Good, it's time to end the games, said the leader of the student police with a sadistic smile. He began to transform into his final form, a fire demon fox. His skin turned a flaming blue with spiraling black markings running down his chest, and both his height and build increased considerably. Moka took a few steps back, assessing Caillou in his demonic form. The blue flames engulfed his body with terrifying intensity, illuminating the rooftop with an eerie glow. But something was different from the last time she faced him. "You've noticed, right?" Caillou said maliciously. "You've noticed I have an extra tail." The last time the vampire defeated him, he only had 4 tails. Now he had 5, which indicated an increase in his powers. "All this time I was training to crush you, Akashi Mocha." Mocha gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of the revelation. 5 tails meant Caillou had achieved power far surpassing anything she'd ever faced before. The blue flames intensified, and the rooftop seemed to vibrate under the growing pressure of his power. "DCH, do you think an extra tail will change the outcome?" Mocha clenched her fists, trying to maintain her composure, even though deep down she felt the danger this new power represented. "I won't underestimate you, but I don't fear you either, Caillou. If I defeated you once, I can do it again." Caillou laughed, flames crackling around his body. "Do you still trust your sealed strength? Because you'll soon realize that this time, not even your friends can save you." With a swift movement, he disappeared from his position, only to reappear in front of Mocha, launching a powerful punch engulfed in fire. Mocha barely had time to raise her arms to block the blow, but the force sent her back several meters, feeling the scorching heat burn the skin of her arms. "He's stronger, much stronger than I expected," she thought, panting with exertion. Mocha launched herself at Caillou, landing several combinations of powerful kicks, but the demon fox didn't flinch. It even seemed as if he was deliberately letting himself get hit just to prove that the blows weren't having any effect on him. "Is that all?" Caillou said mockingly. "What a disappointment," he muttered, connecting a blow to Mocha's stomach that sent her flying several meters and falling to her knees. The vampire grabbed her stomach with both hands and tried to stand up, but her body wouldn't respond. "Damn, I feel so heavy," she thought, frustrated. "This is your end, Akashi Mocha," said Caillou, who began to summon a large ball of fire from his hand. "Mocha-san," shouted Tsukyun, who was holding Ruby in his arms. "Mocha." Kurumu, Yukari and Mizer shouted as they continued to fight. The fireball shot towards Mocha, who was still kneeling motionless. Move, damn it, move," she thought desperately. Before her, Ichigo appeared in a blur, in his Shinigami attire with his Zanpakuto on his back. He raised his hand and stopped the fireball by dissolving it between his fingers, giving Caillou a glare. Then he turned to Mocha, and a light smile appeared on his face. "Hi," he said, extending his hand, making the vampire blush. Hello," Mocha said, stumbling over her words. She looked at Ichigo, her mind still processing what had just happened. How did he stop that attack so easily? She thought as she took his hand, feeling a mixture of relief and surprise. Despite the chaos around them, Ichigo's mere presence seemed to calm her insides. "Are you okay?" Ichigo asked, helping her to her feet without letting go of her hand. His eyes showed firm determination, but also genuine concern. "Yes, thank you," Mocha replied, still blushing. The touch of her hand on Ichigo's caused a warm sensation in her chest, something she wasn't used to feeling in the middle of a battle. Caillou, however, didn't share that moment of calm. "Ichigo Kurosaki, what the hell are you?" roared the demon fox, staring in disbelief at how Ichigo had effortlessly parried his attack. Ichigo stared at him, his expression turning serious again. "I'm the one who's going to stop you." In one fluid motion, he drew his Zanpakuto from his back, ready for combat. "You take care of the rest, okay? I'll take care of this trash," Ichigo said, referring to Caillou, without letting go of the vampire's hand. Mocha could barely react. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and suddenly, the memory of that dream she had that morning came flooding back. In that dream, she was next to Ichigo, holding his hand, ready to fight alongside him as if they were an inseparable team. She remembered the security she felt when he was by her side, the certainty that, no matter the enemy, together they could face it. "Is this what it means to fight alongside someone you trust?" she thought, feeling that comforting warmth growing in her chest. She'd never experienced anything like it. The life of a vampire like her had been marked by loneliness and the duty to be strong. But now, with Ichigo, it was different. There was a connection that wasn't just one of power, but of something deeper. "Why do I feel like this when I'm with him?" Mocha wondered, her cheeks still pink. Despite the tension of the moment, part of her didn't want Ichigo to let go of her hand. There was something about that touch that made her feel strong, as if her connection with him ran deeper than she'd imagined. Ichigo, distracted and focused on Caillou, didn't notice he was still holding her hand. His gentle yet firm grip made Mocha feel important to him. Her gaze returned to Ichigo's face, and for a second, she wished the moment would last a little longer. Ichigo finally let go of her hand and stepped forward towards Caillou, ready for battle, while Mocha stood still for a second, still processing what had just happened. "Wait a minute, the black outfit, that thing you're wearing must be a Zanpakuto," said Caillou, analyzing Ichigo. "Then you must be a Shinigami." "Fantastic." he said enthusiastically. Defeating a Shinigami in combat will make my reputation grow, then the student police will return to its glory days where everyone feared us. We will be respected again. Ichigo looked at him with disdain. Do you think recognition will give you power? He said, letting his voice resonate with icy calm. Strength isn't measured by titles or fame, but by the actions and protection you offer to others. And I won't let you hurt Mocha or her friends to satisfy your ego. Ayu frowned, the smile that had graced his face slowly disappearing. So you're willing to defend a bunch of criminals? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief and a flash of anger. They're complicit in defending a disgusting human and sabotaging his execution. If you defend them, you'll also be complicit. Ichigo clenched his jaw, feeling anger begin to bubble inside him. He wasn't going to let Caillou talk about his friends like that. They're not criminals, they're people fighting for what they believe in, just like me. And I'm not going to stand idly by while you threaten those who care about others, he said, tightening his grip on Zangetsu. And if you think you can beat me, Ichigo continued, his tone defiant, you're wrong. I don't care what happens, I'll never let you get away with it. The determination in his voice resonated not only in the air, but also in Mocha's heart, who felt her confidence renewed upon hearing Ichigo. Chapter 16. The heat of battle. Under the morning sun, on the rooftop of the student police headquarters, Ichigo and Caillou stood, staring at each other defiantly, lightning bolts almost piercing the air between them. The president of the police force glared at the Shinigami in anger, both for having intervened in his revenge against Mocha and for being so confident. Ichigo's gaze, on the other hand, was filled with contempt. He hated those who, through force and fear, imposed themselves on the weaker, and even more so when they hurt his friends. Remembering the image of Mocha on her knees, pain expressed on her beautiful face, made his blood boil. Well, you wretch, are you going to attack or what? Ichigo said, tightening his grip on Zangetsu. My name is Caillou, president of the student police. Roared the Yako. Then let's do it, Caillou. Shouted the Shinigami, who advanced quickly to close the distance, dodging with a bang the fire shots that were thrown at him. When he was close enough, he swung his enormous sword over his head, giving a vertical slash that impacted the ground. Caillou, who dodged the attack, responded with a combination of punches that were blocked with the flat of Zangetsu. Ichigo responded by connecting a kick to Caillou's chest, sending him flying a few meters and falling on his back. When he got up, he looked for the Shinigami who had knocked him down, finding only the astonished gazes of his subordinates and the members of the journalism club, who stopped fighting, impressed by the display of power and speed that the two were giving. The demon fox looked up, and several meters in the air he could see Ichigo, who was charging his Zanpakuto with energy. Itsuga Tensho. Shouted the young Shinigami, firing a massive energy blast from his sword. Caillou just barely dodged the attack, which hit the building, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cloud dissipated, revealing a large gash that practically cut the building in half. It was a miracle the structure was still standing. Caillou, still recovering from Ichigo's kick, felt a mixture of rage and surprise at the devastation caused by the attack. His eyes widened in disbelief at the massive gash that practically split the building in two. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his body twitched with fury, and his pride as the student police president suffered a severe blow. He had never faced someone capable of unleashing such power with a single attack. He couldn't believe someone like Ichigo possessed such strength. The members of the student police, who had always viewed Caillou as the ultimate authority, looked at each other with expressions of bewilderment and fear. Until that moment, they had believed Caillou to be invincible, the most powerful in the academy. But now, seeing how Ichigo's attack had shattered the building with almost insulting ease, a shadow of doubt fell over them. Some took a step back, hesitating, as their confidence in their leader began to waver. The atmosphere was filled with a suffocating tension. On the other hand, Kurumu, with her usual energy and confidence in Ichigo, smiled proudly. That's my Ichigo. She said, excited. Vizor, always more reserved, observed the destruction with her icy, serene eyes, nodding slightly. It's impressive, she murmured, though her tone held a hint of suppressed amazement. Yukari, with a mixture of admiration and fear, opened her eyes wide. She grabbed her hat, preventing it from being blown off by the wind raised by the explosion. Incredible. Yukari exclaimed, almost incredulous. However, it was Mocha who reacted most profoundly. Her eyes were fixed on Ichigo, watching him intensely as he floated through the air, wielding Zangetsu with determination. Mocha's expression was a mix of concern and admiration. She knew Ichigo was powerful, but seeing him risk his life for her, how he faced Caillou with such ferocity, filled her with conflicting emotions. Her heart pounded, and her mind was torn between gratitude and fear. Ichigo, Mocha thought, her hand clutching the rosary tightly to her chest. How much longer are you going to have to fight for me? Damn Shinigami. Caillou roared, his hands shaking with anger as he tried to process what he had just witnessed. I'm not letting you destroy this place with your— His scream was cut off by Ichigo landing on top of him with a kick, burying him into the rooftop floor, both of them disappearing into a massive crater that fell several stories down. "Kayu-sama!" shouted a member of the student police upon seeing their leader being beaten by the orange-haired student. "Shut your damn mouth, you," said Kurumu, giving him a right straight to the jaw, resuming all the fights that had been put on hold by the spectacle put on by the most powerful members of each side. Vizor froze about 3 of them with her ice projectiles, while Yukari knocked out others using silver flying cards. Mocha knocked down a couple with her powerful kicks and then ran over to where Tsukyun was carrying Ruby away. The vampire knocked down a student police officer who was about to attack them from behind and approached her 2 friends. "How are you feeling, Ruby?" Mocha asked. Ruby, still somewhat dazed from the battle and leaning on Tsukyun's shoulder, looked up at Mocha with a tired but grateful expression. "I'm fine, just a little exhausted," she replied with a weak smile. The chaos around her didn't help her condition, but Mocha and Tsukyun's presence calmed her. Mocha smiled in relief. "Come on, let's get you to safety," she said when a spiderweb hit the vampire's right arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Kido shouted, already transformed into her true anthropomorphic spider form. "You owe me one from last year, and now with that rosary sealing your powers, I'll be able to get my revenge." Mocha calmly observed the web that had stuck to her arm, then looked up at Kido with a cold gaze. "Revenge, you say?" she murmured, her voice laced with disdain. "I don't need my powers unleashed to take on an insect like you." With a swift movement, she broke the web that held her. She took a step forward, her eyes fixed on Kido. "If you really want to try, go ahead," the vampire said, challenging the anthropomorphic spider, "but I assure you, you'll regret this decision." The 2 opened their eyes as the building shook slightly. The thuds of the battle raging inside the building, Ichigo and Kayu, could be heard echoing through the structure. "It seems the Kayu-sama is still fighting with the Shinigami," said Kido with a malicious smile. "Soon Kayu will defeat your little orange-haired boyfriend." Mocha narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with determination as she ignored Kido's provocation. "Don't underestimate Ichigo," she replied in her firm tone. "If you think Kayu has a chance, you're sorely mistaken." The vampire looked over her shoulder at Tsukyun and said, "Get Ruby out of here, get her to safety." Tsukyun then looked back at her rival with a harsh look in her eyes. Tsukyun nodded and headed for the exit. "They're not going anywhere," said Kido, shooting a web that was caught by Mocha. "I'm your rival, don't forget it," Mocha snapped. "Did you want your revenge? Well, I'll give it to you." The vampire moved quickly, dodging the spider's shots, and when she got close, she connected with a knee to the stomach and a spinning kick to the head that sent Kido flying into the trees of the forest surrounding the building. "Know your place," Mocha murmured triumphantly. There were only a few members of the student police left standing when the structure of the building began to give way. "Damn," the vampire muttered. "Hey everyone, we must evacuate the building." She raised her voice addressing her friends and the other yokai on the roof. "And who do you think you are, giving us orders?" said one of the student police. "Do you want to stay here and die? Or do you want your teammates to die?" Mocha said, giving him a glare. "Take the unconscious ones and let's get out of here. Now." Mocha's scream was enough for everyone to react and they began to leave the building, some helping those who could barely walk, others dragging and carrying those who were unconscious. Once they left the headquarters, Mocha turned her gaze towards the building looking for Ichigo, without realizing that one of the student police members tried to attack her from behind but crashed into Cocoa's spiked bat, sending her flying through the air. The red-haired vampire, her pet bat now transformed into a spiked bat resting on her shoulder, glared at Mocha with a mixture of irritation and frustration. "One-sama, why didn't you tell me there was going to be a fight?" she demanded, her eyes flashing with indignation. "You always keep the fun to yourself. I wanted in on the action too." Mocha, surprised but grateful for her sister's intervention, sighed as she watched her. "I didn't mean to hide anything from you, Cocoa," she said in a softer tone. "It all happened so fast. But I can see you don't need an invitation to get into action." The silver-haired vampire approached her sister, placing a hand on her head. "I apologize. I promise not to leave you out of it again." Cocoa smiled, her angry expression fading at Mocha's sincerity. "I hope so," she replied, shaking her head to the side as if unconcerned. "I'm not a child. I can handle myself in a fight. Besides, I always want to protect you." Mocha smiled, feeling a warm appreciation for her sister's concern. "I know, and I appreciate you being by my side. Together we're stronger." The vampire looked back at the building, her mind whirling around the battle still raging inside. The impacts were shaking the structure from within, keeping everyone on edge. "One-sama, who's fighting inside?" Cocoa asked her older sister. Mocha frowned, concentrating on the deafening noise of the battle echoing from inside the building. "It's Ichigo," she replied in a firm voice. "He's fighting Kayu, the president of the student police. It's an intense fight." Coco raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And you think Ichigo can handle it? Mocha nodded, her trust in Ichigo unwavering. Yes. Ichigo is strong and won't give up easily. But I can't help but worry. Caillou is powerful, and I haven't seen him fight his hardest. Mocha's concern flashed across her face, and Cocoa, noticing her sister's tension, gripped the bat resolutely. Don't worry, One-sama. If anything happens, I'll be there to help. I won't let anything happen to Ichigo. Mocha smiled again, grateful for her sister's loyalty and support. Thank you, Cocoa. Suddenly, the building began to collapse, and a ball of blue fire erupted from inside. It was Caillou, who was thrown out, landing several meters above some trees. Behind him, Ichigo could be seen, following him at overwhelming speed. Mocha, her eyes wide, exclaimed, Ichigo. She felt a chill run down her spine as she saw Caillou being sent away, but her relief increased when she noticed Ichigo following him. Is he okay? Did he make it? She wondered, eager to know if her friend had emerged victorious. Cocoa, on the other hand, watched the scene with excitement. Now that's what I call a dramatic exit. That's it, Ichigo, kick his ass. She shouted, raising her bat in support. The adrenaline from the fight began to flow through her as she watched her sister so worried. Come on, Ichigo. Show her what you're made of. However, Mocha couldn't tear her eyes away from the explosion that had rocked the building. I hope he's okay, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the scene. Worry filled her again, especially when she saw Ichigo launch himself at Caillou with the determination and speed that always characterized him. Don't worry, One-sama, Cocoa said, trying to calm her. He's strong. I'm sure he can handle it. I know, Mocha murmured, but inside her heart there was a whirlwind of emotions that wouldn't leave her alone. She knew she could trust Ichigo and his strength, she could even guess that he was capable of fighting against powerful enemies to protect those he loved, even when the odds were against him. It wasn't just his strength that attracted her, but his determination and his unbreakable will to fight. Yet she felt the urge to want to be by his side. She felt that his presence could make a difference, that his power, although sealed, could still offer her encouragement and strength on the battlefield. I have to go with Ichigo, he said and ran off to where the substitute Shinigami was. Wait for me, One-sama. I'll go with you. Cocoa shouted, following her sister as the building behind them collapsed. Meanwhile, Caillou, a furious expression on his face and blue flames crackling around him, slowly rose from the trees where he had landed. He dusted himself off, breathing heavily, but his gaze hadn't lost any of its arrogance. As his eyes bore into Ichigo, he let out a bitter laugh. DCH, damn Shinigami, he muttered, wiping a trail of blood from the corner of his lips. Do you really think you can defeat me that easily? I'm Caillou, the most powerful Yako in this academy. I'm not someone you can squash like an insect. Caillou stood up completely, relighting the blue flames in his hands as he spoke. I'll give you credit for what you've done so far, but I'm warning you, Shinigami. You haven't yet seen what I'm truly capable of. You're playing with fire, and you will get burned, Shinigami. My power is far greater than your pathetic strength can imagine. Ichigo looked at him with disdain, his clothes were somewhat torn, and he had some burns from the battle, but he was in one piece. Fine, show me what my strength can't handle, he said sarcastically, while with both hands, he firmly gripped the hilt of Zangetsu. Caillou's arms stretched out, burying themselves in the ground at high speed. Ichigo opened his eyes as the ground beneath him cracked and the Yako's arms shot out in an attempt to catch him. With a shumpo, he was able to evade the attack, but dozens of arms made of blue fire began to emerge from the ground and follow him as he evaded them. Shit, Ichigo muttered when one arm managed to grab his foot and another grabbed the hand that wielded his Zanpakuto. Got you, Caillou said, smiling maliciously as he focused his yoki on the five tails that swirled around, firing a disc of fire that hit Ichigo squarely. Mocha felt as if the world stopped for a moment when she saw Ichigo being caught in Caillou's blue flames. Her heart skipped a beat, and despite the flames illuminating the chaos around her, she felt herself enveloped in a shadow of worry. Ichigo. She cried, her voice filled with desperation as she instinctively charged forward, without a thought for the consequences. Every second that passed seemed like an eternity, and when Caillou fired the fire disc, her heart sank. Mocha felt paralyzed, fear wrapping around her like a heavy blanket. The image of Ichigo being hit by the attack washed over her, and a surge of determination welled up within her. She knew she had to act, that she couldn't just stand idly by. No, 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 he muttered, almost in a whisper, his gaze focusing on his friend. Ichigo was face down, his hands on the ground, trying to get up. Half of his jacket was burned away by the flames, and the burns on his body were visible. He raised his head to look at Caillou, and half of his face was covered in the blood pouring from his head. Seeing Ichigo in that state, Mocha felt a deep pang in her chest, as if every wound in his body resonated with her own heart. Her breathing quickened, and her entire body trembled with a mixture of helplessness and rage. The image of him, covered in blood and struggling to stand, filled her with despair. Ichigo. she cried, her voice shaking with concern. Mocha's eyes filled with tears, not only from the fear she felt, but also from the fury that was beginning to burn inside her. Every scratch and every drop of blood that fell from him felt like a personal attack. The sight of her friend suffering under Kayu's threat filled her with an inner fire, an uncontrollable desire to protect him. "Where did your strength go, Shinigami?" said the president of the student police, laughing. "It's over, Kurosaki Ichigo." Mocha glared at Kayu. The fire running through her made the rosary begin to glow, as if a force were struggling to break free. "You bastard," the vampire muttered, gritting her teeth. The rest of the girls arrived at the place where Ichigo and Mocha were. Seeing Ichigo injured, Cocoa froze for a moment, her eyes widening in horror at the burns and blood on his body. Her protective instincts immediately kicked in, and a rush of emotions flooded through her. "Ichigo, no," she exclaimed, feeling her heart stop. Without thinking, she started toward him, ready to help, but stopped when she noticed her sister Mocha's anger. Cocoa looked at her sister with respect and a hint of admiration, recognizing the strength Mocha was about to unleash. Gurumu, on the other hand, felt a mixture of worry and anger. Seeing Ichigo in that state filled her with fury, especially since she had been watching the exchange between him and Kai. "I can't believe this is happening," she murmured, her voice firm despite her anguish. "I won't let that idiot hurt him." She braced herself for action, ready to join Mocha in the fight, feeling it was time to prove her own power. Mizur, with her usual coldness, was equally moved by the scene. Although she wasn't the most emotional person, her heart sank at seeing Ichigo in that state. "This can't go on," Mizur said, a clear resolve in her voice. Her gaze focused on Coco and Kurumu. "If we're going to help Ichigo, we must do it together. We can't allow Kayu to get away with this." They all nodded, agreeing with what the Ice Maiden had said. "Girls, let's attack now," Mocha shouted. The 4 students began to advance when they were interrupted. "Stop now," Ichigo roared, already on his feet. "This is my fight, I ask you all to please step aside." The 4 girls stopped in their tracks upon hearing Ichigo scream, their gazes filled with confusion and concern. Mocha, who had been ready to attack alongside her companions, felt a shock of emotions upon seeing Ichigo standing, despite his injuries. Her instinct was to protect him, but the firmness in Ichigo's voice made her hesitate. "But Ichigo, you're hurt," Mocha said, a lump in her throat, taking a step towards him. "You don't have to do this alone. We can all help." Gurumu clenched her fists, glaring at Ichigo in frustration. "Don't be stupid. You don't have to face this alone. We can defeat that jerk together." Vizir also chimed in. "You're in bad shape. Even if you're strong, Kayu isn't someone you can underestimate. We don't have to let you face him alone." Cocoa, more direct, blurted out angrily, "I don't care what you say, Ichigo. I'm not going to stand by while they kill you. I'm going to help whether you like it or not. Please trust me. I have an ace up my sleeve," said Ichigo, looking at Mocha with a smile full of confidence and determination. Mocha stared at him, her heart still in her mouth. But seeing Ichigo's confident smile made her heart skip a beat. She felt that when he spoke that way, he truly believed in her abilities, even if it hurt. The conflict inside her was palpable, but she decided to trust him, like he asked. "It's okay, Ichigo," she whispered, though her voice trembled slightly. "But if things get complicated, I won't hesitate to intervene. We'll be here for you." Her words were a promise, a declaration of unconditional support. Gurumu, still frustrated, sighed heavily as she looked away. "You better be, Ichigo. I couldn't bear to see you fall because of your pride." Although her words were harsh, the concern in her voice was evident. Vizir, always more restrained, simply nodded, her eyes cold but filled with silent loyalty. "We'll be ready if you need us," was all she said, but her words carried the weight of her commitment. Cocoa, though furious at Ichigo's decision, crossed her arms and gritted her teeth, finally giving in. "Tsk. Do whatever you want, but if you fail, I don't care what you say, I'll get into the fight," she threatened with a frown. "Thanks, girls," she said as her friend stepped aside. "Do you want to try again, Kurosaki?" Kayu said defiantly. "Get ready, Kayu," shouted Ichigo, who then looked at Mocha. "You too, girls," he murmured, making the vampire look at him curiously. "This is going to get intense," he said, opening his legs twice as wide as shoulders, stepping firmly and pointing his Zanpakuto forward. His spiritual energy was increasing exponentially more and more, while a bright blue aura surrounded him, accompanied by small particles of bright blue light. Kayu stepped back in shock. How could that be? With those injuries he should be exhausted. Where does he get so much energy from? He thought, amazed by the suffocating power emanating from the young Shinigami. The girls were stunned by the sudden and overwhelming surge of Ichigo's spiritual energy. Mocha felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes wide as she stared at the blue aura surrounding her friend. "How," she muttered, unable to tear her gaze away. Despite her concern for Ichigo's injuries, she couldn't help but admire the immense power she now sensed within him. Gurumu instinctively took a step back, feeling the crushing spiritual pressure in the air. "This is incredible," she whispered, her tone filled with awe. "That idiot really has an ace up his sleeve," she added, though her voice reflected more surprise than reproach. Mizur, though more reserved, also stood motionless, her eyes fixed on Ichigo. "I can't believe it, his power keeps growing," she commented, noticing how each particle of blue light seemed to pulse more strongly. Kokoa, with a mixture of fascination and envy, clenched her fists. "This is what I was talking about," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement at the display of power. "This is how you should fight." Although she was also clearly impressed. Ichigo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, they were glowing blue. He grabbed his right forearm with his left hand and shouted. "Bankai." The air swirled around him, raising a cloud of dust that violently shook the trees. "Did you say Bankai?" said Caillou, who had previously had a haughty smile and was now paralyzed by Ichigo's power. "A Bankai, I heard that among Shinigami only the most powerful managed to achieve the state of Bankai," he thought as the wind and dust continued to swirl around the young Shinigami. "How is it possible? How can this wretch have a Bankai? And how can he unleash so much power?" Soon the dust storm ceased, and when his vision cleared, Ichigo had completed his transformation. The enormous sword he carried was now a conventionally sized black katana, but it emanated a dark deadly aura, with a chain dangling from the end of its hilt. Ichigo's attire also changed. He now wore a long, somewhat tattered black coat that flapped in the wind. "Tensa Zangetsu," he said with a voice full of confidence. Mizur, who normally maintained a calm and cool expression, widened her eyes in surprise, her lips parted as she sensed the change in the atmosphere. Ichigo's power wasn't just impressive, it was almost overwhelming. "Is that his true form?" she muttered to herself, staring at Ichigo's figure in awe. Despite being accustomed to dangerous situations, she had never witnessed anything like this. Kokoa, for her part, felt a mixture of emotions. The initial surprise quickly gave way to a spark of excitement in her eyes. "Impressive," she exclaimed, clenching her fists tightly. Although she found it hard to admit it openly, Ichigo's strength inspired her, and a part of her felt a strange admiration. "Yes, that's what I expected. This is the Ichigo I want to see," she said with a determined smile. Gurumu, on the other hand, felt a surge of concern mixed with respect. Her succubus wings tensed as she watched Ichigo, sensing that the situation was becoming more serious than they had anticipated. That's incredible," but she began, her heart racing. "Will he be okay? That power is enormous, but he's badly hurt." Her gaze followed Ichigo with a glimmer of concern, but also with a newfound respect for his power. Mocha, on the other hand, felt differently. The brightness in Ichigo's eyes, the tangible power surrounding his body, it all resonated deep within her, awakening feelings she hadn't experienced before. As the other girls expressed their emotions, Mocha stood still, watching him with growing intensity. Her lips parted slightly, her thoughts spinning at breakneck speed. "That power," she thought, her heart pounding. "This is the real Ichigo. He's not like the others." She felt an inexplicable, almost instinctive connection, as if something inside her responded to Ichigo's power, to his Bankai. Deep down, she knew that this immense power was there not only to defeat her enemies, but to protect her and the others. That idea resonated deep within her. "Ichigo," she murmured softly, her eyes still fixed on his. Something inside her ignited, an urge to be by his side, to fight alongside him, to share that burden. She couldn't stand by while he bore everything alone, but at the same time, she felt overwhelming admiration for Ichigo's determination. Still, there was an internal conflict. The struggle between her desire to protect him and her understanding that he was fighting to protect them all. For the first time, she realized what Ichigo's power truly meant. It wasn't just a technique, but a manifestation of a Shinigami soul. And this was the Ichigo who had sworn to protect her, the Ichigo who was willing to go beyond his limits for those he loved. In that moment, Mocha knew she had to trust him, but she also knew that no matter what, he would be there by her side. "He's stronger than I imagined, but still, I want to fight alongside him," Mocha thought, her eyes shining with a new determination. "No, I won't allow it," Caillou shouted, bringing everyone out of their thoughts. "I won't allow you to destroy the student police with that power of yours. I will defeat you, Kurosaki. I am the defender of peace and justice," he said, stretching his arms until he buried them in the ground to attack Ichigo again, who disappeared from his sight for a moment to have him in front of his face, with the tip of his sword pointing at his neck. Ayu's eyes widened in shock, and his expression was that of someone looking into the face of death itself. "Let me tell you what I think of your vision of peace and justice," Ichigo said in a low but stern voice. "If your pretentious vision of peace and justice means having to torture and hurt others to instill fear, then your vision stinks," Ichigo said, jumping back and distancing himself from his rival. "You wanted to kill Tsukune because you suspected he was a human, and if so, you're wrong," young Kurosaki said with a firm tone, pointing his katana at the president of the student police. In case you didn't know, Principal Mikigami founded this academy with the goal of promoting peace between humans and monsters. So how do you expect to maintain that goal if you kill a human? It's stupid. Great, his power is teleportation, Cocoa said enthusiastically. You're wrong, Cocoa. Mocha corrected her little sister. Ichigo didn't teleport, he just moved at an impossible speed, but that's how he did it, said the silver-haired vampire in amazement. What did he do? Does he move so fast? Cocoa and Kurumu exclaimed in unison. Awesome, Mizur said simply, but with deep admiration for her friend. You said it, Mizur. I think he far exceeds Morioka's speed, it's truly impressive, said Mocha, comparing Ichigo's speed with that of the perverted werewolf. Meanwhile, without realizing it, her heart was beating rapidly, and the admiration she felt for Ichigo grew even more, not only because of his strength and skill, but also because of everything he had just told Caillou about justice and peace with humans. She felt identified with his sense of justice. Caillou yanked his hands out of the ground, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide with fury as Ichigo's words echoed in his mind. The Yauko, known for his relentless dominance and ruthless authority, felt his pride begin to waver under the weight of Ichigo's direct accusation. His brow furrowed even further, and the blue fire in his hands intensified as rage began to cloud his judgment. Shut up, Kurosaki. You know nothing. He roared, his voice shaking with both anger and frustration. Humans are weak, inferior. They have no place in this world. Peace can only be maintained through strength, through control. There is no place for them in our monster society. He shouted as he began firing fireballs at Ichigo. The young Shinigami began dodging everything thrown at him at blinding speed. Caillou buried his arm in the ground to surprise the Shinigami, but when his hands came out from underneath Ichigo, he disappeared, remaining out of range of his attack. The Yauko attempted an attack with his tail but missed. Ichigo was too fast, as everyone could confirm when he moved around Caillou so fast that it seemed like there were clones of Ichigo surrounding him. What's wrong? Am I moving too slowly? If you want, I can move faster, the orange-haired young man boasted. Caillou, completely bewildered and beside himself, gritted his teeth in fury as he watched Ichigo effortlessly dodge each of his attacks. Frustration was evident on his face, his eyes wide open, unable to keep up with the Shinigami's breakneck speed. This isn't possible. He roared, pounding the ground with his fists, kicking up dust and debris. He can't be that fast. He's just a miserable Shinigami. You can't beat me, damn it. He shouted, sweat running down his forehead, mixing with the rage welling up in him. Caillou tried to maintain control, but Ichigo's speed was too much for him. He couldn't process what he was seeing. To him, it was as if the Shinigami was everywhere at once, surrounding him with aftershocks that only increased his helplessness. How the hell are you doing it? He yelled desperately, frantically launching attacks in all directions, trying to reach at least one of the figures surrounding him. However, each failed attempt made him feel more insignificant, and his usual arrogance began to falter in the face of Ichigo's overwhelming power. The Yauko began to back away, showing signs of despair. No, I can't lose. I'm the strongest. I'll tell you something about being stronger, said Ichigo, stopping behind Caillou. It is the duty of the strongest to protect the weakest, he said, raising his sword. Remember the Jutsuga Tensho, he finally said in a calm voice, when the blade of his Zanpakuto was filled with a black and red energy impacting Caillou directly. The explosion was massive, raising a large cloud of dust. The girls were stunned for a few seconds, watching as the dust cloud slowly dissipated, revealing Caillou, defeated and unconscious inside a large crater at the substitute Shinigami's feet. The magnitude of Ichigo's attack and the power they had just witnessed left them breathless. Kurumu was the first to react, bringing her hands to her mouth. He did it. She exclaimed, almost unable to believe it. Her eyes shone with admiration and relief. Ichigo defeated him. I knew he could do it, but still that attack was incredible. Mizur, more restrained but equally impressed, narrowed her eyes, nodding slowly. His strength is much greater than we imagined, she said in a gentle tone. But I didn't expect it to be so overwhelming. It was like watching a real hurricane tear through Caillou. Cocoa, with a mixture of excitement and pride, jumped up, pumping her fist in the air. I knew Ichigo had what it took to take down that idiot. She exclaimed, her face breaking into a confident smile. That Jutsuga Tensho was impressive. However, Mocha watched Ichigo silently as the cloud of dust began to dissipate. Her heart pounded, but this time it wasn't out of fear or worry, but rather immense relief. The tensions of battle, the fear of seeing him hurt, slowly faded away, leaving room only for admiration. The silver-haired vampire's eyes softened as she watched Ichigo stand victorious, his sword still emanating that dark, powerful aura. She couldn't tear her eyes away from him. The strength he displayed, his unwavering determination, everything in that moment left her speechless. How does he manage to overcome the impossible? She thought, feeling a warm rush through her chest. Mocha barely noticed the other girls reacting around her. Her world was focused solely on him. Her lips formed a small smile, not out of pride at her victory, but out of pure admiration for the person Ichigo was. This is incredible, she thought, her gaze remaining fixed on his figure. He had endured so much, he was hurt, and yet, he had managed to get up, summon his Bankai, and defeat Kaiu with a strength that left her breathless. She felt a calmness wash over her, as if seeing Ichigo win this battle reminded her why she trusted him so much. Deep inside, one thought echoed clearly. He's someone I can rely on, someone who will never back down. Ichigo, his Bankai resting on his shoulder and his wound still visible, walked towards Mocha with firm steps. When he arrived in front of her, he bowed his head slightly, his voice somewhat softer than before. "Mocha," he said, with a tone of concern in his voice, "are you okay?" However, Mocha didn't respond immediately. Her eyes were fixed on him, as if she couldn't process what she had just witnessed. The wind lightly moved her silver hair, but she remained motionless, her mind trapped in the memory of the power Ichigo had unleashed and the way he had fought to protect them all. It was as if time had stopped. The world around her faded away. Only him remained, the strength he'd shown, and the deep admiration she felt. Her heart pounded, but she couldn't speak or move. It was as if she were hypnotized, trapped in that moment. Ichigo frowned at her lack of reaction. He stepped closer, extending a hand and waving it in front of her. "Mocha, can you hear me? Hello?" he asked, this time less gently, the concern in his voice becoming more evident. Finally, after what seemed like a few long seconds, Mocha blinked, coming back to her senses. Her gaze, now focused on Ichigo's eyes, showed a mixture of relief and excitement. The weight of everything that had happened hit her all at once, and her lips trembled slightly before she could articulate a response. Yeah, I'm fine," she whispered, still processing everything. But inside, her heart was still pounding, filled with a deep awe she couldn't hide. "That was amazing," Mocha whispered. "It was nothing," Ichigo replied, scratching the back of his neck, showing some modesty. "Someone had to teach that jerk a lesson. I guess it was my turn today." Mocha couldn't help but smile at Ichigo's modesty, his words barely matching the awe of what she'd just witnessed. Still feeling her heartbeat accelerate, she took a step toward him, her eyes shining with a mixture of warmth and respect. "No, Ichigo," she said softly, her voice filled with sincerity. "Don't say it was nothing. What you did was incredible. You saved us, all of us." For a moment, her hand hesitated, as if she wanted to touch his arm, but she withdrew it at the last moment. Her eyes remained fixed on his, full of gratitude and admiration. "You're always so humble, but you shouldn't downplay yourself. Without you, I don't know what would have happened," she added, her voice barely above a whisper, but thick with emotion. Ichigo, somewhat uncomfortable with the praise, looked away, feeling heat rise to his face. But inside, Mocha's words filled him with a deep sense of satisfaction. "Let's go check on Ruby," he said, trying to change the subject. "Sounds good to me, let's go," said Mocha smiling, and they both began to walk, side by side, as if the world around them had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Kurumu and Mizer, walking a few feet away, exchanged a glance upon seeing Mocha's reaction. The succubus was the first to speak. "Look at that," Kurumu whispered, crossing her arms with a slight frown on her brow. "She's completely besotted. I never thought Mocha would react like that to anyone, let alone Ichigo." Mizer, always calm, watched with narrowed eyes, holding her popsicle. She gave a small nod, acknowledging the intensity of the moment. "I don't blame her," she replied softly. "It's hard not to be impressed by what we just saw." Ichigo faced Kaiu without hesitation, even when he was injured. Anyone would feel that way. Kurumu shifted her gaze to Mocha and Ichigo, who were walking together. Her expression showed a flicker of something else. A small hint of jealousy mixed with discomfort. "Yeah, well, Ichigo is strong, but he's not that strong. Also, that look on Mocha's face," she said, trying to sound nonchalant, though the slight tone of frustration in her voice betrayed her. Mizer turned her head slightly toward her, noticing the change in her tone. "Jealous?" she asked with her characteristic neutrality, although a small smile appeared on her lips. "Me? Jealous? Of course not." Kurumu quickly replied, her voice rising slightly, though she then tried to soften it. "I'm just saying it's weird to see her so absorbed. You know, she's always so serious and self-assured." Mizer calmly bit into her lollipop, seemingly enjoying Kurumu's reaction. "She trusts him," she said simply, as if that explained everything. Before Kurumu could answer, Kokoa, who had been walking behind them with her bat in its normal form perched on her shoulder, decided to intervene. With her characteristic direct tone, she took a step forward, putting herself between Kurumu and Mizer. "Of course she trusts him," she said with a mixture of pride and firmness. "Ichigo isn't like any idiot out there, he's really strong." But she paused, frowning with some irritation. "I don't know why Mocha is looking at him like that, it's weird. I've never seen her so, how do I put it? Nervous." Kurumu clicked her tongue uncomfortably and quickly replied. "Mocha's not nervous, just impressed, that's all." Nothing special, she said with a slight note of stubbornness, avoiding looking directly at Cocoa. Visor raised an eyebrow, as if enjoying their reaction. Nothing special. She repeated, almost in a whisper, while biting her lollipop with a hint of sarcasm. Well, it seems Mocha doesn't think so. Kurumu snorted and crossed her arms tighter, looking away. Whatever, but stop looking at him like that, she muttered, her eyes returning to Ichigo and Mocha as they walked away. Cocoa, oblivious to the nuances, gritted her teeth and frowned even deeper. Bah, maybe I don't like it. One-sama shouldn't be so besotted. Ichigo is strong, yes, but not that strong. She complained, although deep down she couldn't help but feel respect for what Ichigo had done. Visor let out a small laugh at the two of them's discomfort and crossed her arms. It's interesting how all this brings out different sides of each of us, she commented in a neutral tone, leaving Kurumu and Cocoa even more irritated as they continued walking. When the group finally arrived next to Tsukune, Yukari, and Ruby, all eyes turned to Ichigo, who was walking at the front with Mocha at his side. Mocha? Ichigo. Tsukune exclaimed, looking at Ichigo's wounds and noticing the tension in the air. Are you alright? What happened to Caillou? He just gave him what he deserved, Mocha said, proudly pointing at the young Shinigami. Ichigo. I can't believe this. Did you really defeat Caillou? She asked, almost breathless. Yukari, her eyes wide, stepped forward. That's incredible. Caillou is one of the most powerful monsters in the Academy Desu. She said, looking at Ichigo in admiration while Ruby nodded silently, still processing what she had just heard. Ichigo, ever modest, shrugged. It was nothing. I just did what I had to do. But Mocha, at his side, couldn't help but smile a little as she looked at him. Nothing at all, huh? She murmured with a mixture of affection and pride. What Ichigo did was beyond incredible. Defeating Caillou isn't something just anyone can accomplish, she added, looking at her friend seriously. Everyone saw it, and it's a warning to those who think they can use force to control others. The student police officers who had witnessed the battle from a distance approached, still in disbelief. Their expressions were one of bewilderment and fear, unable to come to terms with their leader's defeat. How could you defeat Caillou? One of the officers stammered, stepping back a little, as if he couldn't accept what had happened. Ichigo, his expression serious, took a step forward, causing the group of police officers to instinctively back away. Listen carefully, he said in a firm but calm voice. If anyone else tries to impose their power on the weakest or those unable to defend themselves, they will have to face me. This is not a threat, it's a promise. Mocha, who was watching steadily, added, this academy was created to foster peace between humans and monsters. If anyone wants to stray from that purpose, we will confront them, no matter who they are. The message was clear, and the members of the student police exchanged nervous glances, knowing they had been defeated. They could no longer hide their fear of Ichigo, nor ignore the influence he and Mocha were beginning to have on the academy. They exchanged nervous glances, knowing they stood no chance against the power they had witnessed. They nodded quickly, stepping back as they helped lift the still unconscious Caillou to his feet. Ruby, calmly observing the scene, approached Mocha. They've been given a warning they'll never forget, Mocha. I hope this changes things at the academy. She will, Mocha replied firmly, watching the police members walk away, or you will face the consequences. Then Mocha looked at Ruby and how are you feeling? I'm fine, replied the older witch. Are you sure? Ichigo insisted. Just a little dazed about everything. The nurse had already released me when the student police arrived to arrest me, Ruby explained. Didn't they hurt you? Mocha asked. Not physically, but it was quite intimidating. They were determined to arrest me so they could use me as bait to trap you, Ruby explained. Ichigo, for his part, clenched his fist slightly, but kept his voice calm. Don't worry, Ruby. They won't get the chance to do something like that again. His gaze was serious and full of determination. It was made clear to them that they will not abuse their power again. Ruby nodded, though a hint of concern still shone in her eyes. Thank you everyone. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't arrived in time. Mocha offered her a reassuring smile and placed a hand on her shoulder. No need to thank us. We're your friends, Ruby. We'll always be here to protect you. Mocha's words made Ruby relax a little more. Her lips curved into a small smile as she bowed her head in thanks. I know, and it means a lot to me. Thank you, Mocha. Ichigo everyone. Ichigo nodded, relaxing his hands as he looked at Ruby with a calm expression. That's what friends do, Ruby, he said, though his tone was gentler, showing that he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. It's true. We protect each other, Tsukune said with a warm smile. Well, I think it's time to go, said Ichigo as a red and black energy enveloped him, returning him to his Shikai state and storing his Zanpakuto on his back. Mocha turned to Ichigo, noticing the wounds covering his body. Although he stood firm, there were small traces of blood on his clothes and burns on his skin. Ichigo, you should go to the infirmary, she said, concern evident in her voice, her eyes softening as she watched him closely. you can't keep ignoring those wounds. You fought hard today. Ichigo, however, brushed it off with a small smile as he scratched the back of his neck. It's nothing, Mocha. I've had worse injuries. I just need to rest a little, and I'll be fine, he replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Mocha frowned, clearly unconvinced. She took a step toward him, her gaze intense. No, Ichigo. This isn't something you can just let slide. You've used a lot of energy and fought while injured. I'm not going to let you ignore it, she insisted, her tone steely and unwavering. I'll escort you to the infirmary. You have no choice. Ichigo looked at her for a moment, surprised by her insistence, but soon realized there was no point in arguing with her when she was so determined. He let out a resigned sigh and nodded slightly. Okay, if you stay calm like this, we'll go to the infirmary, he said, with a slight tone of humor in his voice, but grateful for her concern. Mocha smiled contentedly, walking alongside him. Sukyun, Kurumu, Mizer, and the rest of the group exchanged glances as they watched them walk away toward the academy building. Kurumu crossed her arms and frowned slightly as she watched Mocha insist so strongly that Ichigo go to the infirmary. Her gaze darkened slightly as she watched him finally give in without much resistance. It's rare to see Ichigo give in so easily, she muttered, her tone drier than her usual cheerfulness. Then she added in a low voice, almost to herself, I guess Mocha has something that makes her special to him. Mizer, at her side, noticed the difference in her tone and watched her out of the corner of her eye while continuing to suck on her popsicle. Maybe he doesn't like seeing you worried about him, Mizer replied, with her characteristic calm, although with a hint of interest in Kurumu's reaction. Kurumu pressed her lips together and looked away, unwilling to admit what she felt. Well, it's not like it's anything special, she said, pouting slightly. She's just being nice like she always does to everyone. Sukyun, noticing the tension in the succubus, tried to calm the waters with a sympathetic smile. Mocha's right, Ichigo's done a lot today. And even if he doesn't say it, he needs someone to look after him. Kurumu snorted softly, as if she didn't fully agree, but decided not to argue further. Still, her gaze remained fixed on the two as they walked away, a faint glimmer of jealousy shining in her eyes, though she tried to hide it with a carefree smile. Mizer noticed his reaction and decided to add, with a touch of sarcasm. If you're so worried, you could offer to accompany him yourself. It's not that. Kurumu quickly replied, feeling a little cornered by the comment. She then turned her head away, trying to look nonchalant. I'm just surprised Ichigo is so easily convinced, that's all. Mizer didn't respond, but a small smile formed on her lips as Kurumu continued to watch Ichigo and Mocha with a mixture of curiosity and mixed feelings. Everyone continued walking behind them, returning to the academy building. As they moved forward, the tense atmosphere that had hung over them after the fight with Caillou had dissipated. Now, calm returned, and with it, a sense of relief after having overcome such an intense battle. Silently, Mocha walked beside Ichigo, their steps synchronized as they headed to the infirmary. Even though she didn't say anything, her heart pounded, knowing how close they'd come to disaster, and silently thankful that Ichigo was by her side. Upon reaching the entrance of Mizer Academy, Kurumu, Yukari, Sukyun and Ruby said goodbye to Ichigo and Mocha as they headed towards the infirmary. Hoko also said goodbye, heading to her classroom. I'll see you later, Wani-sama. Bye, Ichigo. Let's see if you can tell me about your training later, so I know the secret to your strength, the red-haired vampire joked. Ichigo let out a small laugh at Koko's comment, noticing her joking tone, though at the same time he knew she was serious. We'll see, Kokoa, he replied with a smile. But I don't think my training is something you'd like to try, he joked, remembering all the times he had gone through extreme situations to become stronger. Kokoa shrugged, still holding on to her competitive spirit. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll surprise you someday, Ichigo. With one last defiant smile, she turned and started walking toward her homeroom, bidding farewell to her friend and sister. Ichigo watched her walk away before turning to Mocha. Your sister has quite the energy, he commented with a slight smile, unaware that Koko's words had sparked an idea in the silver-haired vampire's mind. As they walked silently through the halls of the academy, the atmosphere between Ichigo and Mocha was calm but filled with unspoken thoughts. Once they reached the infirmary door, Mocha paused for a moment, staring at the floor with a slight blush on her cheeks, as if she were debating with herself. Finally, she broke the silence. Ichigo, her voice sounded softer than usual, almost timid. I've been thinking after seeing how you fought today. I'd like to become stronger. Not just for myself, but for everyone I care about. She bit her lower lip, looking up with her crimson eyes, reflecting a mix of determination and doubt. I was wondering if you could you train me? Ichigo looked at her in surprise, processing her request. It wasn't common to see Mocha ask for something with such vulnerability. He was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what she was asking of him and what it entailed. He knew how difficult it had been for him to become stronger, and he understood that the training he had gone through hadn't been easy. But at the same time, he understood Mocha's desire to protect others. Finally, Ichigo nodded. "Okay, Mocha. I'll help you train," he said, smiling softly. "But you have to be prepared. It won't be easy." At that instant, Mocha's eyes lit up with pure happiness, and before she could stop herself, she shot forward and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Ichigo," she exclaimed excitedly, surprising the Shinigami himself. Ichigo, a little uncomfortable but at the same time amused by Mocha's reaction, scratched the back of his neck with his free hand, unsure how to react to the unexpected hug. "Hey, no problem," he replied, his voice soft as he tried to hide his surprise. As she hugged him, Mocha felt her heart pound. It was a mix of emotions that flooded her. At first, she didn't know if she should have, but in that moment, she didn't care. Relief, gratitude, and something deeper she couldn't put into words flowed through her. She was happy, not just because Ichigo had agreed to train her, but because of what it meant. Trusting him with her growth, her strength, and most of all, the ability to continue being by his side. The recent moments were still fresh in her mind. Ichigo, standing up to Caillou with a bravery that had impressed her beyond belief. His firm conviction to protect those he cared about reminded her of what she longed for, what she now wanted to be for others. And, after everything she'd been through, he was there, ready to help her. As she hugged him, she felt all her insecurities vanish for a moment. With Ichigo by her side, she felt like, perhaps, she wouldn't have to carry everything alone. She allowed herself to savor that moment, breathing in her friend's familiar scent and feeling the warmth of his presence. She knew this was just the beginning. She knew there would be challenges ahead, but she wasn't as afraid of them anymore. With him I can be stronger, she thought, a soft smile appearing on her lips. Slowly, Mocha loosened her hold, her hand still resting on Ichigo's shoulders. She looked into his eyes, her own pupils filled with gratitude and something deeper, something she herself was only just beginning to understand. "Thank you, Ichigo," she whispered once more, this time more calmly, but with a more intense emotion behind her words. He just nodded, his expression relaxed, but his eyes reflected the mutual respect between them. He knew that from this moment on, their relationship would change, and that training together would not only strengthen their skills, but also the bond they shared. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.